The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to this Monday, February the 3rd, 2025 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I am your host, Matt from the Past, and there are some great shows lined up for you tonight. But first, let's get on with this day in history. In 1451, Sultan Muhammad II, the Conqueror, inherits the throne of the Ottoman Empire. In 1509 AD, Battle of Douai, a Portuguese armada defeats a Mamluk Egyptian fleet in a naval battle at the port of Delhi, India, establishing Portuguese trading control in the Indian Ocean. In 1870, Iowa ratifies the 15th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, allowing suffrage for all races and colors. In 1928, paleontologist Davidson Black reports his findings on the ancient human fossils found in Zhucanian China in the journal Natural, and declares them to be a new species of humans, Syncophorus Pincanius, now known as Homo erectus. In 1931, New Zealand's worst natural disaster, the Hawke's Bay earthquake, kills 256 and injures thousands, devastating Napier and Hawke's Bay region. In 1966, first soft landing on the moon by Soviet spacecraft Luna 9. In 1960, La Dolce Vita, directed by Federico Fellini, starring Marcello Mastroianni and Annika Ekberg, has its film premiere in Italy. In 1959, plane crash known as the Day the Music Died kills musicians Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, J.P. Richardson, and the pilot near Clear Lake, Iowa. In 1876, Albert Spalding invests $800 to start a sporting goods company manufacturing the first official baseball, tennis ball, basketball, golf ball, and football. Born on this day, Ferdinand Magellan, Joseph E. Johnstone, Elizabeth Blackwell, Robert Gascoigne Cecil, Pretty Boy Floyd, Elizabeth Holmes, Nathan Lane, Elsa Fisher, Felix Mendelssohn, Daddy Yankee, George Neeson, Amelia Griffith, Harold Mann, Fran Tarkenton, Fred Lynn. Dying on this day, John of Gaunt, Johannes Gutenberg, Theodore Dwight Weld, Woodrow Wilson, Buddy Holly, Griselda Blanco. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars. It's a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 143. Investigate a man dragging a body down Franklin Avenue. That's all. Rosenquist.
Everybody wonders why, year after year, Rio Grande continues to get so many contracts from cities and counties throughout the West, specifying Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl to power more police and emergency cars than any other brand. The secret of Rio Grande's success lies in the refining process, which is protected by patents. The Sinclair cracking process, which is used exclusively by Rio Grande in the Pacific Coast market. Rio Grande's outstanding success with cracked gasoline has led many other companies to install cracking plants, but none of these are as efficient as the patented Rio Grande Sinclair process. Millions of dollars have been invested by Rio Grande in complicated pressure stills that chew up gasoline so it will start quicker in your engine, accelerate faster, and turn into power without waste. All lazy, slow-burning units are extracted. Naturally, it costs Rio Grande more per gallon to process cracked gasoline, but the cost to you is no more, and Rio Grande is rewarded for this extra expense by its growing sales of cracked gasoline, which have outstripped all competition. You have been impressed, like hundreds of thousands of other motorists, by the undeniable fact that Rio Grande cracked gasoline is preferred above all others by the fastest, most powerful cars on the road. Police cars, fire engines, ambulances. When are you going to find out for yourself what a tremendous difference this super-refined gasoline will make in the performance of your car? Rio Grande cracked gasoline offers you police car performance in your own car at no extra cost. Now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. The job of being a policeman is a discouraging one. We, whose duty it is to enforce the law, see all too much of the violation of laws, both man-made and natural laws. Sometimes we despair of the human animal. So prone is he to make mistakes, and having made them, continue to do so. It is a difficult task to apply the legal yardstick to cases where natural laws are violated. An example is the case you are about to hear. The murderer was maladjusted to life. The damage had been done to his personality long before he committed his crime. Called in, as we were to investigate, and in a sense, as is always the case, to sit in judgment upon this fellow man, we could not help realize that he was paying not for the crime of murder, but for deep-rooted maladaptations in his personality, beginning perhaps in babyhood. If so much of the sentimentality and false values, false propaganda and prudishness which goes into our social training could be swept away, if we could be trained from infancy to think instead of to feel, then indeed would crime drop to a historical low level. Then indeed would crimes of passion, of the nature you will soon hear, disappear completely.
blustery March evening in 1930. In a bungalow court apartment in Hollywood, two couples are seated around a card table before a blazing fire.
And that gives us game and rubber. Not much luck for the visiting fireman tonight.
Well, you can't win all the time, you know.
Well, I really think we must be going. It must be past 10 o'clock. Oh, come on. Let's play another rubber.
Sure, Edith. Give me a chance to show this card shark I know some tricks.
Well, all right, but I know you, Harry. You never want to stop.
That's right. Except when I'm winning.
It's your deal, Jimmy.
All right. How would you like it? 4 aces apiece?
No, just give me the 4 aces.
Harry. Jimmy, look.
What?
There in the doorway of the kitchen. A man.
What?
I beg your pardon. May I see you for a minute?
Sure. You girls partners? You better come with me, Harry.
Okay.
Oh, don't, Jimmy. He looks dangerous. Like a living ghost.
Don't be silly, honey. He's probably drunk. Come on into the kitchen here. Now, what is it?
I need help.
There's a woman. Woman? Where? What's the matter?
She's sick.
Where is she?
Next door. You got to help me.
Well, all right. Lead the way.
In here. In the living room. She's in the living room. There.
Oh, she looks like she's asleep.
Yeah. But she's sick. You've got to help me. Help me get her up on the floor.
Okay. Harry, you take her head. I'll take her feet.
Okay.
You ready?
Wait a minute. She's cold. Look, Jimmy. Her arms are stiff.
I saw her legs. Spots on her dress. Wet. Sticky. They're blood.
Jimmy, this woman isn't sick. She's dead.
Come on, we better call the police. Yes, that's right. On Franklin, about a block from Sierra Bonita. Yes, we'll be outside waiting for you.
Oh, Jimmy, are you sure she's dead?
There's no question about it.
Oh, how awful. And that stranger. Where's he?
Golly, we forgot all about him.
Oh, I'll bet that's him making a getaway. Look out the window, Edith.
Yes. There he goes in the force of way, riding like mad.
Oh, gee, we probably should have made him wait until the police get here.
Well, it's too late now. Come on, we better go outside and wait for them.
You girls had better stay here. It isn't such a pretty sight in there.
Oh, but Jimmy,
You don't want to get into this thing mixed up as a witness and all, do you? Just stay in here. Come on, Harry.
Gee, I ain't never handled a dead body before. Did you, Jimmy?
No.
Sort of gives you the creeps, doesn't it?
Sort of, yeah. Let's take a look in there again.
No, I don't want to go near her.
I can see her through the window. Street light makes it look like she was sleeping.
But she isn't. Come on, let's get out to the sidewalk and wait for the cops.
Officer.
Now, what's the trouble?
There's a dead woman in the bungalow back there.
Okay, lead the way. Come on, Page. Who is the woman?
I haven't any idea. I live next door to the bungalow, and Mr. King here and his wife and my wife were playing bridge when a man came in our back door and asked us to help him with a woman who was sick. We tried to lift her off the floor where she was lying. She was cold and stiff. There was bloodstains on her dress.
Where's the man?
He drove away.
Why didn't you hold him here?
Well, we were so excited and in such a hurry to call you, we forgot all about him.
Yeah.
Here's the place. The side door here is open. Go right on through. She's in the living room.
In here?
Yeah, that's right.
for the door.
Well, where's your dead woman?
Harry, she's gone. Gone?
Say, what is this? Some sort of practical joke?
If it is, you two birds can laugh it off.
Oh, no, officer. I swear there was a dead woman laying in there not 10 minutes ago. Maybe somebody dragged her into another room. I'll look in the bedroom. You look in the kitchen, Harry. All right. She isn't here. Nothing out here either. Nothing in the bathroom. I can't understand it.
How much you boys had to drink tonight, huh?
Not a drop. I don't know where she's gone, but I know she was lying right there in the middle of the floor 10 minutes ago.
And she got tired waiting for us to take her to the morgue, so she grew wings and flew away to heaven by herself, I suppose.
Now, listen. You guys have got to believe us. We saw a corpse here. We tried to lift her. She was cold and stiff. I touched some wet spots in her dress and there were blood. Look, here's a stain right here on my finger. Look at it. Feel it. It's blood.
Okay, so it's blood. But where's the body it came from? That's what I want to know.
So do I. First, the guy that looks like a ghost comes into the house, and then we handle the corpse, and then the corpse and the ghost both disappear. It just ain't natural.
I thought at first you guys were just drunk, but it looks now as if you were plain nuts.
Mr. Thompson!
Ah, here's your corpse. Come back to life.
Mrs. Scott, the landlady. Hey, yes, Mrs. Scott, I'm in here.
Oh, Mr. Thompson. Thanks, Teddy. Just a lot. Come quick.
What's the matter?
Well, here in front. There's a crazy man dragging a woman down the street by her heels. The woman's hurt. She's bleeding.
See what I tell you. Who's crazy?
I don't know. Maybe I am. Come on.
Hey, there he is.
Hey, you. Drop that. Now, what's the big idea?
Huh?
Shake him down. Put the cuffs on him, Page. I want to look at this woman.
Right.
She's dead, all right.
Where?
Been dead for several hours.
Where do you put it?
Stiff as a board.
Our pal here had this on his hip.
38. Break it open.
Loaded. No shells fired.
What's your name, buddy? Who's this girl? What'd you kill her for?
Huh? I didn't kill her. I didn't kill her.
Any of you people know this man?
I never saw him before tonight. Neither did I.
He rented that bungalow from me this afternoon, officer.
He did? What did he say his name was?
Mr. Burns. He gave me a $40 check to cover the rent. It was signed C.L. Burns.
Know anything else about him?
Well, after he rented the place, he left. But he came back about 5:30 with this girl here. He introduced me to her as his wife, and I noticed at the time that she seemed surprised when he said that. They stayed in the bungalow until about 7:30, and then they drove away. I didn't see them again until just now when I saw them this way.
How about that, buddy? Is your name Burns?
Hey, there's a Ford coupe parked over there. Is that your car?
Huh? Yeah.
Let's all go over and take a look at it.
Check that registration, Page.
That's what I'm going to do. Lend me your flash, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks. It's registered to a dealer in Figueroa. There's a pencil notation here.
What's that say?
Sold March 23rd to Charles Thomas.
So you just bought the car yesterday, huh? Is your name Charles Thomas? Or is it C.L. Burns? Oh, I'm going to book this baby on suspicion of murder. I'll send the morgue wagon out and a couple of boys to impound the car. You stick here until they come, will you, Page?
Right.
And you better throw a sheet over that corpse until the wagon gets here. She ain't as pretty as she once was.
Captain James Bean of Central Homicide assigns Lieutenants Leroy Sanderson and Aldo Corsini to the case. After a conference with Dwight and Page, the Hollywood Division detectives, they interview Burkhart and then report back to the captain.
We can't get this guy to say a thing, Captain. He won't affirm or deny anything. He just won't talk.
He's a strange one, there's no doubt of that.
But we got one lead.
What's that?
We found a telephone number in the dead girl's purse. According to the phone company, the number is assigned to a Sally Martin who lives on New Hampshire.
Better check on it right away.
Awful late at night to wake up people, Captain.
I know. We've got to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. Go ahead and rout her out of bed.
Yes.
Why, this dame is sure a heavy sleeper.
Yeah, if she's home.
She ought to be home at 3 a.m.
Here comes someone now.
Police, ma'am. We want to talk to you.
What do you want to talk to me about?
We're trying to get an identification. We need your help.
Well, I don't see what you have to wake up people in the middle of the night for. I've got to be on the set early in the morning.
We're very sorry, ma'am, but this is important.
Well, what is it?
Your telephone number is Normandy 7258,
That's right.
and your name's Sally Martin.
Yes. What is this all about?
There was a woman murdered out in Hollywood last night. We're trying to identify her. We found a slip of paper in her purse with Normandy 7258 written on it. It's the only clue we have. You remember giving your telephone number to any young women recently?
Why, no. I can't imagine who it would be.
Do you know a Mrs. Burns?
No.
Or a Mrs. Thomas?
No. Of course, I've got lots of girlfriends who might have my number, but I don't know anyone by either of those names.
We have reasons to believe those names are false, but we must get an identification so we can go ahead with the case. Now, I wonder if you'd come over to the morgue with us and look at the body.
When, now?
Yes, now.
Well, of all the... Going to the morgue at 3 o'clock in the morning.
It's terribly important, Miss Martin. Very important, Miss Martin. Very important, Miss Martin.
Oh, very well, then. You wait out here until I get some clothes on.
Here's the slab. Here. Pull down the sheet, will you, Corsini? Well, Miss Martin?
Oh, my God. It was one of my... God, who killed her?
That's what we...
Name's Anne McKnight.
The office for the rest of this, Sanderson.
Yes, come along, Miss Martin. Now, here, Miss Martin. Sit down here.
Here's a glass of water, Miss Martin.
Thank you.
Now, will you please tell us what you know about Anne McKnight?
I first met her on the Broadway Melody set. She was a dancer and a bit player. But there haven't been many calls in the past few months, and she got a job in a drugstore at Santa Monica and Western Avenue.
Was she married?
She had been married and divorced. She was married to a fellow by the name of Burkhart. They didn't get along very well. He was awfully jealous. He abused her.
What else do you know?
That's about all.
Well, it's enough to put the bee on our suspect. So your name isn't Burns and it isn't Thomas. It's Burkhart.
That's quick work, pal. Yes, my name's Burkhart. William Burkhart.
And the woman you killed was your former wife, Anne McKnight. Isn't that right?
Oh, no. That's where you're wrong. You can't pin Ann's murder on me. I didn't do it, and you can't prove that I did.
Well, if you didn't do it, who did?
Well, I'll tell you all about it. Ann and I went out riding yesterday, and there was another fellow went with her.
What was his name?
Charlie Hunter. He used to be a boyfriend of Ann.
Where does he live?
I don't know.
Well, go ahead. The three of you went riding.
Yeah. And I stopped to get some cigarettes. When I came back, Ann was sick. The other fellow had gone. I took her back to the bungalow. I thought she was sick. I didn't know she was dead until you told me.
Oh, come on now, Burkhart. That's a pretty flimsy story. Why, anyone could see the girl had been shot. There was blood all over her.
I tell you, that's the way it happened, and that's what I thought.
Yeah?
That's my story, and you'll have one swell time proving anything else.
But we will prove something else, Burkhart. We'll prove you murdered her, and we'll hang you for it.
Having established the identity of the victim and a strong suspicion of the slayer, Corsini and Sanderson begin the complicated job of spinning a noose around Burkhart's head. Their first call is at the office of Dr. A.F. Wagner, Los Angeles County autopsy surgeon.
Well, Doc, what's the verdict on that girl they brought in from Hollywood last night?
She'd been shot 5 times, once over the heart, once in the left side, and 3 times in the back. I extracted 1 bullet. The others had gone through the body completely.
And that smart guy tried to tell us he thought she was sick.
The only sickness that poor girl had was lead poisoning. Otherwise, she was a perfectly healthy specimen.
Did you get the bullet you took out of her?
Here it is.
Thanks. We'll need it. Come on, Corsini. Let's take a look at Burkhart's car.
For the love of... Will you look at those blood stains all over the cushions? Hey, look. Here on the floor are 2 slugs. They're flat from hitting the metal.
And here 2 more in the upholstery. This door here.
Apparently, he shot her twice, and then as she tried to get out of the car, he emptied the rest of the gun into her back.
Well, we got to be sure. Come on. We'll take these slugs into Spencer Marksley and find out if they were fired from the gun the boys took off Burkhart last night.
I fired around the test shots from the gun you brought in and then compared them with the bullets found in the murder car and in the victim's body.
And what did you find?
There's no question. All 10 bullets were fired from the 38 you took from the suspect.
Look, Cassini, you could follow the blood marks from the sidewalk all the way to the bungalow here. One trail goes in and another comes out.
Plenty lazy, that guy. He didn't even try to carry her. He just dragged the body.
He shot her in the car, dragged her into the house, and then, when the neighbors called us, he got scared and dragged her out again.
Well, we've reconstructed the crime pretty good. Now we'd better start backtracking on his movements before he murdered her.
Yes, I saw him park outside the store a little before 4:30. I didn't know who he was until I saw Ann leave. She gets off at 4:30. And as soon as she walked out of the store, this fellow jumped out of the car and walked over to her. They talked for a few minutes, and I remember thinking what a good-looking date Ann had. Then she got into the car, and this fellow came in and brought 2 bottles of wine tonic from me, and I thought, oh, boy, I'll bet they're going to have a party. And then he went out and got in the car, and they drove off.
Well, Burkhart, are you ready to come clean?
What do you mean, come clean? I've told you the truth.
You've lied all the way through.
Prove it. Sure, we'll prove it. And we'll prove that you murdered your ex-wife.
You've got a job on your hands.
We're only trying to be honest with you, Burkhart. It's too bad you won't do yourself a favor and come clean with us.
Nuts. What do you want me to do? Break down and cry?
Well, just to show you how honest we want to be with you, I'll tell you everything we know about you. Maybe you'll realize that we're not going to have such a hard time hanging you as you think. Of course, you might get off with life if you cooperate with us.
I'll never go to trial. I'm innocent.
Yeah, well, listen to this. On Sunday, you bought a Ford Coupe on South Figueroa Street. You made a down payment of the check for $150, signed Charles Thomas. Before we begin talking about murder, you might recall that the California Penal Code provides a long rest in San Quentin for passing bad checks. But to go on, you didn't sleep at all Sunday night. Now, it may have been something yet. Or you may have been planning murder. So we let that pass as an uncertain point. You quit your job, drew your pay Monday noon. You rented the apartment Monday afternoon. At 4:30, you met your ex-wife when she got off work. You persuaded her to take a ride with you. After buying 2 bottles of wine tonic, you drove off, arriving at the bungalow court at 5:30. 2 hours later, you drove to some unknown spot, emptied your gun into your ex-wife's body, and returned to the court, where you dragged the body into the house. Then you got scared, so you called in the neighbors. They went for the police, and you completely lost your head. So you dragged your body out of the apartment, down the street where you were found. How am I doing, Burkhart?
Not so well. That's the way you take reconstructed crime. No wonder there's so many unsolved cases.
You know, Burkhart, it would give me great pleasure to smack you one right on the puss.
Yeah, but you won't. On account of the policeman, your friend.
Okay, Corsini, hold on to that Latin temper of yours. Well, how about it, Burkhart? What's the matter with my story?
Plenty.
Well, let's hear yours.
Ann and I split up in the first place on account of our relatives. We loved each other. She promised me that she'd come back to me if I got a bungalow where we could live alone and I got an automobile. So I did. On Monday, I met Ann and we started for the bungalow, but we ran into this Charlie Hunter. He rode with us a little ways and then got out. We went to the bungalow and Ann got a little sore at me because I was drinking wine tonic to celebrate us getting together again. But I patched that up, and we went out at 7:30, and we ran into this Hunter again.
Yeah, quite a coincidence.
Yeah. Then, like I told you before, I stopped for some cigarettes, and when I came back, Hunter had gone, and Ann was sick, so I took her back to the apartment, and I got frightened and called these people next door.
You mean you dragged her dead body back to the apartment?
Wrong there, copper. You can't prove it.
Wait until you see the photographs of those bloody tracks.
If Ann was shot, Charlie Hunter shot her.
Oh, don't be such an obstinate fool, Burkhart. Every bullet that came out of your wife's body and out of that car was fired from the gun we found on you. You can't prove that. We've been hanging men in ballistic testimony for years.
testimony you're about to give in this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
What is your name, please?
Joy, Miss Knight Hoskins.
You are related to the deceased.
She was my sister.
Mrs. Hoskins, will you tell the court in your own words what you know about the relations between your late sister and the defendant?
Well, Your Honor, they were married less than a year when Anne was forced to divorce him in 1929 because he was so cruel to her and because of his intense jealousy. He threatened her life if she didn't come back to him. Soon after they were divorced, she had him arrested for making these threats. He was put under a peace bond. But Anne told me often that she'd die before she'd ever live with him again. And that's just what she did.
Is there anything else, Mrs. Hoskins? Has the defendant ever said anything to you about his relationship with your sister?
Yes. I met him on the street several months ago. And he said, if I can't have Anne, nobody else will ever get her. I'll see to that.
Thank you, Mrs. Hoskins. Cross-examine. Very well. That's all, Mrs. Hoskins. Your Honor, at this time I would like to enter as People's Exhibit D this letter written by the defendant to the deceased. It may be admitted. And I would like to read just a paragraph from that letter. The defendant writes, so you have been having a marvelous time with he-men, eh? I trust you have enjoyed yourself to the fullest degree. I guess I am not a he-man. I am jealous. Remember, I am still your husband. And remember that you repeated after the minister, until death do us part. Now, the word death is written in capital letters and underlined in the exhibit. The letter continues, I myself have formed a firm resolution adhering to that line. Do you understand me? If not, here it is in plain American. Over my dead body only, some other man can have you. I think this document answers the defendant's sneering challenge to find the motive for the crime of which he's charged. If ever there was a terrorist threat, I get to see it. I expect, Your Honor. Counsel attorney displays the jury with personal opinion and argument. Sustained. Cite counsel's remarks following the reading of the exhibit. Counsel will save his argument for the summary. I beg your court's pardon. This case is such a brutal, such a horrible. I will also save his opinion for closing argument. Proceed.
The argument for the defense that some other person killed Anne McKnight, or if Bert Hart did do it, he was insane at the time, failed to convince the jury. All testimony having been given, the argument having been heard, the jury quickly reached a verdict unprecedented in California legal history.
Mr. Clerk, please read the verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder and recommend that he shall be hanged. For the information of the jurors, the verdict of first-degree murder carries a mandatory death sentence. It is unnecessary to add a recommendation such as you have done, and indeed it is the usurpation of this court's power that might be construed as contempt.
We just want to be sure that we're getting this trouble. We want to know that anything to
And so it was. The jury wanted the proverbial eye for an eye. The 12 jurors, outraged at the crime of murder, wanted it doubly certain that justice would be meted out by the state upon the murderer. So it was done on January 29, 1932, when William Burkhart stepped through the trapdoor at San Quentin to eternity.
Thank you, Chief David. Ladies and gentlemen, every month, 500,000 people drive into Rio Grande cracked gasoline stations to get their free copy of the Calling All Cars news. We invite you, too, to read this unusual publication full of latest movie news, radio news, and illustrated true detective stories of the crimes you hear solved on these Calling All Cars programs. Even if you are not a regular user of Rio Grande cracked gasoline, you are a listener to this program, and we want you to have a free copy of the news every month. Drive in today or tomorrow. If you aren't in the market for Rio Grande cracked gasoline, you will certainly be interested in the outstanding motor oil value offered by all Rio Grande dealers. In refinery sealed cans, selling as low as 25 cents a quart, you can now get the famous Sinclair motor oil, the same oil that is used by the leading American railroads, by leading airplane lines, because it is de-waxed and de-jellied. All impurities are extracted from Sinclair motor oils to leave a concentrated, pure oil that is positively guaranteed not to break down, to give complete lubrication no matter how hot or cold the weather, to protect your engine even when you're going faster than ever before with speedier Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield. The Bing Crosby Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins for the Mares, and Bing's guest, Al Jolson.
Oh, we're talking about the original Al Jolson.
Well, we also have the original Bing Crosby with
now,
us.
if the original Rudy Valley would show up, we'd be in business, wouldn't we?
Oh, Bing, you and Al are plenty. I mean that you two might very well make radio history tonight.
Ken, radio is history. Too bad nobody listens anymore, isn't it?
Oh, now, wait, you'd be surprised, Bing. Thousands of people are listening to radio these nights, while their television sets are being repaired, of course.
Now, Ken, the Rhythmaires are tripping out for the opening musical selection, which is a sprightly English importation entitled, I've Got a Lovely Bunch of Coconuts. I say, John, shall we have a bit of a go at it, eh? Off it there.
Roll a roll a ball, roll a roll a ball, roll a roll a ball, a penny a pinch.
Oh, down at an English fair, one evening I was there, when I heard a showman shouting underneath the flare, I've got a lovely bunch of
Lovely, 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 lovely.
There they are, a-standing in a row.
Lovely, 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 lovely.
I got big ones, small ones, some as big as your head. You gives 'em a twist, a flick of the wrist, that's what the showman says. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts.
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
Every ball you throw will make me rich.
Lovely, 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 lovely.
There stands me wife, the idol of me life, singing roller, bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. A singing roller, bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Singing roller, bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. A roller, bowl, a ball, a roller, bowl, a bowl, a ball. Singing roller, bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch.
Say I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts.
Whatever's them?
There they are, standing in a row.
What do you do with them, laddie?
Big ones, small ones, some as big as your head.
Who's that you're talking
Give 'em a
about?
twist, a flick of the wrist, that's what the showman said.
Who's he?
I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts.
I'll have a banana.
Every ball you throw will make me rich.
Who's the lady with you?
There stands me wife, the idol of me life, singing.
A singing roller, bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Now let's harmonize.
Singing roller, bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch.
Soloist, please. Hit two-tone sound.
Roller, bowl, a ball.
A singing roller, bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. How about trying one out in the hall? Oh, I can still hear it. Try the parking lot. Something leaking in. Leave town. Oh, let's try one more with a tiger on the end. Singing roller, bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch.
King and children, that was deucedly entertaining. Good show.
Righto. So thank you, Governor.
Oh, really top drawer. And when I say top drawer, I speak not only for myself, but for the entire British Empire. And I include Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and Deborah Kerr, pronounced Carr.
You're a ruddy nice bloke to say so. Now I've got to get on with me work. I've got a lovely bunch of Chesterfields. They're the smokes that satisfy, you know.
Thank you, Gracie Fields. But that's right, folks. You can't buy a better cigarette than Chesterfield. That's because they're made of the world's best tobaccos.
Hey, what happened to the English dialect?
Bing, I thought we ought to drop it for the pitch here.
You might be right. And, Ken, it's the right combination of the world's best tobaccos, the way they're put together and blended, that make Chesterfields such a wonderful smoke.
Yes, Chesterfields are, A, always milder than other cigarettes because of that blend. And they're, B, better tasting. Taste better than other cigarettes because of that blend.
And they're, C, cooler smoking. They smoke cooler than other cigarettes because of that blend.
Believe us, friends, that right combination of the world's best tobaccos makes Chesterfield the best cigarette for you to smoke.
Chesterfield satisfy women and men. Chesterfield's over and over again. Milder, much milder, all smokers agree. Always buy Chesterfield's ABC.
It's guest time now, and I'm sure all of us are tense and tingling in anticipation of the approach of the world's greatest entertainer. Yes, folks, the auspicious moment has arrived when it's my pleasure to present the one and only Al Jolson.
Thank you, Bing. And Bingy boy, may I tell you, I love that introduction.
You did, Al?
Yep. And I love you. And you know why?
Why?
Because when a man's good, you're big enough to come right out and say so.
Well, it seemed like the thing to do, Al. I figured it'd sound better if I said it.
Bing, I know you tease me a lot. Yes, I do. I know you tease me a lot. But you know you look up to me.
Why, certainly, Al. If you look up to you, why shouldn't I?
Well, the two of us couldn't find a better man to look up to, you know.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Al. And incidentally, my congratulations. Really, my sincere congratulations on you being elected the Personality of the Year by the Variety Clubs of America.
Where'd you read about that, Bing? In Time magazine?
No, it was on page 1 of the Encino Daily Jolson. I thought they had a number 1 bid right now.
It was also in the Azusa Daily Asa.
Oh, you got a big spread in Quick magazine, too.
A big spread in Quick?
Yeah, 3 words.
Well,
anyway, Al, that's really a great honor. There really is, what they awarded you there in Washington, D.C.
Thank you,
Who
Bing.
were some of the other contenders?
Well, the competition was tough, Bing.
I imagine it
was. But I beat Eddie Cantor.
Beat him?
Roddy McDowell.
Knocked him off.
Yes, sir. Society Kid Hogan.
You whipped him?
Oh, knocked him cuckoo. Painless Parker. And, last but not least, Sam Engel, the love pirate.
Well, you certainly schloggered a formidable list of opponents there, didn't you?
Yeah, but I personally voted for Engel.
That's a sporting gesture, if I've ever seen it. We know, Al, that you had this great honor coming. We're sure of that. But
Thank
you
you,
mind
Bing.
telling us to what you attribute your victory as being chosen Personality of the Year?
Because, Bing, I'm the only singer in America who didn't make a record of Mule Train.
Well, the mules and I want to thank you.
You know, Bing,
what's this?
I tried singing that Mule Train the other day.
Yeah?
I got the clip it is all right.
Yeah?
But you know something?
What's the matter?
I can't clap like I used to.
Well, you'll get it, Al. And when you do, you can make another picture. You can call it Jolson Clops again.
And when I do, you know, I'm going to clip it at Columbia Studios.
Oh, good boy.
They ain't going to clap it in me again, I'll tell you.
Well, Al, we've been kidding, but it really must have been a great thrill and a great pleasure for you. A very heartwarming thing to go back to your hometown, Washington, D.C., and accept this award, wasn't it?
Yes, Bing, it was. It was mighty gratifying to attend that banquet at the Statler Hotel. Mm-hmm. And as I sat there at the speaker's table, I couldn't help but recall those days of my boyhood, when I sold newspapers right at the corner where the Statler now stands.
Is that so, Al? You sold newspapers when you were a boy?
Bet I did, and matches, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Yeah?
That was many years ago, Bing.
Yeah. You must have been a sturdy little fella to lug those big stone tablets around. Eh?
No.
That's a hope
now,
joke.
Wait a minute, now, wait a minute, Bing.
That's really a hope joke.
Yes, sir. I don't like it. And, for your pleasure, or your information, rather, I don't go back that far.
No?
No, I don't. I remember one Christmas Eve, though, when a congressman took a paper and handed me a $5 bill. I didn't have any change. So I had to run down the street to get it, you know.
You mean this fella expected change from a newsboy on Christmas Eve?
Sure did. And you know what, Bing?
I'm on the ear, Al.
Well, when I got back New Year's, he was gone.
Well, what'd you ever do with this man's change?
Well, I realized the money wasn't mine, you know, so as soon as it got dark, I dug a little hole by the newsstand and buried it.
Even then, huh?
I ain't got a funny line here, but anyway. And you know, Bing, I forgot all about the $4.98 I buried until I got back to Washington just 2 weeks ago. There I was, up in that big suite at the Statler, when suddenly it hit me. I realized that they'd built this big hotel on my money. Well, anyway, Bing, I argued and fought with the manager, but he refused to tear the hotel down.
Why didn't he just give you $4.98? Call it even.
He tried to do it, but I was too smart for him.
You're thinking.
Remember, there's interest through all those years, you know.
Hey, I never thought. That's right. How much do you figure they owe you with interest?
Well, let me see. $4.98. Now, 6% every 12 months. Let me see. And 12 times 6 times $4.98. Bing, I don't believe it.
You don't believe what?
I don't believe I can figure that out.
Well, Annie, maybe you forgot to fracture the sum to hand and denominate the decimal.
Oh, no, Kingfisher. See? I got that before I emulsified the square root on the hippopotamus. And I'll say that this is the hippiest hypotenuse I've ever run up against.
This fall, you hear them all on CBS.
Incidentally, Bingy, how many times have you seen Jolson Sings Again?
Twice. I forgot where I came in.
Well, the newsreel is supposed to take care of that,
you was in the newsreel, too.
Yeah, well...
You were getting that award.
Yeah.
But, say, there's one scene in there, and that Jolson Sings Again. I had a little trouble following it.
What scene was that, Bingsy?
Well, the scene where Larry Parks as Al Jolson in Jolson Sings Again meets Larry Parks as Larry Parks at a preview. Where Larry Parks as Al Jolson and Larry Parks as Larry Parks watch Larry Parks as Al Jolson in the Jolson story starring Larry Parks.
Oh, you must be thinking at the top of the morning. Nothing in my picture can be that confusing.
Incidentally, say, how many times have you seen Top of the Morning?
Oh, I see it every chance I get, Bing.
Good.
That picture's a challenge, and I'm going to figure it out.
The minute you do it. Listen, Al, if you get it figured out, phone Paramount, will you?
But, Bing, look, we don't need to worry about pictures. I just signed a contract with CBS to do some television shows.
Well, where do I figure?
Well, I thought you and I could team up for television.
What are we going to do, wrestle each other?
No, I don't think we'd do anything where we're laying down.
Why not?
We might never be able to get up again.
Don't worry about me. I'll be able to get up.
Not with me on your back, you won't.
I've been carrying Hope all these years. I think I can carry you, Al.
Well, I'll be easy to carry because I got talent.
That's right. Al, you got so much talent you don't need me. Let's keep it that way.
No. Wait a minute, Bing. No, Bing. You need me for television.
Why?
Because I got a great idea.
Well, let's hear it.
Look, we'll use your face and my voice. And one of us is going to be good, you know.
Oh, Al, I don't know. Now, wait a minute. My face and your voice,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
I don't like to put makeup on. Why don't we use your face and my voice?
No, Bing, I'm saving my face for something bigger than television.
I'll tell you what, I'll stand here and make faces. You get behind me and sing.
Well, make pretty faces, son, because that's the way I'm going to sing.
I'll try. Stand by, folks, for a little television experiment, and this is the first television show to come your way without pictures. May start a very happy trend, I know.
Yesterday I heard a lover sigh. Goodbye, oh me, oh my. 7 times he got aboard his train. And 7 times he hurried back to kiss his love again and tell her, Tootsie, goodbye. Tootsie, don't cry. That choo-choo train that takes me away from you. No words can tell how sad it makes me. Kiss me, Tootie, and then do it over again. Watch for the mail, I'll never fail. And if you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Don't cry, Tootie, don't cry. Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye. Kiss me, Tootie, and then do it over again. Watch for the mail, I'll never fail. If you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Don't cry, Tootie, don't cry. Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye.
Really smash. Really great.
That's why I love you, Bing. When someone else sings a great song, you're... Yes, as I was saying, when someone else sings a great song, I don't know, you're man enough to come right out and say something.
Well, with the obvious evidence at hand, there's little else I can do. I enjoyed that so much that now I know why Larry Parks has dedicated his life to you.
Well, Bing, can you think of a better life to be dedicated to?
No, nor a longer one.
Well, look, let's continue with our television experiment,
All right.
Bing. Only this time, you stand behind me and sing the words, and I'll make the faces.
Okay, I'm ready.
Well, wait a minute, Bing. That'll never work.
Well, you know how we lick this out? We'll both sing.
Okay, well, how about back in your backyard?
Oh, back in, that's fine. I love that. And the folks don't start throwing rocks on us. We better ease into a couple of courses of Babyface, too. Huh?
All right. Now, look, Bing, we don't have no argument.
No.
Who starts it?
Why, Al, you do, of course.
Bless your heart.
John, stop. Get him back.
We leave home expecting to find a bluebird, hoping every cloud will be silver lined.
But we all return. As we live, we learn that we left our happiness behind.
The bird with feathers of blue is waiting for you back in your own backyard.
You'll see your castle in Spain through your window pane, and it's back in your own backyard.
Oh, you can go to the east, go to the west. Someday you'll come, weary at heart, back where you started from.
You'll find your happiness lies.
Where, boy?
Right under your eyes, and it's back in your own backyard.
Oh, you can go to the east, go to the west. Someday you'll come, weary at heart, back where you started from.
You'll find your happiness lies right under the skies,
Back in your own backyard. Baby face, you got the cutest little, oh, you got a baby face. There's not another one could take your place, oh, baby face.
Announce it.
My poor heart is jumping. You sure starting off, baby face. I'm up in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace. I didn't need a shove, cause I just fell in love with your pretty, oh, you got a baby face.
Baby face, you've got the cutest little baby face. There's not another one gonna take your place, my little baby face. My poor heart is jumping. You sure started something, baby face. I'm up in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace. The stars and moon above know that I'm in love with your pretty baby face.
Oh, baby face.
Why, he's ascending.
You got the cutest, oh, you got a baby
Take it
face.
up there.
There's not another one to
Never
take
get
your
it down.
place, oh, baby
There
face.
it goes.
My poor heart is jumping. You sure starting, oh, take it.
Baby face, I'm up in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace.
You're like a breath of spring
Yeah.
when Jolie sings
About
about
your
your
baby
baby face.
Bing. You know, listening to you men sing reminds me of Chesterfields. Just as Chesterfields are a combination of the world's finest tobaccos, your singing is a combination of the world's finest voices.
Oh, Ken, please.
No, Bing, let Ken go on. If he knows we're good and is man enough to admit it. I love it.
Well, folks, it's time to start thinking about Christmas shopping. And this year, Chesterfield has something special, the Chesterfield Christmas Carton.
See what I mean, Al? We're with a lively outfit.
Oh,
Chesterfield's
yeah.
got a special carton for every occasion.
Really?
They have the Chesterfield birthday carton, the Chesterfield Christmas carton.
Yes, and that Christmas carton is really something.
Yeah?
It's in full color with a picture of Chesterfield's Arthur Godfrey wishing you the season's best.
Who's on there?
Arthur Godfrey.
Godfrey. Mm-hmm. Bing, what about you? How come your picture ain't on that Christmas carton?
Well, they're saving me. My picture's going to appear on the special carton for Groundhog Day. Quite a picture, too. It shows me coyly peeking out of an open culvert.
Well, let's not confuse the folks here. Christmas is the topic now. Friends, just drop around or phone your neighborhood dealer and order some of those bright Arthur Godfrey Chesterfield Christmas cartons. They'll completely satisfy every smoker on your list.
Up in the morning, out on a job, I work like the devil for my pay. But that lucky old sun has nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. I fuss with my woman, toil for my kids. I sweat till I'm wrinkled and I'm gray, while that lucky old sun has nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. I'm up in the morning, out on a job, work like the devil for my pay. while that lucky old sun has nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. I fuss with my woman, toil for my kids, sweat till I'm wrinkled and I'm gray, while that lucky old sun has nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. Good Lord above, can't you see I'm pining? Tears all in my eyes. Send down that cloud, the one with the silver lining. Fetch me to paradise. Show me that river. Take me across and wash all my troubles away. Like that lucky old sun, give me nothing to do but roll around heaven all day.
That's about it for tonight. But before shoving off, my thanks to Al Jolson for dropping in.
Oh, I loved it, Bing.
Hello, boys.
Jolie, look who's here. It's Gracie Allen.
Well, Gracie, we didn't expect you.
You know, my mother was surprised, too.
Now, to what do we owe the honor of this visit?
Oh, well, I've been listening to you boys, and Bing, I've decided that you're the world's second greatest singer.
Well, thanks, Gracie. I realize where that puts me.
Oh, and you're in third place.
Well, if Al and I are placing show, who's the winner?
My husband, Sugarthroat Burns.
A fixed race if I ever heard one.
Bing, if you let George sing in your program, our sponsor will hear him and realize how great he is. Then he let him sing on our program regularly. How about it?
What do you think, Jolie?
Well, Bing, I've heard Sugarthroat. And he can make singing obsolete.
Oh, yes, he is good, isn't he?
Gracie, I'm afraid I can't use Sugarthroat, so I'm afraid the answer's no.
Oh? Afraid of competition, huh?
Yeah. Frankly, that's it.
Well, I don't blame you. After all, you've got a family to support. And so, well, goodbye, Bing, and give my regards to Dallas and the kids.
That's Dixie.
Oh, I knew it was someplace down south. Well, goodbye, boys.
Goodbye, Gracie. By the way, Bing, who's with you next week?
Well, next week, Al, our guest is going to be Along Cassidy, the world's greatest cowboy.
Well, if he doesn't show up,
yes,
open the door and holler, because I'll be waiting out in the hall.
That's where we find you, huh?
Yeah, I'll be around the building here a lot for the next week or so.
Yeah? Doing what?
I'm taking inventory.
Is it so?
I'm a biter's joint from Pele.
Well, you're the kid that can do it. ABC, Al buys Columbia.
Well, good night, Bingsy.
Good night, Al. See you next week, folks, for Chesterfield, the best cigarette for you to smoke. Good night, Gracie.
The Bing Crosby Show is produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guests, Hopalong Cassidy and Peggy Lee. Ladies, only 25 days until Christmas, so remember to get him the big Christmas humidor, of smooth, sure, fresh velvet pipe and cigarette tobacco. It's a double pleasure to any smoker when you give this generous humidor of velvet. It smokes cool and sweet in both pipe and cigarette. In every way, the gift for him is a Christmas humidor of velvet, America's smoothest smoke. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show follows immediately.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
And now, Mystery Theater, brought to you in part by True Value Hardware, your store of first choice.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the theater of the mind, where on the unlimited stage of your imagination, we'll play out a drama of terror. Terror for three people who might be called babes in the wood. It's a frightening thing to lose your way, and even more terrifying if you're lost in an unfamiliar forest with nothing to give you a sense of direction. And that's where we find two escaped convicts, Hank Farley and Will Chase, fugitives from an army stockade, together with Hank's wife, Dolly, who tried to help them escape. But being lost is only a part of their problem.
Well, whatever it was, it's gone.
But it's still out there, somewhere. What are we going to do?
I think we ought to stay here. Till we starve? We've got to keep moving.
But Hank's leg...
Okay, look, I figure it's about early afternoon. Let's wait till the heat of the day passes. Give Hank's leg a rest and then go on when it's cooler.
But if we can't find our way out before dark...
Then we spend another night in these woods.
With that thing out there?
That and God knows what else.
Our mystery drama, Escape, Escape, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Terry Keane and Robert Dryden.
It's the KSL, Salt Lake City.
Welcome to a rainy August night in Louisiana. The lights of an army camp shine dimly through the sheet of water that falls from the coal black sky. Little rivers run in gullies across the deserted, muddy compound of the stockade. All is quiet except for the rain. And then...
Get down! Get down! They'll see us! We'll never make the fence. Shut up and do what I tell you. Let's go back. That'll really be the end of us. We killed one guard already. No, we're going to go down trying. This rain's on our side. The searchlights don't shine as far. But we've got to get across that whole compound. The next time the lights sweep past, we follow. Just behind. Now, get ready. We won't be able to find the hole in the fence in this rain. We'll worry about that when we get to the fence. Now, hold on. Here comes the light now. Stay just behind it. Ready? Go! Crawl! Crawl! I can't go any faster! We gotta beat that next swing of the light. How much farther? Can't tell in this rain. The light's coming this way again. Faster! Here's the fence. Hank, the light! I got more shots left. Now, keep your fingers crossed. Ha-ha! Bullseye! I hit the light. Come on. Here along this fence. Yeah. Charlie said the hole would be right next to the fourth post. Yeah. Damn rain. It's helped that it hasn't. Here's the hole. Oh, yeah. Yeah, all right, you go first. Hurry. I made it. Watch your right side. There's a barb. Yeah. Oh! Oh, my hip. I told you to watch it. That hurts. Can you walk? Yeah, of course I can walk. It's not that bad. All right, come on. Oh, I sure hope Dolly's there with the car. She'll be there. She better be. Yeah. Oh, we don't know the woods or the roads around here. Hank, are you sure you know which way to go? No, I'm not sure. What am I, a miracle man? I'm as scared as you are, but we gotta keep going. Charlie said head straight away from the fence for 1.5 miles to the road. The trees block a lot of the rain. Yeah. We'll get there. There's a clearing. It must be the road. Yeah. Oh, that looks like a car, Hank. Huh? It's too dark to be sure. Keep moving. It is a car, Hank. It's Dolly. She found the spot okay. Yeah. It's a convertible. I told you Dolly wouldn't let us down.
Hank, you made it.
Oh, bless you, Dolly, for being here. Okay, well, get in the back.
Thank God you made it, Hank. Oh, I have missed you so.
Time for that later, doll. All right, come on, get going.
Oh, hey, man, you sure are a mess.
Yeah, we had to crawl through the mud.
Yeah.
Hey, where are we heading?
Well, first to Masonville. We pick up the interstate there. I had a heck of a time finding my way in here. The rain didn't help either.
It helped us back at the stockade.
What's the matter?
Oh, I ripped myself crawling through the fence.
Is it bad?
I don't know. I don't think so. I haven't had a chance to look at it.
Well, maybe we should stop in Masonville, huh?
Are you crazy? Oh, you'll be all right. We don't dare stop. He's right. We'll keep going.
Oh,
what's the matter?
I just went past the road I'm supposed to take.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm positive. I turned right at the white sign coming in, so I'm supposed to turn left going out.
Well, they can't argue with you.
1 mile on this road, and then right at the cemetery.
Now what?
I know this was the road, but we should have come to the cemetery a long time ago.
We probably missed it in the rain. Maybe we should go back.
Yeah, we'll have to. That cemetery's my only guidepost. We're on dirt now. The roads coming in here are all paved.
Maybe we ought to stop and wait till daylight. Hey, there's a light up ahead. Let's ask. What are you, dummy? What do you think we are, tourists? They've had an alert out for us for an hour.
Well, look, maybe I should ask. You two stay in the car.
No. Wait a minute. It might not be so bad. It's isolated out here. Maybe they haven't heard about us. And even if they have, it doesn't make any difference.
What are you talking about?
We're going to spend the night in that house.
What?
No use wandering around getting lost in the rain. We're all going in and help ourselves to their hospitality. Hello?
What do you want?
Our car broke down. Can we use your phone?
What happened to you?
Haven't you ever seen mud before?
Well, come on in.
This is very kind of you, and this is...
Call me Granny Good. That's how I'm called.
We're on our way to Masonville, Granny. Can we call a service station?
Oh, well, there's the phone. I don't know if Amos had come out this late.
Oh, we don't mind waiting. I'll just...
My phone! What did you do that for?
You just got some unexpected overnight company, and we don't want to be disturbed.
Oh, you got some nerve.
Shut up. You got a radio?
Of course I got a radio. Oh, now I know what you want.
Shut up.
You're the prisoners that escaped from the army camp.
Oh, it didn't take them long to announce it.
They said you killed a guard.
Hank, you didn't.
We had to.
Oh, murderers. Get out of my house. Get out.
You just shut up, old lady.
You murderers, you'll not stay in my house.
Hank, an old woman.
You'll be sorry for that. Murderer.
Shut up, I said. Get us some food.
You'll be sorry.
Hank, why are you acting like this?
Leave me alone.
He's on edge, Dolly. We all are. The past couple of hours haven't been any picnics, you know.
What is it?
Your hip again?
Yeah,
Well, here. Here, sit down.
Okay.
Look, could we have some warm water and bandages? My husband's been hurt.
You expect me to nurse him?
No, I just asked
Not for a murderer. Let him suffer.
Get the bandages.
Hank.
Oh. All right, I'll get you some water. But don't think you scared me into it.
Come on, Hank. Now, relax.
Okay.
Coming here was your idea, Hank.
We got no other choice. We'll stay till daylight and then get moving.
Yeah, water and a bandage, and don't ask for anything more.
How about some food?
I don't have any food.
Yeah? What's in that pot on the fire?
Snakes and snails and puppy dog tails. You want some, sonny boy?
Don't get funny with me. Hey, look, old lady, we're going to stay here till morning, so just get used to the idea, huh? Well, look around.
Yeah.
See if there's anything we can use and find some food no matter what she says.
Hank, sit still. I'll fix your leg.
Now, just a minute.
Granny.
The gun again. Why? Why do you want to frighten me? Barge in and treat me like this? I know you're escaped murderers. Why don't you just go and leave me alone?
Hey, well, did you find anything?
Nothing much. There's a storeroom back here full of empty bottles, every size and shape.
Oh, so Granny likes to put up her own, huh? Where are the full bottles, Granny?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where's your booze? I could use a drink right now.
There's no liquor here.
Find it, Will.
Right.
No, don't open that cabinet.
Open it, Will.
No, please. It's locked.
Open it.
Oh, please, don't. Get away from there.
Hey, look at that.
Money.
It's mine.
Stacks and stacks of money. Just laying there.
Wow, that is something we can use.
No. Don't you dare touch that.
There's no hurry. We'll pack it up when we're ready to leave. All right, come on, Will. Wash up, and Dolly will find us something to drink. And eat.
You want some more salad?
Oh, no.
No, thanks. Me neither.
Hey, wasn't a bad meal.
Yeah, better than that garbage at the Army prison, eh, Hank?
I knew that old hag would soften up. Look at her, snoozing over there by the fire with her cauldrons and her cats. All she needs is a black-pointed hat.
Yeah. You know, I could use some sleep myself.
They'll take turns. There's nothing that old hag can do, but we better not take chances. She might run for help.
Yeah, still pouring rain, though.
That wouldn't stop her. She knows her way around here.
Well, look, I'll stay up. I'm too nervous to sleep anyway. I don't like the way that one cat keeps staring at us.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's bugging me, too.
What are you two trying to do? Spook us all?
I'll just be glad when we're out of here. Hank, why don't we leave now? Granny will tell us how to get to the main road into Masonville just to get rid of us.
No way. She could get us really lost or direct us right back to the Army base. Now, we'll wait for daylight.
She's waking up.
So what? I'm going to sleep.
You're all still here.
Yeah.
I thought you'd be gone by now. I told Rimba to send you away.
Who's Rimba?
My best friend. Aren't you, Rimba?
Yeah. Well, maybe he didn't get the message.
It's that cat that's been staring at us.
Send them away, Rimba. You have the power. Send them away.
Hank, I'm frightened.
Keep that cat away from us.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rimba. We've been hospitable long enough. Send them away.
If that cat comes any closer,
Hey! Rimba! You You've killed Rimba.
That cat was mad. It was attacking.
You killed Rimba. Now you'll pay. Murderers. You hit me. You steal my money. Eat my food. You kill my cat. Oh, you'll pay with your lives. You have no more chances left.
Hank, I'm scared to death.
She's going crazy. She's throwing things on the fire.
Oh, what can she do? That cat was gonna...
Fire first, and then the ash. Golden powder from the sash. Powder mixed with basil green. Mandrake root and things unseen. Now a grain into the fire to test fulfillment of desire.
Oh, it blew up.
What's going on, Hank?
I don't know. She's putting on some show.
Look, I don't like it. We've got to get out of here.
Killers of my faithful friend, on thee the hate of hell descend. Now, once again into the fire, complete fulfillment of desire.
No! I can't breathe.
Get out of here.
The whole room's filling with smoke.
How can we get out of here?
I can't see anything. Hey,
Dolly! Where are you?
I'm suffocating.
I'm over here.
Hey.
Where? Where are you? Dolly!
Well, that's one way of getting rid of unexpected and unwanted company. Smoke them out. And Granny is certainly within her rights when nothing but brutal treatment rewarded her hospitality. We'll see how our notorious trio makes out when I return shortly with Act Two.
The Evening Team on 1160 KSL, Information Radio.
We return now to the rather bizarre scene at the cottage of old Granny Good. After being terrorized by her very rude and ungrateful guests, she struck back by filling the cottage with smoke from a powder she threw into the fire. And at this moment, her unexpected company is making a hasty retreat.
Oh, Hank! Hank, I'm over here.
I see you. I can just make you out.
We found the door. Hurry up. The smoke's getting worse.
Okay. Let's go.
Oh, I can breathe.
All right, keep running. We'll get to the car.
Hey. The rain stopped.
Oh.
But it's so dark. I can't see either of you.
Oh, that's the way it is in the woods at night.
The car ought to be right over here. We parked close to the cottage.
Oh, I can't see it.
Look, we can't see the lights in the cottage anymore.
Did we run that far?
No, it didn't seem like it. Let's double back.
Hank, please, do you know which way we're going?
Yeah, back the way we came. We got to get to the car.
But Hank, we... No.
What happened?
I walked into a tree. I can't see a darn thing.
You got any matches?
No, have you?
No. Well, come on. We'll feel our way.
Yeah. We could walk around in circles in this dark. Oh, we gotta wait for morning.
That old woman's probably on her way to the police right now.
How? On her broom?
She couldn't get anywhere tonight. Will's right. We'll bed down here and wait till daylight.
Bed down? On this wet ground?
Okay. Let's relax. We can't walk around in circles. We'll have to make out as best we can right here.
Yeah.
It's not cold. Rain stopped. We'll just have to stay here till daylight. Then we'll see the cottage and get out of here.
Hank, you awake?
Yeah.
It's getting light.
Oh, yeah. Better get moving. Dolly. You all right, honey?
Oh, I'm so stiff.
You'll feel better once we get going.
Hey, Dolly. Look.
What?
Where's the cottage?
It's gone.
Well, we couldn't have wandered that far away from it.
Well, we did. We thought we were heading back for it in the dark. Instead, we were walking away from it.
What direction should we go?
Well, if we keep moving, we gotta come to a road sometime. Maybe the dirt road we came in on.
Okay. Hey, look. That looks like a path. Up ahead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the undergrowth isn't as thick up there.
Well, a path's gotta lead somewhere.
What do? We go right or left, huh?
Left. It seems to go up.
Yeah.
Maybe if we get to higher ground, we'll see the cottage.
Oh, okay. We go left.
Yeah.
Hank, suppose we can't find our way out of here. We don't have any water, any food.
Don't think like that, Dolly. We'll get out of here. We couldn't have come all that far from the cottage last night. We stopped walking after a few minutes. The cottage and that dirt road have to be close.
Yeah. But we may still be walking away from them. Oh, Hank, please, I gotta rest.
Yeah, okay. We'll stop for a while.
Oh.
My leg's bothering me, too.
I'm dying of thirst.
We all are.
It's so blasted hot, too, and still.
Hank?
Huh?
Do you notice something?
Like what?
There's no sound.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, not a rustle. No birds.
Come to think of it, I haven't seen any animals either, like a squirrel or chipmunk or anything. It's unnatural.
It's the heat.
I just wish we could find some water.
Well, look, you two stay here. Maybe I can scout around.
No. No, we gotta stick together.
Well, sitting here isn't gonna find us any water.
Relax, will you? Dolly's tired.
Well, so am I. But unless we keep going...
We'll go when Dolly's rested.
All right, stop it. I'm okay. Will's right. We ought to keep going. Hey, look. Look at that tree over there.
Huh? Where? Huh?
To the left. No branches, just flowers at the top. If I wasn't so miserable, they would be almost beautiful.
It's probably a vine, like the bougainvilleas in California. When I was in L.A. one time... Hey, up ahead. It's a clearing.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, yeah. Maybe we can get our bearings if we get out of this undergrowth.
Hey, come on.
Yeah, maybe there's a pond or a stream or something.
Wow. Look at the size of that rock.
That's bigger than a house.
And white.
It's like a whole hill collapsed into a pile of white boulders.
Look, I'm gonna try and scale this one. Maybe I can get a clue about where we are.
Be careful.
It's not too bad. I can get a footing.
Looks like about 30 feet up.
It's a solid rock. Not a branch or a blade of grass.
See anything?
Not yet. I'm going higher.
Take it easy.
Wow. What a sight.
What is it?
Hundreds of these things. It's like a desert of white boulders. Far as you can see.
Dead end?
There's some funny-looking trees in the distance and... Hey, yeah! It looks like a road.
A road? How far?
It's hard to judge from here, but... maybe 2 miles. We'll have to cross over these rocks.
Are you sure it's a road?
Wait a second.
Yeah, I'm sure. It is. It's a paved road running straight along the line of trees. Good. Okay, come on down.
Oh, Hank, we're finally getting out of here.
Yeah, but let's not waste any time. How much farther?
Well, we're almost to the road. You can see the line of trees.
This leg's killing me. You know, I think it's infected.
I've got to have some water.
It's not far now. We're coming out of the rocks now.
Okay, where's the road?
I don't know. It was along here. I saw it.
Nothing. Nothing but more jungle.
We're back in the woods.
I know there was a road.
You thought you saw a road, you damn idiot! That was a mirage! We come all this way for a mirage!
Well, how was I to know?
God, we're lost. We're lost, Jack. We're lost.
Shut up, Dolly!
We're going to die here. I know it. We're never going to find
Stop it, will you? Okay. All right, we all got to rest now. The heat's getting to us. And I can't go another step on this leg without some rest.
Oh, well, that's just great. What are we going to have to do, carry you?
You're going to have to carry me if I don't get some water.
Now, look, we've been pushing for hours. Let's try to calm down. All right, we're lost, but... What?
Listen.
What is it?
What would someone be doing making a sound like that?
Whoever it is probably won't know about us. We can ask him how to get out of here. He's got to know how he got in.
Sounds like he's clearing brush.
He's coming closer. What is it?
Oh, my God!
It looks like an ant! A giant ant!
Oh, Hank! It's as big as I am!
All right, get back under these rocks. It hasn't seen us.
I'm going to be sick. Oh, Hank.
Down and quiet. Oh, my leg is...
Hank, it can't be an ant.
Well, you saw it.
But I don't believe it. What's it doing now?
Hey, it looks like it's eating a plant.
Oh, what are we going to do?
Pray it doesn't try to eat us.
It could.
Stop it! I can't stand it!
Will you shut up?
I think it's seen us. Oh, heard it.
Yeah, it's waving those things on its head.
It's trying to find out where we are.
Don't anybody move a muscle. It'll stop moving.
We're just dreaming this. There can't be ants that big.
I think it's spotted us.
I can't look.
It's moving this way. It's moving.
We can't fight it.
We gotta get back under those boulders. They form a natural cave back there.
Yeah, well, I can't make it fast on this leg.
You've got to. Take his arm, Dolly.
I can't move.
Okay. I'll make it on my own.
I can't move.
Hey, Will, help her. I'll drag myself.
It's attacking!
No! I can't stand this! I can't stand it!
Here, fast! Give me a hand, Hank.
I'm not going to make it. Save Dolly.
You make it.
I'll get you in here.
Dolly's all right.
Hey, if a thing that big stings you, you're dead.
No, it can't reach us in here. Oh, we're okay now.
I can't. It can't be real. That can't be real.
Oh, that was straight out of a nightmare. I got chills all over.
I can't stop shaking.
We're so hideous.
Has it gone?
No.
It might be trying to find another way in.
Oh, no.
Oh, Gosh, that's an ugly thing. Oh, it's moving away. Back into the woods.
Oh, thank heaven.
How could an ant get to be that size? I mean, this isn't Mars. It's Louisiana.
What do you... Hey, maybe it's mechanical.
What? What do you mean, mechanical?
Well, some kind of vehicle the Army's been testing. Remote control, maybe. Oh, we've been walking in this heat for hours. No sleep, no food, no water. We could be imagining anything.
It tried to attack us. I was no vehicle.
Well, then how do you explain an ant as big as a lion?
I don't know.
Well, whatever it was, it's gone.
But it's still out there. Somewhere.
What else, indeed? Could there really be an ant as big as a lion? There are such things as mutations, we're told. I'd certainly hate to have one of them show up at one of my picnics. But if that's any indication of what lies ahead in this strange Louisiana wood, it won't be any picnic for Hank, Will, and Dolly when we return shortly with Act 3.
KSL, Salt Lake City.
No escape goes unpursued. And at the moment, while Hank, Will, and Dolly are considering their predicament, their pursuers are hot on the trail. Let's return to Granny Good's cottage as a car bearing the word sheriff on its doors winds its way up the road and then suddenly stops.
Something wrong, Sheriff? Yeah. That car by Granny Good's cottage. It's got out-of-state plates. Don't see many of them around here. Let's walk the rest of the way. Keep your gun handy.
Harley and Chase were on foot when they left the stockade.
Well, they could have been picked up by somebody.
Hi, Roy.
Hi, Granny. Everything all right here?
No, it ain't. I just got finished burying Rimba, my favorite cat.
Whose car?
That belongs to the fellas I think you're looking for.
They've been here.
They were here. They're gone now.
Without their car?
Oh, Granny, this here's Major Thomas from the Army base where those two fellows escaped from. He's investigating.
How do, Major?
Hello, Mr. Good. You say they were here and then left without their car, is that right?
Last night. A few hours after they came. And good riddance. They're nothing but murderers. They killed my cat, my Rimba. And they hit me, tried to steal my money.
Yeah, well, now, if they didn't take their car, where'd they go?
I don't know. It was pouring rain. They run out into the woods. There's the girl with them.
She drove the getaway car.
Well, she said she was the wife of one of them.
Yep, Hank Farley's wife. Chase wasn't married.
Oh, well, come on in out of the heat. I have lemonade ready.
All right, tell us what happened last night, Granny.
Well, Roy, they bust in here around 10 o'clock.
Oh, they traveled fast. First alarm went out at 9.
They were all covered with mud. But I'd heard it on the radio. I knew who they were. And they pulled the phone out of the wall.
But what made them leave? How'd they run into strange woods they didn't know?
Oh, it beats me. Oh, here's your lemonade, Major.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Roy?
Oh, thank you.
Major, I don't think you're ever going to find them. Those woods out there, one wrong step and you're lost forever.
I don't think we ought to wait any longer.
I'm not moving from here. Not while that thing is out there.
Dolly, it's gone.
Gone where? If we go into the woods again, it'll find us.
Well, we can't stay here forever. We got to keep trying.
We'll keep out of the woods for a while. Look down there. It's like a sandy path along the edge of the forest.
Yeah.
But let's follow that.
Okay.
No.
Now, Dolly, we got to.
Hank, I'm afraid.
Once we get going, you'll feel better. It's sitting around here imagining things that's getting to us.
Come on. Come on, I'll help you.
Oh. Guess I don't have any choice. Oh, I am so thirsty.
How's that leg, Hank?
Oh, boy, it hurts like the devil. But I don't have any choice either.
Is anything out there?
No. Not a sound either.
Okay. Let's go. You know, seems to be getting lighter. I think we're coming to something.
What do you mean, coming to something?
Well, another clearing, maybe.
The sand strip's getting wider. Look, it's like a desert.
They have deserts in Louisiana?
Well, what do you call that? There's nothing but more sand up ahead.
Well, it's better than jungle.
Well, what do you think? Shall we go across?
We don't know what's on the other side.
Well, we don't know what's behind us either. I'm going to move up a bit. See if there's anything to give us a bearing. Sand's deeper here. You sink in over your ankles.
Well, be careful.
See anything? Yeah! Hey, what's the matter?
I don't know. It's as though something hit me, but there's nothing here.
Well, you all right?
Well, I will be when I find out what the... Wait, Hank, this is the damnedest thing.
What is it?
It's a force field of some kind.
What do you mean?
Force field?
Look, we're standing here. Now walk straight ahead. Slowly.
Okay.
Ah! It knocks you back.
Stay back, Dolly.
Don't worry.
Now I'm convinced of it. We're wandering around an army testing ground. This is another one of their experiments.
Is there a way around it?
Somewhere, probably. Yeah, but where?
You can actually reach out and touch it. It's like feeling your way along an invisible wall.
You know what this means? We're right back in prison again. Our only escape is into the waiting hands of Major Thomas.
We'll have to go back.
Go back to where?
Well, hold up a second. Look off there to the left. Nothing but sky. I think the land drops away at the edge of the woods.
Oh, let's find out. Maybe we can get a bearing, huh?
Oh, Hank, I'm so tired. I can't keep going.
Okay, honey, okay. Sit here for a few minutes. Will and I want to check out that cliff.
Hey, we're high, all right. Nothing but space out there.
Don't go so close to the edge.
Look down there, will you? Did you ever see anything like it?
No.
The strangest looking plants I've ever seen. It's not like the woods anymore.
Yeah, tall, spindly things. And flowers. Don't make sense.
Look at this. Look at this thing. Over here.
Ah!
What is
Hey, Will! Will, hang on!
I'm sliding!
What's happened?
I can't stop!
Will's going down the cliff!
What can we do?
There's no way to stop it!
Oh, keep watching.
Hey, wait a minute! He's grabbed hold of a plant. Hey, Will! Are you all right?
He can't hear you.
He seems okay. He's pulling himself up on the plant.
Hank! Look! Oh, my God! The plant's crushing him. It's closing around him.
It can't be!
Oh, Hank, do something. The plant is swallowing him. We're never going to get out of this place. I know that. We can't get out.
Dolly, please, don't let go.
We're not in Louisiana. We're in hell. When I was a little girl, I used to have bad dreams about hell. My mama would say, Dolly, if you're not a good girl, the devil will get you. And you'll go to that place.
Stop it,
and I'd
Dolly.
go to bed and I would
Stop.
think about hell. And I'd dream about it. Oh, God. And now I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, honey.
Oh, Mama. Can I have a drink of water, Mom? I promise I won't call again, Mom.
Oh, Lord. Dolly.
It's so dark, and I'm so thirsty. Mama, don't make me get out of bed. Oh, please. Water. I hear water. It's water.
Dolly, don't go out there.
It's water. It's dripping off that big leaf. Oh, it's water at last.
Dolly, come back here. Dolly! Dolly! It's after the water, too. It's the ant.
Help me! Help me!
I can't move. Dolly! Dolly!
Well, thank you for the lemonade, Mr. Good, and the information.
I'll have Fred and Tony up here in about 20 minutes.
Oh, whatever you think best.
And I'll get the phone company out to fix your phone before dark. You can't be without that.
Oh, I'd appreciate it, Roy.
All right, we'll be in touch, Granny.
Major, are you married?
Well, yes, I am.
Well, then I'd be most happy if you'd take this to your wife. A little token of my appreciation.
Why, it's very beautiful.
Well, it's a terrarium. I see you've been admiring it.
Granny's terrariums are famous around these parts, Major. Everybody buys them. My wife's got one with a plant that eats meat.
That's the Venus flytrap. There's one in this glass, too.
Well, thank you very much. My wife will really enjoy it.
My pleasure. Oh, something wrong, Major?
Well, I thought I saw something moving in there.
Well, it might be an ant. Sometimes they're in the earth when I plant them. It does no harm.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Good, and don't worry. We'll get those men.
Well, you never know. You might be closer than you think.
Well, after all, this is the age of miniaturization, and even witches have to keep up with the times. It appears that Granny Good reduced her problem to the smallest common denominator and arrived at a satisfactory solution. It also strikes me as a convenient way to lose weight or avoid a bill collector, unless, of course, one goes too far and finds himself reduced to nothing. I'll be back shortly. Hank, Will, and Dolly might well have heeded a popular saying before tampering with Granny Good. Never underestimate the power of a woman, particularly one with lots of cats and a cauldron bubbling over the fire. We'll be stirring up some more suspense and terror for you on our next Mystery Theater tale. So do join us again. Our cast included Terry Keane, Robert Dryden, Bob Caliban, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health, and Truchet, the beforehand lotion, present the Eddie Cantor Show, with our special guest, Alan Ladd, the star of the Paramount picture, And Now Tomorrow. Also Nora Martin, Bert Gordon, our Russian friend, Billy Gray, Leonard Sousa's orchestra, The Sportsman, yours truly, Harry Von Zell, and starring Eddie Cantor.
Little Rhode Island, the smallest of the 48. You've got no prairie moon for which coyotes croon. But I still think that you're great. You're such a teensy-weensy, poor little Rhode Island. Let all the Texans yip-yi-yay. You're still the best part of this land I dearly love. And I'll include Iowa. They've written songs about the South. They've written songs about the North. And I have heard them say there's nothing finer than Carolina in the morning. But how about the nights in poor little Rhode Island? Be careful if you're fancy free. In Providence, one day, she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. Let the sun shine bright on your old Kentucky home. Rhode Island's the place for me. And here's another chorus. Poor little Rhode Island, be careful if you're fancy free. In Providence, one day, she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. California, here I go. Way back east where they've got snow. Poor little Rhode Island, that's the place for me. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Harry, tonight, no jokes about Thanksgiving. But don't forget you're coming to my Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow.
Oh, yes, yeah.
You should have been at my party last year, Harry. What a spread. Well, we had roast duck, roast turkey.
Yeah, but Eddie...
fried chicken, squab on toast.
Look, Eddie, I was there last year.
Wasn't that salami delicious?
Yeah, Eddie, but wasn't that unusual, having salami and cranberry sauce?
Well, Harry, I did have a turkey last year, but it was so tough I was afraid to cook it.
It was tough.
Harry, they sent this bird to our boys in Australia. It flew back across the Pacific under its own power, and when it landed in my backyard, it had 3 rising suns painted on its chest.
Eddie, listen. That I don't believe.
Well, that's why I had to have salami for Thanksgiving, Harry.
Well, listen, you ought to be ashamed of yourself,
What?
Eddie. Well, as cheap as Jack Benny is, even he had a turkey last Thanksgiving.
I know, Harry. I tasted it at Jack's house, and it was delicious.
Oh, you were at Jack Benny's house last Thanksgiving?
No, last week. Jack makes a turkey go a long way. But I have a surprise for you, Harry.
What?
Tomorrow we're going to have a big 20-pound turkey.
Oh, boy.
I got to go now and pick it up. The Mad Russian, is out getting some of the other things, Harry.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cantor.
Well, Leonard Seuss. Come in, Leonard. Hey, Leonard, you know you're coming to my house tomorrow night for dinner, huh?
Gee, that's swell. But if I don't eat anything, it's because I'm in love.
So you're really in love, huh?
Yeah. This morning when I got up, I put my left shoe on my right foot and my right shoe on my left foot.
Oh, boy, must be love.
Besides, they feel better that way.
You know, Leonard, I've invited Nora Martin to my house, too. Oh, hello, Nora.
Hello, Mr. Cantor.
Say, listen, Nora, what attraction have you and Leonard got for each other?
Well, we're both the same type. We're both very shy.
That's right.
You see, Mr. Cantor, when I see a boy, I run and hide in a closet.
Yeah, and when I see a girl, I run and hide in a closet.
Yeah, but what fun is that?
We both pick the same closet.
Oh! Is that the phone?
Yeah.
Wonder who that is. Hello? Hello?
How do you do?
That's Crosby the Russian. Hello, Russian.
Yes?
Tell me, did you get those cigarettes yet?
Right now, I'm in the store.
Yeah?
They haven't any Rollies, Camels, or All Golds. But do you like Philip Morris?
Yes.
They haven't got them either.
How can you afford to be so stupid?
I got a B-book.
Never mind that. Isn't there any place where you can get cigarettes?
Well, last night I met a beautiful cigarette girl.
Yeah?
She had Lucky Strikes, All Golds, Chesterfields, and Camels.
What did you get?
A black eye. She also had a husband.
It serves you right.
Cantor,
Yeah.
you know something?
Mm-hmm.
Before I found out this cigarette girl was married, I kissed her.
Yeah, what about it?
Does your cigarette girl taste different lately?
Russian, forget the cigarettes. I want you to come right over to my house.
I'll be there in a jitney.
Oh, all right. Harry.
Yes, Eddie.
I've got to go down to the butcher shop to get the turkey.
Yeah.
And I want you to meet me at my house later. What a dinner we're going to have. Soup, salad, turkey, dressing, cranberry sauce, sweet potatoes, and pie.
Oh, no, not that.
Why, Harry? What's wrong?
Well, Eddie, with all that food, some people are going to feel awfully miserable the day after, you know.
Not if you give them a second helping.
Second helping?
Yes, I mean the advice you give our listeners every Wednesday night.
Oh.
What you say only takes a second, and it's helping millions of people feel better and faster.
Yes, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, if on the morning after Thanksgiving you wake up feeling sick and headachy due to overindulgence, take a glass of sparkling Sal Hepatica. For Sal Hepatica taken then will bring quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that means you don't have to wait until night to take the laxative you need right away. You don't have to risk feeling miserable all day. What's more, Sal Hepatica gives you this additional advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, why don't you get yourself a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist? Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. Now, folks, while Eddie Cantor visits the butcher shop, Leonard Seuss and his trumpet bring you Stardust. Leonard?
But look, Butcher, I've got to get a big turkey for my Thanksgiving party. How much is that fat one over there?
Sorry, buddy, but the wife ain't for sale.
That's your wife. Oh, congratulations.
Are you kidding? Now, in this case, we have two kinds of turkeys. Western-bred turkeys and Vermont-bred turkeys.
How can you tell them apart?
The ones from Vermont are still wearing Dewey buttons.
Well, will you weigh a big one for me, please?
Oh, yes, sir. This turkey weighs 83 pounds.
83? Uh-huh. Tell me, how much does it weigh when you take your thumb off the scale?
Let me see, 40 pounds.
Uh-huh. How much is it when you take your knees off?
Let me see, help me down, will you?
Of course. Well, there you are.
Yeah. Well, what do you know?
What?
There's no turkey on this scale.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
See, I'll tell you what, Cantor. If you really want a big turkey, you'll have to buy a live one and kill it yourself. Now, here's a pip.
Oh, God. What does he weigh? I mean, without you, Herman. What does he weigh, this one?
Oh, 30 pounds. 30 times 60, $18.
$18. There you are. 15, 16. Here you are.
Thank you.
Gee, Herman, the way he's looking at me. What did a turkey ever do to me? How could I ever kill him?
Cantor, you'll kill him. Just make believe he's a stork.
Well, Harry, won't our wives be surprised when they come home and find out we have the Thanksgiving dinner all prepared?
Yeah, but, gee, I wish my wife would get here to take care of the baby.
Oh, Harry, you shouldn't be like that. Your wife's doing a good job where she is. Wrapping Christmas presents for soldiers in hospitals?
Yeah, I know, but leaving me with a baby. I've done more wrapping today than she has.
Oh, stop. Let's get on with the Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, well, what about the turkey, Eddie?
Harry.
What?
I haven't the heart to kill the turkey, Harry.
Well,
I can't do it. If he looked a little like Jessel, I wouldn't mind, really. But I can't kill him. So you know what? Harry, I called up a couple of the boys and told them to send over the toughest guy in Hollywood to do it for me.
Eddie, you didn't.
Yep. Oh, that's what you get for yelling. You woke up the baby.
Oh, well, it must be feeding time. I'll give him his milk, huh?
Yeah. I can't get over it. You're naming him after me, Eddie Cantor Von Zell, Jr.
Yeah.
I wonder what he'll be when he grows up. What did you want to be when you were a kid, Harry?
Well, I'll tell you, Eddie.
Well, don't laugh. What did you want to be, Harry?
Well, I wanted to be a taxidermist, but I didn't have the stuff.
No, not that. No. Harry, stop showing off in front of your kid.
Yeah. Here, come on, son. Take this milk your daddy's holding. You know, if you drink your milk like a good boy, you'll grow up to be big and strong and have muscles, like your mother.
Go.
Oh. Listen to him, Eddie. Go.
I wonder what the baby tries to say when he says go. Huh?
Nothing. Go. They're always wondering why I say goo. If I get any more of that milk, I'll be saying moo. Why don't they give me a steak? Guess it's 'cause I ain't got no teeth. I ain't even got hair. Gee, I'm a mess. Gosh, if I look like this now, what will I look like when I get to be my old man's age? Probably like my old man. Wanted to be a taxidermist, but he didn't have the stuff. P.U. Wonder why he don't tell those bum jokes around my mother. Maybe he did once. That's how he found out she had muscles. Uh-oh. What is my old man bringing now? I knew it. Over on my back. Grab my legs. More talcum powder. That stuff tickles. I know if he sprinkles it on me, I'm going to giggle. I'll...
Isn't my baby wonderful?
Yeah. Eddie Cantor Von Zell, Jr. Harry, I tell you...
Uh-oh, telephone again.
Hello? Who's this speaking?
Hello, Mr. Who's this?
Russian, this is Cantor. Now, what's with the cigarettes?
I got you plenty of cigarettes. Lucky's, Chesterfields, Old Gold, Philip Morris, Raleigh's, and some of them have hardly been smoked.
Russian! You mad Russian! You've been picking up butts!
But only in classy neighborhoods.
How could you stoop so low?
I bend over and there I am.
Any man that would send you on an errand must be a stupid, moronic idiot.
How do you do?
Hurry back to the house, will you, please? Hey, Harry, the Russian will be here in a... Leonard, what are you doing here?
Well, Nora and I came to help you prepare the Thanksgiving dinner, but she's in the kitchen with Harry Von Zell. The cad.
Tell me, are you jealous?
No, but I got a good mind to walk in that kitchen and say, put up your hands and fight.
You going to say that to Harry?
No, to Nora.
Oh, I can't believe... Leonard, let's tiptoe over to the kitchen and see what's happening.
Nora, may I? Just once?
No, Harry.
Oh, please. You know how I love to slice bread, especially whole wheat.
All right, go ahead, Harry. In the meanwhile, I'll wash these dishes for Mrs. Cantor. I've already put in the hot water and the soap.
Yeah, but wait, Nora, wait. I must read my poem before you do the dishes.
Oh, I love poetry.
Oh, well, then listen to this. I love thee, child, as a father loves a daughter. So heed these words of devotion. Ere you put your hands in that hot, soapy water, use Truchet, the beforehand lotion.
Harry, that's poetry?
Yeah, well, it's a...
Harry, don't you know that rhyme doesn't pay?
Oh, now, wait just a minute, Nora. In this case, it does pay very well. For it will pay you to smooth on a little Truchet before you put your hands in hot, soapy water. Then Truchet will really help you to keep your hands smooth, soft, and lovely. For Truchet's beforehand protection will help guard your hands, even in hot, soapy water. Will help protect them from roughness and dryness. So why don't you help yourself to softer, smoother, lovelier hands? Begin today to use Truchet. Trushay. Truchet. Hey, Eddie.
Yeah?
Who is that fella coming up the walk there?
I don't know. Maybe it's the tough guy they sent over to kill the turkey for me. Harry, look. It's Alan Ladd.
You? Eddie Cantor?
In the flesh.
Yeah, you ought to send it out to be pressed.
Oh, that's very funny.
Shut up. Who's that guy?
That's Harry Von Zell, our radio announcer.
You know, that's funny. Some guy I bumped off yesterday looked just like him.
He did?
Yeah. Well, after I bumped him off.
Oh, that's a good one.
Shut up. All right, come on now. Let's get on business.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have a little job for you to do, Mr. Ladd. Do you think you can handle it?
There's no job too tough for me. In the old days, I could take a pistol and shoot a cigarette out of a guy's mouth.
You could?
Yeah. But nowadays, I just shoot the guy and grab the cigarette.
Oh, I see.
Hey, what's that?
Oh, well, look, you woke up the baby.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was a baby here.
Sure, there he is, right over there in the crib.
Oh, what a cute little guy. Look at him peeking through those bars. What's he in for?
Nothing.
Oh, framed, huh?
No, that's his crib. He plays in that.
Yeah? Well, little fella, here's something to play with.
Hey, no, listen, don't give him that gun. He might shoot himself.
Nah, he's too young to know he's your kid.
Oh, you shouldn't have given the baby your gun, Mr. Ladd.
Come on, we're wasting time. You sent me $25. You got a killing you want done, right?
Right.
Okay, but you guys will have to get rid of the body.
Oh, we're not going to get rid of the body.
You're not?
No.
What are you going to do with it?
We're going to put it in the oven.
The body?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Somebody's been telling you wrong.
Look, you don't understand. We've got a lot of guests coming over to dinner, and if you don't kill this bird, they'll have nothing to eat when they get here.
You mean you're going to eat? No.
Not that.
Eddie, well, let me explain this. Look, mister, all we want you to do is take your axe and go out in the backyard.
An axe? Hey, wait a minute, boys. I've had enough of this. I just came over here to do a little job. I don't want to win the Academy Award.
Look, you've got it all wrong. We've been trying to explain we want you to kill our Thanksgiving turkey.
You mean to say you had me come all the way over here to kill a turkey?
Yeah.
You two guys, two full-grown men? Well, 1.5. You mean you two guys haven't enough heart to kill a turkey?
That's right, Mr. Ladd. You've got to help us.
Well, I haven't got the heart either. After all, a bird is man's best friend. I like birds. Why, I even tip my hat when I pass an owl drugstore.
Yeah, but you promised to do the job, and we paid you the money, you know.
All right, here's your $25. I don't take that kind of money.
Oh, yellow, huh?
Sure he is. Your reputation is at stake, Alan Ladd. What will Paramount say when they find out that you haven't even got the nerve to kill a turkey?
Don't let them know about it.
What will Paramount say when they find out that you're not a tough guy after all?
Oh, don't let them know about it, please.
Instead of running gangsters out of town, they'll have you chasing Dorothy Lamour through the jungle.
Let them know about it.
Oh, come on, Alan. You've got to do it.
Well, maybe I wouldn't feel so bad if we make it look like an accident.
Yeah, an accident.
No. If we could get the turkey to cross Hollywood Boulevard against the light.
In Hollywood, it would be better with the light.
Hey, I got it.
Yeah?
You want to kill a turkey, and you want to cook him right.
Yes.
Well, suppose you lock the turkey in the closet.
Yeah?
Then we set fire to your house.
No, that's no good.
Yeah, we won't know when the turkey's done.
That's right.
That's right.
Hey, wait a minute, I got an idea. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, Mr. Ladd, what do you say?
Yeah, I think all the worries with the turkey are over.
How did you get rid of him? Is he dead?
No, not yet. I put him in the garage, closed the doors, stopped up the cracks, and turned on the car motor. The gas from the exhaust will do the rest.
Gee, that's swell. Did you hear that, Harry? Hey, Harry. Harry, where's Von Zell?
Oh, I left him in the garage with the turkey to see if it would work.
My goodness, Harry!
Did you call me, Eddie?
Oh, Harry, are you all right? You weren't overcome by carbon monoxide gas?
No, Eddie, but I sure would have been if that turkey hadn't got up and turned off the car motor.
Say, Cantor.
Yeah.
Why don't you forget about the turkey? I'll get my gun and bump off Von Zell.
Hey! What was that gunshot?
My baby! He's still got Alan Ladd's gun.
Holy smokes, did he hit anything?
Well, I don't see. Hey, look.
Harry, what are you laughing at?
The baby. He killed the turkey.
Eddie Cantor Von Zell Jr. Thanks, Alan Ladd. And while we were in a Thanksgiving mood, we'd like to pay tribute to Charles Tobias, who for the past 25 years has been writing songs for your enjoyment, ladies and gentlemen. Leonard Seuss and the orchestra, the Sportsmen, Nora Martin and I bring you a few of Charlie's song hits.
When your hair has turned to silver, I will love you just the same. I will only call you sweetheart. That will always be your name.
Gee, but you're swell. When I say swell, I mean you're lovely as well. When I say lovely, I mean glorious too. I'm mad about you. You're about the grandest thing that I ever knew.
Wait for me, Mary, till the world will sing again, till I bring my love again to you.
Don't sweetheart me if you don't mean it. Don't talk sweet words if they're not true. I wish that I could hide inside this letter and seal me up and send me out to you. What a surprise in store. They bring me to your door. I'd pop right out and kiss you like you've never been kissed before. But don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me. No, no, no. Anyone else but me. No, no, no. Anyone else but me. Miss you. Since you've been away, what a G.I. Joe can do to Superman. We did it before. We'll do it again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thanksgiving will be over on Friday. But we here in America ought not to stop giving thanks to the Yanks who gave. Let's remember our sick and wounded fighting men in the Army and Navy hospitals. A gift from you will mean a brighter and merrier Christmas for them. Why not put your thanks to those Yanks into a Christmas package and send it to your nearest American Legion post? Or, if you buy that extra gift in a department store, just ask the clerk to send it to the Legion post for you. Let's make sure that every sick and wounded fighting man knows you remembered him on Christmas Day by giving a gift to a Yank who gave. I love to spend each Wednesday with you as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I Listen again next week, same time, when we will broadcast from the Navy's 6th War Loan exhibit in Chicago. And in the meantime, don't forget the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible. Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health and True Shave, the beforehand lotion. Sal Hepatica, True Shave. Good night, everybody.
Here, wait a minute there. Don't you go around suffering from that cold that way. Help yourself to fast relief with Minute Rub. Minute Rub is a modern chest rub that will really help bring relief from those annoying cold symptoms. All you have to do is rub a little Minute Rub on your back and chest, and in a few seconds there'll be a pleasant sensation of warmth as Minute Rub helps soothe that cold discomfort. At the same time, Minute Rub's menthol vapors will help relieve that clogged up feeling in your nose and throat. So get yourself a jar of Minute Rub. It takes just a minute to use, and it sure will help you to get fast relief, pleasant relief from unpleasant cold symptoms. Ask for Minute Rub.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles, transcribed.
A clash between generations
I hate him.
triggers an escape into fantasy.
My little warrior wants to see more out of life than just fighting, eh?
But a parasite invades the Enterprise.
Is it big enough to cause a threat?
And Worf and his son are trapped in its path of destruction.
There won't be a ship left to reach the Polaris field.
Life signs are failing.
Primary power systems are going down.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
We present Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband, a new series based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, two people who live together and like it, starring Miss Ball with Richard Denning. As we look in on the Cougats this morning, something new has been added. There's a moving van in front of the house next door. But, of course, the new neighbors don't interest Liz Cougat in the least.
Liz,
Yes, George?
you've been standing at that window for an hour.
Oh, I have not.
Yes, you have. You ought to be ashamed. Now, come away from there. They might see you.
No, they won't, George. They're too far away.
Well, then how can you see anything?
I'm using your binoculars.
Oh, Liz. Put those things down.
But I can see so much with them. Oh, my goodness. That must be the lady who's going to live next door. Oh, what a spook. She's got big eyes on the side of her head and 6 legs.
What?
Oh, my mistake. I was looking at a fly on the windowsill. Oh, they're taking in a barrel now, and it's full of their very best china.
Now, how can you tell that?
Because the moving men dropped it off the truck and bounced it along the sidewalk.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Oh, there's the lady who's moving in. She's standing by the curb with 1 foot on her chest.
I beg your pardon?
She has 1 foot on her chest. It's a Chinese chest.
What nationality is the rest of her?
Oh, don't be silly. Now leave me alone.
Oh, Liz, please, don't be so nosy.
Oh, there goes their living room couch. It's not so hot.
It's just plain spying. You don't catch me doing anything like that.
Oh, there goes a lot of fishing equipment.
Hand me those glasses.
I knew that would get you. Here.
Ah, there goes a shotgun. And a big leather chair, probably for the den.
You know, George, now that I see you doing it, it does look awful. I'm not going to spy on them anymore.
Must have money, too. There goes a beautiful mink coat.
Hand me those glasses. That's the kind of mink that lays eggs at Easter.
Now, Liz, we've got to stop peeking at them from behind curtains.
You're right, George. I'll go over and peek at them in person.
No. Oh, honey, I know you like to be neighborly, but sometimes you carry it too far.
I do not. When the Crawfords lived there, they didn't complain that I was running over all the time, did they?
No, they took the easy way out. They moved.
Oh, George. Oh, look, there's Corey.
I wonder what he's doing here so early.
Maybe he's just getting home. He's probably been up all night dancing as usual.
Oh, hello, Corey.
Hi, George.
Oh, Corey, what are you doing up so early?
I came over to talk to George. What time is it?
8 o'clock.
No.
Yes, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, is there an 8 o'clock in the morning, too?
He's in much worse shape than I thought.
What's in your mind, Corey?
Well, I came over to congratulate you, George. You're about to become a mother.
A mother?
What am I going to do, become a father?
This is a great break for you, George. Starting tomorrow, you're going to be responsible for 130 children.
Over my dead body.
Well, it's this way, Liz. My mother's club is setting up a trust fund for an orphan's home they run, and I've suggested George for the trustee. Means a big account for your bank, George.
Oh, that's swell of you, Corey.
You just have to be passed on by Mr. Brennan, the head of the home, but that'll be no problem.
Well, you better run along to the bank. Kiss me goodbye, Mother. By the time you get home, I'll know all about the people next door.
Liz, I want you to promise me you won't go over there today. Now, we'll get to know them soon enough.
Well, all right, I promise. You never can have any fun around here.
Goodbye, Liz.
Goodbye, Corey. Goodbye, Shorty.
What do you mean, Shorty?
Oh, I was looking at you through the wrong end of the binoculars. Bye, George.
Mrs. Cougat, aren't you afraid the new neighbors may get suspicious and realize we're looking at them?
Oh, why should they? We're just doing our cleaning.
Yeah, but we've been washing these same two windows all afternoon.
Katie, you're right. We'll stop this minute. We're being completely unladylike and unneighborly. And besides, the moving van just left.
Oh, my, they carried in a lot of junk, didn't they?
I've been watching them move furniture for nigh under 30 years, and I've never seen such choice, ripe junk.
With women who know junk best, it's Mrs. Cougat 2-1.
Oh, I'd love to find out what she's like, Katie.
Oh, so would I.
Of course, I promised George I wouldn't. But you know, she might be lonely.
Do you think so?
Yes. She'll get to brooding and wonder why her neighbors haven't come to see her. She'll feel she isn't welcome and become moody and depressed and despondent. Finally, she'll shut all the windows and turn on the gas. Goodbye, Katie.
Well, where are you going?
Next door. If I hurry, I may be able to save her life.
Mrs. Cougat, I think it was real sweet of you to drop over like this.
Well, I thought it was the neighborly thing to do.
I do, too. Usually, when you move into a new neighborhood, the people don't come over at all. They just stand behind their curtains and spy.
No.
Yeah.
Why, the old snoops.
Mrs. Cougat, after we get settled, maybe you'd be good enough to find me some help. You certainly have two wonderful maids.
Two?
Yes, and are they thorough? They spent the whole day cleaning the same two windows.
Well, we have just one maid, Katie. I'm letting the other one go. The red-haired one with the nice figure.
Oh? Well, then maybe I could get her to work for me.
No, you wouldn't like her. She's too inquisitive. Got her big nose and everything. That's why I'm firing her. I can't stand that in a person.
Neither can I. Oh, dear, the movers left that Chinese chest in the living room. I wanted it in the main hall.
I wondered where you were going to use that.
What?
I mean, it's wonderful. Don't ever lose that. Well, I'll run along. If there's anything I can do for you, now you let me know.
Well, there is one little favor, if it wouldn't be imposing.
Of course not. What is it?
Could you take care of my little Stevie for this afternoon?
Why, of course. I adore children. I'll take him to a movie.
I don't think you'd be very popular. He's only 4 months old.
4 months? Oh, well, then I guess a movie is out of the question. He couldn't chew the popcorn.
Well, it won't be for long. I just have to get 1 carload of things from my old house. I'll leave the key in case you need anything. Oh, you know how to feed a baby, don't you?
Now, don't you worry. If you're late getting home, he can eat with us. I'll just tell Katie to throw on another pork chop. All right, Stevie. Now you sit right here until Liz decides what to do with you. Well, sit up. Why do you keep falling over all the time? All right, I'll hold you. There. I'm pretty good with babies. How would you like to have me for a mother, huh? don't have to get nasty about it.
Oh, Mrs. Cougat.
What is it, Katie?
Mr. Cougat just pulled into the driveway. He's home early.
Oh, darn it. I thought I'd have the baby back by the time he came home. Here, take him in the other room.
All right, come on, baby.
Hi, Liz. I'm home early.
No.
Yeah. That fellow from Corey's orphanage couldn't make it this afternoon. He was moving or something.
That's good. Let's go for a walk, dear.
No, I'd rather just relax. Well, what happened around here today, Liz? What's new?
Oh, nothing. What's new with you?
Nothing. Liz, what's that crying?
What crying?
That crying.
What's new with you?
Liz, I distinctly heard a baby crying.
No, George. I did that.
Oh, now, wait a minute. What do you take me for?
For better or for worse, George?
I don't mean that. Liz, there's a baby in that den. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. It is a baby.
Give that man a box of diapers.
Whose baby is this?
You wouldn't believe it's mine, would you?
No.
Princess Elizabeth's?
No!
Well, I guess that is pretty wild.
What kind of a dope do you think I am, anyway? Now, I want to know where this child came from, and I want the truth.
All right, George.
I'm waiting.
I'm thinking. Oh, what's the use? Might as well tell you. I went over to call on the new neighbors.
Liz, you didn't.
All right, I didn't. Now I don't know where I got the baby.
So you got yourself involved already.
Well, if you hadn't come home so soon, you never would have known. Besides, it's only for a little while. His mother will pick him up any minute now. I'll get it. Here, talk to the baby for a minute. I'll be right back.
Talk to the baby, huh? Hello. What would you like to talk about? Oh, now, stop crying. If you stop crying, I'll make a funny face for you. Let's see. How's this one? Pretty. Oh, now, don't cry again. Let's see. How would you like to listen to my watch? Let go of it. Well, hold it carefully. No, don't swing it. You might hit it on the table. Put up your dukes.
That was the baby's mother on the phone, George.
Oh, well, I'd be glad to get rid of this kid. Is she coming right over?
No, she isn't. Her husband is out of town, and her car broke down, and she'll have to stay at their other house until tomorrow.
Oh. You mean we have to keep this little monster all night?
Oh, George, it's wonderful of you to suggest that.
The battle between Liz and George and the baby will continue in just a moment in Act 2 of My Favorite Husband.
It has been said that the military arm of America is the greatest force for peace in the world today. But it is not merely a preventive force. Hardly an hour passes in any given day in which our servicemen at home and abroad are not performing some deed that illustrates the desire of Americans to lend a helping hand wherever possible. Unique among these deeds is the one that occurred recently in Vendrell, Spain. High atop the spire of a church in that town, a 300-pound sculpture had stood since 1784. Now it seemed in danger of falling. So precarious was its perch that even the superstructure the townspeople built around it was considered insufficient to remove the statue safely. Word of the dilemma reached the United States 16th Air Force. Engineers designed a special rig and sent a helicopter to raise the heavy stone figure and bring it down for repairs. The story made no headlines except in the town of Vendrell, Spain. But it should also make a headline in the conscience of all Americans. A headline that might read, "We are Americans. As we go, so goes America."
And now, let's go back to Liz and George Cougat and see how they're getting along with the baby.
Where are you, Liz?
In the kitchen.
Oh, here you are. I got the baby bottles and things from next door.
Good. I wrote the baby's formula down on this memo pad. Let's see now. We'll need milk, baking powder, cheese, and lighter fluid.
What?
Oh, that's my shopping list.
Well, find that formula. The baby's upstairs screaming his head off.
Oh, here it is. 28 and 2.
28 and 2 what?
I can't remember whether it's 28 ounces of milk and 2 of water or 28 of water and 2 of milk.
But you do remember it was ounces.
Yeah. Or was it quarts?
Oh, fine. Now what'll we do?
Well, let's compromise. We'll make it 15 of each.
Yeah, but it might not be good for him.
Well, she talks so fast. She did say something about cereal.
Yeah, that sounds better. I've heard of babies eating cereal.
Now, which kind do you think he'll like best? Cornflakes or Post Toasties? Oh, here's a good one. Grape nuts.
Oh, that's a little rough, isn't it? Maybe it should be cooked.
Oh, don't be silly. You can't cook grape nuts. Here's some cream of wheat.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't bother. Here's a bottle of stuff that's just made for babies. We'll give them a drink of this.
What is it?
Baby oil.
Baby oil? Oh, they don't drink baby oil.
They don't?
Of course not. That's to fry the cereal in.
Well, how'd you expect me to know? Hey, there's some canned baby food and that stuff I brought over.
Oh, good. We can't go wrong with that. It's made for babies. Here, I'll open a can of carrots. Oh, it's spoiled. I'll have to throw it out.
Oh, what's the matter with it?
Oh, it's all mushy and squishy. Give me another can.
Well, here's a can of beets.
That ought to be good. How do you like that? This one's spoiled, too, just like the other one.
Gee, it's a lucky thing you noticed it. The kid sure would have been sick.
Well, we'll just stick to the formula. Milk never hurt anyone.
Okay.
Oh, but we'll have to have a nipple for this bottle. Did you bring any?
I didn't see any.
Well, how are we going to... Get me the scissors, George, and hand me that pair of rubber gloves. I'll cut the fingers off.
Miss Cougat, that baby is crying something awful.
I know it, Katie. We're having a terrible time trying to fix his food for him.
Why didn't you call me? I know what to do.
Oh, Katie, you're a lifesaver.
Well, I'll fix it and give him this feeding.
This feeding? You mean there'll be more?
She means breakfast, George.
Oh.
Oh, no, I don't.
But a baby this age is too young to be up at night.
You'll find out. He'll probably eat every 4 hours all night long.
Oh, Katie, you're kidding. I'll bet he sleeps all night.
Oh, Liz, isn't that baby asleep yet? It's almost midnight.
I can't understand it. I've fed him and walked the floor with him, rocked him, and he's still awake.
Well, why don't you try changing?
I did that, too. My thumb has more holes in it than a pincushion. Here, you take him for a while, George.
Oh, no. No, this is your party.
But, George, I'm so tired. Hey, wait a minute. He's asleep.
No.
Yes, sound asleep. I'll just put him down. Oh, darn it.
I know how to put him to sleep. Rock-a-bye baby.
Oh, George, would you?
Sure. Wait here. I'll go get a nice big rock.
Oh, no.
I was only kidding. Here, I'll take him for a little while.
Now, he won't hurt you, Stevie. George, tell him one of your after-dinner stories. They'd put anyone to sleep.
That's right. Insult me.
Well, say something to him. He won't understand what you say. He just likes to watch your Adam's apple bob up and down.
All right. Stevie, did you ever hear the story about the traveling salesman? Well, he knocked on the farmhouse door.
George!
Well, you said he wouldn't understand.
Well, now I'm not so sure. Oh, just walk him for a while, George, then I'll take over again.
Oh, come on, Liz. It's your turn. I've been packing this soggy little bundle for 2 hours.
I didn't sleep a wink. Give him... Oh, George, I'm stupid.
You just finding that out?
No wonder the poor little fellow couldn't sleep. I forgot to burp him.
Burping?
Certainly. Come here, little fellow. Now, over my shoulder. There we go. Couple pats on the back ought to do it. Isn't that cute?
Cute? Oh, when he does it, it's cute. When I do it, it's vulgar.
Oh, look. His little eyes are closing.
Well, never mind his little eyes. How about his big mouth?
Oh, he's asleep already. Oh, well, we finally did it, George. What time is it?
Almost 4 o'clock.
Well, since he took so long getting to sleep, maybe he won't even remember his 4 o'clock feeding. Oh, that's not a baby, it's a time bomb.
Well, it's not his fault. He's hungry.
Well, if he's so hungry, let him get up and make himself a sandwich. He knows where the icebox is. All right, I'm coming.
Come in.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Atterbury.
Who got? You're late, boy.
I'm sorry, Mr. Atterbury.
Have a party last night, boy?
Oh, no, sir. No, Liz and I were up all night with a baby.
Those little... A baby? George, congratulations, boy.
Oh, but Mr. Atterbury...
Why didn't you tell me? Is it a boy or a girl, boy?
It's a boy. Boy. Oh, but it isn't ours. We're just keeping it for the people next door.
Oh. George, that Mr. Brennan was here this morning about the orphan's home trusteeship. I don't think you're going to get it.
Because I was late?
No. He wants a family man for the job. He thinks he'll understand the problems better. However, I persuaded him to go out and see for himself what a lovely home life you have. I didn't tell him you have no children. He's on his way to your house now.
Well, I'd better go out and meet him.
Wait a minute. I have an idea, boy. Boy, what an idea. Is that baby still at your house?
Mr. Atterbury, I know what you're thinking, and I just couldn't do it.
Nonsense. He'll only come to your house once. You tell him the baby's yours, that's the end of it.
No.
Yes. I'll bust you to 8th vice president.
You wouldn't.
And I'll take your notary public stamp away.
I'll do it.
All right. Now run along, boy. In the meantime, I'll call Liz and put her wise.
Yes?
Good morning. Is Mr. Cougat in? I'm Mr. Brennan from the orphan's home.
Oh, no, Mr. Cougat's not home, Mr. Brennan, but won't you come in?
Well, thank you. You know, it's fantastic that you should live in this house. My wife and I just...
Oh, here comes George now. My, how he's rushing.
Oh, I thought I'd never make it. Mr. Brennan? Cougat.
How do you do?
Won't you come in? Did Mr. Atterbury call you, dear?
No, why should Mr. Atterbury call me dear?
I mean...
No.
Oh, sit down, Mr. Brennan. How's the baby, darling?
Oh, do you have a baby?
No.
Yes.
Oh, you mean the one we just had last night?
You, just had it last night?
Yes. It's 4 months old.
She's always joking. Great kidder, Liz. I'll get you a glass of water, Mr. Brennan.
Oh, no, don't bother. I'd like to see your child.
No, it's no bother. Come along, Liz. Help me get the water.
Well, you can carry a glass of water.
Come on.
Yeah, but really, I don't want any water.
What's the matter? Have you gone crazy?
Listen, Brennan wants a family man for that job, and Atterbury insisted we tell him that baby is ours.
Oh, great.
Well, let's show it to him. Where is the baby?
I gave him back to his mother.
Oh, well, we'll run next door and get him. I'll tell Brennan you have to dress him or something. And hurry up.
All right. I'll take the shortcut through the backyard. Oh! Oh, I forgot that low branch. Oh, I thought that puddle dried up.
Yeah?
Look, do me a big favor, will you? Lend me Stevie again just for a minute. I don't have time to explain.
Why, all right. Wait, he's right here. Say, you didn't see my husband, did you?
No, I wouldn't know him.
Funny, I thought I saw Mr. Brennan walking up the street before.
Brennan? From the orphan's home?
Yes. How did you know?
Well, I'll tell you later. Goodbye.
Look out for that nail on the door. It'll catch your dress.
I missed it. I gotta watch for that puddle. There. Past it. Ow! Oh, right in the eye. Oh.
Oh, here comes Liz with the baby now.
Here he is.
Liz, what happened to you? You're sopping wet.
The baby.
And you've got a black eye and a bad bump on your head.
Well, he fights when I try to dress him.
Well, he must be a strong little rascal. Let me see him.
George, did you know Mr. Brennan is the man who moved next door yesterday?
What? I was going to save it for a surprise. That's a laugh, isn't it?
Ha
ha. Let me see the baby. Who does he look like?
You'd die if I told you. Here he is.
Why, this is amazing. This child looks very much like my little boy.
Oh, he does?
Yes. Wait here. I'm going home and get my little Stevie so we can compare the two. And when I hold them up together, you'll think it's impossible.
I know it's impossible.
I'll be right back.
Now what?
Get that kid back before he gets there.
Oh, why didn't I put on my track shoes this morning? Come on, fellow traveler. Watch out for that branch. There. Jump the puddle. There. Here's the baby. Thanks. Seen your husband yet?
No.
Good. Goodbye.
Look out for that nail.
Oh! Oh, why doesn't she get that darn nail fixed if she knows it's there? Oh, that awful puddle. Oh!
Did you get there in time?
Yes.
Oh, here he comes now.
Where's the baby? Why didn't you bring him?
Yeah, why didn't you bring him?
You know, when I got home and took a good look at him, I could see. They don't look alike at all.
We'll return in just a moment.
Why is dead reckoning called dead? Any navigator will explain the term as the calculation of a ship's position without astronomical observations by plotting on a chart the distances covered along each course which has been steered. And if he knows his nautical history, he might add that a little over 100 years ago, this process was correctly known as deduced reckoning. Old log books had a space for entering deduced position, but the space on the page was small, and navigators took to writing in the abbreviation DED. Mariners read it aloud as dead, and by usage gave us a more colorful, if less accurate, term. In this complex world, where word meanings are constantly changing, it's easy to be misunderstood. That's why it's a good idea to know your words.
Oh, Liz, I was almost asleep. Where have you been?
Next door. I was telling Mr. Brennan how wonderful you are, and he's going to give you that job as trustee.
Oh, that's great.
Just one thing, though. I had to promise to do them a favor.
Yeah? What kind of a favor? Oh, no, not tonight.
No, not tonight, George. For the whole weekend. Good night, honey.
Oh.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope that you enjoy the trip, that it thrills you a little and chills you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Tonight we're going to join Bill Storm, a newspaper reporter, on the strangest manhunt ever conducted, or should I say woman hunt, as he searches frantically through a great city for the most dangerous and deadly woman you've ever imagined. In the story I call The Woman in Black. And now here's the story as Bill Storm himself wrote it down when he began to be afraid that maybe he was going to succeed in his hunt for the woman in black.
My name is Bill Storm. I'm a newspaper reporter. And I'm writing this because I have a date tonight. A date with a gorgeous brunette with big dark eyes and the smoothest, softest voice in the world. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Well, I'd like to believe she's nice, but I can't. In my heart, I know she's the most dangerous woman in the world. Up to a week ago, I'd never even heard of her. A week ago, the day of Rusty Dean's funeral. You know, the big shot gambling slot machines. Killed by a solitary gunman while stepping out of his nightclub. They didn't catch the killer, but they gave Rusty the biggest funeral since Prohibition. I was on the rewrite desk that afternoon. My best friend, Tom Jervis, was covering the funeral. And along about 4, he phoned in. First, he gave me all the dope on the funeral, and then he started telling me about some brunette he just met. He was always a sucker for brunettes.
Bill, she's a knockout. Big black eyes and the smoothest, softest voice in the world. I want you to meet her.
Oh, blonde's more my style, Tom. Anyway, you're supposed to be working. Or have you forgotten?
I am working. Listen, Bill, I've got a front-page story here. Theda led me to it.
Who did?
Theda, that's her. Theda, Theda. Just like Theda Barra, the old silent picture star.
Oh.
Well, this is how it happened, Bill. I was watching the crowd at Rusty's funeral. I spotted a trim little number all in black, whispering to Joe Nelson.
Well, who's Nelson?
Joe Nelson, a small-time thug. Well, anyway, she moved off. I thought she might be a relative of the deceased, so I asked Joe about her. He claimed he'd never seen her before. That all that she'd said to him was 4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill.
4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill? Sounds like a message.
That's what Joe figured. Only he decided that she'd delivered it to the wrong guy. Well, I sort of wanted to see her again, so I persuaded Nelson he needed a drink. We slipped around the corner here to the Banner Bar and Grill. Sure enough, she was here waiting for us.
Now, Tom, watch yourself.
Bill, you've got the wrong idea. She's a perfect lady.
Yeah? What about that big story you claimed you had?
I'm coming to it. But honest, Bill, I want you to meet Theda. You'll go for her. Hey, look, I'm going to put her on the phone to say hello. Here she is. Theda?
Hello, Bill Storm.
Hello, Theda. Is that your real name?
Yes. Don't you like it, Bill?
Well, sure I like it. What's the rest of it? Any girl my sidekick goes overboard for, I'd like to know her name.
There isn't any rest of it, Bill. Just Theda.
Oh, nobody is just one name. Not these days.
Sorry, Bill. It's all I've ever had. Here's Tom again.
Listen, Bill, I'm going to fix up a date with her for you. But here's the story that I promised you. Joe Nelson has been getting quietly plastered. And from what he's let slip, I'm positive he's the gunman who killed Rusty Dean.
He is? Well, then hang on to him.
I am. You get a car, come down here. We'll smuggle him up to the office and work on him. Maybe we can get the whole story out of him.
I'll be there in 15 minutes. Keep buying him drinks till I get there. What's the address?
It's on the corner of 5th and Spruce. Bill, 2 men just came in the door. They got Tommy guns. They're after Joe Nelson.
Tom, what happened?
They just mowed him down. Theda's gone. She slipped away when they came in. I think she fingered him for them. Yeah, that explains everything. Bill, they're coming over toward this phone booth. They're going to shoot. Bill!
Tom!
Bill, who they are. She's working with them. So long, Bill.
I was there in 5 minutes, even before the police got there. The place was deserted except for the 2 dead men. Joe Nelson, the gunman, and Tom. Tom, my best friend, led to his death by a Delilah in a black dress. Well, the police didn't find the gunman who did the shooting, so I set out to find the girl, to track them down through her. Once I found her, she was going to talk plenty. I began the hunt by calling on the man who had been Rusty Dean's chief lieutenant and was running his enterprises now, Nick Murray.
Sit down, Storm. You said you wanted to talk to me. What about?
Murray, did your boys kill Joe Nelson this afternoon?
My boys? No, Bill. Why should they?
Maybe because it was Nelson who bumped off Rusty Dean.
He did? How do you know that?
You mean you didn't know it?
Listen, if I'd known that Nelson would have been dead long before this.
I figured that. That's what made me think that you were in the clear.
You haven't told me how you know Nelson killed Rusty.
Well, he had a few drinks this afternoon. He let it slip out to Tom Jervis, my sidekick. Just before those 2 hoodlums riddled them both. A brunette named Theda put Nelson and Tom on the spot for them.
A brunette named Theda? Never heard of her.
Oh, I hoped you might have. A good figure. Deep, dark eyes, low, soft voice. Looks like a lady.
Some lady if she works with a bump-off gang. No, I never heard of her. But if she's working with any local mob, I'll hear about her all right. If any of my boys run across her, I'll let you know.
Thanks, Murray. But warn them. If they meet her, watch out. She's pure dynamite. Well, that was one lead that got me no place. So next I dropped in on Captain Hughes, the head of homicide, to ask if the police had gotten any fingerprints off the glass the girl had been drinking from before the shooting started.
Sorry, Bill. No dice.
You mean you didn't get anything from the girl's glass?
Not a thing. You see, she hadn't touched it. None of the liquor was gone.
Well, now that proves that she wasn't on the level.
Not necessarily, but well, I've issued orders to have her picked up if she's found. Not much to go on, though. We tried to get a description from Gomez, the waiter who served them, but...
But what?
Well, he says he didn't get a good look at her. When she slipped away, he didn't even see her go.
Some eyes he must have had. I suppose he didn't even see the shooting.
Not much of it. He dived down the cellar steps when it started. He's in Civic Hospital now.
Well, I'm going out there to talk to him. He must have noticed something. Oh, and so long, Captain, and thanks. It wasn't much of a lead, but it was all I had. It was pretty late by now, and when I got there, the hospital had settled down for the night. They put Gomez in a ward, and outside the ward, I found a nurse on duty. The blonde kid who turned as I came up.
Oh, good evening. You looking for someone?
Yes, my name is Storm. I'm looking for a patient named Gomez.
Gomez? Oh, yes, broken arm and internal injuries.
How is he? Is he awake?
Yes. He's feeling badly, complains of pains in his chest.
Well, if he's awake, I want to talk to him. This is police business. What bed's he in?
The last one, down by the far door. But I'll have to ask the doctor if you can see him. Will you wait here?
She disappeared down the hall, but I didn't wait. The ward was dark, except for a couple of dim lights. I started for the far end, and then I saw her. She was just a figure in a black dress bending over the last bed. But it was Theda, all right. It had to be. I tiptoed down the room. She was talking to Gomez, and he was moaning a little.
It hurts, doesn't it, Gomez? Yes, of course it does. But it'll go away soon.
He mumbled something, and then he reached for the glass on the table beside his bed.
A drink of water? Of course. Let me help you.
She helped him lift the glass to his lips, and then I knew what she was up to, and I yelled, "Gomez, drop that glass! Don't drink out of it!" He dropped it all right, but it was too late. He'd already drunk from it. He turned to stare at me, his mouth open, and she moved toward the door right beside her. I ran after her, but it was too late. When I reached it, she was gone, swallowed up in a dark hall. I knew it wasn't any use hunting for her, and I turned back to Gomez. In my impatience, I grabbed his shoulder. "Gomez! Who was she? What did she want?"
Mr. Storm, you're not supposed to be in here. What are you doing to my patient?
I'm going to make him answer me.
Take your hands off him. He's not going to answer any questions for you tonight.
And I say yes.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Storm. He's dead.
Yes. He was dead, all right. The only possible witness who could have led me to her, and she eliminated him. And then I knew that whoever she was and whatever her game was, trying to find her was going to be about as safe as moving into a den of rattlesnakes. I put in a bad night trying to figure it all out. Next morning, when I got down to the paper, my eyes looking like two holes burning a bladder, I hunted up my editor, Harry Holloway, in the city room.
Well, look at Frankenstein. What happened to you, Bill?
Oh, I'm all right, Harry. Listen, anything new come in about those thugs who killed Tom?
Not a thing. Paper's needling the police, but, well, so far, no results.
And there won't be either, till we find that girl in black. She's the key to the whole thing, I know it.
Aren't you getting a little hipped about that girl in black? After all, she may be perfectly innocent.
Oh, yeah? Then how do you explain her killing Gomez last night, just before I could question him?
Bill, are you sure you didn't imagine you saw her at the hospital? After all, nobody else did. Not even the nurse.
Imagine it. I heard her talking to him. In a soft, honey voice, as if she was bringing him flowers instead of poison.
Yeah, that's another thing. The hospital autopsied Gomez. Found no trace of poison. They claim it was internal hemorrhage and shock that killed him.
Sure, the shock of a nice, healthy slug of poison in his glass of water. Suppose they didn't find anything. They weren't looking for it, that's all. Harry, look, I saw her kill her.
Okay, you saw her. Now what?
I want to be relieved of all assignments until I find her, that's what. She's in this city, and I'll run her down inside a week. Or I'll quit calling myself a reporter. A week, I said. Didn't take any week to find her. Not that girl. She got around too much. I saw her again just 1 hour later. It happened like this. I went back to my apartment, and I dropped into a chair beside my window. And I started trying to figure my next move. Now, I have an inside room, and the window looks right out on another building across an air shaft, not 10 feet away. I've been sitting there about half an hour when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone in the room directly across from me come to the window and stand there, looking over at me. It was a girl in a black dress, wearing a cute little hat with a black veil down over her eyes. And as soon as I saw her, I knew it was Theda. Don't ask me how I knew, I just did. Standing there with a 10-foot air shaft separating us. Well, I did what I could. I turned so that she couldn't see what I was doing, and I got Captain Hughes on the phone. He said that he'd have the building surrounded if I could keep her talking for 5 minutes. Well, I hung up the phone, and I turned back toward the window, trying to act casual. Hello, Theda. Looking for me?
Hello, Bill. No, it's just accidental that I'm here. But you're looking for me, aren't you?
Her voice did something to me. I can't explain it. It sounds crazy for a hard-boiled crime reporter to say, but it seemed to get down inside me and twist things all around. Why, a minute ago, I had hated her. And now... Well, now I knew why Tom had gone overboard about her. I said something, anything to keep her talking. Why, yeah, Theda, I've been looking for you. You're a hard girl to find.
I have to be, Bill.
But why, Theda? Look, you're just a kid. What kind of a racket are you mixed up in, anyway?
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't answer that.
But listen, you could be anything you wanted. You don't have to be mixed up with murder.
Then you think I'm a murderer?
Oh, what else can I think? Last night you killed that poor devil at the hospital. I saw you.
Yes, I know. You wouldn't believe me if I told you you're wrong, would you?
Oh, I'd like to, Theda, but I can't.
I'm sorry, Bill. Someday you'll know the truth. Now I have to go.
Oh, no, wait. Let me look at you. I think we met someplace before. Yeah, it was Chicago. But I can't remember where.
Please don't try to, Bill. And don't try to find me anymore. Now, goodbye.
Oh, no, wait. But she was gone. And then somebody else appeared at the window. A window washer. He started to climb out on the sill to fasten his belt to the safety hooks, and I yelled at him, "Hey, you! That girl who was there, stop her!"
You made a little number in a black dress?
Yeah, where did she go?
She went out just as I come in. But
Well, go after her. Grab her. She's wanted by the police.
Hey, listen, mister, I'm here to watch windows, not to chase dames. If the police want to, let them catch her. Now, quit bothering me. I got a job to do.
Hey, look out.
Huh?
Your
What?
safety hook.
No!
Right in front of my eyes, he fell 15 floors. I saw the safety hooks break as he leaned his weight against them. And then I knew why she'd been there. She'd been there to weaken those hooks, to make sure that poor devil fell and killed himself.
Well, Storm, we didn't get her. She slipped through our fingers somehow.
But she was there, Captain. I saw her. I talked to her.
Ah, she was there, all right. We found a handkerchief in the room, a woman's handkerchief. Initial J on it. Heavy perfume. Here it is.
Lilac. It's drenched in lilac. But look, the initials J. She said her name was Theta.
She was kidding you. But she did the job, all right. Those safety hooks had been filed away to nothing. One of the local mobs is trying to get control of the window washers union. That's why she was killed. Intimidation. Sweet little lady, that one. Hey, but Storm, the elevator boy who took her up says she was a blonde, not a brunette.
He was crazy. Her hair's as black and soft as midnight.
Getting poetic, aren't you? I wonder if you're still as anxious to find that girl as you were.
What? Of course I am.
Yeah?
And when I find her, she'll get what's coming to her. That's what I said. I didn't know for sure whether I meant it or not. I just knew that I had to find her again. For 4 days, I combed the town for that girl. And then, 2 nights ago, as I was walking home, just about midnight, I ran into Dutton, a cop I knew, looking down the dark street and scratching his head. Hello, Dutton. What's the matter? You see a ghost?
Oh, hello, Mr. Storm. No, but I got a funny feeling I just saw that girl Captain Hughes once picked up.
You did? Where? When?
Just a minute ago. I was walking my beat when this dame comes past me, all dressed in black, and she smiles at me.
Yeah, go on. What happened then? Where'd she go?
Down the street. She turned into that door down there.
Well, come on, then. If she's still there, we gotta get her. In 30 seconds, we were standing before the dark door that Dutton said the girl had turned into. It was partly open.
That's the door, Mr. Storm. But that's the entrance to a first storage loft. Why would she go in there?
I don't know, but we'll find out.
Well, better let me go first. I got a gun here. I'll see what's going on inside.
He pushed the door open, stepped into the dark hall. And then I heard him call out.
Hey, lady, I want to talk to you. Hey, you up there. Put down that fur. Put it down.
Dutton! Dutton! Who shot you? Was it the girl?
No. She was just standing there. It was 2 guys upstairs. Hijacking the furs. They...
Dutton! Dutton!
But listen, Storm. You say you didn't see her. Then how do you know it was the same girl?
I know, Captain Hughes. She was acting as a lookout for those fur thieves. She deliberately lured him in there to his death.
Maybe, or maybe not. I'm seriously beginning to doubt if it's the same girl mixed up in all these cases. I think it's just a theory. Your theory.
I'll prove it to you. She's definitely mixed up in these rackets. And by now, Nick Murray and his boys must have learned something about her. I'm going over there now and find out. When I got to Murray's club, one of the boys showed me up to the office.
Hello, Storm. Come in and sit down.
Thanks. I will.
Can I fix you a drink?
No, thanks.
No?
I just wondered if you'd picked up any trace of that girl I was asking you about.
Theta? No, the boys haven't turned up a thing. Look, are you sure you're not just imagining her?
That's what the police are beginning to think, too. But I'm not, Nick. She's real, all right.
Listen, if there was any such girl working in this man's town, I'd know about her by now.
Unless she's awful smart. And it looks like this one is. Oh, well, I guess I'd better go and get some sleep. Might need it.
Oh, before you go.
Yeah?
I don't know anything about the girl, but tomorrow I may be able to tell you who killed your sidekick, Tom Jervis.
You may?
Yeah.
When?
Well, I won't have the dope until tomorrow night. If you'll meet me around 10, I can give it to you.
I'll meet you. Just say where.
You know the Tambourine Bar on 3rd Avenue?
No, but I'll find it.
Okay, there's a back room. Meet me there about 10. And come alone.
About 10?
Right.
I'll be there. I went home, but I didn't get much sleep. I was too keyed up. About 3, I got up and I put on a dressing gown. I sat down by the window to smoke. And then, behind me,
Hello, Bill Storm.
I turned, and she was there, standing in the doorway. I started to get up.
No, stay where you are, Bill. Unless you do, I'll leave.
Theda, why have you come here?
You've been looking for me so hard, Bill, I thought I ought to.
Look, I won't touch you or try to make you stay, but let me get up and fix you a drink.
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't stay. But I did want to tell you the time has come when you can know the truth about me.
You mean you're going to tell me who you are and why you've done what you did?
Everything, Bill. But not tonight. I'll see you again tomorrow, though.
When? Where?
You have an appointment, don't you, with Nick Murray at 10 o'clock?
Oh, yeah. At the Tambourine Bar. How do you know? Are you working for him?
No, Bill, I'm not. I don't work with anyone.
Yeah, but Theda...
Please don't ask me any questions now. I can't tell you anything until tomorrow night. Good night, Bill.
Oh, no, wait. You can't go yet. But she was gone. By the time I reached the door, she was out of sight. So I went back to bed, but I didn't get any sleep. I was groggy, punch-drunk. I knew she was guilty, but I wanted to believe she was innocent. Well, now I'm going to learn the truth. I'm waiting in the back room of the Tambourine Bar. It's almost 10. And I'm just finishing this report that I started this morning. She should be here soon. So should Nick Murray. If what she tells me satisfies me that she's innocent, I'll tear this up. But if she isn't, well, I'm going to find out because she's coming through the door now.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Theda. You did come, didn't you?
Of course I came, Bill. You believe bad things about me, don't you?
Oh, yes. How can I help it?
Believe me, Bill, I'm not wicked. Look at me and see if you really think I'm bad.
She lifted her veil then. And for the first time, I saw her face clearly. It was just as I thought it would be. A beautiful face. With dark eyes that I could see into deeper and deeper, like looking into the heart of the night itself.
Now, Bill, do you really think I'm wicked?
Oh, no. No, I don't. I've been wrong. But who are you then? What's your connection with these murders?
You'll know in a moment, Bill. I have to leave you, just for a minute or two. Just while you talk to Murray. He's coming now.
She slipped out one door while Murray came in the other. Nick closed the door behind him and sat down.
Well, I see you're on time, Storm.
Yes. If you can tell me who killed Tom Jervis, I want to know.
That's what I'm here for. 2 of my boys killed him.
2 of your boys?
That's right. You see, Joe Nelson killed Rusty Dean on my orders, so I could take over. Then I saw your friend trying to pump Joe. I couldn't very well afford to take chances. I had to get rid of both of them.
I see. That explains a lot. What about the girl?
I don't know a thing about her. I think you just made her up as an excuse to come asking me questions.
Oh, no. No, I didn't. She's real.
I know better. Because you did see a girl in that apartment where the window washer fell, but not a girl in black. You saw Janice, my girl. She filed those safety hooks, dropped that handkerchief the police found.
She did? You mean you had that fellow killed?
Yes, Storm. Just a little business deal I'm interested in. And last night I decided you were getting to be a nuisance. That's why I'm telling you all this now. Because you're not going to pass it on.
Oh, no. No, put that gun away. You can't get away with it. You...
Goodbye, Storm. We won't be meeting again.
Theda.
Here I am, Bill.
Theda, help me. Call a doctor.
I'm sorry, Bill, I can't. But it won't hurt long.
Theda.
Yes, Bill.
I recognize you now. I know where I saw you that time in Chicago.
Yes, Bill, I knew you'd remember.
Oh, no. No, stay away from me.
Bill, don't be afraid of me.
Oh, no. Stay away from me. Stay away.
Bill, come back. You mustn't run away from me. Come back. Come back.
No. No, I won't. I won't. You're not going to get me like you did the others.
Mr. Storm. Mr. Storm, can you hear me?
What? Where am I? You're a nurse.
Yes.
You're in Civic Hospital. You were brought here an hour ago, shot in the chest. You were found crawling down 3rd Avenue by policemen.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Nurse, take this down. Nick Murray shot me.
What?
Get word to the Morning Ledger.
Certainly, Mr. Storm. Now, please lie quietly while I get the doctor. I'll only be a minute. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Theda. You followed me here.
Yes. You shouldn't have run away, Bill.
I did it because I remembered where I saw you last. In Chicago. The time I was in a taxi accident. I saw you in the other car just before we hit. 3 people were killed.
That's right, Bill. You did see me then. And now you know who I am.
Yeah, I know. Now I understand why you have to be around when people die. You don't kill them. It's just your job to be there. But I never expected you to be a beautiful girl.
Why not, Bill? Just because people think of me as an ugly old man with a scythe, does that make it true? I'm not really ugly, you know. I'm not someone you have to be afraid of.
Oh, no. And I'm glad you're beautiful. Makes it easier this way.
Now take my hand, Bill. It's time for us to go.
Yeah, sure. I'm ready.
He recovered consciousness a minute ago, Dr. Clark. I came for you at once. He seemed to be quite strong, and I... Dr. Clark! He's dead.
This is the mysterious traveler again. So that was the secret of the girl in black. Theda, a strange name. Theda. I wonder if Bill ever did realize that those are the same letters that spell death. But he did what he set out to do. He learned the truth, and he avenged his friend, and he... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Chet Stratton, James Van Dyke, Wendell Holmes, Mort Lawrence, and Joan Tompkins. Original music was played by Jack Ward. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Rob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death Wears My Face.
Another strange and shivery tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler came to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pep Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pep Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Gene Vanderpyle, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. nature puts into good whole milk more of the protective substances needed for proper growth and development than in any other food. And Pet's evaporated milk is that kind of good whole milk. While it costs less generally than other forms of milk, Pet evaporated milk is not a milk substitute. It's milk with all the natural protective substances still in it. You see, water is the only thing that nature puts into milk that has no food value. And water is the only thing taken out of the good, sweet country milk to make Pet milk. As a result of taking out part of the water by evaporation, Pet milk is a concentrated form of good, sweet country milk. You can use it as coffee cream or whipping cream. Or you can put the water back in, half Pet milk, half water, and use it as you would ordinary bottled milk. So for convenience, for economy, for good natural milk nourishment, make Pet's evaporated milk your family milk. There is no better. Nothing pleases a prominent citizen more than to find his name in the newspaper. And this morning, the chest of a local leader swells with pride as he reads his name in the Wistful Vista Gazette. He knew it would be there because he paid for an ad, which says, "Please call Mr. Magee of Fibber, Magee and Molly."
Molly, look, here it is, my ad. Right smack in the middle of page 10.
What ad, McGee?
Well, listen to this. Greatest value in history. Chance of a lifetime. For sale. A rare raccoon coat.
Oh, no. Not your old collegiate coonskin.
Yep, the very one. I ought to get $50 or $60 for it, Molly.
Oh, McGee.
Oh, to tell you the truth, I hate to part with that old coat. That old coat's full of memories for me, kiddo.
Yes, if they haven't fallen out through the moth holes.
What do you mean? That's a swell raccoon coat for the shape it's in. And when I wear it, it's even a swell coat for the shape that's in it.
Well, now, if you're still so fond of it, why do you want to sell it?
Well, I don't get much chance to wear it anymore. And besides, the last time I had it on, Doc Gamble made a crack that made me kind of sensitive about it.
What'd he say, Lubber?
He looked at me and he says, "Well, we ought to have an early spring this year. I see the groundhog's already out."
Well, that was a natural mistake.
Yeah, well, I've had a lot of fun with that old raccoon coat when it was new, though. I did have. Remember the night I went to your house and left my coat on a chair in the hall? And Uncle Dennis come in and saw it?
Yes.
You remember that?
Poor old Uncle Dennis.
Yeah. He took one look at that raccoon coat, let out a horrible screech, and tried to beat it to death with a beer bottle.
Well, now, Uncle Dennis couldn't see very well. He was having trouble with his glasses, you know.
He always did have trouble with his glasses, kiddo. He kept emptying them too fast. Well, I better sit down here by the phone. Answers to that ad ought to start coming in any minute now.
Say that. Oh, McGee, that reminds me. There was a call for you when you went out to get the paper.
Oh, my gosh, a customer already. Did you get the number?
Yes, I jotted it down for you. Here it is. Wistful Vista 8327.
Oh, boy. Give me the phone. Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista 8327. Huh? Oh, okay. Line's busy. I'll have to try later.
Say, while you're waiting, dearie, will you drive me down to the Elks Club? I baked a cake for the ladies' cake sale.
Oh, can't you take it, kiddo? I'll give you the car keys. You can drive.
No, it's too gooey, sweetheart. I'll have to hold it in my lap.
Well.
And another thing, while we're down there, let's return this book you borrowed from the public library 2 months ago. Did you finish it?
Book from the library? Oh, you mean that red book? About 2.5 inches thick?
Yes.
I didn't read that, kiddo. No. I had a short leg on my workbench. It was, the leg was just 2.5 inches short, so I got a 2.5-inch book.
Well, now we can drop it off on the way back. Come on now, let's get going.
Yeah, but what about my phone call?
Well, you can call the number from the Elks Club while I'm delivering the cake.
Oh, yeah? By George, that's using your head, kiddo.
Sure.
That's what I like about you, you think? That's what I like about you, you think. Well, grab the cake and grab the book. I'll grab my hat. Let's go.
Okay.
You go ahead and deliver the cake, Molly. I'll duck into Ole's office here and call my raccoon coat customer. Where are they selling the cake?
Out in the main lobby. Well, I'll be right back, Jerry. We can stop at the library on the way home.
Okay, Tootsie. Oh, hi, Ole.
Well, hello, McGee. Come in. Me and Doc Gamble just finished a game of yin and all, miss.
Yeah, you care to play the winner, Bird Brain?
The winner? Who?
Me.
You?
Yes.
No.
Good.
Scared?
Who? You.
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Your turn, Doc.
Guess who we were just talking about, McGee?
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, cut it out, you. I got no time for this kind of fiddle-faddle. I'm busy.
Get him.
Mind if I use your phone, Ole? Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista 8327. Oh, still busy, eh? Okay. Doggone it, I wish they'd clear that line. That's a hot customer, Doc, that I got for my raccoon coat that I got up for sale.
Raccoon coat?
Yep.
You mean you're actually disposing of that mangy doormat with lapels?
Yeah.
Well, for the sake of Wistful Vista, I hope you sell it to someone out of town. I've always suspected that thing had rabies.
You're just jealous. You'd buy that coat yourself if you had a slim fellow like I am's figure instead of a big pot like you are's belly.
Now look, boy of the limber lip. I'd rather walk down Main Street in my bear skin than that coon skin, believe me. Well, I gotta get back to the office.
Oh, hey, you passed the library on your way back, don't you, Doc? How about returning this book for me, huh? Will you do it, huh?
Book?
Yeah.
You've been reading a book?
No, I propped up my workbench with it.
Thank heavens. For a moment, I thought you were ill. Well, I'll take the book for you, McGee. Goodbye, Ole.
Pal.
So long.
Ah, dear old Doc. A solid ton of good, clean fun. Say, Ole, maybe one of your boys would like to buy my raccoon coat, huh?
No, it's too old-fashioned, McGee.
Yeah?
Raccoon coats went out with the flappers.
Yeah?
The same flappers I went out with.
Okay, well, I'll call that number again in a couple of minutes.
Maybe you better jot it down so you don't forget it, huh?
Not me. I never forget a number, Ole. As soon as that 8327 stops being busy, I'll get him.
Not 8327, McGee. You called 3287.
Huh? I did not. You think I can't remember a simple number like Wistful Vista 8737?
27, McGee.
87. Wistful Vista 2387. Or 872... I mean 33. 2783. Or 738... Dad ratted Ole, now look what you went and made me do. I had it all memorized, and
I'm ready to go, dear. Oh, hello, Ole.
Hello, missus. Hey, you're just in time, Molly. What's that number I was calling about the coat? Ole made me forget it. You wrote it down, didn't you?
Oh, indeed I did, dearie.
Good.
I wrote it on one of the pages of that library book.
What? Oh, my gosh. Doc Gamble's already took that book back.
He did.
Wouldn't you know that rat would follow me up some way? That's the last time I'll ever let that... Well, come on, Molly. Let's get over to the library. I gotta get the book.
Billy Mills from the orchestra, and Love is Here to Stay.
gosh, look at the books in this joint, Molly. Millions of them.
Yes, it's one of the best libraries.
I wouldn't mind being the book salesman that's got this territory.
Not so loud, dearie. The lady at the desk there.
This library may not sell many books, but the guy that sells them books, boy, can he sell books. Must be a leaky radiator in here.
It's the lady at the desk, Magee.
Well, she ought to do something for that cold. She's got a bad wheeze. Come on, let's ask her where that book is. Hey, sis, we're looking for a book.
Sir, please. You're disturbing the other people here.
Oh, I'm sorry, sis. They're only reading, though, anyhow.
A friend just returned a book here for my husband, miss, and he'd like to take it out again.
What is the book's title, please?
Well, now, I don't know the title, sis, but I can describe the book for you exactly. It's 2.5 inches thick with a red cover and a rosebud pressed in it with a phone number wrote on it that I got to have to sell my raccoon coat to. Where is it?
You don't even know the author's name?
No. But the rosebud was a Cecil Bruner. I know that. Does that help you, sis?
No, I'm afraid I can't assist you. The book has undoubtedly been returned to the shelf.
Oh, you can't assist us, eh? Well, by George, this library belongs to the taxpayers. And I'm a taxpayer through the nose. I want 2.5 inches of service with a red cover on it. That's what I want.
Quiet, please.
Sorry, miss. Magee, the lady is no magician. This place is full of red books.
Well, I'm going to find that one with the phone number in it if I have to measure every book in the joint. You got a ruler I can borrow, sis?
Quiet, please. Here, you may use this ruler.
Okay, what's that rack of books over there?
That is the Kipling section.
Oh?
Beyond it is the Stevenson section, and then comes the Dickens section.
I wonder which section I ought to go to first.
I suggest that you go to the Dickens.
That could be a crack, but I'll ignore it. Come on, Molly, we'll start measuring.
You know, Magee, I think you're going to an awful lot of trouble myself.
With $100 at stake for that coat, nothing is too much trouble. Oh, hey, wait. There's a red book.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. The Life of Henry VIII.
Yeah, let's measure that. Oh, that's 4 inches. See if you can find a red Life of Napoleon. He was smaller than Henry. Maybe he's got 1.5 inches less life.
Well, now, let me see. Wait, there's a man there with a pinkish-looking book, dearie. Oh, it's Mr. Wimple.
Oh, hi, Wimp.
Hello, folks.
Do you visit the library often, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Magee. And I'm so glad I came here today. I found a new bird book. On the Trail of the Quails.
You still a bird watcher, Wimp?
Oh, yes, indeedy.
Yeah.
Just last week I went into the woods and watched and watched. I didn't want to frighten the birds, so I disguised myself as a tree.
Well, how in the world could you do that?
Oh, it was very simple. I wore a green suit, held a pine cone in one hand, an acorn in the other, and had some ivy wound around my neck. Then I just stood mousy quiet.
I'll bet that rig didn't fool the birds.
Oh, it was very convincing.
Yeah?
A woodpecker even put quite a nasty gash in my head.
You certainly went to a lot of trouble, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, it was worth it, Mrs. Magee. I was right beside a little pool where the birds come to bathe.
Oh.
I'd watch for a while and then hide my eyes.
Well, why did you hide your eyes?
Well, some of the birds were females. I couldn't watch a lady taking a bath.
Spoken like a gentleman, Wimp. Hey, look, boy. Would you do me a big favor?
Well...
Good. I got an ad in the paper to sell my old raccoon coat, see? And I may be getting a call on it. Now, here's the key to our house. Run over to the house and take down the messages for me, will you, when we get there?
I'll be glad to, Mr. Magee.
Fine.
I'll borrow a book here and take it along to read. I'm going to stay away from home all day today anyhow.
Oh, are you, Mr. Wimple? Doesn't your wife miss you, though?
Very seldom, Mrs. Magee. I've got lumps all over me.
Well, here's another red book, dearie. Whip out the ruler.
Okay. No, that's 2 1/4 inches.
Well, we're closing in. Another quarter of an inch and we'll have it.
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Oh, hi, Junior.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. What brings you to the library?
I'm reading up on Abraham Lincoln, Molly, the great emancipator. He's an idol of mine.
Mine, too.
Someday, I even hope to be known by a title like the one he had.
The great emancipator?
Yes, I hope my work for Pet Milk may someday earn me the title of the great evaporator.
This boy has no shame.
Of course, everything I see around this library reminds me of Pet Evaporated Milk.
Well, everything you see every place reminds
Now
me.
you take that shelf of books right there.
Yeah?
All the titles in a neat row, like the labels on cans of pet milk.
The book I'm looking for is a red one, Junior.
For instance, you take this book right here, which, by an odd coincidence, happens to be a book of recipes.
How thick is it, Junior? Because if it's 2 1/2 inches
Yes,
thick...
sir, this book of recipes reminds me of pet milk. And why?
Who asked?
Because there's a recipe on every large can of pet milk these days. A husband-tested recipe for one of those great Mary Lee Taylor dishes that are so nourishing and so delicious.
Yeah, but...
Print it right on the label.
Well, measure that book he's got, Molly, because if it's 2 1/2 inches...
I did measure it, McGee. It's too tall.
Yes, sir. 2 tall cans of pet milk means 2 terrific recipes. And pet milk, that good, sweet country milk made double rich by evaporation and packed with nourishing vitamins.
Look, Milky.
Yes, pal.
You know that beautiful old raccoon coat of mine? I've got it up for sale, Junior. And if you'd like it, I'll make you a good deal, boy.
Me? Oh, no, not me, pal. I'm allergic.
Really, Mr. Wilcox, allergic to fur?
No, I'm allergic to his deals, Molly. As the dude said when he fell in the cactus for the second time, I've been stuck before. So long, kid.
Look at him smirk, just like he said something funny. Well, he'll wipe that sneer off when I sell my raccoon coat to some rich college fullback.
Hush, dearie, the librarian is looking at us again.
So what? My guy sits a public building, and I'm as public as anybody. Oh, look who's coming, Molly. Oh, hey, hi, Latrivia.
Hello, Magee. Molly.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
I was clear across the room there, Magee, but I thought I recognized that voice.
Yes, I have got a distinctive voice, Latriv. Always have had.
A loud one.
Yep. It's what they call the timbre of the voice that's different.
Yes. Full of knots.
What are you doing here, Latriv? Picking up your cut of the library fines? How do you split them fines?
No, Magee. I came in to get a book.
Oh, I'll bet you read a lot, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I do, Molly. I spend most of my evenings at home with Virgil, Dante, and Homer.
What do you guys do, play poker?
No, McGee, those are all great authors.
No, I never heard of them. If you want my idea of a great writer, Latrivia, it's Hemingway Savage, the guy that wrote The Case of the Gory Gun Moll.
How nauseating.
Mr. Mayor, what's the book under your arm there? One of the classics, I suppose.
Yes.
Hey, that cover looks familiar. Hey, let me see that. Grab it, Molly.
No, please.
I got it.
What is it?
Let's see. The Case of the Vicious Vampire by Hemingway Savage.
Oh. How nauseating.
Well, all right, Magee, you got me. I, too, am a Hemingway Savage fan.
Heavenly day.
My gosh, Latriv, I'm proud of you. Mind stepping over here to the window, boy?
Why, McGee?
Because I'm going to look at Latriv in a different light from now on. Say, by the way, how did you like his last book, Latriv? The Case of the Giggling Corpse.
One of his best.
Yes, sir.
I found the use of a concrete mixer as the murder weapon quite refreshing.
Yeah? How about the Case of the Half-Dead Halfback?
Good, but he went a bit too far.
You mean you thought 7 shootings, 7 stabbings, 4 poisonings, and 2 people shoved off the Washington Monument was too much?
No, that was all right. But when he blew up the Rose Bowl with 80,000 people in it, I felt that he was reaching a little.
Well, I love this literary talk, Latriv, but I got to find a book with a phone number in it here because I'm selling my raccoon coat to...
Gentlemen, keep your voices down, please. About that book you wanted, sir, I have a clue.
Oh, good.
Yeah? Oh.
I've just discovered it was taken out again this afternoon.
Oh, my gosh, you hear that, Molly? We got to get it, sis. Who's going to...
If you'll just keep quiet.
Yeah, but come on, sis. The book. The book. Who took the book? Take it easy, lamb. People are trying to read in here.
Heavens, what have I... Oh, dear,
Now. Come clean, sis. Who took the book?
A Mr. Wallace Wimple.
Wally Wimple? Oh, boy, he's at our house with it. He's got the book there.
Oh, good.
Come on, Molly, let's get out there. My gosh, the way all them people are looking at us, you'd think I was making the noise. That dame will never make a librarian that way, disturbing everybody when they're trying to read. Come on
The King's Men and Terry Botkin with their raccoon coat version, 5'2". Oh, I just saw a maniac, wild and turn his hair. He was wrapped up in a raccoon coat. Child, you should have been there. Laughed so hard I thought that I would cave in. When I heard that silly daffy dilly raving, 5'2", eyes of blue, but oh, what those 5 feet can do. Has anybody seen my gal? I'm mad about my sweet gadabout, turned up nose, turned down hose, flapper, yes sir, one of those. Has anybody seen my gal? Now if you run into a 5'2", covered with fur, diamond rings and all those things, bet your life it isn't her. But could she love, could she woo, could she coo? Has anybody seen my gal? I'm mad about my sweet gadabout, turned up nose, turned down hose, flapper, yes sir, one of those. Has anybody seen my gal? Now if you run into a 5'2", covered with fur, diamond rings, all those things. Take it, Perry. Yes, sir. Could she love, could she woo, could she coo? Has anybody seen my gal? Somebody by love. Has anybody seen my gal?
Come on, hurry, Molly. Let's get home and get that book before something else happens to us. I hope whoever phoned this morning hasn't gone and bought a rare raccoon coat someplace else, that's all.
Oh, I'm sure they haven't, Jerry. They'd never find one as rare as that one.
I wonder if I ought to ask $200 and haggle with them a while or just settle for a flat 150 without quibbling.
Well, frankly, dearie, if the Board of Health doesn't condemn it first, I'd just...
Hello there, kids! Hey, wait up! Oh, hi, old-timer.
Hello, Mr. Old-Timer. Going our way?
Tag along if you want to, boy. We gotta hurry.
Big deal.
Okay, kids. Like I was saying to my girlfriend Bessie just today, Bessie, I said...
Say, how is Bessie these days? You two still romancing?
Oh, we're closer together than 2 pigs at a small trough, daughter. I just come from the railroad station, went down there to meet her.
Oh, has Bessie been away?
Nope. I just meet her down there for the smooching, kid. Not so conspicuous at the railroad station. I was waiting for a gate 2 this morning, daughter.
Yeah?
All at once, here she come all dressed up, looking so pretty I hardly knowed her.
Oh, really?
Bessie, I says, you look like a different girl today. Then I give her a big kiss, and everything went black.
What happened?
Turned out it was a different girl, Johnny. Big fat brunette named Mabel Roggins. Says on her trunk that I fell over when she swung on me.
Oh, my goodness, I hope you explained things to her.
Yep, we struck up quite a conversation, me and Mabel.
That's all.
Turns out she's a single girl, has her own car, no boyfriend, and lives at 302 North.
302 North? North what?
That's as far as I got, daughter. Bessie walked up just then, and everything went black again.
gosh, did she slug you too?
Yep. I never did find out where Mabel lives, but this is where you live, kid, so run on in the house. I'll see you later.
See you later.
Come on, Molly. Let's get that book from Wimple and find that phone number. Boy, oh boy, at last.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. McGee.
Hey, Wimp, give me that book. You know, the red book that you picked up at the library, 2.5 inches thick. Quick, boy, the book.
There's a phone number in the front of it, Mr.
Yeah.
Wimple.
Oh, all right. Here you are.
Good boy, Wimp. Now, let me see. Here we are. Wistful Vista 83. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista 8327. Yeah, that's it.
Hello?
Hello, Wistful Vista 8327?
Yes?
Oh, this is Fibber McGee. Somebody there called me this morning, and I was out,
Oh,
so...
yes, Mr. McGee. I phoned you.
At last. Now, about this rare raccoon coat of mine, sis.
Raccoon coat?
Huh?
I don't know anything about a raccoon coat, Mr. McGee.
Huh?
I phoned you this morning about a book you had out.
A book? A book? A book? A book? Hey, who am I talking to, anyway?
This is the Wistful Vista Public Library.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. If you have a family to cook for, you probably have quite a collection of recipes. But of the many you have, there are probably only a few that you use over and over again. Yet there's one recipe many of you use year after year because no other recipe quite comes up to it. It's Mary Lee Taylor's pet milk recipe for pumpkin pie. It was 18 years ago that Mary Lee Taylor broadcast her pumpkin pie recipe for the first time. And good cooks the country over say it's still their favorite of all pumpkin pie recipes. And no wonder. Pumpkin pie made with pet evaporated milk has just the right creamy smoothness, just the right golden color, just the right pumpkin and spice flavor. Grocery stores in every part of the country are featuring this famous recipe right along with pet milk. Now, if you don't have it in your collection, get it now. For with Mary Lee Taylor's recipe and pet evaporated milk, you can make a pumpkin pie that will be your family's favorite for years to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, a serious shortage exists today in our steel industry. A shortage of iron and steel scrap, without which our steel mills cannot meet the needs of the nation.
The scrap metal we housewives have won't do it this time, girls. It's the heavy metal that's needed.
This is an appeal to industry and to farmers to search out every pound of heavy metal and see that it gets to your nearest scrap dealer. It's vitally important to steel production.
Remember, every one of us has a stake in steel.
Right. I had a steak last night that tasted like it was made out
Magee.
of... Oh.
Good night, all.
First evaporated milk, pet milk, brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? It isn't often that an average housewife is introduced at a big public gathering by the mayor of the town. But that's what happens to young wife Sally Carter in the Story of the Week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. The circumstances leading up to this speech make this a story you'll remember for a long time. So be sure to listen. You'll also hear the husband-tested recipe of the week for chicken scallop, a quick and easy baked dish. For the story of the week and the recipe of the week, turn your dial to NBC next Saturday morning for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Next, it's Big Town, then Playhouse on Broadway on NBC.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery house.
Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
I understand I'm going to be doing a very sinister character in tonight's Mystery House story, Barbie.
You can say that again. Gives me the creeps.
Complete with quartet, huh? That's the title. What does it mean?
Why, haven't you ever seen advertisements for funeral homes in which the copy listed a price for funeral services complete with quartet?
Oh.
Speaking of advertisements.
Which is precisely what you're always doing, Tom.
Right, Mr. Glenn. And here's a message from our sponsor.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, Tom.
Complete with quartet. The scene opens in the reception room of the Renfron Funeral Home. Mr. Renfron, a polished, suave gentleman, has just come in and is greeting the nightman, Harry Canby, who doesn't look too wide awake.
Well, did I wake you up, perhaps, Harry?
No, boss. I've been awake all the time.
You know, some night I will stay on the night shift just to see whether it's possible for you to look any more wide awake in the small hours of blackness than you do in the morning. Any business, Harry?
Joe Graven brought in one of his boys. Got hit with an automobile.
Hit with an automobile?
Yeah.
No doubt. Any bullet wounds we must take care of on the corpse?
No, this guy was really hit by a car. Straight goods, he says.
Straight goods. That would be a refreshing novelty. I suppose Joe wanted the special funeral?
The works, he says, even including the quartet.
An excellent customer, Mr. Graben. I wish we had a few more like him, buying in quantity. The body is in the receiving room?
Sure. You told me never to monkey with any of Graben's stiffs.
Yes, I know. They sometimes require the delicate craftsmanship of a master. Well, let's take a look at this one.
It's all right for me to go back with you? Betty ain't here to take over the switchboard yet.
She is a little too late too often. Oh, well, I doubt that Joe Graben's working this early in the morning. There will be no calls. Come along. In the receiving room, you said? Yes?
Yeah.
This mangled one over against the wall?
Yeah, that's the one. But
the other one. You said nothing about...
There wasn't any other one, boss. Honest, just the one.
This man on the table in the middle of the room. Who is he?
Oh, I never seen him before in my life, boss. Honest,
Shut up. Stand back. He's been shot through the heart.
Murdered, huh?
No. He was probably playing with a cap pistol and it went off accidentally. You blundering idiot. Who brought this body in here?
Nobody, boss.
Well, from the extremely dead look of the gentleman, it's rather obvious that he did not walk in here alone. Somebody brought that body in here last night. You and I. We have the only keys.
I don't know a thing about it.
I should have known better than to have a stupid, blundering idiot like you on night duty here. What am I going to do with this body?
Maybe somebody will come in and claim it.
Don't tax my patience, Harry. Are people in the habit of claiming the bodies of murder victims? Would anyone admit bringing it in?
No, maybe not at that.
Harry, I think we're going to have a very private funeral.
Huh?
Somebody has entrusted this body to us for burial. Somebody who appreciates our skill and tact. Fortunately, we have another body.
Oh, I don't get you, boss.
A grave will have to be prepared for the other body. The funeral for Joe Graben's boy will not be until tomorrow. Tonight, we bury the stranger beneath the grave that Joe Graben's late friend will occupy tomorrow.
Oh, what good will that do? You mean saving the price of a cemetery lot?
You moron. I mean that nobody would ever think of looking for a murdered man's body in the graveyard, particularly if the body is beneath another coffin. When they find one coffin in a grave, they look no further. You see, it's very simple.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I have a little work to do, Harry.
You mean fixing up Joe Graben's boy?
No, that is a routine matter. Even you could handle it. No. I have a much bigger job.
What?
Determining who gets the bill for the most profitable funeral that we have ever conducted.
Huh?
Somebody who knows about the work I do for Joe Graben has selected me for the disposal of a body. I have been chosen as a goat. And somebody's going to pay very dearly for that choice, Harry. I'm going to play detective.
I told the boy at the desk to tell you I wouldn't see you. I don't know you.
Carl Renfron is the name. Perhaps you've heard of the Renfron Funeral Home, one of the finest in this part of the country. Beautiful chapel, pipe organ, and a special quartet for the deluxe service.
What is this, a gag? If it is, it isn't very funny.
My business is never very funny, Miss Dare.
What do you want of me?
You sing in one of Joe Graben's nightclubs, yes?
Sure. What of it?
I suppose you read in the paper this morning about the disappearance of a handsome young detective.
I don't read the papers. Get out of here.
His name was Peter Harley, and he was working on a shake-up of the local underworld.
How should I know anything about him?
You had a date with him last night after your last show.
How do you know?
That is neither here nor there. You were the last person to see him alive, as far as the police know.
The cops? They know I had a date with him?
Not yet. They won't know until I tell them. But you said you didn't want to cooperate with me. And so I'll have to tell them, of course.
What do you want?
Did you kill Peter Harley, Miss Dare?
Did I? Hey, what is this anyway? He ain't dead.
I would make a substantial wager on that.
But you don't think I killed him? I had a date with the guy.
If you will pardon my saying so, that hardly eliminates you as a murder suspect. Don't tell me you were madly in love with him. Your kind doesn't fall in love with anything except cash.
I don't know whether I ought to tell you what it was all about or not.
Then perhaps I'd better go to the police.
No, I'll tell you.
That's better.
He wanted to get some dope on Joe Graben. Said he'd give me $100 for what I could tell him. I didn't plan on really telling him anything.
You were interested in the $100?
Sure, that's all.
Why did you kill him, Miss Dare?
I didn't kill him. If anybody killed him...
Yes?
Nothing.
You make it very difficult for me, Miss Dare. The police...
Okay. If anybody killed him, it was that new piano player at the club.
You seem quite positive.
Well, Harley didn't give me the $100. Said I was holding out on him, that if I wasn't careful, he'd have me thrown in the clink, the louse. He said, if there's any tip-off on me, you get it, Marie.
Yes? That doesn't seem to prove anything about the piano player.
No, he'd been sauntering over to the piano and talking to her all evening. And he had a date with me. She's new in the joint.
What's her name? Where can I find her?
Her name's Betty Lanning.
What? Repeat that, please.
Betty Lanning. Why? You want her address?
No. I think I can find her without too much trouble. But what makes you think this Betty Lanning had something to do with his death?
He left me here at my hotel. I was scared of what he said about the police and me giving a tip-off to Joe Graben. I headed back for the elevator and then ducked out the side door and followed him. I was afraid he was going to tell the cops something about me.
Where did he go?
Well, he walked up a couple of blocks to a little all-night lunchroom, and Betty Lanning was there waiting for him.
Thank you, my dear. You've been of great help to me. Perhaps I will give you the $100 that Peter Harley refused to pay you.
Oh, yeah, I just bet.
You will come with me. There's a matter of establishing identity of the corpse beyond reasonable doubt.
I ain't going anywhere with you. I don't even know you.
You will, my dear. Of course, if you prefer to have an introduction through the police.
Okay, I'm coming. Say, you got a real fancy place here.
Yes, the classic beauty of Grecian architecture soothes the nerves of the bereaved. Right this way, my dear.
Mr. Graben's been calling you about the body
Oh? Surprised to see a fellow employee from the nightclub, Betty?
Hey, wait a minute. You're the new piano player in the club. How come you're over...
You must be mistaken. I work here.
Oh, no, I ain't mistaken. You play the piano.
I'm afraid bluffing won't do you much good, Betty. And I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? For what?
Well, I thought you were rather lazy and shiftless the way you've been coming in late in the mornings, and Here I discover you're holding down both a day and a night job. Rather admirable.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, don't deny it, my dear. I would be rather proud if I were you. Won't you show Miss Dare back to the receiving room, Betty?
Miss Dare? But why?
She wants to identify a friend.
All right, but I don't have any key.
I have. And I'm going with you. This way, Miss Dare. I'm surprised you didn't tell me about your other job, Betty. Just a minute. Show her the body, Betty. It's this one over here that she's interested in.
All right. All right. Oh, Pete. Pete Hornet. What have you done to him? You murderer.
Ah, so you knew the man, too. You and Miss Dare both.
You killed him. You'll never get away with this.
I did not kill the man, but I really can't let you run around screaming that I did. You've been working for me and working for Joe Graben. I wonder who else you're working for.
What do you mean?
I wonder if perhaps you might not be a spy. I wonder if you might not have put this man's body in here.
You're insane.
A man should know his employees better, Miss Lanning. I really think it's time for us to have a heart-to-heart talk.
I've nothing to say to you.
I have an idea you'll change your mind about that. Hello. Actually, I'd just as soon you didn't. You'd make such a beautiful corpse.
You wouldn't dare kill me. Hey, this is where I leave.
I'm sorry, Miss Dare. I'll have to insist that you stay. Has Harry left yet, Miss Lanning?
No, he was cleaning the chapel.
Oh, fine. I was afraid he might have gone. And he does so want some experience in embalming.
Is Carl Renfron actually going to kill Betty Lanning? And who killed Peter Harley, the detective? Why was his body left in the Renfron funeral home? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's news from your sponsor. And now, Act 2 of Complete with Quartet. The scene is the receiving room of the Renfron funeral home, and Harry Canby, Renfron's assistant, is arranging the embalming equipment.
You haven't got the nerve. You wouldn't dare. If it was me, I wouldn't bet on that, sister. If I was you, I'd start talking.
The start of the embalming process is very important, Harry. If you will give me the needle, please.
You can't embalm a live person.
Oh? A common misconception, Betty. On the contrary...
Get away from me! Don't you dare touch me!
Perhaps you're ready to talk now.
What do you want?
You're working with the police, I suppose. Working with this Peter Harley.
Are you kidding?
When I joke, you always see a smile on my lips. And my sense of humor is weak. I seldom joke.
I was working for Lou Dana. Lou Dana? Why, he's Joe Graben's worst enemy. Sure. Some of Lou Dana's spies, his undercover boys, began having accidents. And the accidents always turned up here. So Lou hired me to get a job here and tell him what was going on.
Mr. Dana must be a smart man.
He's smarter than you, Renfron. And smarter than Graben. I was giving him the dope every time a body came into this place from Graben.
Yes, but this job of yours as a piano player...
Graben never saw me here. His bodies always came in the back way. I was doing so well here, Lou got the idea of having me work at Graben's place, too. We were finding out everything Graben was doing.
A much smarter girl than I gave you credit for being, Miss Lanning.
And you better be careful how you treat me, too. Because Lou Dana's got enough on you to hang you.
If I were in your place, Miss Lanning, I should worry about my own neck. The police are going to be quite angry about Peter Harley.
I didn't kill him. I was giving him all the dope on Graben's mob.
The dope about Graben and you.
I suppose so. You know, Miss Lanning, I find such disloyalty rather distressing. Miss Dare, what would you do if you were I, under such circumstances?
You leave me out of this. I ain't playing.
I should hate to think that Joe Graben would double-cross me in view of all that I've done for him.
I bet Graben bumped off this Harley guy, boss.
Well, of course he did. Probably had someone following Peter Harley and me.
And when Graben finds out how Betty spilled everything she knew, he has this Harley fella erased.
Perhaps you could contribute something to the conversation about now, Miss Dare.
I don't think Joe would do a thing like that.
Oh, come now, Miss Dare. You told me you followed Harley and saw him meet Miss Lanning. You were angry because he hadn't given you the $100 he had promised. Now, it isn't logical that you would let such an opportunity for revenge pass.
So it was you who tipped off Graben, huh? Why, you dirty little... I ain't a stool pigeon or a double-crossing rat like you. Sure, I called Joe. Why wouldn't I?
Oh, please, ladies, please. This is hardly the place for such talk. We're in the presence of the dead. You know, Harry, this rather hurts me.
Huh?
Joe Graben, he's been such a fine customer. And to think he tried to take advantage of me. I think we'll have to call him over here and sever business relations.
What's the matter, Renfron? Cops making a fuss about the guy I brung in last night?
Which one, Mr. Graben?
What do you mean, which one?
Oh, really, Mr. Graben, you hurt me deeply. I've always endeavored to give you the finest service. Funerals worthy of much finer people than those that you have brought me. Everything has always been conducted on the highest plane, with the finest music, the most excellent caskets, beautiful flowers.
Okay, quit selling me. I ain't kicking. I paid you plenty, too. And never beefed on the prices. What's wrong with you?
If you wanted a free funeral for one of your victims, why didn't you ask me? I don't like deceit and trickery, Mr. Graben.
You're off your nut. I don't know what you're talking about.
This extra corpse you slipped in here last night, Mr. Graben.
Are you crazy? I brought in one. Harry's seen me. I told him all about it. Wasn't even a hot job.
Ah, but the one you brought with him, Mr. Graben. The one you neglected to report.
You lie.
Please, Mr. Graben. Perhaps you'd like to see him. This way, please.
I don't know nothing about it. One stiff I brung in. One. And if you think you're going to shake me down to pay for somebody else's corpse, you got another thing coming.
One moment, please. In here.
Hello, Joe.
Hey, what's it? Marie Dare. And Betty. Say, what's going on here anyhow?
One thing that's going on, Joe. We found out what a rat your new piano player is. Lou Dana she was working for, spying on you.
Quiet, please, Miss Dare, quiet. Teacher will know what a good girl you've been without you being so immodest. I'll tell him all about it. This is one of your nightclub's late patrons, Mr. Graben.
Him? Yeah, I seen him around. Been murdered, ain't he?
I bet you don't know how or where either, do you?
Me? How should I know?
Your little pal, Marie Dare, told us how she called you and told you this detective was meeting me. She's put you right on the spot.
Huh?
I wasn't putting you on any spot, Joe. She was giving this detective all the dope on you. She was a spy. Taking pay from you and giving Lou Dane all the dope on everything that was going on around your place.
And you told him you phoned me and told me about it? Why'd you say a thing like that, Marie?
Because I did.
It must have been a couple of other people. You never talked to me.
Oh, your protests of innocence are touching, Mr. Graben, but unnecessary.
Nobody's going to hand me a rap for killing a dick.
That is not the point.
It is as far as I'm concerned.
Our friend Betty, who seems to have been working for both of us, isn't going to give you the benefit of any doubt if this should come into court. Peter Harley was on your trail trying to get something on you.
Yeah? Well, I didn't know about it.
Betty, a member of a rival gang, was telling him anything that she could that would get you into trouble with the police. Marie Dare tipped you off as to what was going on.
She never did.
She says she did. She has no apparent motive for lying. Peter Harley's been murdered. Do you think you would want the case to go to court, Mr. Graven?
I suppose it's gotta.
No, not necessarily. Not if you arrange for the right kind of a funeral.
You mean you can cover this thing up?
Such things have been arranged in the past, but this is going to be an expensive lesson for you, Mr. Graven.
Yeah? What do you mean?
Somebody has tried to victimize me into putting out a free funeral. This man died trying to uphold the law. A noble hero shot down in the prime of his life. He deserves last rites of genuine eloquence.
Okay. How much do you want?
I should say about $50,000 should cover it very nicely.
$50,000? Well, that's blackmail.
Oh, but it will be a superb funeral. Flowers, special carpet at the cemetery, the red one, even the quartet.
You'll guarantee I don't take the rap if I pay you the dough?
When the Renfron Funeral Home takes charge of a funeral, I assume every responsibility. I guarantee you that you'll never be charged with Peter Harley's murder. Of course, Mr. Graven, you will make the payment in cash, in advance.
Okay, you got your dough. I guess I can go now.
Have you finished counting the money, Harry?
Yeah, 50 grand. It's okay.
I ain't gonna forget the way you shook me down, Mr. Renfron.
No, I don't suppose you will. Give me the money, Harry.
Yeah, here you are, boss.
Thank you, Harry. Oh, by the way, I'm afraid I'll have to dispense with your services.
Huh?
I mean, you're fired.
But I ain't done anything, boss.
I could hardly have a murderer working for me, Harry. Particularly such a stupid murderer.
What do you mean? Listen, I ain't murdered anybody.
Hey, what gives? What's this all about anyway?
Peter Harley came here last night and asked to see the body that was in the receiving room. He showed his police credentials, I imagine, and demanded to see it.
No, he wasn't here.
You took him back to the receiving room. You were panic-stricken because you thought you would be in trouble, that you would be implicated in the work we've been doing for Joe Graven.
You're making this up.
You've been receiving most of Mr. Graven's cases at night. You thought you'd be in it up to your neck. So, you shot the detective.
You killed him yourself.
Hardly. Peter Harley and I were working together.
You and Harley? Why, you dirty rat.
When you brought your first case to me, Mr. Graven, I was scared to death. So I went to the police.
And you got the nerve to admit it?
They told me to play along with you, to tip them off. They've been building up a chain of evidence that will send you to the electric chair. Thanks to me.
And you've been collecting from Joe Graben all the time?
Naturally, my dear. Even the gangster dead must have burial.
I didn't kill Harley, I tell you. You did it yourself. You have a key, too.
Yes? Try telling that to the police, Harry. I'm afraid you'll irritate them. You see, Harry, they tipped me off a long time ago that you were one of Graben's boys. That you came to work for me because Graben had decided I was to be his undertaker.
Then I'll confess that Graben told me to shoot Harley. Yeah.
Why, you louse. Try to ring me in on your mistake, will you?
You told me to do it. I'll stick to that. Unless you get me out of here.
I can do that, all right. This gun'll do the trick.
Joe, you ain't gonna shoot us.
I ought to shoot Renfron, taking my dough and then tipping off the cops, shaking me down for 50 grand.
Come on, we gotta get out of here, Joe.
You sap. Okay, come on.
I got a key, Joe. We'll leave Renfron and the dames locked in here. Let them try to explain Peter Harley's body.
Yeah.
Oh, fine spot you got us in now. When the cop comes...
My dear, I don't believe you realize how lucky you are that Joe Graben didn't shoot you. Really, I don't. If I weren't a law-abiding citizen, I would be tempted to do it myself. You played unfair with me, too, you know.
Hey, what's that?
The police. I had the place literally honeycombed with them. Oh, my, I hope the bullets didn't hit any of my precious objects dealt.
Looks like most of them hit Harry and Joe Graben.
Yes, the wages of sin. But I suppose I really owe them free funerals.
Yeah, complete with quartet.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
The last stick of wood. Ben? Ben?
Quit hollering, Ma. I hear you.
Well, if I'm going to keep this stove going, I'll need some more wood.
There's some in the wood box.
No, you didn't fetch any today. Now go on out the woodshed and bring me some.
Ma, I was just fixing to leave for town.
Ben Redgate, you fill my wood box. And there'll be no going to town tonight.
Ma, you can't keep me here like a tethered calf.
Why, you're living in my house. You'll do as I say.
I'm a man grown, Ma. Pa says I can...
Pa says you want to go to town so you can be like your pa?
Oh, now, Ma.
Ben, it's going to town that's turned him the way he is.
He's still my pa.
Well, you're not going to town. That's the end of it. One man in this family hanging around saloons is enough.
Where's the horses? I thought I told you to get the horses, Ben.
Ma says I can't go.
Well, and I say you can. Go on now, get the horses.
The boy isn't going, Horatio.
No.
Don't stand in the way, Livy. He's big enough to go to town with his pa. Ain't you, Ben?
I sure am, Pa.
He's not to go. You're not to take him in there and start him on the road you took.
Well, now. Ben don't think it's such a bad road, I'll wager.
Sure not. All them sights I never seen.
Time you saw him, boy.
I mean what I say, Horatio. Ben is not to go. I can't stop you from going. It's too late for you anyhow. The whiskey hasn't been off your breath for 5 years or more.
That's no concern of yours.
It's my concern that I had to keep this place going so my boy and I'd have a roof over our heads.
Oh, ain't you had it hard, though?
I've done what had to be done. And I'm not going to have you coming back whenever the spirit moves you, stirring up things, filling the boy with wild tales.
He's my son, too.
He's your son like I'm your wife. It hasn't meant much for a long time. You can't come back now and start taking over the boy's life.
I should have known. You ain't stopped reading me out since the last time. I don't know why I keep coming back.
Well, whether you come or go means nothing to me. But mark my words. You leave that boy alone.
You mind you said that, Livy. You will have cause to rue this day.
Paul, where you going?
Any son of mine can find me in Dodge. I won't be hiding.
He sure don't favor his daddy standing there, do he?
No, sir. Horatio Redgate never spills a drop. Why, he'd lick it right up off in the bar if he had to.
Why don't you leave me be?
Why, sonny, we figure you need somebody to look after you, that's all. Ain't that right? That's right. Way I get it, his ma don't like him out of her sight. Somebody's got to watch over him.
Go on now, leave me be, or I'll just...
Or you'll do what, sonny?
All right, boys. All right. You've had your fun. You the Redgate boy?
My name's Ben Redgate, and I'm man grown.
Well, sure you are. Is that your pa lying across the table back there?
Sure, that's him.
Look, Ben, why don't you call it quits for now and go on home, huh?
Oh, you sound like my ma. She don't think I can get along out of her sight.
I don't think you're out of her sight right now.
What do you mean?
Isn't that your ma standing there at the door looking in?
She's got no call to follow me.
Maybe not, but she's sure doing it.
Well, I guess I have to see it to believe it. Come on home now, Ben.
I ain't gonna go. I ain't gonna listen to no more of your lectures.
This is no way for you, Ben. Come home now and we'll say no more about it.
We'll say no more about it because I ain't coming. And I ain't gonna listen no more.
Mind your tongue, Ben. It wasn't easy for me to come into a place like this. Don't you cause me trouble now.
Then don't follow me. And if I want to take a drink out of this bottle, I'm going to do it.
Not while I'm here to stop you. You may be too big to whip, Ben, but I can still knock a bottle out of your hand.
You can't bust all the bottles in the saloon.
I would if I could right enough.
I still ain't coming, Ma, no matter what you do.
All right, Ben, all right. I can't drag you. But I tell you this. If it'd do any good, if it'd keep you from turning out like your pa, I'd as soon see every saloon in Kansas burn to the ground. I'd even help strike the matches.
Your ma sure speaks her mind, boy. She said some mean things there. Mighty mean. She smashed that bottle full of whiskey just like it was nothing. A terrible thing. Wasting whiskey like that is terrible. Can we buy you a drink, boy?
No, I've had enough of this place.
You going home like she told you?
No, I ain't going home. I'm going to hunt up a place to get drunk where Ma can't find me.
The shoveling started at the little town of Rome in New York State back in 1817. And on July 4th, 1967, the post office released a special sesquicentennial stamp there in honor of the big ditch they dug, which, it says on the stamp in my album here, was the Erie Canal. Now, in case you don't know, that canal went all the way from Buffalo on Lake Erie to the Hudson River, connecting the Great Lakes with the Atlantic Ocean. The biggest waterway ever built in the United States at the time, and it was done mostly by the Irish just over from the old country, who did their digging with spit and mussel. Yep. Made lots of money for years on tolls. And the traffic and freight and people through the canal was mainly responsible for building up the Midwest and keeping business in the East busy doing it. Well, of course, the Erie Canal ain't what she used to be, because the railroads do most of the job now. But the big ditch is still there, and so is all the history that went through it.
want your excuse this time, Chester?
Oh.
I just took all your men. The game's over.
Oh, well, now, Mr. Dillon, I don't think checkers is a very good game to play so late at night.
What's the matter? Can't you keep your eyes open?
Oh, no, sir, it ain't that. Some colors, they get kind of blurry, kind of hard to tell the red from the black. Did you ever notice that?
Yeah, that doesn't make much difference to me.
How's that?
I wind up with all the checkers anyway, whatever color they are.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, what in the world's going on?
I don't know. Come on.
Look, down at the end of the street there, see?
Yeah. I don't think they're going to put that one out either.
Oh, them flames sure got a hold, all right.
That's the new saloon, the Prairie Wagon. Now there's no hope for that place. It'll be enough of a job to keep the fire from spreading.
I'll go help with the buckets, Mr. Dillon.
I'll go around back, see which way it is spreading.
Yes, sir.
Marshal! Marshal!
Yeah, what?
We got him, Marshal. Caught her red-handed.
Marshal, I don't know.
She done it, Marshal, just as plain as can be.
What's she done? Well, come on, quick, mister. We got a fire to fight.
That's just it, Marshal. She set the fire.
Miss Redgate?
No, Marshal, but you better go fight it before it spreads through the whole town.
You can't let her go.
I'm not going anyplace. I'll wait for you, Marshal, right here.
You can do more than that, Miss Redgate. You can pass empty buckets back. All right, you men, let's get to work.
We was sure lucky there wasn't no wind.
Yeah. Yeah, you sit here, Miss Redgate.
Thanks to her, the whole town didn't burn up.
You men got facts to back you up on this?
Sure. Marshal, everybody heard her say she'd like to set a match to every saloon in Kansas. Ain't that right, Jay?
It sure is. She said it right there in the Long Branch just tonight. And there she was, out back, watching the Prairie Wagon burn.
I wasn't watching, Marshal.
Did you say those things, Miss Redgate?
I said I'd like to see them burn, Marshal, and I'm not sorry this one did either, but I didn't burn it.
You gotta lock her up, Marshal.
I'll take care of her.
Go on, lock her up. She done it plain as day.
I said I'd take care of her. Now, you men get out. I'll send for you tomorrow if I need you.
But, Marshal,
I said get out. Miss Redgate, I think maybe you better tell me what you were doing out in the alley.
I didn't set that fire.
You were heard talking about burning saloons. And the saloon burns. You were found right out back. Now, does that sound very good to you?
No, Marshal, it don't.
And I'm going to have to hold you till this thing gets straightened out.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, excuse me.
That's all right, Chester.
Well, Mr. Dillon, there's a fellow out here says he's got to see you right now.
I'll bring him in.
Well, yes, sir, but I just thought maybe it might be better for you to come out and see him for just a minute. If it's all seems
all right, Chester. You stay here with Miss Redgate.
Yes, sir.
I want to see you, Marshal.
Oh, it's you, Redgate. What do you want?
I come to do my duty.
Is that so?
That fire, that terrible fire, Marshal.
What about the fire?
I know.
You know what?
I know who done it. I know who burned down that new saloon. That terrible thing.
All right, tell me. Who did it?
You won't believe.
Well, you tell me anyway, huh?
You ever hear of a woman too good for her own good?
Oh, come on, Redgate. Tell me your story.
Too good for her own good?
Redgate.
Well, that's her name, Marshal. Lavinia Redgate.
Are you saying that she set that fire?
I seen her, Marshal. I seen her just as
You
nice
telling me that you saw your wife start that fire?
Sure as shooting.
Then why didn't you stop her?
Huh?
I said, why didn't you stop her?
Well, Marshal, I couldn't. I couldn't get there in time. I was still across the street when I seen her.
Across the street?
That's it, yeah. I was across there When I seen her standing in front of the saloon with a big torch, great big torch.
Did you say in front of the saloon?
That's right, Marshal. And she throwed the torch.
Then what did she do?
Well, she just stood there watching, right there. And I want you to go get her, Marshal. Arrest her. She's too good for her own good.
I don't have to arrest her, Redgate.
You don't? Why not? Just tell me why not.
She's already in my office.
Really? In the jailhouse? Oh, that's good, Marshal. That's good. I want to see that, Marshal. I want to go inside.
Yeah, I think maybe you better. Come on.
Hometowns in America have a lot in common, yet they're each one of a kind. Take, for example, Pulaski, Virginia. Every day is another day of sawdust in the air at Pulaski, but it's clean and fine and white. And besides, the Pulaski and Coleman Furniture Companies are mostly what make Pulaski go. If you're driving down from Washington on U.S. Highway 11, you'll pass right through Pulaski, and you can stop at Don Easter's Gap Restaurant for that good Virginia country ham sliced thick. Fair weather finds Piedmont Airlines touching down at New River Valley Airport, nearly 2 hours closer than the old Roanoke terminal. If you're in Pulaski at the right time, you can catch a ball game between Pulaski and Dublin. Or if you're staying longer, a season ticket to the concerts in Blacksburg at VMI are just the thing. And those Civil War cannons still need a nice-sized park. But if your hometown is Pulaski, you already know this. We only wanted to remind you, it's still there.
What? She ain't locked up at all, Marshal. She's just sitting there.
Horatio, where's Ben?
Go on now, Marshal. Lock her up. Lock her up,
Oh,
Marshal.
sit down, Redgate. Sit down.
I just wanted to see her locked up.
I don't think that's going to be necessary.
Why not, Marshal? She done it. She said she was going to. I seen her.
I'm not so sure about that.
Anybody'll tell you she said that she'd as soon see all the saloons burn. She'll tell you herself, won't you, Livy?
What have you done with Ben?
You're in a fix for sure, ain't you, Livy? Your boy's run off, ain't he? Because you didn't want him to see his paw.
Send him home, Horatio. Give him a chance to grow up decent.
You've been out looking for him, ain't you, Livy? You couldn't sit there at home and wait for him, could you?
Yes, I've been looking.
Is that what you were doing in the alley, Miss Redgate?
Yes, Marshal. I'm ashamed to tell you it was. I was feared someone would tell him if they saw me out front, so I was going along the back way. I got my hindsight now. I can see it was wrong.
Yeah, hear that, Marshal? Vinnie Redgate admits she was wrong. Lock her up, Marshal. Lock her up. Let her sit there a spell and repent.
You got it backwards, Redgate.
What's that?
You're the one who's going to sit there and repent.
What?
Your wife never was out on Front Street. 2 witnesses saw her around back. Your story doesn't make any sense at all.
Marshal, I swear.
Don't bother. You sure wanted to get at her, didn't you?
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I'd watch what I was saying if I were you.
Matt? Say, Matt.
Yeah, Doc, what is it?
Oh. Well, I'll come back later.
No, it's all right. It's all right. What's on your mind?
It'd be better if I came back.
Just speak up, Doc.
Well, Matt, it's about that fire.
Somebody hurt?
Somebody's dead.
Well, who was it?
Well, Matt.
Doc, it's Ben. isn't there?
Yes, Mrs. Redgate. It's Ben.
I had a feeling about tonight. I had a feeling. That's why I kept going after him, looking for him.
You saying my boy was in that saloon?
Yes, Rachel. He must have been asleep back at the bar. I'm sorry. I'm real sorry.
Oh.
Ben is dead? What? I didn't mean nothing like this. I didn't mean to hurt nobody. Just to get Livy in a fix for a day or two.
You set the fire, didn't you?
Yes, Marshal. I said it. But I didn't mean to burn my boy.
Chester, take him back and lock him up.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Miss Redgate. I wish there was something I could do to make it easier for you. If you like, ma'am, I'll have Chester take you home.
Home. I drove Ben away from home. What did I do wrong, Marshal? I only wanted him to be a good boy. Now, what did I do wrong?
Maybe it's not what you did wrong, Miss Redgate. Maybe you just tried too hard to do right.
Well, when it comes to political terminology, I guess that old character Elijah Cuddlestone has used it all. For instance, and I say that all of them, every man Jack and nominated to run against me is cast in the same mold, poured out of the same bottle, chips off of the same political stump. There's no choice among them, that is. Fact is, I say that it's a fact that you'll see them ring in a dark horse candidate, a dark horse, that is, because they can't make up their minds otherwise, is what I mean. Well, dark horse, in the political sense in which Elijah used it, means pretty much as he explained it. An unexpected nominee brought in to break a deadlocked balloting for a candidate from among the leading nominees. Presidents Polk, Pierce, Garfield, and Harding were dark horses. Originally, dark horse was a racing term for a horse whose abilities were kept in the dark until displayed in the race.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, sir.
Sure thing.
That's right. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 47 sold American.
You said it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Here's what Mr. Percy W. Joyner, tobacco auctioneer of Lewisburg, North Carolina, said.
I've seen tobacco sold all over the South, and at market after market, I've watched Lucky Strike buy the milder, better tasting tobacco, the kind that makes a better cigarette. I've smoked Lucky's for 12 years.
Yes, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
American.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday was the annual running of the Hollywood Park Gold Cup race. So let's go back to Friday, the night before the big event, and show you what happened. Jack is at his home in Beverly Hills.
Now, let's see. What do you think of Texas Sandman, Rochester?
He stands a pretty good chance, boss.
Yeah. How about Surdy?
A mighty good horse.
Uh-huh. Well, what do you think of Ligero Honey?
I wouldn't bet on that nag if Admiral Halsey was riding it.
It's a shame that Busher is out of the race. She would have been the heavy favorite.
Uh-huh.
Gee, she'd have been a cinch.
Wait a minute, boss. In horse racing, there's no such thing as a cinch. Remember what happened to me last year when I bet on a cinch?
Didn't he win?
Win. He came in last. When he finally did finish, he was disqualified for not having a jockey.
Oh, you mean the jockey was thrown off?
No, he starved to death.
Well, let's look at the racing form again. I don't know. I still like that long shot, Ligero Honey.
Oh, no, boss. You take Texas Sandman. He's by Shipton Sands II out of Swamp Queen.
Oh, you mean his mother and father? I still like Ligero Honey, you know.
But, boss, take a horse like Surdy. He's by Mio de Arezzo out of Risky Miss.
Oh. What about Ligero Honey?
He's an orphan.
Well, so is Barbara Stanwyck, and she's doing all right. Believe me.
Barbara Stanwyck?
Yes. She won the Daily Double Indemnity. Say, that's a good one, isn't it? Double Indemnity. Oh, boy. That was good. I wish Miss Livingston and Mr. Harris were here to hear that one.
Yeah, I wish it was anybody but me.
Never mind. Come in. Gosh, I don't know. There's so many good horses in this race. There's Paper Boy, Bull Ray, Best Effort, Challenge Me.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Jack. I don't see that here.
Jack, I said hello.
Oh, hello, Mary. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to pick a horse in the big race tomorrow.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't go to the races. You're such a hard loser.
I am not.
Go on. Last year when you went to the track, you had a vial of poison strapped to your leg.
Vial of poison. You're so clever. Say, Rochester, here's a horse.
Oh, say, Jack, I got a letter from Mama. She said she heard last week's program and thought it was great.
She did? Good.
She thought Ingrid Bergman was wonderful the way she played Gaslight.
Well, she was.
And Papa said you were swell as Charles Boyer.
Good. What did Mama say to that?
Nothing. She just gave Papa some black coffee and put him to bed.
Well, your mother wouldn't even like me if I was good. Now, here's a horse called Shuffle that... You know, Mary, I never saw anyone like your mother. She hates me, and I do everything in the world for her. I remember her on Christmas, her birthday, Mother's Day. What about that ocean trip I offered her to go to Europe?
A fine offer. You told her to join the wax.
Well, if she couldn't pass her physical, it's not my fault. Let's see, challenge me, Sickles' choice. That's a good one. I'll tell you another thing, Mary. If your mother doesn't change her attitude toward me, I'm going to stop sending her my old slacks. Now, let's see. Sickles' choice, challenge me.
Now, Jack, Mama...
Wait a minute. Let me see. I wonder how much weight she carries.
240 pounds.
I'm not talking about your mother. Anyway, if she'd taken some of that off, she would have passed her physical. Let's see, Sickles' choice. Come in! Next time you write a letter to your mother, tell her the... Well, hiya, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Larry. How's married life?
Oh, fine, except that my wife can't cook very well.
What do you mean?
Well, we had some people over for dinner 2 weeks ago, and I don't think the meal agreed with them.
Why, what'd they say?
Nothing. They're still sitting there.
See, Sickles' choice is a good...
Mr. Benny, are we going to rehearse for the program?
As soon as the rest of them get here.
Then I'll go in by the piano and rehearse my song, Navajo Trail.
Okay. Sickles' choice, challenge me. Corbett's writing Georgie Drum. Peterson's our Texas Sandman.
Every day along about evening, when the sunlight's beginning to fail, I ride through the slumbering shadows along the Navajo Trail. When it's night and crickets are calling and coyotes are making a wail, I dream by a smoldering fire along the Navajo Trail. I love to lie and listen to the music when the wind is strumming a sagebrush guitar. When over yonder hill the moon is climbing, you'll always find me wishing on a star. Well, what do you know? It's morning already. There's the dawning so silver and pale. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail.
Rochester, I've gone over this racing form 5 times, and I think you're right. It looks like Texas Sandman all the way.
Now you're talking, boss.
That settles it. Texas Sandman. I'm going out there tomorrow and put $2 right on his nose. That's what I'm going to do. You can give me your $1 now, Rochester. Hand it over.
Okay.
If the world comes to an end tomorrow, it's okay with me. I've seen everything.
What'd you say, Mary?
Nothing.
Now, Rochester, when I go to the track tomorrow, I'm going to wear my brown tweed suit. Is it pressed?
Yes, sir.
Good. By the way, I found out about you wearing my gray suit Wednesday night when I was out.
Me?
Yes, I found out all about it. Now admit it. You did wear it, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Doggone, that parrot's been talking again.
He has not.
I'm sick and tired of the way that bird spies on me.
Rochester, my parrot doesn't spy on you.
Then how come his returned address is the house on 92nd Street?
Never mind that. Now, Rochester, the rest of the gang will be here soon. We're going to rehearse in the library. So be sure there are plenty of chairs in there.
Okay. Doggone that parrot. He tells the boss everything he sees. I wonder how long you'd have to cook a parrot before it's tender. Doggone, I'd like to hit him over the head with his own drumstick. Well, I'd better go and get the library fixed up. Kind of dusty in here. Guess I'd better... Just look at him sitting in that cage watching me. I'd better get busy or he'll rat on me.
Hello.
I won't pay any attention to him.
Hey, Rochester.
I better move these chairs over here.
Hey, Rochester.
Child, quiet, blab 'em out. One of these days...
Rochester!
Yes, boss?
Answer the door!
Answer the door.
You better be quiet, Polly. Don't you tell me what to do. You know I've been around here longer than you have, and if you keep that up, I'm going to...
Shut
up. Okay.
Oh, hello, Rochester.
Hiya, Roch.
Hello, gentlemen. It's Mr. Harris and Mr. Wilson, boss.
Oh, come on in, fellas. Come on, Mary. Everybody's here. We better start rehearsing.
Okay.
Hello, Don, Phil. Say, you boys are a little late.
It's my fault, Jackson. I started playing with my little daughter, and I forgot all about the time.
Oh, that's all right, Phil.
Say, Phil, I saw your little daughter the other day, and that baby is sure growing. She looks just like Alice.
You ain't kidding, Mary. Last night she put on Alice's high-heeled shoes and one of her long dresses, and I couldn't tell them apart.
Honest?
Yeah, after dinner I threw Alice in the crib and took the kid to the Palladium.
Phil, you know that didn't happen.
Well, it was the kid or the nurse. Somebody went with me.
Now, let's forget it and start the rehearsal. You know, we got to rehearse Danny Kaye's show. We're all on Danny Kaye's show this week.
Say, Jack, I wish that last week you'd have let me be Charles Boyer in that sketch with Ingrid Bergman.
Oh, fine. Pate Boyer.
No, I'm serious, Jack. Listen.
Ingrid, my darling, I love you. And if you love me like I love thee, do not simply say oui, oui. Whisper LSMFT.
Don.
Lucky Strike is wonderful
Look,
because
Don.
they are so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Don.
Let me take you in my arms and press you close.
Don, you're hurting me. Now, come on, we're late. Let's get on with the rehearsal.
Yeah, let's get started.
All right, kids, now here's the rehearsal. Now, Phil's band picks up right after the commercial. All right, hit it, Phil.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Can it be the breeze that fills the trees with rare and magic perfume? Oh, no, it isn't the breeze. It's Jackson time. La-da-da-da.
That's it. Now... Then after Don's introduction, I say thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And say, Mary, did you have a good time at the races yesterday? Well, go ahead, Mary. You got the next line.
Oh, Jack, I don't want to do that corny joke. It's awful.
It is not awful. I wrote it myself.
Well, just listen to the way it sounds. You say, did you have a good time at the races, Mary? And then I have to say, well, yes, except the horse I bet on was so slow the jockey had to get off and bush her.
Did you get it, Phil?
Yeah, I got it all over me.
Well, I like the gag, and it stays in.
Well, then everything that Fred Allen says about you is right.
I don't care what Allen says. I heard his program last week. There was nothing to rave about.
I don't know. Everyone I talked to thought that his second program was even better than his first.
Well, that's fine. Maybe if he keeps on improving, he can take the place of Tokyo Rose. Well, let's not talk any more about Boston's half-baked bean. We got to get on with this. Oh, there's the phone. We can never finish a rehearsal. Hello?
Hello, is my daddy there?
Your dad? Oh, is this Phil Harris's little girl?
Yes, and I want to talk to Hotshot.
Hotshot? Is that what your mommy called your daddy?
No, that's what he calls himself.
No.
Yes, Hotshot Harris with the heavenly hair.
Oh, no. Well, just a second, honey. I'll call your daddy. Hey, Hotshot, you want it on the phone.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Daddy.
Oh, hello, baby. Is there anything wrong?
Yes, Daddy, I just came back from the candy store.
Oh, well, what did you buy?
Nothing. They told me the check you gave me is no good.
What do they mean, no good? I made that check out properly, and I signed it, too.
I know, Daddy, but you put your X on the wrong line.
Oh, well, I'll straighten it out when I get home. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Goodbye, Hotshot.
Nothing wrong, is there, Phil?
No, let's get on with the rehearsal.
Okay. Now, Mary, you had the last line, and as soon as we...
Hiya, Benny. Hello, everybody. Thought I'd drop in to see if I can get any ideas for a couple of publicity stories.
Oh, hello, Steve. Sit down. We're rehearsing.
Go right ahead. Just pretend I'm one of the family and make believe I'm not here at all.
Thanks, Steve. Now, Mary, let's forget the Busher joke and go on with...
Hey, Benny, I got a publicity campaign mapped out for you that's a dilly. I'm going to give you a new build-up. I'm going to play down Benny the comedian and play up Benny the glamour boy.
Me? Glamour boy?
Why, certainly. Your name should be in the gossip columns every day, tied up with a lot of dames. You know, the romantic angle.
But, Steve, I'm almost 37. But, huh?
Nobody let that get out of this room.
But, Steve...
Yes, Benny the romantic angle. That's it. I'll get everything fixed up. Tomorrow night, you're going out with Lana Turner.
But will Lana Turner go out with me?
Why, sure. We're going to wrap a towel around your head and call you Turhan Benet.
Now, wait a minute.
When I get through with this campaign, Benny will be as famous as hot dogs or apple pie. Jack Benny will be the delight of the Bobby Sox Brigade. Jack Benny will be the...
Polly, sit down.
Just pretend I'm one of the family and make believe I'm not here at all.
I'm sorry, Steve. That was my parrot.
Oh, well, I got to get going anyway now, so I'll see you a little later. So long.
So long.
Hey, Benny, don't let that 37 get out of this room. From now on, you're 25.
Oh, Steve, how can I look like 25?
What you haven't got in the flesh, I can get out of a jar. So long.
Steve, what happened?
You're 37 again. I dropped the jar.
Well, I'm glad he's gone. Now, come on, kids. Let's finish the rehearsal. Gosh, that was the most tiring rehearsal I ever went through. So many interruptions. I hope I get a good night's sleep. Gee, this bed feels good.
Well, I might as well take my shoes off.
This little piggy went to market. This little pig... Oh, I guess I'm too old for that. I was 25 for a few minutes there. Say, I wonder if... Where's the mirror? Say, I don't look so bad with this towel around my head. I'm the chic of Araby. Lana's love belongs to me.
I better turn out the light and get to bed.
Gee, I hope I do well at the track tomorrow. I think Rochester was right. Texas Sandman looks like a good bet.
Of course, there's so many good horses in that race, you can't tell.
Are you with it? That's a good show bet. Surrey, Sickles' Choice.
Jack, have you placed your bet yet?
Yes, Mary. I bet $85,000 on Challenge Me. And just to insure it, I bet $2 on Texas Sandman to show. I got a hunch Challenge Me is the horse. Who you betting on, Mary?
I put $50,000 on Rinso White.
Better be careful, Mary. A whole week's salary. There.
Oh, Jack, look. Look, Jack, there's a horse in this race called Buck Benny.
Where? Oh, yes, Buck Benny, named after me.
Hey, Jackson, who you betting on the 56th race?
Well, I'm thinking of Gypsy Rose Lee.
So am I, but who you betting on?
Well, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the next race, Texas Sandman will run with blinkers and a whip.
I must mark that down.
Sickles' Choice will run with blinkers and a whip.
I must make a note of that, too.
Buck Benny will run with glasses and a cane.
Mary, how do you spell cane?
WLXTYGR.
Isn't there an E in it? Hey, Mary, look, the horses are passing us now on the way to the track.
Yeah, and look at poor Busher. She can't be in the race because of a lame leg.
Yeah, isn't that a shame? I'm going over and give her a lump of sugar. Hello, Busher, old girl. You hurt your little footsie, didn't you, girlie? I'm so sorry you're not in the race. How do you feel, Busher?
Lousy.
Well, that's a shame. Say, Busher, didn't I see you somewhere this summer? Wasn't it at Santa Anita?
No. Don't you remember? We met at Cary Grant's swimming pool.
Oh, yeah. Say, Busher, I put $85,000 on Challenge Me. What do you think of his chances?
With me out, they've all got a chance.
I guess so. Well, goodbye, Busher. I'll see you at Claudette's on New Year's. Gee, I'm sorry she hurt her foot there.
The horses are all in the starting gate. Steady. Steady now. And they're off.
Boy, let them go.
It's Melvin off and going to the front. Valdina Streak is second. Valdina Joyce third. Valdina South is fourth. Valdina Kinsel is fifth. And in sixth place is Herman Valdina.
Come on, challenge me!
And they hit the halfway mark. It's Seabiscuit by a length. El Lobo is second and Greenberg's on third.
Gosh, he's been there so long.
Challenge me is fourth. Bull Ray is fifth. And here comes Mildred Pierce.
Mildred Pierce?
Loving her is like shaking hands with the devil.
You're not kidding.
They're all in a bunch as they're turning for home. So while they're all gathered together, I want to say a few words. Horses, do you ever suffer from a frail tail? Do you develop grit on your bit? Do you get floats from your rope? You do? Then why not try sympathy soothing?
Gee, I didn't know that was good for horses, too.
They're coming down the home stretch. It's Gaslight leading by 2 lengths. Mary's mother is second.
Gee, Mary didn't tell me she was running today.
Autocrat is third. Hot Dog is fourth. And Lupkin is coming through on the outside.
Gee!
And Jealousy is coming up from behind.
Come on, challenge me! Come on!
Boss, wake up!
Come on, challenge me! Get in there!
Boss, you're dreaming. Wake up!
Come on, challenge me! Huh? What?
You've been dreaming, boss.
I've been... Oh, yes. Gosh, what a dream that was. Oh, Rochester! Rochester, quick!
What?
Give me a sleeping pill. I gotta find out who won. Hurry, will you? Ladies and gentlemen, we say the war is over, but that's only true in one sense. Because the front line has now been moved into our hospitals where thousands of men are still fighting for their lives. Doctors and nurses are so greatly overworked that nurses, aides, and everyone else who can work in a hospital in any capacity are urged to help now. Ask your local hospital how you can best serve. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend L.A. Speed Riggs.
Independent tobacco experts know it takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette.
LSMFT.
That's right. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
LSMFT.
You bet. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45, sold American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Yes, fine tobacco means a fine cigarette. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Say, Jack, I still don't want to do that joke about Busher. I think it's terrible.
Well, that's all right, Mary. I don't want to hurt Busher's feelings anyway. She told me she feels awful.
What?
Busher told me that... Oh, never mind. Good night, folks. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Joan Bennett and Preston Foster in She Knew All the Answers with Eve Arden. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. More than 2,500 years ago, the Greeks discovered that people could be entertained by something called a play. And it's been going on ever since. Tonight's play is pure entertainment. It has no message to preach, no lesson to teach. Only one reason for being, to make you enjoy yourselves. If we can do that and help you relax for just an hour between two working days, then we'll be glad we picked a sparkling comedy like She Knew All the Answers for the Lux Radio Theater tonight. And to make a good thing better, we have two accomplished stars who have an enviable record of success on this stage, Joan Bennett and Preston Foster. She Knew All the Answers is adapted from a Columbia picture in which Miss Bennett was starred. And tonight she plays the same part for us, a chorus girl who goes to work in a broker's office for a very interesting reason. Preston Foster is the fortunate financier who learns some of the answers from her. If the lady in question knows all the answers, she must know that best of all answers to the problem of beauty care, Lux toilet soap. And she'll be in very good company, too, because so many millions of you know it. Stenographers and screen stars, housewives and riveters, all have the same natural desire to look their loveliest. And out here, in Southern California at least, it's just about impossible to tell whether a girl is a screen extra or an aircraft worker from her looks. Glamour seems to be as abundant on the assembly line as on the soundstage. And there's no reason why it shouldn't be either, because beauty is where you find it. And wherever you find it, you'll find Lux toilet soap, too. Now we find the curtain going up on Act One of She Knew All the Answers, starring Preston Foster as Mark Willows and Joan Bennett as Gloria Winters, with Eve Arden as Kitty. On a lonely stretch of road leading out of New York, a long, sleek car roars through the black night. Somewhere along the road, a cordon of police is waiting, watching, strung across the strip of concrete like a huge net. As the car rounds a turn, the police stand like ghosts in the glare of the headlights. The car swerves and lunges toward them, then grinds to a stop.
Hey, what is this? Get out of the way.
Just a minute, Bud. Your name Randy Bradford?
Yes, it is.
Who's the girl with you? Come on, sister. What's your name?
I'm Gloria Winters.
Oh, yeah? Okay, Mac. We got him. Get out, Bud.
Listen, what's the matter? What is this?
Somebody wants to speak to you on the telephone.
3 minutes later, Randolph Bradford, the darling of cafe society, is in a gas station, speaking long distance.
Now, listen, Mark, what's the idea of sinking those cops on us? Yeah? Well, since when is it a criminal offense for a guy in love to elope? Oh, is that so, Mr. Willows? Now, you listen to me. I'm going to marry Gloria Winters tonight, and you and 20 like you can't stop me. Why, you haven't even seen her. How can you... What? Well, suppose I have known her only 2 months. Is that anything against her? Oh, it can't be love, huh? Well, what do you think it is? What? She is not. No. No, she's not like that at all. No. No, she is not.
Look, is that guy talking about me?
Now, quiet, darling.
What's he saying? Something tells me I ought to smack him in the face.
Oh, it's all right, dear. Hello? Now, look, Mark, the trouble with you is you've had that snooping nose of yours buried in Wall Street too long. Now, get this. We're getting married tonight, and you can take a flying leap at the moon. Goodbye.
What was that all about?
Oh, that graybeard at the other end was Mark Willows, my father's partner, executor of his will, and my noble guardian.
And what has that got to do with me?
Well, it seems that there's a clause specifically stating that he, Willows, must approve of my choice of a wife.
And if he doesn't?
Then I'll be disinherited.
Well, that's ridiculous. I thought that kind of thing went out with the horse car.
It did. But my father owned the last horse car in the country. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute. How much would you lose if you tell him to go to Gehenna?
Oh, a few million, I guess. Maybe 10.
$10 million?
Yeah.
You folks ready to leave now?
Oh, yes, we are, officer. Good night. You and the boys are excused now, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford, but we still have orders.
Now, look.
The sergeant says to give you an escort back to town.
But I don't want an escort. I don't need an escort.
The sergeant says different. Let's go, huh?
He can't get away with this. So he stopped us tonight. All right, there'll be other nights. He can't keep cops on my trail forever.
Randy, I've been thinking. We've got to be sensible about this thing. There's too much involved.
Listen, money doesn't bother me. It's just you, honey.
But we've got to be practical, Randy. You can't brush off $10 million like it was dust on your sleeve.
Oh? Watch me. Good night, darling.
Randy, wait. It's not myself I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of you. You were born with a silver spoon, darling. If anybody takes it away, you're going to cry.
Look, don't be silly. What's money? Money isn't the most important thing in life.
I know, but whatever's first, it runs a close second. You may even have to go to work, darling. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
I work now, don't I? Bradford, Wharton, Ogle, and Willows. I'm a second vice president.
That's what I mean. What'd you start as, Randy?
Fourth vice president.
You see?
Well, I'm working up.
You've never worked a day in your life. Randy, I'd marry you if you didn't have a penny, but I'm not going to cheat you out of everything you've been used to. You do understand, don't you, dear?
Well, what are we going to do?
Well, we're going to say goodnight. And tomorrow morning, I'm going to have a talk with your Mr. Willow.
Oh, you can't. He won't see you.
I can try, can't I?
It's no use, Gloria. The guy's a relic of the Stone Age. He wears pince-nez glasses and white piping on his vest. He's an atrophied money machine.
Randy, look.
What?
All that stands between us is Willow's opinion of me, right?
That's all.
Well, I'm going to make him approve of me. Simple, isn't it?
But, Gloria...
Ever hear of a letter of recommendation?
You mean one of those to whom it may concern things?
That's it. Well, I'm going to get one signed by Mr. Willows, and that letter is going to be our marriage license.
Hello? Bradford, Wharton, Ogle, and Willows. Now, this is Benny. Miss Hull ain't on the board today. She's sick. Yeah, she had her appendix snatched. Uh-huh. Real sudden. But she'll be back in a month. Okay, so long.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'd like to see Mr. Willows, please.
Ah, you would, huh? You applying for the switchboard job?
The switchboard? Oh, yes, I am.
That's fine. Hope you get it.
Well, thank you. Is that Mr. Willow's office over there?
That's it, sister.
Thanks.
Yeah, but you're going to see Mr. Ogle. He's over there, third door.
Well, I'd rather see Mr. Willows.
Yeah, well, that's not the point, sister. Mr. Ogle does all the hiring around here.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but don't worry. He'll hire you.
Thanks. Right over here?
Yeah, the third door. Hey, no, the third door. Hey, that's Willow's office. Wait a minute. Don't go in there. Hey!
The new issue of Preferred will carry a conversion privilege, comma.
Excuse me,
One moment, please. I'm dictating. You have that, Miss Crouch?
The new issue of Preferred will carry a conversion privilege, comma.
Conversion privilege, comma. What do you want in here, young lady?
Excuse me, I guess I've made a mistake. I thought this was Mr. Willow's office.
I am Mr. Willows.
But I meant Mr. Willows Sr.
I am the only Mr. Willows in this firm.
Oh, are you sure?
Yes, I'm quite sure.
Well, this is a surprise. You're not at all what I expected.
And just what did you expect?
Willows and Wall Street sort of suggested a long gray beard or something.
Young lady, would you mind explaining who you are and what you want?
I came about the switchboard job.
Oh, well, Mr. Ogle is in charge of personnel. Where was I, Miss Crouch?
Will carry a conversion privilege, comma.
Oh, please, Mr. Willows, personnel managers are so unimaginative. They're only interested in references.
Well, naturally, so am I. We never hire anyone without references. We wouldn't think of it.
Oh, you wouldn't?
Certainly not.
Oh, dear, now what will I do? You see, Mr. Willows, I haven't any references. I've never worked in an office before.
You haven't?
No, never.
Well, I'm sorry, but we never hire beginners.
You don't?
Of course not. We wouldn't think of it.
You wouldn't?
Certainly not.
Oh, dear, now what am I going to do?
It seems to me we've said this before.
Oh, I'm sorry, but...
Other firms may not have the same rules we have. Why don't you try elsewhere?
Yes, I suppose I should, but I had my heart set on working here.
Really? Why?
Oh, well, it's such an impressive-looking place. So substantial and old-fashioned. I like old-fashioned things, don't you, Mr. Willows?
Yes, very much.
Then that gives us something in common, doesn't it?
Well, yes, it does. Yes.
Will carry a conversion privilege, comma.
Yes, Miss Crouch. Young lady, I'm afraid...
Oh, please, Mr. Willows. I'm sure I'll be quite satisfactory. People have told me I have a very soothing telephone voice, and that ought to mean something to a firm like this. Listen. Good morning, Bradford, Wharton, Ogle, and Willows. Oh, yes, we have some lovely investments today. See?
Well, if Mr. Ogle sees fit to employ you without a reference...
Oh, but I need this job so badly, Mr. Willows. Not only for myself. You see, I have an invalid sister.
Oh, please, now, please. This won't get you anywhere. Miss Crouch, don't sit there. Do something.
What would you suggest?
Young lady, I will not be intimidated. Stop that crying.
Oh, Mr. Willows.
Well, this isn't a permanent job anyway. You know, it's only for a month.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Willows. A month's work would mean so much to me.
Now, wait a minute. I did not say you had the job.
Oh, Oh, then I can't find my poor sister the wheelchair.
Oh, please, don't cry anymore. All right, you can have the job. It's yours. You start today. Now go and start right now.
Oh, thank you.
Now run along. I'll inform Mr. Ogle that... Oh, what's your name?
Long, Catherine Long.
Miss Long. Report to Benny, Miss Long. He'll show you what to do.
Oh, how can I ever thank you?
No, never mind that. Good morning, Miss Long.
Yes, Mr. Willows.
Well, Miss Crouch, I think I handled that situation very well, don't you? After all, she did need the job, didn't she? And she does have a nice telephone voice, doesn't she?
We'll carry a conversion privilege, comma.
Now, it's very simple, see? Every time you see a light on the switchboard, you just punch it out, see?
Yes, of course. It's easy, isn't it?
Sure. Now, these are the jacks. The outside ones are for inside calls. And over here is the inter-office communication system. You understand?
Oh, I understand perfectly. There's just one little thing.
Yeah? What?
What are all these plugs and wires for?
Oh.
Hello? Hello, Kitty?
Hello?
Hello, Kitty, is that you?
Who is it?
Kitty, this is Gloria.
Gloria! Oh, congratulations, darling. I'm so happy for you I could scream.
Now, listen, our plans went haywire. I'm at Bradford, Wharton, Ogle, and Willows on Wall Street.
Wall Street? Are you clipping coupons already?
No, I'm working here, Kitty. I got the job this morning.
Working on your honeymoon? What'll they think of next?
But, Kitty, I'm not married.
Then what are you doing on a honeymoon?
I'm not on a honeymoon. I'll tell you all about it when I get home. And listen, if Randy calls, tell him to be at the apartment at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
And listen, if you have to call me here, my name is Catherine Long.
No, darling. My name is Catherine Long.
I know it. So is mine.
No, darling. Your name is Gloria. Have you got a hangover?
Kitty, please. Down here, I'm Catherine Long. From now on, don't you see?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, listen.
What?
Who am I?
Say 6 o'clock, Kitty.
That's what you told me.
Well, where is she?
Look, all I know is that she's working at Wharton, and Ogle, and her name is Catherine Long. If you can make anything out of that, you're welcome to it.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Well, it's certainly a new wrinkle. The girl starts out for the altar and winds up running a switchboard.
That's all her idea. She wants to make Willows like her so we can be married.
I thought all you needed for that was a license and a soft head.
I don't like her being there at all. It won't work. I sleep days, she sleeps nights. I think we ought to see a lawyer about this.
Well, here she is. Well, hello, Gloria.
Hello.
What's the matter with you? Oh, I'm exhausted. Gee, you look like the stock exchange fell on you.
Now, listen, Gloria.
Please, don't shout. You'll wake me up.
Here, sit down.
Listen, honey, letter of recommendation or no letter of recommendation, I won't have you working in that office with Willows.
Yes, Mr. Willows. Number 3.
Oh, come on, honey. Snap out of it. What you need is soft light, soft music.
What I need is a soft bed. Good night.
Now, wait a minute. I came over here to take you out. What am I going to do with myself? I'm a growing boy. I need fun. Oh, come on, Gloria. Don't go to sleep. Gloria, wake up.
Oh, let her alone, Randy.
Look, Kitty, I told you this wouldn't work. She's asleep. I'm awake.
I don't like it.
Bradford, Wharton, Ogle, and Willows.
Oh, Gloria.
Morning, Mr. Wharton.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Wilson.
Morning.
Hello, Wharton, Ogle, and... Hello? Hello? Disconnected.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you open the gate, please?
Whom do you wish to see, please?
I don't wish to see anyone. I'm Mr. Wharton.
Well, I'll have to announce you.
I don't think it's necessary. My name is Wharton.
I don't care what your name is if you... Hello, Wharton, Ogle, and... Oh, you're Mr. Wharton.
Not exactly a secret. I told you twice.
I'm sorry.
Now, will you open this gate, or do I have to vault over it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wharton. Please, come in.
Thank you very much. What department were you transferred from?
Oh, no department.
Well, I'll see that you're transferred back. Send my mail.
Morning, Mr. Willows.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Willows.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Willows.
Miss Long.
Yes, sir?
Miss Long, yesterday, just before 5 o'clock, you let a man into my office without an appointment.
Oh, yes, I remember.
Have you any idea what he wanted?
Oh, yes, he wanted to sell you something. I told him I wasn't sure if he wanted to buy anything, but he seemed willing to take a chance.
Oh, he did. Miss Long, just for your information, that gentleman wanted $50,000 for his model of a better mousetrap.
Oh, was that it? He wouldn't tell me.
Will you please not let anyone in without an appointment?
Yes, sir.
Call the barbershop, please. Tell them I'll be there at 11 sharp.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Oh, Mr. Willows, was it better?
Was what better?
The mousetrap. Was it as good as...
Call the barbershop.
Barbershop. Yes, sir.
Morning, Mark.
Hello, Wharton.
I've just been looking at our new Yaqui oil issue.
Up 3 points and on a strong market and going fast.
Good. At that rate, we ought to clean up if something doesn't go wrong.
Don't worry. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Willows, your tailor is on the phone. He'd like to know whether you would like blue or black buttons on your serge suit. May I suggest blue?
No, you may not.
But blue is so much not...
Black!
Yes, sir.
What did my barber say?
What barber?
What did he say about my appointment?
Oh, I forgot.
Well, call him.
Listen, Mark, what numbskull hired that new operator?
I did.
You were the numbskull? You did?
Yes.
But why?
Well, she had a nice telephone voice.
Oh, has she? I didn't notice.
Barbershop. Doesn't have to jump down my throat, does he? I was only trying to be polite.
Hello, barbershop.
Hello, Barbershop. Mr. Willows will be there at 11 sharp.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. What kind of mood is Mr. Willows in today, huh?
Mood? What do you mean, mood?
You know, is he a bullish or is he a bearish?
Mr. Willows is definitely bearish.
Hey, no fool. Is he bearish?
Yes, he's bearish, the old crab.
Listen, Willows is a bearish. I just got him straight.
I hear Mr. Willows is bearish.
Bearish,
huh? You know what that means.
Willows is bearish.
Willows himself? He's been buying that new issue of oil, and now he's bearish.
I'm going to sell my Yaqui oil.
Sell my Yaqui oil.
Sell my Yaqui oil, please.
Sell Yaqui. Sell 1,000.
Sell 10.
Sell 50.
Sell Yaqui.
Sell 10,000. Sell.
I can't imagine what started it. There's no rhyme or reason for such a break.
Listen, Willows, we'd better sell, too.
No, this is our issue. Buy all you can. Stop the run.
But we'll go broke
We'll
that
have
way.
to risk it. What is it now, Wharton?
Down to 62.
Buy it. Hello? Willow speaking. JL? Listen, JL, have you any idea how this thing got started? What? Who, my barber? How would my barber know that? Wait a minute. Get Miss Long in here.
Yes, sir.
Listen, JL, I'll call you back. I can't talk now. No, I'm buying.
Mr. Willows, did you want to see me?
Yes, I did. Miss Long, what did you tell the barber when you made my appointment?
Just that you were coming down at 11 sharp.
Did you by any chance tell him that I was bearish?
Yes, I think I did, but you were awfully cross.
Is that all the word bearish means to you?
Does it mean something else?
Miss Long, in the language of Wall Street, bearish means selling.
It does?
And because you told the barber that I was bearish, this firm stands to lose a fortune.
All because of one silly, tiny little word.
But it's not a silly, tiny little word. It's a stupendous word. It's possibly the most important word in the dictionary and the most dangerous.
You needn't shout so, Mr. Willows.
I'm not shouting. Oh, what's the use? What is it now, Wharton?
Drop 2 points.
2 points? Wait till I look at the chart.
Mr. Willows, I've just had an idea.
Have you really? Get out, please.
If selling means bearish, what does buying mean?
Drop to 58, Mark.
58?
Well, don't you want to tell me?
Miss Long, if you don't mind, please.
It's not a secret, is it? What does buying mean?
Oh, tell her, Mark, and throw her out.
Yes, tell me.
Buying means bullish. Selling means bearish. Bears sell, bulls buy.
Oh, well, if you've all lost so much money being bears, why don't you change to bulls?
Miss Long!
Well, I'm only trying to be helpful.
We've had enough of your help. It's ruined us. Now get your hat and coat and go home. You're fired.
In just a few minutes, Joan Bennett, Preston Foster, and Eve Arden will return in Act Two of She Knew All the Answers. Whenever we want advice on any special matter, we're likely to go to the person who knows all about it. Isn't that so? For instance,
Guess I'll ask Mary the best way to make over this dress. She does all her own sewing.
or perhaps
Jim knows everything about photography. He'll tell me what film to get for these indoor shots.
now, when it comes to the important matter of complexion care, isn't it just as logical to seek advice from Hollywood? For screen stars, of course, must have a beauty care that works. They can't take chances with complexion beauty. Their skin must be smooth, radiantly fresh, ready at all times for the camera close-ups. And that's why 9 out of 10 famous stars use Lux toilet soap. It's a real beauty soap. Gives their skin gentle, cherishing care it must have. And here's the Lux Soap Active Lather Facial screen stars use for their million-dollar complexions.
Use smooth Lux toilet soap's creamy lather well in. Rinse with warm water and splash with cold. Then you pat dry with a soft towel. Now when you touch your skin, it's soft and velvety smooth.
Lux toilet soap, you see, has active lather that removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt. Rich, abundant lather that feels light as a caress on your skin. Screen stars say it's like smoothing beauty in. to use this creamy Lux toilet soap lather. Why not take a tip from the world's beauty capital, Hollywood? Try Lux Toilet Soap Active Lather Facials for just 30 days. Then look in your mirror. See if you aren't delighted with the new radiance this gentle care will give your skin. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of She Knew All the Answers, starring Preston Foster as Mark Willows and Joan Bennett as Gloria Winters, with Eve Arden as Kitty. Gloria has been fired for starting a landslide in the stock market. But the ways of stocks are strange. Suddenly, without reason, the selling stops and the price begins to rise.
Buy Yaki oil. Buy Yaki oil.
Buy 1,000.
Buy 10. Buy 50. Buy Yaki.
Buy 10,000.
Buy.
The firm of Bradford, Wharton, Ogle, and Willows stands to make a fortune on the deal. But Gloria, at home with Kitty, knows only that she has been fired.
And what did you say? I said, I'm only trying to be helpful, Mr. Willows. And then he said, we've had enough of your help. You're fired. Then what happened? I was fired. And all because of one silly little word.
I don't get it. Look, it's all so simple.
What is?
Well, if they lost all their money being bears, why didn't they turn around and be bulls?
Oh, Kitty, shut up. That's what got me fired. That must be Randy. Kitty, will you see how the dinner's coming along?
Okay, but I still don't get it.
Coming. Oh.
Good evening, Miss Long.
Oh. Good evening, Mr. Willows. I didn't expect...
May I come in?
Well, yes, of course.
Thank you. I came to apologize for my very discourteous behavior today.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I was unforgivably rude.
Yes, you were.
I brought some flowers for your sister.
My sister?
Yes, the invalid.
Oh, that sister. Oh, yes, thank you.
How is she?
Oh, she's getting along beautifully.
Good. Miss Long, I get terribly excited whenever the stock market acts up. I hope you'll overlook it in the future.
The future?
Yes, I want you to come back to work. That's what I came to tell you.
Oh, I'm so glad, Mr. Willows.
Quite all right.
Well, I'll be there bright and early in the morning. I'll be there at 9 o'clock.
Fine. Good night.
Good night, and thanks again.
The dinner's doing okay. Well, hello.
Sister, dear.
Huh?
Sister.
Who?
Oh, sister, you shouldn't be in here.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, you know you're not supposed to walk yet.
Who isn't? Let go of me. What are you doing?
Oh, you'll fall. I know you'll fall.
Will you stop wrestling me? Now let go.
Oh, sit down, dear. Sit down.
Now cut it out, will you? This is no time to...
Oh, I knew this would happen. I knew you'd fall.
You put a half Nelson on me. Now, what's going on here?
Speak to me. Speak to me.
I'll speak to you, all right.
Here, let me help you. Now, don't be frightened. Just give me your hand.
Well, who are you?
This is Mr. Willows, dear. He just gave me back my job.
Oh.
And this is my sister Lola.
How do you do, Lola?
How do you do,
Your
Lola?
sister has told me all about you, Lola. I can't tell you how sorry I am. Just
Sorry?
what is your trouble?
My trouble?
With your legs.
Now, wait a minute.
Lola, please. She's very sensitive, Mr.
Oh,
Willows.
I'm sorry.
You see, she's been an invalid for such a long time, haven't you, Lola?
Oh, yes. Yes, I can't even remember when it started.
Well, just what is it?
Well, it's, my nervous...
Muscular condition.
That's it.
Yes, it's nervous.
Muscular. Muscular.
Oh,
something new.
Well, that's too bad.
Lola, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. You know the doctor told you not to try to walk yet. I'll get you that wheelchair tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, dear. A wheelchair. Just what I've always wanted.
Miss Long, I think that's the wrong psychology. I mean discouraging your sister from walking.
Well, you just saw her fall.
Oh, that's all right, even if she falls a dozen times.
Oh, it is.
It's still better than not trying to walk at all. You see, Lola, it's all in the mind. You've got to overcome the mental hazard. You must abolish all sense of fear. Keep saying, I can do it, I can do it, I will do it. Here, I'll demonstrate what I mean.
Oh, Mr. Willows, we wouldn't think of bothering you.
No, really, I don't mind not walking. I mean,
It's
I'm
no
used
trouble,
to
it's no trouble at all. I'm glad to do it. Now, first, you plant your feet firmly on the floor. Then walk over to me. You're strong, you know. You're very strong, Lola.
Am I?
You can walk this far if you try.
Well,
now, come on, Lola. Come on.
No.
Come on,
I don't
Lola.
think
Oh, go on, dear. Try.
I don't want to hurt myself.
You mustn't do it. You can do it. Now, plant your feet firmly on the floor and take the first step like this. Remember, small but firm steps, and keep saying to yourself, I can do it, I will do it, I will. Now, come on.
Well, all right, but if I land on my puss, I mean, if I trip, I'm liable to injure.
You won't trip. Come on, that's it. Now, another one and another.
Lola, you're walking. You're walking.
Golly.
That's it. Tiny step.
Oh, Lola.
Oh, I think that's enough. I don't want to tire myself the first day.
Sit down, dear. Sit down.
Thank you, dear.
You see, it's all in the mind, Lola. Now, you just practice that every night for 10 minutes before going to bed.
Oh, I will, and thank you.
Well, I guess I'd better run along. Good night, Lola.
Good night.
Oh, by the way, Miss Long, I should have told you that little mix-up at the office today didn't turn out quite as disastrously as I feared it might.
Really?
No, and in fact, we all made quite a little bit of money.
Well, how did that happen?
Well, we changed from bears to bulls.
Bradford, Wharton, Oakland, Willows. Just a moment. Go ahead, please.
I'm certainly glad you got your job back, Miss Long.
Thank you, Benny. So am I.
You know, working here with you sort of does something to me.
Really?
Yeah, it sort of inspires me.
Benny, are you making love to me?
Sure. How's about a date sometime, huh? You know, just you and me. Nice and quiet, huh? What do you say?
Well, thanks, Benny. You're very kind,
Miss
but
Long.
Yes, Miss Crowd?
I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. Mr. Willows wanted to see you as soon as you came in.
Thank you.
Don't forget that date, Miss Long.
Mr. Willows?
Come in, please. Good morning, Miss Long.
Good morning.
And how is your sister this morning?
Oh, she's fine, thanks.
Did she practice walking 10 minutes before going to bed?
Oh, she practically danced all night.
Well, you must warn her not to overdo it. Just tell her to take it easy.
Oh, I'm not the least bit worried about her, Mr. Willows.
That's the spirit. You know, you're rather a remarkable girl.
Am I?
Definitely.
Oh, I'm so glad you think so. It's very important to me.
What I really wanted to see you about is this. I should have thought of it last night. It was stupid of me not to. Well, here it is, in this envelope. Go ahead, open it.
What is it?
Just a little something in recognition of your services. You see?
Are these stocks?
That's right, 10 shares of Yaqui oil, sort of bonus.
Oh, I can't accept it, really.
Why not?
Oh, no, I couldn't think of it.
But you accepted the gifts of the other directors. Mr. Wharton told me that he sent you a mink coat.
Yes, he did, but you see...
Then why can't you take this?
Well...
Ah, there you are, Miss Long.
Good morning, Mr. Wharton.
Excuse me, Mark. Miss Long, you shouldn't have sent this coat back. I want you to have it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wharton. All I want when I leave here is a letter of recommendation from Mr. Willows.
What's this talk about leaving? Consider yourself a fixture here. When our regular operator returns, we'll find another spot for you, won't we, Mark?
Yes, of course.
There, that's settled. Now you can take the coat.
No, I'm sorry, I can't.
You can't?
No, I can't.
Oh, scruples, huh? Well, we'll have to make it up to you some other way, huh, Mark? As for this coat, I think I know somebody who'll want it. An old, aunt in Cincinnati. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, by the way, Miss Long, I've been meaning to ask you, haven't I seen you someplace before?
Oh, no, at least I don't think so.
Well, it's very strange, but I have a feeling I've met you.
Oh, no, I'm quite sure I'd remember it, Mr. Wharton.
Well, so would I. I pride myself on my memory. I never forget a face. Good morning.
I can understand your refusing that coat, and I'm glad you did, but my gift was quite impersonal.
Oh, Mr. Willows, you've taken off your glasses.
Well, yes, I often do.
Oh, you look so much better without them.
Really?
Oh, yes. Must you wear them?
Oh, of course. I have hypermetropia.
Oh, hypermetropia.
It's a condition where the focus falls behind the retina.
Well, did you ever try eye exercises? They cured me. I used to wear glasses.
You did? Can you see just as well without them?
Oh, better.
But that's astonishing.
No, it isn't. The muscles of the eye respond to exercise just like any other muscles. Would you like me to show you one?
Oh, thank you.
Oh, they're very simple. Look. Did you ever write with your nose?
Did I ever what?
Bend over and stick your nose on the desk.
Oh, no.
Go ahead. Pretend your nose is a pencil, and then you write with it. Go on.
Well, what do you suggest I write?
Oh, anything. Yaqui oil.
Well, I'll try. Capital Y-A-Q-U-I. Dot the I. O-I-L. Dot the...
Say, Mark, I just wanted to... What in thunder are you doing?
Oh, I was just writing with my nose.
Oh, is that better than a pencil?
What do you want to see me about?
Nothing. I'll come back when you're not so busy.
He evidently has the wrong impression.
And I evidently better get back to work.
Oh, wait, Miss Long, I was wondering. Perhaps sometime, perhaps this evening, in fact, you and I could, what I'm getting at is...
You mean you'd like to make a date with me?
Yes, exactly.
Why, Mr. Willows. Now, here's another exercise for the eyes. How many spoons do you see?
My one, of course.
All right. Now, you raise the spoon like this, and you bring it towards you slowly, and you should...
Miss Long, you have very nice eyes.
What?
Your eyes. They're quite lovely.
You should be watching the spoons, not my eyes. Here, now, bring the spoon towards you slowly until...
You know, that's the first time I ever said that.
Said what?
That a girl had nice eyes.
Oh, you ought to make a habit of it, Mr. Willows. Every girl likes to be told that, and you never know where it'll lead you.
Yes, so I understand. But you see, I've never had much time for that sort of thing. I've always been too busy.
Always?
Yes. That is, till now. Miss Long,
Well, how are you, Mark?
Oh, good evening, Randy.
I certainly never expected to see you in a place like this, and with such a charming companion, too. Well, how do you do?
This is Miss Long, Mr. Bradford.
Hiya.
How do you do?
Well.
Miss Long is, my niece from Boston.
Oh, your niece from Boston. Well.
Will you please stop saying that?
Oh, sure. Sorry if I embarrass you, Mark.
Oh, Mr. Willows.
Yes?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Willows. You wanted on the telephone.
Oh, will you excuse me, Catherine? I'll be right back.
Go right ahead, Mark, old boy. Go right ahead.
Randy.
Chisler.
How did you know that we were here, Randy?
I called Kitty, and she said you were out with him. There are only 3 places Mark Willows would take a girl. The aquarium, Grant's tomb, and this old lady's home. What's the idea of going out with that guy?
Well, I have to be nice to him. I want that letter of recommendation.
You don't have to be this nice. Look, honey, let's call this off. You're in solid. You've got Willows and the whole board of directors practically eating out of your hand. Get the letter tomorrow.
Oh, I don't know. Let's not spoil everything by rushing matters. Maybe in a month or 2.
A month or 2? Listen, I'm going out of my mind waiting for you. I don't know what to do with myself nights. I'm beginning to hear strange voices. I feel people who aren't there tapping me on the shoulder.
Randy, you've got to be patient, please.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Mark Willows?
Yes, who is it?
Telegram, sir.
Will you read it to me, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Willows, my oh my, you're a playboy on the slide.
What?
Holding hands and making eyes. Where did you get that exercise?
Now listen.
Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Willows is a Romeo. Wall Street man, acting coy, trying to be a glamour boy. That's all.
Thank you. Who sent it?
It's signed Randy.
Randy, I see. Thank you very much.
What's the joke, Randy?
Wait until you see the face on that Wall Street genius when he gets back from the telephone.
You didn't have anything to do with that phone call, did you?
Who, me?
Randy.
Here he is. No, I had no idea that Boston could be so interesting. Tell me more.
I'm terribly sorry, but we'll have to forget about the theater, Miss Long.
Was anything wrong?
Oh, no.
Well, that's not how you look. Something must have happened.
Well, nothing that I wasn't expecting, conditions being what they are.
Was it serious?
Well, yes. I'm afraid it might mean the end of Bradford, Wharton, Ogle, and Willows.
What?
I'll have to leave. I've got to round up the members of the board.
Hey, listen, what is this?
I don't think you would understand, Randy.
Look, if it concerns the firm, I have a right to know. My father built that firm.
I wish your father were here right now. He'd be useful in a crisis like this.
Crisis? Look, Mark, if this is serious, I want to help.
Mr. Bradford looks like a capable young man. I think you should let him help you with your problem.
Sure, come on, tell me the truth. I can take it.
All right. It's South America.
Well, what's South America?
Someone's trying to undermine our investments there. Very heavy investments. We've got to act quickly.
What can I do to help?
Well,
Tell him, Mr. Willows, I've never seen anyone so anxious to cooperate.
Randy, I want you to go to the office and hold down the fort. I'm expecting a very important call on my private wire from our agents in Buenos Aires. Take down every word. Can you do it?
Sure I can.
I really should do it myself, but I've got to round up Wharton and the others. Then I'll join you.
Okay.
Here are the keys to the office.
I'll grab a cab and get right down there.
Thanks, Randy.
So long. I'll see you later. Oh, listen, Mark. If you get a telephone call, forget it.
What do you mean?
Oh, I have it fixed to play a game.
You and your practical jokes. You know, Randy, someday you'll try one on the wrong person and it's going to boomerang.
Not on me. Good night.
Good night, Randy.
Well, what happens now? You're going to drop me at my place?
Oh, no, not yet. Now, let's see if we...
Here we are, folks. The bus leaves for Coney Island in 2 minutes.
Coney Island. You know, I haven't been to Coney Island since I was a kid.
Neither have I.
Step right in, folks. Get your round-trip ticket to heaven and back. What do you say? What do you say?
Would you like to go, Miss Long?
Oh, but you can't. What about Buenos Aires?
Buenos Aires? Oh, that's a wonderful place. I spent a month there once. Come on, let's go.
Step right up, folks. Step right up.
Did you see that? I got a cigar.
Oh, you were wonderful.
You having a good time?
Well, are you?
Well.
But I really think you ought to call Randy. He's still waiting.
Well, that's right. I forgot all about it.
Hello? Yes? Oh, hello, Mark. Yes, of course I'm still here. No, they haven't called yet. Okay, I'll stick by the phone. Say, where are you? I hear music. What? You rounded up who? Oh, you found Wharton. Then you'll be coming right down to the office, won't you? Oh. Oh, I see. You have to find 5 more. Okay, so long. Certainly sounded like music to me.
And here we are, folks, the Tunnel of Love. Give your girl a break, mister. Drift and dream while you glide with your sweetie by your side. How's about it?
Miss Long, do you like boats?
Yes, I like boats.
Well, would you like to take a boat ride?
You mean through the tunnel?
Yes, I think it's safe. Well, I mean, those boats look sturdy, and you like boats, and we're here, well...
All right, why not?
2, please. They certainly managed to keep this place dark, don't they?
Yes, they do.
I can't see a thing.
I think that's the idea.
Yes, I suppose the darker it is, the better you can see the pictures and things that you pass.
Well, that's part of it.
Oh, am I too close to you?
Oh, no.
Well, you just let me know.
Yes, I will.
You know, I like the dark once in a while. It's sort of restful, isn't it?
Harold!
Hello? This is the Buenos Aires calling. Who is this speaking? Oh, Senor Bradford. I hope I do not keep the gentleman awake, yes? The message? Oh, yes, the message. Listen, Senor. Senor Bradford, all alone, waiting by el telephone, waiting all the whole night long, just to listen to this song. Ha, 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 ha. Yeah.
Fun, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Coney Island. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Paradise with a hot dog.
Well, here's where I live.
Oh.
Good night, Mr. Willows.
Oh, Miss Long,
Yes?
will you have dinner again with me sometime?
Maybe sometime.
Soon?
Well, perhaps.
Tomorrow night?
I don't know.
Oh, you have another engagement.
No, I promised my sister that I'd stay home tomorrow.
Oh, well, some other night?
We'll see.
You know, I have a confession to make.
Yes?
While we were in that tunnel, I came very close to... Well, I had a sudden impulse to reach over and hold your hand.
Oh, you don't get those impulses often, do you?
No, never. That is, never before. I had quite a time conquering it.
Good night, Mr. Willows.
Good night.
You can get a cab at the corner.
Oh, I don't want a cab. I'm going to walk home.
Oh, but you live so far away and it's late.
Oh, it's not far. It's early. I mean, it's not... well, I'm a little mixed up.
Good night, Mr. Willows.
Good night, Miss Long.
Night.
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 Good night. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Joan Bennett, Preston Foster, and Eve Arden in Act 3 of She Knew All the Answers.
Jim,
Yes, Mary?
I just said goodbye to young Bob Martin. He looked wonderful in his uniform. You know, seeing him made me wish something.
Well, dear?
I wish there was something more I could do to help. To help boys like that come back safe and free.
There is something more you can do for that boy, Mrs. America. Something you can do right in your own home. Something that's vital, important. You can save every single spoonful of waste fats in your kitchen and turn it over to your government. That fat you may think is only waste is more precious than gold. It contains glycerin, a basic element essential to make the powder for our fighting weapons.
Every time you pour fat or oil down the sink or throw it away, you're wasting vital munitions material our fighting men must have. No amount is too small to save. As little as a tablespoonful a day will add to approximately a pound per month. And if every housewife in America saved and turned in only 1 pound of waste kitchen fats and greases every month, it would make 540 million pounds of smokeless powder each year. Now, your government doesn't want you to turn in fat you can use in cooking or for food. Only waste fats are wanted, such as grease skimmed from stew or soup, drippings from roasting pans, used lard and vegetable shortenings. Here's what you do. Strain waste fats and greases into a can. Any clean, smooth-edged can. Don't use glass or paper containers. They break or leak. And the cans you use will be salvaged for metals later. Keep the can of fat in a cool place. When full, take to your local meat dealer, preferably early in the week when he's less busy, and he will pay you up to 4 cents a pound for the fat. In less than 21 days, the salvaged grease you turn in will be on its way to being turned into the vital materials of war. So remember, every single spoonful is needed and is precious. Here's a way you can help, Mrs. America. A very real and practical way you can help the boys who are giving everything for us. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
We'll have some personal questions for our stars right after the play. But now here are Preston Foster, Joan Bennett, and Eve Arden in the third act of She Knew All the Answers. Gloria had a good time when she was out. Tossing about sleeplessly.
For Miss Willow's guy. You getting sappy over him? You certainly act like it. What about Randy? That's a nice deal you're cooking up. Working in Willow's office to get a letter of recommendation so you can marry Randy and then falling for the boss. Oh, you're not? Well, if you can't kid me, I'm your conscience, Gloria. I know all, see all, and tell all. And I happen to know that you're gooey over Willows.
Shut up, shut up. Now, listen, what's the idea of talking to yourself at 3 o'clock in the morning? I need my sleep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I was dreaming.
Well, turn over and take your knees out of my back. Don't forget I'm a cripple.
Kitty, listen. Can a girl be in love with one man and meet another and be in love with him, too?
Well, I can. I can fall in love with half a dozen at a time. Juggle them for months without once letting them fall on their heads. That's how I got married 3 times. But then I'm a genius. You're not. You're the type that's got to have just one guy for life.
Think so?
I know so. Now go to sleep. Good night.
Good night.
She's right, you know. When you're getting gooey, Gloria, you take it from me.
Just a minute, Randy. Would you mind repeating that?
Not at all. I came down this morning for a job. J-O-B. I want to work.
Are you serious?
Certainly. You gave your niece a job, didn't you? Well, I'm settling down. I'm done with frivolity. From now on, I'm going to work.
Just what brought on this momentous decision?
Love.
Love?
A love of achievement. Last night, I went to bed a playboy. This morning, I rise an empire builder.
There's something behind all this. What is it?
Nothing, just ambition.
But you know nothing about business.
But I'm bright. I catch on quick. Say, you sound as though you don't want me around here. Are you hiding something?
Certainly not.
Well, then let's get going.
Very well. But since you're so inexperienced, I think you better start in one of our branch offices. Now, let's see. We have a very fine opening in our office in Venezuela.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm staying right here where I can watch you, Mark. I can learn a lot from you. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. This is Bradford of Bradford, Wharton, Oggles, and Willows. Oh, hello, J.L., and what's on your mind? What kind of a mood am I in today? Well, just between you and me, I have a little hangover. So long, J.L.
How's it going, Randy?
Oh, fine. I'm going to enjoy this, Mark. Just speaking to J.L.
You were?
Yeah. Say, who is he?
Just the biggest operator in the street, that's all.
Oh, you don't say. Oh, a nice fellow, too.
Look, Randy, I want you to feel that I'm here to help you in any way I can.
Oh, thanks, Mark.
Not at all. Randy, if you wanted to invest some money, if you wanted to buy some stocks or bonds, I'm sure you'd come to me for advice.
I'm sure I would. Why?
Well, for that reason, I feel you're the logical one to consult for the particular advice and guidance I need.
What's your problem?
Well, how should one go about, how does one proceed with a courtship?
Oh. You want to woo someone?
You have a quaint way of putting things, Randy. Yes, I want to woo someone.
Well, how far have you gotten with her? I mean, has she encouraged you?
Well, she hasn't discouraged me. She's been very gracious and warm.
Yeah? How warm?
Well, enough to spur me on. This means a lot to me, Randy.
Well, it means a lot to me, too. I'm very anxious to help you. Is she nice?
An angel.
Oh, then it's going to be tough. Angels need special treatment. I'll tell you what to do, Mark. The very next time you see her, insult her.
What?
It's revolutionary, but it works. It's dramatic, different. Anything dramatic and different always gets them.
You must be out of your mind.
Oh, no. She won't like it. She may even sock you, but don't let that worry you. The harder she socks, the more you've impressed her.
So long, Randy. See you for lunch.
Hey, now, wait. You asked me how to do it. All right, I'm telling you. Now, go ahead. You're getting advice from an expert.
But how will I insult her? What will I say?
Anything. Something nice and mean. Call her a gold digger and put your heart in it.
Oh, I couldn't do that. Not to a girl like her.
Oh, sure you can. No, go ahead. Go on, do it.
Well, I'll think it over. See you later.
See you later, old man.
Bradford, Wharton, Oakland, Willows. I'll connect you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Willows.
Did you have a good time last night?
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, good. Fine. I'm glad. You know something, Miss Long? I've come to the conclusion that you are... I think you are...
Well, what, Mr. Willows?
I think you're lovely.
Sit down, Miss Long. Sit down. Now, what can I do for you? Would you like a share of stock or something?
Randy, listen. We can't do this to him.
Do what to who?
Mr. Willows.
What's so awful? We're merely trying to convince him that you're a wonderful girl and could make any man a wonderful wife.
It's no use, Randy. We've got to tell him the truth.
Before or after the letter of recommendation?
Before. Right now.
Now, wait a minute, darling. What'll that get you? Or me? He'll kick us both out, and then what?
I don't know, but I can't go on fooling him any longer. He's much too nice.
Look, darling, you once told me to be sensible about money, and you were right. And what you said then holds just as good now. Nothing's changed.
Everything's changed, and your coming to work here makes it worse.
Well, I did it because I wanted to be near you. Gloria.
No, don't, Randy.
Darling.
Hey, Bradford, you... Oh, excuse me.
That's all right, Mr. Wharton. Come in.
You're sure I'm not interrupting?
Oh, no, Wharton.
Certainly not.
Well, for a minute, Hey, now I remember.
Huh?
Sure, seeing you two together brings it all back.
Brings what back, Mr. Wharton?
Where I saw you, the chorus of the Club Caliban, third one from the left.
Mr. Wharton.
Am I right?
No, you're wrong.
Of course you are.
She had the first spot. She was the one who did the Hawaiian number.
Randy.
Well, anyway, she was great. I told you, Miss Long, I never forget a face. Sure, Gloria Winters, the glory girl of the Caliban. I remember.
Gentlemen, and Miss Winters.
Mr. Willows.
Hi, Mark. Say, you know who she is?
Yes, I do now. You're wanted on the phone, Wharton.
Oh, thanks.
Well, Mark?
Congratulations, Randy. Why didn't you come and tell me who she was without forcing her to practice this deception?
It was the other way around. I put him up to it. I wanted you to like me.
I see.
I'm sorry, really I am.
Sorry for what? You did a fine job.
Come on, Gloria, we're getting married. Mark, you can keep my filthy millions. Do anything you want with them. Eat them, and I hope you get indigestion.
Wait a minute, Randy. Mr. Willows, you think I'm a cheap little gold digger, don't you?
I never said that.
But you're thinking it.
I never said it.
Well, I'm not. I thought I could prove that to you by working here. Working as hard as I knew how. That's why I took the job.
I gave it to you because you cried, because you had an invalid sister.
I haven't got an invalid sister. I only told you that to impress you.
You even worked nights at it, too.
You wouldn't be jealous, would you, Mark?
Jealous? I'll show you how jealous I am. I'll give you the wedding. I'll make it one of the biggest of the season. I'll even do better than that. I'll give the bride away with best wishes and congratulations.
Better get some sleep, Gloria. Tomorrow's the biggest day in your life. Your wedding day. Forget about Willows. He doesn't mean a thing to you. No. The nerve of him bawling you out the way he did. Who does he think he is? You apologized. You said you were sorry. What more does he want? Heaven help the poor girl who gets him. Go to sleep, Gloria. Forget him.
Tomorrow is your lucky day, Mark. She's marrying Randy. Thank heaven you found her out before you got in too deep. She's not the only girl in the world. There are thousands of them.
Lots of nice telephone voices, too. Suppose you did want to call her up all week. You only wanted to tell her what you thought of her. Oh, forget her and go back to sleep. You're well rid of her.
Yes, sir, Randy. Tomorrow's the big day. You'll be a married man tomorrow night, mister. Think of it. Just think. A whole lifetime ahead with one girl. One girl. What's the matter? You want to get married, don't you, Randy? Sure you do. Certainly.
Come on, Gloria. They're going to start the wedding march. All right, Kitty. Let me see you. Oh, you look swell, Gloria. Do I? Oh, what's the matter with you? Wake up. This is your wedding. You can't marry $10 million in your sleep. I'm ready, Kitty. Come on.
Hey, wait a minute. What's the rush? Slow down, Gloria. Slow down. Look at Mark walking beside you. He's nice and calm, isn't he? Oh, just look at Mark. Isn't he handsome?
Look at her, Mark. Isn't she lovely? And you're giving her away. You're giving her away to Randy Bradford. Why, shame on you.
I wonder what's the matter with Gloria. She looks nervous. You're nervous too, Kitty. You've never been a bridesmaid before, you know. Just a bride.
Here she comes, Randy. Your bride. Oh, she'll keep your nose to the grindstone, all right. But you're not ready for that yet. You haven't had enough fun. Wish you could get out of this, don't you? Not a chance. You're hooked, sucker. Hooked.
Go ahead, Mark. Tell her you love her. You know you'd like to shout it from the housetops. Well, do it. Do it.
Don't go through with it, Gloria. Turn around to him and tell him you love him. He'll find a way to get you out of this. Go on. Tell him. Tell him.
Do something quick, Randy. Pull a faint, Randy. Anything. Go on. Faint.
Oh! Randy's fainted. Here's your chance, Mark. Tell her. Tell her.
Gloria, listen.
Mark, listen.
I love you, Gloria.
I love you too, Mark.
Then come on, let's get out of here. We'll get married today in Maryland.
Oh, darling.
This way. Let us out. Let us out.
Wait, Mark. Wait for me.
Gloria, come back. Gloria. Hey, you two. Where are you going? We're their consciences. They need us. Not today, they don't. Now, beat it.
There's the final curtain, and she knew all the answers. And Joan Bennett and Preston Foster were certainly the right answer for us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's always a pleasure to come back to this theater.
Actually, CB, I don't think a Bennett feels quite right anywhere but in a theater.
I don't suppose you had much trouble picking a career, Joan.
Oh, but I did. I always wanted to be an interior decorator, and I tried for months to get my mother to leave the stage and go into partnership with me. You see what happened.
Well, she was a better salesman than you were. But you can always keep decorating your own house for practice.
Well, there's a limit to that. But I notice you followed in the family footsteps, too, Mr. DeMille.
And my father was very explicit to my brother and me. Be butchers or bakers or candlestick makers, he kept telling us, but stay out of the theater if you know what's good for you. And so we both wound up in the theater. What's your secret ambition, Preston?
Believe it or not, I wanted to be an opera singer once, CB.
Well, I think it has made a very good one. Ever sing now?
Just in the shower. Confidentially, CB, Lux soap keeps me on pitch.
Well, I don't know about that, Preston, but I do know that Lux soap is a grand complexion care. I've used it for years, and I wouldn't be without it.
Sure, when Lux soap makes the conquest, Joan, it's permanent.
What have you planned for next Monday, CB?
Next week, Preston, we have a fine play and some great songs come along with it. The play is the 20th Century Fox hit, My Gal Sal. And the stars are Mary Martin and Dick Powell. My Gal Sal is the story of one of America's great songwriters, Paul Dresser. A drama of his struggle for success. A drama that has all the courage and gaiety that went into his songs. And Mary Martin and Dick Powell will sing those songs for us next Monday night.
I think My Gal Sal is a gal your audience will like, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. That applause is the people's answer. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Mary Martin and Dick Powell in My Gal Sal. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Joan Bennett will soon be seen as the star of the 20th Century Fox picture Margin for Error. Preston Foster appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, and his next picture is the Technicolor production My Friend Flicka. Heard in tonight's play were Fred Mackay as Randy, Irvin Lee as Benny, Arthur Q. Bryan as Borton. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Mary Martin and Dick Powell in My Gal Sal.
Imagine Bill a test pilot. Well, I can remember when he was so tired and jumpy he could hardly drive a car. I guess he was vitamin deficient, all right. I'm certainly glad I told him about Vims.
Vims? Oh, those new vitamin mineral tablets.
That's right. Vims meet the 6 vitamin formula doctors endorse. They meet government vitamin standards, too. And cost? Why, only a few pennies a day. Just remember, Mary, VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. Get that Vims feeling.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When the summer melts into August, Broadway suddenly stops in the middle of a step, considers. What happened to the springtime dreams to be fulfilled in July at the very latest? What of the snapshot of the girl in your wallet, the one you met at Coney last month, who wore sea spray in her hair, whose cheek was warm with sun and your cheek, the one who liked the old songs best? She's back to work again, handing ship clocks to an auctioneer on 42nd Street, and looking brassy and winking at the crowd. And she didn't even recognize you. So walk alone the August night, and it hits you. Another summer's rushing away. And downtown, east from Broadway, 16 stories high into the night and above the river, apartment and Detective Muggavan and woman.
I'm all right, I tell you.
Sure you are, Mrs. Webb. We've been trying to tell you.
I'm as right as I'll ever be. And I'll tell you exactly how it happened.
You've already told us, Mrs. Webb, 3 times.
Listen, you...
Go in and see how he is, Muggavan.
Drunk. Your husband get this loaded off, Mrs. Webb?
After what just happened, you talk to me like that.
Go look at him, Muggavan.
Thank you, Mr. Clover. Mr. Muggavan.
Yeah?
If you ran a cold bath for my husband and saw that he got in it, that would be nice.
That's a good idea, Muggavan.
Very good. Very, very good. Thank you very much, Mrs. Webb.
Now, may I tell you, Mr. Clover?
Of course.
I was sleeping. My husband wasn't home. I thank my stars he came home when he did.
Oh, just tell me what happened.
I was sleeping and dreaming. And in my dream, I couldn't breathe. Not all at once, but gradually in my dream, I couldn't breathe. And you know how it is. I told myself this was a dream and I could wake up any time I wanted to.
Hey,
and
just take it easy, mister. We'll get along fine. Now, what are you doing?
I'd better go into...
Finish the story, Mrs. Webb.
I knew I could waken any time I wanted and breathe. And then the part came in this dream when I told myself to do it. To wake up. And when I did, I couldn't breathe after all. Someone was holding a pillow over my face.
And that's when your husband walked into your room.
And scared off my attacker.
Who ran out of the window and down that fire escape and...
Hey, now, be a good guy. I don't need all this. Go. Danny?
You wait here, Mrs. Webb.
I know you won't hurt him.
Oh, don't worry. How you feeling, Mr. Webb?
I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk anymore. Great.
Turn off the water, Muggavan. You see who tried to smother your wife?
Sure.
Who was he?
Guy who held a pillow over her face and ran when I became a hero.
Lieutenant Means, did you recognize the man? Could you identify him if you saw him again?
Nope.
All right, slide into this nice cold water, Mr. Webb. It's liable to clear your head. Maybe we can
Oh,
get
I'm
some sense.
okay. What do I have to do to prove that I'm not loaded?
Just give us a coherent story of what happened.
Coherent, you want? Huh? I was coherent enough to call the night manager when it happened, wasn't I? I'm not drunk, I tell you. No more shocked like that. So was the guy.
I'll tell you the truth, Mr. Webb. We honestly don't know whether you're drunk or not. A few minutes ago, I'd say yeah. Did you try to smother your wife with a pillow, Mr. Webb?
Want me to pull you in here and we can talk about it?
Just say yeah, you tried to kill your wife, and I'd be happy to join you. We'll chat.
Listen.
Uh-huh.
You're going to find out anyhow. There's no secret to it. Well, there's another woman. Is that how you say?
And you came home and decided to kill your wife.
Listen, I came home and became a hero. A guy, a burglar, I guess. I came home and scared him. See, he ran down the fire escape. It's...
Mr. Clover,
Your husband's all right, Mrs. Webb.
is the window closed in there? Night air, and he catches cold so easily.
I didn't notice. If it's open...
Close it.
All right.
And don't pay any attention to him.
Oh?
About Helen.
Is that the woman he's going with?
Oh, Joe's a child. He doesn't know what he wants. He'll get over it. Just don't think what happened tonight had anything to do with Helen and Joe or anything like that.
I'll see that the window is closed, Mrs. Webb.
What'd my wife say?
That she knew about Helen.
See? How about I get dressed now, fellas?
I want to talk to Helen.
Oh, that would be Helen French, and I'll tell you where to find her. How about I get dressed now? Thank you very much.
And administering now to a sobering drunk.
I'll make you some coffee, honey. Black coffee.
And later, the gentle concern for the welfare of a hero.
And you must lie down, Joe. I'll help.
And an arm for the hero. And lips pressed tentatively to a hero's brow.
Get the coffee, Cantor.
And her hand trails across his cheek, stops for a furtive touch to his mouth. And she leaves the room. While she's gone, the nod to Muggavan, which has in it, handle it, report it, check with me later. And leave where the almost death was. Hit the August street and the swelter of it. And on the way to the squad car, the current of soft talk and whisperings of the night dwellers of the stoop, broken and sent eddying into night drift by your passage. The squad car. And wave the sleepless kids away from it. And the ride uptown, then, through stilling streets, through loomings of dark piles of concrete and stone, black against dark of night sky. And east, then, in an apartment house where a girl lives, and who shrugs thin shoulders at police and at the lateness of night.
It doesn't bother me. I was awake anyhow.
Then you won't mind
Why should I? It's hot. I couldn't sleep anyhow. They're playing things on the radio, and... You want to come in? It's all right with me if you want to come in.
Thanks, sir.
It's cooler over there by the window, if you care for that sort of thing. I'll move a chair over.
Oh, this is all right, thanks.
Suit yourself.
Miss French,
Nice they got music to go with it when you can't sleep. Isn't it nice? Real nice.
don't you want to know why I'm here, Miss French?
You'll tell me. You can suit yourself when.
It's about a man named Joe Webb.
About a man named Joe Webb.
And his wife.
And about the wife of a man named Joe Webb. Mr. and Mrs. Webb. That's what it's about, huh? Gee, imagine.
Because someone tried to kill Mrs. Webb tonight. Someone held a pillow over her mouth while she slept.
Joe did that? Joe tried to suffocate her?
I didn't say that.
No, then what did you say? Suit yourself what you're trying to say to me.
Mrs. Webb told it this way. She said she was asleep and dreaming. And then she woke and someone had a pillow over her mouth, and her husband came in just then and frightened to kill her away.
My. Did Joe tell it that way, too?
Yes,
That makes him maybe something of a hero?
that's what he said.
And his wife agreed with him?
Yes.
My. What a night I'm living. It's got music to it. It's got talk of heroes. My.
Miss French,
Who told you about me, Joe, or the wife he saved from a pillow?
They both did.
This is a very cozy world we live in, isn't it? You ever notice it, Mr. Clover?
How long have you known Joe Webb?
Long enough.
Is he in love with you?
How am I supposed to answer that?
Answer it.
You saw his wife, you saw Vera. Get a good look at her.
Yeah?
You figure it. You suit yourself as Joe in love with me.
And you?
Me?
Uh-huh.
I want to show you something. This is a picture in a silver frame. It's a snapshot of a young man. Young man on the beach at Far Rockaway. He's wearing a sweatshirt. But underneath it, his shoulders are big and real strong. He lifts things, weights. Early this summer on the beach, he lifted me like I was a puff of wind. His name is Don Cullen.
And he's the man you're in love with, not Joe.
Donnie is the man, not Joe. From early summer.
And Joe...
Joe knows about it. I told him again tonight. I told him it's the last time I'm going to tell you, Joe, and it's the last time I'm going to tell you why, Joe. And I told him why.
Tell me, too.
Sure. I need a man. If I'm going to love somebody, it's going to be a man. He's got big shoulders. Maybe when I'm not real nice to him like he wants, he'll toss me around a little, slap me maybe, then let me cry on his knee like a little girl. That's who I love. Don.
Well, one more thing. When was Joe here?
Early tonight. When it looked like rain for a while, I brushed him quick because Don was coming. Then Joe left, and Don came, then Don left. You noticed I couldn't sleep after...
Yeah. Well, thanks, Miss French. I'll be...
Wait a minute. You going to see Joe Webb again?
Maybe.
Tell Joe he forgot his raincoat. It's hanging in my closet. Tell him to suit himself about when he wants to come back for it. Oh, what do you know? Now I feel sleepy. No more night left to sleep in. Nighty-night, Mr. Clover.
And outside now, and the dawn sounds, awakening of sleepless city, trembling and stir of earth to onrush and flow of subway, distant morning crow of tugs in the harbor, and the still soft gathering of the big scream, and move quickly through it to where room is and bed in the wall. Release it, turn it down, lie where sleep waits, and hit the dream just ahead of the million-throated roar. The next day at headquarters, early afternoon of next day, where Job is, and Detective Muggerson.
I wanted to let you sleep a little while longer, Danny. That's why I didn't put a call through to your house.
Well, that was thoughtful of you, Muggerson.
Oh, I have my moments. That girl you questioned last night, Danny, that Helen French.
What about her?
What kept you up so late? Made you sleep through the morning, huh? Questioning her like you had to?
Yeah, that was why. What about her, Muggerson?
She's not going to give you trouble like that anymore. She's dead, Danny.
What?
Came in an hour ago. Helen French is dead. Somebody beat her to death, Danny.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Americans have always been noted for their know-how, and you young men in search of a career, you can put this practical talent to excellent use in one of our nation's many engineering schools. At the present time, we need engineers. We need them to maintain our scientific and engineering superiority. So look to your future, to America's future. Plan now to become an engineer.
Swift gust of August wind, swift, gone now from Broadway. And in its wake, banners of heat set to shimmering, and crop of golden girls from out of town set to shimmering. Also, slight distortion of August ballads dripped from the throats of loudspeakers, funneling after the brief wind. Scratch and warp of the August songs, which makes of the man tilting with a shop window mannequin a summer dance. And note that her bare and waxen shoulders are melted slightly and soft from persistent sunnings. And the man must be careful not to press too hard, else the contour will change. Note, too, farther down the street, high adventure to be had in 3 dimensions and before the prices change. So why regret? Why the longing? It's a world to itself, a whole, complete, total world. And at headquarters, another dimension explored to the droning of an electric fan that has for its primary substance the beating to death of a young woman.
We'll have Dr. Sinsky's report in a little while, Danny. Said on the phone he's working on it. But
what, Muggerman?
Well, I was going to say, he can Latin and Greek it up all he wants to it. Still come out Helen French was beaten to death with a fist. That's what I was going to say. Him and the lab. Now you.
Now I what?
Well, now you've made it seem hardly worth the trouble.
You want to go somewhere and sit a while, Muggavan, refresh yourself, then come back and tell me about it?
Oh, I feel just grand. The fan you got here and all. I'll tell you now if you want.
Do it, huh?
Well, the call came in a homicide, like I told you, a little over an hour ago. I was on duty, so they gave it to me.
Hmm?
I went. I found Miss Helen French on the floor. She had bruises on her face, her throat, temples. She was dead. I questioned the tenants in her building. They said they heard her scream once and didn't think anything about it. A little while later, she screamed again and kept screaming, so somebody ran to a phone, yelled to the police somebody upstairs was getting killed. So that's how.
Danny! Danny, long time no see. Danny.
Welcome back, Gino.
And to you also, Detective Muggavan. Hello.
Yeah, I talked to you earlier. Remember, Gino, I asked you...
We will come to that, Detective Muggavan. Well, what have you got to say for yourself, Danny?
You have a nice time on your vacation, Gino?
Yeah, he had a nice time. He chewed my ear off for half an hour about it.
Detective Muggavan, please, if you don't mind, it was my vacation.
Well, tell me about it, Gino.
Well, you know where I went? Me and Mrs. T? To Cousin Kendall, my unpleasant cousin in Baltimore. Turns out his boy, his son, who was only up to here when I was last in his city and is here on me now, his boy Chad, the time that Chad showed us, you wouldn't think he was chipped from the same block as Cousin Kendall. That Chad. If not for him...
You had a good time, huh?
No thanks to Cousin Kendall, but to his son, a regular whippersnapper of a youth, him and his crab cakes. That Chad.
Now I can ask you, Gino.
Of course. Danny.
That photograph I brought back from Helen French's apartment, did you take
As
it?
indeed I have. Here with Danny, a blow-up from the photo lab of the snapshot Detective Muggavan brought from the apartment of Helen French. Herewith. For you.
Yeah, that's the one she showed me of her boyfriend, Don Cullen.
Uh-huh, yeah. I wanted you to see it blown up, Danny. That lettering on his sweatshirt, it's too blurred to read on the snapshot. This way you can make it out. It says, Gothics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it says Gothics. What does
When I find out, I'll let you know what it means. Maybe who and where Don Cullen is. Meanwhile, I got something else for you.
You're really chock full today, aren't you,
Oh,
Muggavan?
I get days like that, yeah. You. Yeah, you, Barney. Come in here. It's Barney Leffler, Danny, a cabbie. Barney, Lieutenant Clover.
Hi, Danny. Pleased to meet you.
Hi, Barney.
Hey, fan feels good.
All right, tell the lieutenant what you told me a little while ago, Barney. Tell him just like you told me.
Yeah. I figured I ought to tell somebody, Danny. I
Just
figured
tell the lieutenant, huh, Barney?
All right, yeah, sure. Happened this morning, like I told him. I was cruising up West 38th, just cruising, hunting down a fare.
Go on.
Yeah, well, in the middle of the block, there's a big McGilla. Crowds, squad cars, cops, sirens, the whole deal, So I haven't got a fare, so I stopped to pass the time of day with my fellow citizens. I leave the cab in the middle of the...
I'll get it, Danny.
Now, relax, Gino. I'll get it. You go ahead and tell the lieutenant, Barney. Dr. Muggavan here.
Go ahead, Barney.
Yeah.
It's okay I talk while the detective's by the phone?
Yeah, Barney, go on.
Go ahead. Get straight.
Well, so I leave the cab in the middle of the street. I ask a fellow citizen what is up.
Very, very good.
He says a girl, Helen French, has just been murdered. I say, not Helen French. He says to me, you know her? You're sorry for her? I say to him, I delivered to her a raincoat last night. That's how much I know her. And I'm sorry for her.
Man's raincoat, huh?
Yeah, a call came in on the box. The cabbie should go pick up a package to deliver. I was chosen. I went. The package was a raincoat to be delivered to a Miss Helen French on 38.
Where'd you pick it up, Barney?
I got it here in my pocket, my driver's chart. Pick up from Mrs. Webb, apartment 16C, 1234 East 19th. When I hear this morning that this lady, Helen French, was killed, I figured to come to tell you cops, Danny, and let in on how I delivered to her a raincoat last night. And that's it.
Well, fine, Barney. Thanks.
That was a very pretty girl, that Helen French, Danny. And like I said to my fellow citizen, I am very sorry it happened to her.
You can go, Barney.
Oh, yeah, sure. Anytime. Bye-bye, Danny.
Yeah, that Barney did good. And I just did real good, too, Danny.
You want to tell me, huh?
Very, very much. Gothics, the lettering across Don Cullen's sweatshirt, stands for the name of softball team, Avenue A League. Don's a catcher. Also works for the Ames Construction Company as a welder. He's now welding a new building together on the corner of Madison and 50th.
I think Detective Muggavan did very well today, don't you, Danny?
Oh, yes, Gino.
Very, very well. I bow to you, Detective Muggavan.
Outside now on the streets again, sun on concrete and triumphant furling of banners which attest of large beers and fully packed hot pastrami sandwiches, and season-end sales where you can buy what you don't need anymore, but for less. Uptown by squad car, and for a moment, smile happily at your luck that there are always things to do with all your money. And so make the next left turn a jaunty one, truly an Immelman of a left turn, and glide to stop where it says construction zone. Maneuver into a small parking space in two-wheel cuts. Walk over to the fence and past the knotholes for sidewalk superintendents. Show a badge and pose a name. Be pointed to a man. Jeans, mask, and welding rod. Go to him. Don Cullen?
Better turn your back on this arc light, buddy. Be with you in a minute.
Light can blind you know that?
Yeah.
Oh?
I'm from the police, Don. Name's Danny Clover.
You're looking for me, huh? Is it just anybody working around here? Just me? Well.
Helen French is dead, Don.
You better get away from here.
Did you hear what I said, Don?
Something about a Helen.
Helen French, she's dead.
She's...
Somebody beat her to death early this morning.
What'll I do?
What?
What'll I do? What'll I do now?
Listen, I've got to ask you some questions.
What'll I do now?
Did you kill her, Don?
No. No, sir, I didn't kill her. No. No, I didn't kill her. Kill her? Look, you. I don't care who you are. I don't care. Come in here and tell me Helen's dead. Telling me, did I...
Take it easy.
Yeah. Okay. But just talk sense, will you? Don't come here with stories that... She's really dead, is she?
Yeah. Tell me about last night, Don.
About what?
You saw Helen last night, didn't you?
You want me to tell you about?
What time did you get there?
9.
Then what?
I closed the door behind me. She ran into my arms. I kissed her.
Look,
I kissed her on account I'm a very forward fella, and I happened to last night have a girl I love. Also, last night she loved me. Want to know about it?
Go on.
I'm not a bright guy. I'll never get better in welder first class as long as I live. I get sense enough to know it. The one thing I got, not many guys got. A dame who makes me feel I'm the only guy in the world. Want to know about that, too? When I'm around her, Helen's suddenly helpless. She can't do nothing without me, a real baby. And I love it. I'm needed. All of a sudden, I'm not just a guy with muscles. I'm a lot better. A real pretty girl thinks I'm a man. Now, you ask me any more about that, and I'll try to kill you.
What about Joe Webb, Don?
Huh?
Joe Webb, the man before you.
Yeah, man.
What about him?
For instance, last night, Helen told me he was there just before I was, and it looked like rain, and while he was there, a cabbie punched a bell and had a raincoat in his hand. He said, "For Mr. Webb." How do you like that?
This ever happened before?
A few times Helen told me about. Maybe more she did. Raincoat, muffler when it was cool, nose drops. And you know what else?
What?
This Joe's wife would call Helen and tell her what to give Joe to keep his weight up. You know, dishes, what to make.
And that's why Helen was done with Joe, huh?
Now, listen, I told you Helen needed a man around her. Somebody she could depend on. She didn't want to take care of anybody. She wanted to be taken care of. What I do now, Mr. Clover?
Goodbye, Don.
Hello?
Well, Mrs. Webb. May I come in?
To do more damage?
What are you talking about?
You ought to see my husband.
Let's go inside. Where's your husband? What's the matter with him?
Come on. That's what you've done to him.
Hello, Mr. Webb.
Hi.
What's the matter with you?
Sick. I had a sniffle. Vera don't want it to develop into anything.
Aren't you hot with all that stuff on you?
Vera says
I know how to take care of him. Don't I, Joe? Don't I?
Sure.
You did this to him, Mr. Clover, leaving that window open.
Sorry.
You ought to be. Drink your milk and butter, Joe. Well, drink it, Joe. It's good for you. My mother used to make all of us drink that when we sniffled.
Milk's too hot, Vera.
Well, you're not even trying to drink it. And that's a good boy, Joe.
How about you, Clover? What do you want?
Got a few questions to ask.
What question?
First of all, let me ask you one, Mrs. Webb.
What question?
Isn't it strange that your husband saw another girl and you knew it and did nothing about it? In fact, approved of...
I did not approve.
You knew about Helen French and you
Listen, Joe is my husband, and I've got a duty to take care of him. He's back with me now, isn't he? Because after all is said and done, he needs me. Isn't that right, Joe?
I need you, Vera.
And that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Helen. What did she know? She acted like a baby herself. How could she take care of Joe?
Mr. Webb.
What?
You loved Helen very much, didn't you?
I'm back with my wife now. Leave me alone.
Joe was naughty, and he's back now. There's no need to talk about what happened before.
Helen needed you, didn't she, Joe?
I told you, Mr. Clover...
She needed you. She made you feel manly, and you could do things for her, take care of her.
Vera.
Baby her, just like your wife is doing for you now.
Vera, I want to explain something to you.
What?
All this. Milk and butter and closed windows. All of it. Galoshes and raincoats. Things you do. Make me feel like a child.
Men are babies, Joe. That's why they get married.
You see, Clever?
Uh-huh.
Just the opposite with Helen.
Your wife wrecked it all, didn't she? Made a fool out of you in front of Helen.
I guess.
Well, I got him back, didn't I?
And almost lost your life doing it. Didn't she, Mr. Webb?
What is he?
After your husband found out that Helen didn't want him anymore, after you ruined it all with slickers and nose drops, he...
I tried to kill you, Vera. Vera, I tried to kill you. But I didn't have the strength for it. I had that pillow over your face, and...
All right, Joe.
And I couldn't do it. Because you're my... You know what you did? You made Helen treat me just the way you do.
Come on, Joe.
Got so I was a baby around both of you. I had to stop it. I had to kill one of you. I couldn't kill you. I killed her. Say something, will you? Say something. You bet you got nothing to say. Let's go, Clover.
It's the street of a million walkers, this Broadway. And they're funneled here. Around the 100 corners they turn into it, each with the promise, the little dream. Hold it up, bounce it against the concrete slabbing, tell somebody about it, and eat a hot dog and walk some more. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Irene Tedrow was heard as Vera and Lamont Johnson as Joe. Featured in the cast were Charlotte Lawrence, Barney Phillips, and Herb Vigran. Bill Anders speaking. Sunday night, a two-fisted He-Man takes you down a danger-studded road to mystery adventure on CBS Radio. Meet Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective, Sunday nights on most of these same stations. You'll thrill every minute as action-loving Diamond comes to grips with criminals and killers, cutting through subterfuge, putting his neck in a gangland noose in the interest of justice. Richard Diamond, Sunday nights on CBS Radio. Don't miss him. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
Mayor of the Town is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I hope you enjoy it.
Miss McCafferty, what's that book you're reading?
It's called How to Get Your Man, sent in a plain wrapper to avoid embarrassment.
Really? Are they writing books on that now?
Well, it's getting more and more important every day, and harder, too.
Oh, come, Miss McCafferty, you surely don't need a book. You have all the elements to get any man.
Well, this book is to teach you how to use these, elements, Mayor.
Oh, I see.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The makers of the new Rinso are proud to present The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore and his guest, Claire Trevor. Well, well, so you're the lady who tried our new soapy rich Rinso for the first time last wash day. Now, wasn't it just like your Uncle Harlow told you? Did you ever see the likes of those rich Rinso suds? Yes, you're right. They certainly do stand up. It's like I've been saying right along. New Rinso goes farther.
Goes farther. Goes farther. Goes farther.
And say, that Rinso white is something, isn't it? That's because new Rinso gets out more dirt. You might pass the word along to your neighbor. Tell her next time, get new Rinso. And now, The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore with Claire Trevor as Tony McCafferty.
Mayor, hurry up. Come on.
All right. I'm coming. So that's a new hat, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Do you like it?
Oh, it's as pretty as a picture. Aren't you showing a special interest in this hero we're going to meet?
Yeah, maybe.
Why, Miss McCafferty, you're blushing. Do you know this Captain Kennedy?
Mm-hmm. I used to go to high school with him. That is, he used to sit next to me in geometry, and I used to think, oh, brother, that's for me.
Oh. So what happened?
Nothing. The only thing that fascinated him was the legs of a triangle. He never went to a dance. He never kissed a girl. He just studied. We all said he'd come to a bad end.
So now he's knocked off 19 Jap planes in one raid, and he's the greatest ace in the country. Moral.
Never mind the moral. Say, that Marine general who's coming, Larson, what time did he say he'd pick us up?
3:00.
Oh, gee, it's almost time. Say, Mayor,
Huh?
look what I have on my legs.
Hmm?
The last of a vanishing race, nylons.
Oh, very nice, too.
Mm-hmm. My only pair. I got them out of my safety deposit box this morning. I'm going to blow them on him. I figure he ought to be more observant by now.
Well, in my day, a well-turned ankle would stop any Marine.
Captain Kennedy's not going to get away from me this time. At least not if I can help it. Hey, speaking of Marines,
Pardon me,
look
is
what's
this
coming.
the mayor's office?
I'm the mayor. Oh, you're Brigadier General Larson.
I'm very glad to meet you, sir.
Thank you, General. It's always an honor to meet someone like you.
Thank you, sir.
This is my secretary, Miss McCafferty.
Well, how do you do, Miss McCafferty?
Hello. I guess we should start for the meeting, or we'll miss Captain Kennedy's speech.
All right, Tony, all right. Come on, General. Miss McCafferty went to school with Captain Kennedy, General.
That's so? Well, I'm sure he'll be glad to see you again.
Well, I don't know. He never liked girls in high school, but he probably has lots of girls now, being a hero and all.
Well, as a matter of fact, he isn't the usual Marine. You know, Mayor, we send these boys on these bond tours to sell bonds and for the change it gives them. They fight better, as a rule.
Yes, I can see why they would.
But Bill Kennedy doesn't like the time off. He doesn't know what to do with it. He sells bonds all right, but he's never learned how to play.
Maybe he could be taught.
Well, maybe we could teach him, Tony.
Well, you're certainly welcome to try. Do you want to advance and look the situation over, Mayor?
You mean reconnoiter, General? That's a good idea. Now, here's the town hall. Let's go in. That was a splendid speech, young man.
Why, thank you, sir. Thank you very kindly.
Oh, hello, Captain Kennedy. I'm sure you don't remember me, but
Of course I remember you. McCafferty, isn't it?
Yeah.
You used to sit across from me in geometry. You cheated during examinations.
Well, we can't all be geniuses.
Well, we can all be honest, McCafferty.
Oh, I'm honest most of the time, aren't I, Mayor?
You certainly are.
You've changed quite a lot since high school, Captain. You're much bigger.
Thank you, McCafferty. You filled out a little, too.
He is more observant, Tony.
Well, I have to get down to headquarters. It's been very nice. Good night, Mayor. Good night, Miss McCafferty.
Oh, I hope we'll be able to see something of you while you're here.
Well, we aren't going to be here very long.
Why don't you come to my house for dinner tomorrow night at 8?
Well...
Good. I'll stop by your hotel for you.
Fine. Goodbye. Well...
Captain.
Yes, Miss McCafferty?
I hope you don't mind my telling you, but you've just put your hat on backwards.
Oh, yes. Well, thank you. Good day.
I never saw a Marine run away from a pretty girl before.
Gee, I don't know whether to be flattered or insulted.
Oh, come on, let's go home.
You know, he looked at me just as though I were a Jap destroyer. Gives you a funny feeling when a man looks at you like that, Mayor.
Well, I wouldn't know about that, Tony.
I missed him in geometry and world literature, but he's not going to get away this time. Oh, it's hopeless. I've just realized it isn't any use at all.
What's the matter?
He didn't even notice my nylons.
5 to 1, he'll notice what's in them before we're through. Come on. So I'll let you break it to Marilli that we're having company tomorrow night.
So we dived down on them from 15,000 feet. We gave them everything we had. We were outnumbered 8 to 1, so every shot had to count.
But you made it count. You won the engagement. I tell you, Captain, it's a privilege to hear those accounts.
Thank you, Mayor. Now I want to tell you about a little fracas another friend of mine had at Midway. You see, he was up with a...
Well, if you two will excuse me for a minute, I have a phone call to make.
Oh, don't go, Mayor.
It'll just be a minute or two.
Well, I'll go along with you.
I'm only going to make a phone call, Captain. You'll be all right here. You two young people enjoy yourselves for a few minutes.
All right.
It's a beautiful night. Clear and warm. Why don't we go out and sit on the porch?
It's dark out there.
Are you afraid of the dark?
Well, no, but I'd like to see where I'm going.
Oh. For instance?
Well, you see, once in the Solomons, it was dark, and we were outnumbered. We got into a rather long engagement.
I don't believe in long engagements. Do you, Captain?
Huh?
Oh, never mind. Tell me about yourself.
Well, there was nothing very interesting about me. I was just another Marine with a job to do.
Yeah?
And I did it.
Oh, pardon me. I've mislaid my dustpan someplace. I guess it isn't in here.
No, it isn't.
Oh, let me hunt around for it. You sit down. You look tired.
I'm not tired.
Well, you look like you might have a spell of some sort coming on.
Oh, I do? Oh, well, then maybe I should rest.
Yes, you certainly should. Right upstairs in bed. That's the place for anyone with your color, Marilli. Don't take any chances.
I think I should call the doctor?
Well, see how you feel in the morning.
Oh. Oh, dear. Well, all right. Good night, all.
Good night. Now then, where were we? Oh, yes. You were telling me how you felt in the Solomons.
Well, it was a long, hard engagement.
Well, go on, Captain. What's wrong?
I was looking in your eyes. Funny, I didn't remember they were so blue.
Didn't you?
No. Oh, I beg your pardon. I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, but you should. Go on, Captain. What color blue did you think?
I came over to visit.
Oh.
Well, hello there. What's your name?
Timothy Donald Sage Robertson. I live at 317 Maple.
Yeah, he belongs next door. Timmy, aren't you late? Aren't you out late?
No. I came over to get your autograph, Captain.
All right, sure. Have you got a pencil?
Right here.
There you are.
Thanks. You're a pilot, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm going to be a pilot when I grow up. Say, is she your girl?
No.
Timmy, isn't your sister calling you?
No. I guess pilots don't bother with girls.
Well, I finished my phone call. Oh, hello, Timmy. Run along home. Your father wants you. Good night.
Do I have to?
Yes, you have to, Timmy. Yes. Good night.
Good night.
I have a few more papers to go over. Well, why don't you youngsters go out and sit on the porch?
Susie's calling Timmy.
Oh, he just left.
I thought you were lying down.
Can't lie down till the dishes are done.
Oh, well, suppose I help you with them.
Well, now that's real nice.
Really? Captain Kennedy's a guest.
I'd like to help out, Mayor. Really, I would. I haven't wiped dishes in a long time. Come on, Morelli. Let's get at them. You set the target, and I'll start firing.
Not with the Wedgwood china. You know, Captain, I think it's right kind of you. You being a hero and all.
Well, it's perfectly obvious that Marilli has more sex appeal than I have. You know, for a moment there, I almost thought I was getting someplace.
Then something threw you off your stride?
Yes, Timmy came in. Oh, Mayor.
Hey, now. Tears only spoil a sharpshooter's vision. You'll get another crack at the target.
You know, it was a kind of a game when I started, but, well, it isn't a game now. Sometime between yesterday and today, I just stopped playing. I'm in a spin, and I can't pull out of it.
Well, don't lose your head now. Any good pilot will tell you that. Look, Tony, this man's a little out of the ordinary run.
A little?
Yeah, he's painfully shy when it comes to the female sex, and I think you frighten him.
Oh, the big scaredy cat?
Oh, don't try so hard. Take it easy. Now, he'll have to walk home with you, so take him the long way around and see what a little moonlight can do.
Well, this is my house.
Oh, well, good night and goodbye.
Goodbye? I thought you were going to be here the rest of the week.
Well, I'll be pretty busy selling bonds, you know.
But
it was very nice seeing you again.
Well, you're not going to go just like that.
It's getting late.
But if I don't see you, I mean, you'll be going back into combat.
Sure, as soon as I can.
Bill, what's wrong? Don't you like me at all?
Well, I hadn't thought particularly about it.
Well, think a minute, will you?
Well, this is war, Tony.
Oh, what if it is? Aren't people supposed to fall in love even if there is a war? Bill, listen to me. There's so little time, and you're so stupid. I've been in love with you ever since geometry.
Why? Well, really, I...
Oh, you don't care. You don't care at all, do you? Oh, I've made a beautiful fool of myself for nothing. Well, okay, I'll pull in my fuselage.
You don't pull in a fuselage.
Oh, you. Well, good night, Captain. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot something. While I'm being unladylike, I might as well be good and unladylike. Good night, Captain.
You kissed me.
Yes, that's for geometry. And that's for now, you big oaf.
how'd it go?
I never want to see that man again.
Well, what did you do?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. He's a disgrace to the Marine Corps. I wouldn't be caught dead speaking to him. I hate him. Good night.
Oh, these children. Now what? Oh, Captain Kennedy.
Hello, Mayor. Could I see you for a minute?
Yeah, of course. Come in. Here's a handkerchief. You'd better wipe the lipstick off.
Lipstick?
Yeah, it's quite becoming. What happened to you?
Oh, Miss McCafferty got me in her sights and gave me a burst.
Looks like a bullseye, too.
Mayor, you've got to help me. I'm in trouble. My right wing's been shot off, my engine's on fire, and my landing gear's gone.
You mean you've fallen in love, Captain?
That's right. You've got to help me. She went in and slammed the door in my face, and she wouldn't come out.
Well, suppose we dial Walnut 2990, and when she answers, you just say, Tony, I love you. I think that'll straighten out everything.
Oh, I hope you're right. You know, it hit me all of a sudden. I was momentarily knocked out, and she was gone before I could get my bearings.
Hello, Tony? Just a minute,
Hello, Tony. I just called you up to... Hello? Hello?
What happened?
Oh, she hung up on me.
This is going to be more of a problem than I realized. Remember, with women as with battles, get the fastest with the mostest. Bill, my boy, this situation calls for strategy.
Well, while the mayor maps out his strategy, I'd like to get in a word or two here. Something like this. A hot day is just a hot day. A sneeze is just a sneeze. A stack of dishes is just a stack of dishes. But add them all together, and dishwashing can get to be quite a pain in the neck as days goes by.
Can it be that my soap makes me mope and sneeze at dishwashing time?
Yes, it can, ma'am. And I know 3 little musical notes to help you out.
Oh, I know what that stands for. Rinso White. But I don't see what that has to do with dishwashing.
Well, you see, those soapy-rich Rinso suds that get your clothes so dazzling white do a wonderful job for you at dishwashing time, too.
Well, for pity's sakes, I never thought of that.
And don't forget Rinso's anti-sneeze.
And isn't that a blessing?
It is to a lot of women. So next time you wash dishes, bring that box of Rinso up from where you wash your clothes and use it in your dishpan. Wait till you see how quick those Rinso suds have your dishes sparkling. And wait till you see how economical new Rinso is. And important to remember these days, new Rinso goes farther.
Goes farther.
Goes farther.
Goes farther.
And now, back to the mayor of the town, starring Lionel Barrymore and his guest, Claire Trevor.
Now, Tony, be reasonable.
No, sir. He's a stuffy lout, and I'm not going to have anything to do with him, and that's that.
But, General Lawton...
Mayor, you've got to bring this girl to reason. Why, young Kennedy has gone completely to pieces. This situation may affect the progress of the war.
But, Tony, give the boy a chance.
You've heard my final word on the subject of Captain Bill Kennedy.
But, General Lawson, the girl is very stubborn.
Now, see here, Mayor. The honor of the Marine Corps of the United States of America is at stake. After all, you threw them together. You started it. You'll have to finish it.
I am not a happy man. Captain Kennedy, you and I are going to marshal our forces. We're going to capture the enemy.
How can we when the enemy won't even speak to us?
She speaks to me.
Not outside of office hours.
Well, that's right, too. Well, why don't you go down and make this girl listen to you?
She scares me.
Scash, you shoot down 19 zeros, but your guns jam at the sight of one mad McCafferty. Where's your courage? Why, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I am.
Well, then why don't you do something about it?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because her eyes are so blue. Maybe it's because of her temper. I've never been in love before. All the things I want to say to her get all tangled up when I see her.
Now, where's your manhood? Where's your valor? Is this the color of a fighting Marine?
Huh?
Is this the spirit that won the girls from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli? Why, you're a leatherneck? A devil dog? Square your shoulders, man. Get in there and pitch. This is going to be a siege.
Miss Antonia McCafferty?
Yes?
1 dozen roses. Miss Antonia McCafferty?
Yes?
Sign here, 5 pounds of assorted fruits. Miss Antonia McCafferty?
Yes?
Special delivery.
Special?
Yes, sign here.
Dear Miss McCafferty, just a short note to tell you as usual that my heart is yours and always will be. Rubbish.
Splots.
All double splots. Well, as you notice, she sent everything back. Flowers, wires, even the fruit. Over there on the table, you'll find all the letters you dictated to me.
All of them?
All.
Even the letter that Robert Browning wrote Elizabeth Barrett Browning?
Yes, even that.
Well, the ones I made up might have left something to be desired, but who is she to spurn Browning?
Oh, it isn't Browning she's spurning. It's me. It's no use, Mayor. She just doesn't care, so let's forget it.
No, sir. No. Hand me that phone. Faint heart never won fair lady. I've got just one more idea.
I hope it's better than the others.
Hello? Miss McCafferty, please. Oh, hello, Tony. Tony, I want you to come up to the house tonight for dinner. I've got some papers to go over with you. Yes, it is necessary. 7 o'clock, please, and don't be late. Goodbye. You see? That's the way to handle a woman.
What did she say?
I don't know. I hung up. She'll be there. You watch now. She'll be there all right. This has been a pleasant dinner, hasn't it? Yes, indeed. It certainly has been a very pleasant dinner.
Can we get to work now, please, Mayor? I have a date in an hour.
In a minute, Tony, in a minute. I have a phone call to make first.
I'll place it for you.
No. You stay here with Billy. I'll only be a minute.
You're looking very pretty tonight, Miss McCafferty.
Imagine you noticing.
I've always known it. I just never had the courage to tell you.
Personally, I've always liked brave men.
Tony, don't you know that when it comes to a woman, there are no brave men? Don't you know that, Tony?
Well,
Look at me, Tony.
Oh, hello, Captain Kennedy. Hello, Miss McCafferty. I came over to visit.
Well, hello, Timmy. Sit down and we'll have a visit.
Sure.
Oh, no, you don't. Up you come.
Hey, let me down.
You're leaving right now, and don't come back. Well, that's that. Now then, where were we?
Absolutely no place, Captain. We were killing time, as I recall.
Look, you might make this a little easy for me, you know.
Make what?
What I'm trying to say.
Well, am I supposed to be a mind reader? How do I know what you're trying to say?
I'm trying to say that...
Oh, hello.
What have you done? Lost your dustpan again?
No. I just happened to come in this room. I'll go out again.
No, Marilla. Sit down. Did you have a hard day?
Well, yes, as days go.
Shouldn't you go upstairs and lie down if you've had a hard day?
I feel fine. I look good, too. I looked in the mirror.
Say, Marilla, you promised me your recipe for devil's food cake. Could you give it to me now?
Yes, of course I could. Come on out in the kitchen. I'll get the book.
Oh, good. You'll excuse us, Captain.
Well, yes, of course.
Best recipe I've ever found, but you've got to watch your measurements.
Scuttled. Any way you look at it, scuttled.
Where's Tony?
She's in the kitchen with Marilla.
I've had enough of this nonsense. You stay right where you are. Don't move. Tony? Tony, come in here. This minute. Come on, alone.
Yes, what do you want?
Sit down in that chair. And don't get up. Now then, Bill, you say what you had to say.
Well, I had a speech already, but I can't seem to remember it. I practiced it, too.
Quit stuttering and get to the point.
Get lined up on your target, Bill.
Well, back in geometry, I used to think I'd like very much to take Tony McCafferty to a dance. If I knew how to dance. And if I wasn't so scared of her.
What's so scary about me? Most men think I'm nice.
Oh, so does he, but he just reacts differently.
Tony, Miss McCafferty, don't you understand?
Why should he react any differently?
In the Marine Corps, when an officer is speaking, his men listen.
I'm not a Marine, and I don't intend to be bullied.
Oh, go on. You'd love to be. Don't pay any attention to her, Bill. Give her a burst. Make her listen.
Will you quit coaching from the sidelines?
You got her on the defensive now.
I'm sorry I came over here. I wouldn't have come, Captain, if I'd known you were going to be here.
Oh, don't give me that. You knew he was going to be here.
I did not. How can you say that?
Tony McCafferty, when did you ever put on your nylons for me?
Oh, you traitor.
I drew blood that time, didn't I? Hit the target dead center. Go ahead, Bill, and talk to her. She'll listen.
Tony, please listen to me. Please. There's only one way to say it. I love you. I know I have nothing to offer you. Not even a future. Just my love. It isn't enough, is it?
Oh, Bill. Bill, darling. Not enough. Why, it's all I ever wanted. Oh, I do love you. I have all along. And I'll marry you tomorrow. I'll wait forever if necessary.
Do I need to tell you what to do now, Captain?
No, thanks, Mayor. I'll take over the controls now. I think I can fly her in from here. Nose up, McCafferty. Contact.
Yes, sir.
Happy landings, Captain. Happy landings.
Mr. Barrymore and Miss Trevor will return in just a moment. Meantime, may I put in a word about wash day? Up they go, down they go. No, I'm not talking about a seesaw. I'm talking about wash day in houses where they use the new soapy rich Rinso. You put a little Rinso into your washer, up go the suds, mountains of them, and down goes that big stack of clothes in your laundry hamper. Sure, it takes as little as a 5-minute run with Rinso in your washer to get your clothes dazzling Rinso white. And that, ma'am, is mighty easy on your clothes as well as your washer. That's important to remember these days. So next time, get Rinso, the only soap that's recommended by the makers of 33 leading washers. And now here is Miss Claire Trevor.
Thank you, Harlow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I haven't much to say, but I think it's rather important. I'm sure it's a surprise to our good friend, Mr. Barrymore. Mr. B, I have here a communication from the editors of Movie Radio Guide magazine, which says that in their annual nationwide Star of Stars poll, you have been voted the reader's favorite actor on the air.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
I'm sure I speak for all of us in the motion picture industry when I say congratulations. Nice going. Because it is nice going when any actor can be on the air for one season and at the end of that season be voted the favorite actor. So it's my privilege to present to you this handsome gold statuette, an Oscar, Mr. B, in recognition of your landslide vote. Good night.
Thank you, Claire, very much. And very much.
Mr. Barrymore can currently be seen in the MGM picture Dr. Gillespie's Criminal Case. The part of Tony McCafferty was played by Claire Trevor, Fred Mackay played Captain Kennedy, and Agnes Moorehead was Marilli. Our script was written by Gene Holloway. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Rinso and bidding you all good night.
You know what annoys me most about people?
What?
B.O.
Then play safe yourself. Never offend. Take a daily bath with Lifebuoy. It'll really clean you up and pep you up. And that rich Lifebuoy lather washes away dirt and perspiration. From head to toe, it stops B.O.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game. Public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Live with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Protection Incorporated. The Green Hornet strikes again. The street was narrow and lined with small stores and shops, most of them owned by dealers in fruits and vegetables, foreign delicacies, and special foods for holidays. A large car turned into the street and moved slowly until it reached Cartunzi's market. No one noticed the small object that flew from the car window toward the fruit store. The car suddenly leaped ahead with a great surge of power and speed. A moment later, a blast shook the neighborhood. Hey, our paper, here you are. Read all about the problem and such and Alexi.
Well, good morning, Garrigan.
Hey, okay. Mr. Reed in?
Uh-huh. You surprised?
Yeah, I am surprised. Don't tell me that last night's bombing got him down to the office before noon.
Something got him here. It might have been the bombing. Oh, but look, then again, sometimes Britt Reed tries very hard to do as his father wants.
Sometimes. But only sometimes. If he'd hit the ball all the time like the old man did, he might make a publisher. I'll never forget when I was made city editor.
Can you remember that far back?
Yes, I can remember that far back. Mr. Reed in his office?
Experts with it.
Well, he don't count. Hey, Mr. Reed.
Oh, Donegan, I'm glad you're here. I was just going to buzz you.
Well, I got something on my chest, but you talk first.
Axel and I were just talking about that bombing last night.
Yeah?
I had to tell you about it, Donegan.
That ought to be good.
Oh, Donegan, after the last war, there was a regular wave of racketeer bombings and shootings. Do you remember?
Well, Sonny? Yeah, I remember.
I was telling Reed about him. Do you suppose we're going to have to go through the same thing all over again?
What's Axford's theory? Well, Johnny Gunnigan, I'm glad you asked that.
Axford brought something to my attention. Here, look at this picture.
It's a picture I had at home. It's a lug I helped jail a long time ago. Dynamite Fletcher. I remember him. Did you help follow him, Axford? That I did. That's when I was on the cops.
Fletcher went down for a 10 to 20 strike.
And he done the limit. But he got out a couple of years ago and got out of sight. Well, we had a squib when he got out, I remember.
Axford says that last night's Crosby bombing on the earmarks of the old Fletcher gang.
It was the same technique, Gunnigan. The cops found hunks of iron pipe, and that's the way Fletcher used to make his bombs. He'd load a hunk of 2-inch pipe with dynamite in a cap. A hunk of fuse was lighted, and the works were tossed out of the cap. The ends were plugged, of course. The ends of what? Of the iron pipe.
Here's the point, Captain. With a lot of food control justice and a lot of money in circulation, the specialty shops are going to do a whale of a business this season.
They did a whale of a business in Thanksgiving trade.
Exactly. And it'll be even bigger between now and Christmas. The field is ripe for a fruit wax.
And that's the theory of the mastermind? Yeah. I deduced it, Gunnigan. I also deduced that Dynamite Fletchers may be behind the racket. Well, what do you want me to do? Go out and find Dynamite Fletcher for the cops?
That's a fine idea.
Oh, look, Mr. Reed, seriously.
Seriously, Gunnigan. I want the Daily Sentinel to make big things of Axford's theory. Let's make such a noise that the police will give that Crosby bombing all they've got. Let's make this city too hot to hold any of those rackets that raised hell a few years ago. Give it a double-column editorial and 12-point sites. In addition to that, box the 2-column item on page 1.
If you want it, Gunnigan, I'll write something up for you. Actually, maybe I can write it myself. Of course, I've only been on the desk for 20 years, but I might be able to stagger through. Well, if you have any trouble, let me know. So I give up. Johnny really seems upset about something.
Yes, he seems to be.
Maybe that woman has got under his skin. Bobby, here, you give me a rewrite on this.
Okay, Gunnigan.
Take this to the composing room and don't get lost on the way.
Yes.
Hey, cut this down to 2 sticks. Got to street the first page for the next edition. Hello. Give me them all.
2 sticks, Gunnigan, but that
I said 2 sticks. And you... Hey, Kate, give me a 4-column head and a 2 columns off on Catozzi. Oh, where's the more? What's the matter? They all dead down there?
What's happened, Gunnigan?
Oh, Reed wants noise about the Catozzi bombing, and I'm going to give it to him. Hello. Well, it's about time. Listen. See if you can stay awake long enough to dig out the files on Dynamite Fletcher. Yeah, Dynamite Fletcher. Gang leader and hoodlum from the roaring 20s. F like in Funny Bones. L like in Lollapalooza. E like in Bitter End. T like in Tic Tac
Well, boys, did you see my picture of Daily Sentinel? That's an old picture, Fletcher. You don't look anything like that nowadays. Maybe I should have a news picture. Come on. With every cop in town looking for you to answer questions, the bombing last night sure got the Sentinel stirred up. Maybe we better lay low for a few days, huh, Fletcher? Lay low, my. I should throw a war waiting for things to open up. We've got a gold mine between now and Christmas. We're going to dig for all the world. The cops suspect you, Fletcher. So what? Do I look anything like an old PJ? No, they're like it different to let me out of prison. No, it don't. That doc sure did things to you, huh? Well, that's a pity. Here's a list of the fruit dealers that have already signed up in our protective organization. We'll have a payment ready every week. There's a lot of them that don't understand what we mean when we speak of protective organization. There's 2 in particular that won't understand. We'll make examples of those 2. Here's the location. You want us to give them the gas pipe treatment? Yeah, tonight. Give them the same as Cartoozy got. There's something in the cops ain't gonna like it. As if we care.
Mr. Reed, isn't there some way the police can stop such things? Look at this article.
I saw it, Mr.
Two people were killed by the bombing, and a little kid was seriously hurt by the car those rats were driving.
Yes, I know.
Naturally, it's more certain than ever that there's a new rat case.
There probably is. All sorts of places that have been hit were fruit markets.
Well, if the police suspect this man, this Dynamite Fletcher, why don't they pick him up?
They're looking for him. Trouble is, they won't get any place if they find him.
Why won't they?
Well, it'll be the real story in this case. Proof. There's a wide gap between knowing a man is guilty and getting proof that a smart lawyer can't fake.
Oh, God, I wish there was some way to lick these crooks and their conniving lawyers.
And the red tape of the law.
Hello, Fred.
Oh, Red.
This is the time I brought you.
I knew I shouldn't have stayed so long in Miss Case's office. How are you? Oh, fine. Miss Case, this is Rance Talbot, and he's selling insurance.
Oh,
here's my card, Miss Case. You're in the market for that.
I'll just add it to my collection.
Oh, I like that. It seems that half the men in our class went into insurance.
Oh, but seriously, Brett, I want...
Come in my office, then. Thanks. It's great to see you. But I'm not going to do business with you. Oh, I'm the level, Britt. Have you all you need? Dad set up a portfolio for me. Okay, fella. I'll let it go, Dad. Cigarette? No, thanks. How do you like publishing? Oh, it's all right. You've brought it down on the racketeer bombings. I bet you had a big spread yesterday, but today's even better. Oh, that's Gunnigan. He and a guy named Axford are all steamed up about racketeers rearing their ugly heads again. But say that. I just thought of something. Yeah? Does your firm carry a policy that would protect those fruit dealers against accidents? Yeah, we have a policy. But it's high priced. Well, it's cheaper than repairs to a bomb building. Oh, sure. Why don't you go right down the list of the fruit dealers? Those men need insurance as ever before. But, Britt, I'm specializing in... I know that. But you don't object to picking up a few extra bucks, do you? No, but I'll bet you could knock off a dozen sales between now and 5 o'clock. Oh, now, wait. Or at least half a dozen. I bet on it. You bet on it, huh? Well, that's something. What do you bet? Calling me, eh? Put up or shut up. All right. I'll tell you what I'll do, Rance. If you make an honest-to-gosh effort and can't sell at least 6 accident policies to fruit dealers, I'll let you write me up for an extra $10,000. Make it $20,000, I'll make a stab at it. 15. Done. But you've got to make an honest effort. I will. I won't know whether you do or not. All right, come with me if you want to. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have Mike Axford go with you. Who's he? He used to be a cop. Oh? Before Dad went west, he hired Axford as a bodyguard for me. I keep him busy covering the news at police headquarters. Well, bring him on. I'll see what I can do. But remember, if I don't make 6 deals, I write you up for $15,000. Rance didn't suspect that Britt's sudden idea was born in the interest of the Green Hornet. He didn't realize that Britt carried Michael Axford's report home that evening and went over it very carefully with Cato. It looks as if I'll have to buy a policy from Rance.
Yes, Mr. Brooks? According to accident reports, he made a sincere effort, but only 4 sales. These dealers are afraid of the racketeers. That means they have not joined a protective organization. Oh, I see. I'll take this other list. These are men who weren't the least interested in what Rance had to offer. Do you know what that means? I'm not sure. It means that they're paying for protection. They feel they don't need insurance. They're the ones we're going to call on. Come on. Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Rick Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as a hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Rick Reed pressed the button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. One of the many street dealers who had been terrorized by the Dynamite Clutcher Gang and the Protective Association. In the living quarters behind his small shop, Mr. and his wife wore expressions of worry. Their concern would have been even greater had they known that the much-feared Green Hornet was at that moment moving toward them through the dark side street. Laura, some people he's got threats.
There's a man there, Virgin. Just because he would not pay?
Yeah, he'd be lucky. He'd be only threatened. He doesn't say what he says.
How do you protect him? Oh, he's going to get the money for to make the payment. $50 a week. $60 every month.
We got to pay. More money we got to charge for free. He's only way, Laura.
Customers, they go to other places.
Laura, other places got charged more too. They will pay like us. And we afraid to go to police.
These men are not good men.
No, but what we do? Cantor already dead, Laura. Actually, in hospital, we placed them down. We got our lives to think of. Yes, Mr. O'Hara. That mask, son. Who are you? Listen to me.
That man. He's the one they call Green Hornet.
Now, Donald, let me do nothing. That's all. I came to speak about your payment. Payment, right? You've been promised protection for your store, haven't you?
Yes, but you not be man who told me about paying. You be not man who come...
I'm the one who's here now.
Oh, no, this? The $15 it is not due.
I'm here to tell you how to pay it.
But this man, he told me, he say each on Friday.
Listen to me.
Yes, I listen.
We don't want to come further delay. You'll send a letter to the address on this card. Understand?
I send it, I promise.
If you don't, you may get the sailors hospital and Cantor and a few others.
No. Do not do it. We will play.
I spend money, I swear I will. See that you get it there ahead of time. And one thing more. Don't tell the cops anything. If you do, I'll know about it. Then you might have an accident. You remember that? Yes, I remember. But don't hurt us. Very well. You'll have no trouble unless you make it. Now, kiddo, we'll call on the next man on the line. The name is Lopez, 2 blocks down.
hard. It is hard. Take it easy, mister. I'm here to tell you how you're going to pay. Follow all this sprinkle and you'll not be hurt. A Green Hornet struck terror to the hearts of a number of people whose names were on his list. After his final call, he opened the Black Beauty wide and turned on the weird-sounding horn. Then everyone knew that Green Hornet had been in action. A few days later, Fred and Parker were in a furious rage when they reported from Dynamite Fletcher. And we didn't collect the red cent. This is a double cross. Oh, honest, Parker, it is. Green Hornet beat us to it. Green Hornet? Yes, the Hornet's smuggling in our jail. He told those guys that he was a big boy. Well, that's the person. We got something, though. Look at these cards. The Hornet left them and told the dealers to send cash to that address every week. Green Hornet. We had a tough time, boss, but we made those guys talk. Sure. Any guy talk when he sees his wife in danger. Boys, Scotty's the man's gonna watch for that man. He'll get that Green Hornet. This time he slipped up. Slipped heavy. That evening, Michael Axel rushed excitedly into police headquarters, waving a letter at his friend, Sergeant Burt. Dad, hold it so, man. Didn't order this. It's the best tip you ever got. I suppose you're crazy, Ben. Take it easy. Tell me what it's all about. The Green Hornet, that's what. What? The Green Hornet, that's it. This here tells where the guy can be found. It tells, too, that he's the guy who was heading his group track. This great I should. Here, let me see that. You bet it's true. Maybe Dynamite Fletcher is the Green Hornet. How'd you get this? He came to the office. And I made it out all day and time. And Fibber turned it over to me. It was like he sent they wanted the victim. Yeah, this sounds like the boy who wrote it knew what he was talking about, all right. Sure. That's just what I told Fibber. We're going to that address. That's just what I was going to suggest. You're with me, Sarge. Just the two of us. There's another cocktail and talk attention. We've got to go then quietly some way before that Hornet comes in. Doesn't know them. I'll have a squad waiting nearby. The thing is dark here. The house looks deserted on its side. Never can tell about that. Turn your flashlight this way. I'll have this door open in a jiffy. I hope. This back door isn't used much. No, it ain't. Now there, shut it again. Let the rest of the boys on their toes. Across the street in the alley, ain't there? Watch out for those squeeze on the doors. Green Hornet is in this house. It's like they heard us. If he ain't here, it don't matter. The house will come to. You go through to the front and see the front door. You'll see. Good idea. Hey, look. There's some mirrors under the door. Hold the light close. By golly, it's beginning to look like maybe there was something to this trip after all. I hope you're right about that. Look here. John Sloan. John Sloan. Say, all of them letters have got the same man's name on them. Yeah, I wonder... Don't start that. Open them up. Just what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing. Now, watch in the first one. Oh, but you're $15. Holy cross. Now, what do you suppose? Hey, Doc, what's that note with the say? Philip Misto for the week of the 12th. Misto. Hey, he's one of the fruit dealers. I remember calling on him. Here, I will take this one and open it, too. It's as plain as day, actually. Huh? The Green Hornet must have told these guys to send it over here.
Sure, that's it. And he told all of them to send it to John Sloan.
Yeah.
Sarge, there's more gold, this one.
Now we got this. So all we got to do is wait till he comes and then grab the Green Hornet. And there's another thing else for that. The names on these notes here are the guys who are subpoenaed as witnesses.
By golly, that's right.
Quiet. Can't stop enough, please. Get it? Oh, God. Keep back quiet and dark and wait. I'll give the word when everything is set to have the Green Hornet. Boys, get your head.
Yeah. It's kind of good, isn't it, Professor?
Well, I feel that's where the hell of it was. Like a located spud. You don't put you have a shot. Have a shot, is it?
Boss ain't taking no chances, are you?
Close some nerves. I want that guy moved right down.
I'm the guy for the job.
The boys don't trouble getting rid of the Green Hornet will collect that reward to send us off in form. That won't be bad either. I also feel a profit themselves. That's what the trap could have been. I know, but not worried.
Yeah, that Green Hornet ain't superhuman. He's chopper starts talking and give wind just like it would anybody else.
Stand on seven again, we'll tell it down. He's not here to get inside the prayer waiting for him. No lights inside. At least the center. Sure we got the right address? Yeah.
Keep the door locked.
It is. But I'll get a key to open any others can. Get it? Yeah. I'll get a little chop in case there's anybody here for you. Give me that one. I'll find the light so you can look around. No light, stupid. That's what you want to see. Stop it! Hey, we got trouble. Take the gun.
All right, you Sparky.
Martin, grab that gun. Let it loose.
There we go. Let's go. All right, got this one. Turn back there and drop your gun.
Wait.
Just like the eye.
That's Cops. Cops is right. And you fellas come here for your mail. Now, listen, boys, you got us all wrong.
Get that light on this one, Sarge. He's the one that called special.
Oh, wait a minute.
Save it, Sparky.
That's good. He's the one that wanted that.
Here comes the other lad.
We got him. Did you nail the driver of that car? Good.
This is Fletcher. He's wanted.
Well. How you've changed, Fletcher. Now, wait. Listen to me, boys. We come here to catch the Green Hornet.
Tell that to the judge.
Tell it to the Marines. Tell it to the people that sent this snow. Here, Flanagan, you and Cohen take these envelopes. Pick up all the people that's got their name inside and bring them to headquarters, right? Now, wait, listen to me. This is a frame-up. You got them. Shut up or I'll give you one on the noggin. Now, come along. You got to get to headquarters and get ready for company.
He's the one from first time. Me. I remember him. He tell us we have to sign up or we'll be sorry.
That is the guy I pay off.
You're the one who come to press and move.
Action. We'll get them told. We've got folks from the machine gun, and they match the ones from the cartridge job. Oh, Charlie. What's more, that bird who got his face changed, that bird's fingerprints match Fletcher. We got him cold, and with a dozen witnesses. The only trouble is, where does the Green Hornet fit into the picture? By Daddy Reed, you know, I was right both ways. How do you mean, I see?
Well, Fletcher was involved in that proof racket, and so was the Green Hornet.
Oh?
Parker and Spud were Fletcher's two sidekicks. Well, I'll take a murder lap.
Sure.
But there's something I can't figure out.
What's that?
From the stories we got, it would seem the Green Hornet was in the racket, too. But it's all who he was.
Oh?
Accidentally. Is the rocket really smashed? Nothing. Nothing. It's busted wide open. Well, then that's the big thing. So if it really counts, why worry about the Green Hornet? Worry. Now, idiot, what's worrying?
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The great natural resources of the western United States brought wealth to many of the early settlers. But it often happened that these pioneers did not realize the true value of their homesteads. The masked rider of the plains fought for their interests with the same strength and courage that he fought for law and order. It was he, more than any other man, who saved the homesteads for the men and women who had earned them. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's been a stage hold up. We're heading for the hills. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
Raw, gusty wind whipped around the sod-packed homesteader's cabin, set below a fold in the hills. The same wind whistled up the ridge and sang past the barrels of two rifles, aimed toward the closed cabin door. Two men waited for the door to open, and...
He ought to be poking out soon, Daisy.
Yeah.
This is as good a spot as any to pick him off.
We could nail him on that stretch of the corral.
Yeah. Oh, blast that wind. There goes my Stetson.
Leave it. We ain't got time, Leif. He'll be coming out any minute. After we take care of him, all we got to deal with is wife and the kid.
They're having breakfast. I can smell the coffee.
Yeah, wish he'd come out. Laying flat along the ridge ain't none too easy.
Hold your rifle. He'll be gulping down his coffee and heading out any second. Keep your finger on that trigger.
I wonder what he's eating. It's one breakfast ain't gonna do him a lick of good, huh, Liv?
Finish up them flapjacks, son. We got work to do.
Yeah, Pa.
Ain't you never learned? You can't have your mouth full of food and words at the same time.
My, that fire draws right good now, Josh.
It'll be a heap better when we get us a chimney.
What's wrong with this cabin?
That's right, Bob. It's airtight. It's warm enough in winter with all that sod packing. And, Josh, we're satisfied with things like they are.
Well, I ain't, Sarah. Sure, we're homesteading, but I'm looking to the future. You wait and see.
Josh, as long as we three are together, that's home enough for me.
Me too, Ma. Got any more flapjacks?
How many yet already, son?
Oh, just one more. Never hurt nobody.
Land sakes, of course it didn't. I'll get one right now.
I'll go out and saddle up, son.
Well, I'll be through, Pa. Let me take out the saddles.
Sit still, Bob. I ain't so old I can't do my own toting. I'll have 'em saddled up when you come out, son. Gosh, it's blowing hard enough to skin a mountain lion.
Bob, now don't you go gulping down your food like a wolf.
That's my Russian.
Oh, your pa can wait just as well as...
Ma.
He can wait just as well as...
Ma, them was shots. Pa!
Josh, be careful. Josh, are you... Oh.
Pa. Pa!
There's just the two of us now.
Is that the cabin, Cantor? Sod covered. I guess the Bailey family aren't any too well off.
Them homesteader.
I don't see any activity down there. No smoke from the chimney. I hope we haven't ridden this far out of our way with a letter only to find no one to receive it.
We go down, Kimasabi?
Yes, we... Wait, Cantor. You hear that?
Here's something. Cantor not know what?
It's over that way. Watch Silver, Cantor. I'm going to investigate this.
You be careful.
I think I know what that sound means. Wait here. I'll be back. Hello, son.
Who are you coming around here snooping
You must be
around?
Bob Custon.
I don't want no masked man around the... You know my name.
You don't need that gun, Bob. I see something has happened.
I was just putting some flowers on Pa's grave. There ain't many flowers now, but...
Your father's? Oh, I see. You were crying.
I weren't crying. Anyway, the fella's got a right to...
Sure you have, Bob.
Get back your mask. For all I know, you might have been the one to dry gulch Pa.
Your father was shot?
Yeah, shot in the back. How come you don't know my name if you don't know a lot more?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob.
I'm telling you to make tracks.
Now listen,
Go on
Bob.
before I squeeze your trigger. You're masked and you know too much. Get it going before I let daylight through you. For what you done to... Pa's gone. Gone.
Take it easy, Bob. You can trust me.
There's just more on me now. Gotta take care of Ma.
I came here because I brought a letter for your father, Bob.
A letter?
Yes. How long ago did your father move out here?
About 6 months ago. He was back east near St. Joe. Business weren't so good. Pa's brother went back east. He had this here homestead claim out here. Told Pa if any time he wanted to, he could come out and settle up the homestead.
Here's the letter, Bob.
This is addressed to Pa in St. Joe.
That's right. It was forwarded out here. I got it from the stagecoach driver at Paiute Springs. I told him I was coming out this way.
Oh, I guess maybe Ma better see this, huh?
It's a good idea.
Hey, this here letter looks like it's been opened before.
The stagecoach was held up, Bob. It might have been.
Held up by... You. You done it.
You don't know who I am, do you?
Maybe I could if you took off your mask.
No, Bob, I can't do that. But here, take a look at these.
Your gun.
And don't worry. I merely wanted to show you the bullets I use.
Gosh. Silver bullets.
Does that mean anything to you?
I don't know.
Wait. Tonto!
You call me?
This way, Tonto. Bring Scout and Silver.
Me come.
Silver bullets. Tonto. Is he an Injun?
Yes, Bob. He's my good friend.
And you got a horse named Silver?
What's wrong?
And this is Tonto, Bob. And there's Silver.
Golly, then you must be the Lone Ranger.
Not right. Him Lone Ranger.
Gosh.
Do you trust me now, Bob?
Lone Ranger? Gosh, I sure do.
Good. Then let's head for your cabin. I'd like to talk to your mother.
wait out here. Bob, you get inside with that letter. Your mother may want to read it in private.
I'll be right back.
Tonto. I haven't told the boy, but I'm going to tell his mother. I'm certain that letter had been opened. The stagecoach driver who handed it to me was sure of it, too. He said the 2 road agents went through the mail.
What that mean?
That isn't the oddest part of it, Tonto. The road agents threw most of the letters away, but they gave this one back to the driver.
Why they do that?
Well, that's what I don't understand, not completely. But I have a feeling that Josh Custon was killed because of that letter.
She ain't in the cabin. Ma ain't there. She's gone.
Yeah, it sure is too bad about Keston getting himself shot full of holes. But me, I was always telling Keston he was heading for trouble living out there with nothing between him and Injuns but a sod cabin.
Still and all, Daisy, don't you reckon I ought to do something about it?
Stop polishing that badge, Tater.
Oh, yeah. But still and all, Daisy, I'm the sheriff of Three Pines. Maybe I ought to get me a posse.
What for? Was Injuns done it?
Sure, but still and all...
Look, Taylor, if it was white men what done Keston in, I'd be the first citizen of Three Pines to demand to be strung to cottonwood. Ain't that correct?
Correct.
But it was some sneaking Injun sure as shooting. There weren't no sign out there, no trail.
Well, that don't mean...
Sure it does. It takes an Injun to cover up his tracks so nobody can find he's been there. What more proof do you want? My advice is to start keeping your eye peeled for a redskin.
Yeah. Thanks, Stacy. If all the rest was like you, we'd sure have law and order in Three Pines.
Daisy.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Liv.
She's still waiting.
Sure she is.
We better get it while the getting's good, Daisy. That land ain't gonna...
Shut up! It wasn't a blue jay. Come on, Liv. We can get this...
Did I do something I shouldn't order?
I didn't invite your company, Taylor.
Sure you didn't, Daisy. But still and all...
Better tend to your sheriff, and Leif and me has got private business.
No offense meant, Daisy.
None taken. Come on, Leif.
She's in here.
Well, how do, Mrs. Keston?
Mr. Dacey, I rode all the ways into Three Pines so as I could talk to you about the homestead.
Leif had a mighty trouble locating me. Is it about that offer I made at your husband's funeral?
Well, I ain't talked it over with my son, Bob. I come into town without letting him know. He might not like me to sell the homestead. You know how youngsters is apt to be a mite headstrong.
You going to sell?
I'm handling this, Leif. Mrs. Keston's being smart.
Well, not many would give me my money back at St. Joe. After all, a homestead that ain't been proved on.
You're a widow. The least I can give you is enough to get you and your son back to your folks.
Well, if you have the money now, I left food for my son, and he don't mind spending the night alone in the cabin, but, well, I'd like to get back to him before dark.
I'll get the money out of the bank, Mrs. Keston. You wait here.
Thank you.
Won't take more than 15, 20 minutes. That homestead's as good as mine right now.
This must be the town, Tonto. Rein up.
You see a horse?
Over there, hitched to that rail.
Oh.
It's the paint young Bob Custon described, the one his mother took from their corral. She's inside there, Tonto.
We go, Kemosabe?
Yes, we... No, wait. We're not known in Three Pines, Tonto. If I walk in masked, there may be shooting. Mrs. Custon might be hurt.
You wear a disguise, maybe.
There isn't time. She rode to town in a hurry for some reason. We've got to find out what she's done.
Me go?
Fine. You go in there and find Mrs. Custon. Tell her son has a letter for her at her home. Tell her it's important. And I'll be outside. I want to hear what goes on. But remember, whatever happens, don't start any fighting. Bob's already lost his father. Let's make sure nothing happens to his mother.
Sarah, Hamilton, Custon. There you are, Mr. Dacey.
And here's your traveling money, Mrs. Keston.
And we got that homestead now, huh, Daisy?
Yeah. You plan on leaving soon, Mrs. Keston?
As soon as me and Bob can gather up what stuff we have. It frets me something awful to leave Pa's grave, but I got to think of Bob.
You are heading back for the cabin now?
How to make it before sundown.
You, Mrs. Custon?
An Injun.
Well, yes, that's my name. Why?
You come. Me want you to...
You're strange in these parts, huh? Leif, call the sheriff.
Huh?
I said call the sheriff.
You don't need to bother, Leif. I seen this redskin come in my own self.
You got gun?
Yeah, Injun. I maybe ain't no shakes at brain work, but still and all, I can put two and two together. Like you said, Daisy, it must have been an Injun what killed Josh Custon.
This savage killed...
Look out, Taylor. Don't you go for no gunplay, Injun.
No, me not use gun. Me got order from white friend. Me not fight.
Yeah, you wouldn't stand no chance, Injun. Better lock him in the calaboose, Sheriff. Tomorrow we can string him up for buzzard bait.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Rather than start a gunfight in which Mrs. Custon might have been hurt, Tonto allowed himself to be led to the local jail and...
Now then, Injun, you walk right in front of me and don't try nothing. You'll get a bullet where it won't feel so good. I'm slapping you behind bars.
Go right ahead, Sheriff. Me and Leif will wait for you here in your office.
Come on, Redskin. Lift them moccasins.
Me come.
Oh, my gosh. I almost forgot my keys.
Taylor, you'd forget your head if it wasn't under your hat.
I reckon I would, Daisy. But still and all, I got to be sheriff, didn't I? Reckon the folks trust me. Don't know what Daisy sees funny in what I say all the time. Still and all... Go on, Injun, open that cell. Now get inside. And here you're going to stay till we get you a fair trial and string you up good and proper.
Oh, you wrong. Me never...
Don't tell me you didn't shoot, Josh. I know you're guilty, even if it's going to take a fair trial to prove it. Oh, what's your name? Your name. Got to put your name down for the judge to swear out a warrant for your arrest. That's the legal way to do things.
My name, Tonto.
Tonto, huh? All right, you're going to... Wait a minute. What was that again?
Tonto.
Tonto. Tonto. Sounds like it ought to be familiar. Tonto.
You know name?
No. I thought maybe I did. But still and all, Injun names all alike. Won't do you no good to try to escape neither, whatever your name is.
Him talk heap much. Like empty barrel.
Tonto.
Huh? Who that?
Tonto, over this way.
White friend.
Keep your voice down, Kimasabi.
Sheriff, him think me kill Custon.
I heard the whole thing from outside the cafe, Tonto. I'm glad you remembered not to resist. Mrs. Custon is on her way back to the cabin. I'm going to leave you here, Tonto.
What you say?
You'll be all right, Kimasabi. There are a few things I've got to do. I want to be around when Mrs. Custon reads that letter. They won't do anything until tomorrow. The sheriff may be a fool, but he's honest, and he has courage.
Sheriff, him good man.
Just the opposite of Daisy and Leif, eh?
Them bad.
There's no doubt of that, Tonto. They very cleverly arrange things so they get the homestead without any trouble. More than that, I'm certain they're the ones who killed Custon.
That's right.
But I've got to see that letter before we can be sure. It must be the key to this whole plot. You can expect me before sunrise.
Me wait. Nothing else to do in jail.
Here, Silver. Come on, boy.
Why, Bob.
Ma, what's the matter?
This here letter. Land's sakes, your Pa's brother wrote to Pa to tell him there's gold on this land.
Gold?
Right on this here land. If Pa'd only knowed about that.
Gold. Yeah, if Pa done knowed.
It's too late for that now, Bob. Pa's gone to a better reward than gold.
Ma, does that means we're rich, don't it?
No, son, it don't.
But the gold.
Son, we don't own this homestead no more.
Huh?
Well, I figured it was best for me to take you back east. Daisy, he give me traveling money in exchange for the homestead.
What do you mean, Ma?
That's why I went into Three Pines without letting you know. Daisy owns this here land now, not us.
Daisy, he's worse than a rattlesnake.
Oh, hush, son. You ain't got no call to talk that way. Daisy was right obliging.
I'll bet he knew about that there gold all the time.
Now, son, you mustn't say such a thing. It ain't charitable.
I'll just bet he knew.
Well, son, how could he know? There ain't nobody seen this letter but us. And as for Pa's brother, why, he didn't know himself until he got back east and had an assayer look over the specimen that he took back there. How could Daisy know?
I don't care how, but I'll bet he did.
Bob.
I'm gonna find out.
Bob, put down that
Let
rifle.
go of me, Ma. I'm gonna ask Daisy some questions.
Bob, son, you mustn't now.
No, now with Pa gone, I'm the man of the house. I'm 15 years old, and that's plenty to make Daisy talk. I'm gonna...
What's that?
Get back, Ma. Wait in the door.
It's a horse, traveling fast.
I don't know who it is, but...
It's coming here.
Stay out of the way, Ma.
Oh, maybe it's nobody meaning harm.
Yeah, and maybe it's the ones that done for Pa. There, I got my rifle set. Let him come. Who is it?
Your friend.
Oh, it's all right, Ma. Come on in.
Mrs. Keston, you got a letter.
The masked man. Bob, shoot. Shoot.
Ma, take it easy. This here's the Lone Ranger.
I don't care if he's... Did you say you're the Lone Ranger?
Yes, Mrs. Keston. My Indian friend and I arrived while you were out. I see Bob hasn't had a chance to explain.
Oh, well, that's different.
Mrs. Keston, what does that letter say?
Why,
You must trust me. I have good reasons for asking. Does that letter reveal any important information?
It says there's gold on this here land.
Gold, huh? I thought it might be that. Have you sold this homestead?
Yes, I have. I sold
to
it
two men named Daisy and Leif. Is that right?
How did you know?
I didn't. I suspected. Mr. Custon, I think those two men held up a stagecoach and got a look at the contents of that letter.
Oh.
And what's more, I'm certain they killed your husband because they knew they could deal with you. He would never have sold.
Daisy and Leif killed Josh?
I have a good friend, an Indian, the best friend a man ever had. He's in jail for that crime right now.
I don't understand.
The only way to get him out is to prove that Daisy and Leif read that letter. And it's the only way to get your property back.
Well, I sold it to them legal.
If they're murderers, that sale won't stand.
But you can't prove nothing, masked man.
May I see the envelope that letter came in?
It was sealed up.
There are ways of opening a sealed letter so it doesn't show. You haven't thrown it in the fire.
Oh, no. No, I have it right here.
No, I thought so.
You found something?
Not much, but enough. Mrs. Custon, I think we can get this land back for you.
You can?
I'm not promising anything, but we'll see.
You hear that, Bob? The masked man says that... Bob.
You stepped outside a minute ago.
No.
And what is it?
He took the rifle. Pa's rifle.
You mean he's going after Daisy?
That's what he was threatening to do before you come. Daisy'll kill him. He's all I got left.
Here, Silver.
Wait, masked man. What are you going to do?
Mrs. Custon, you get to Three Pines as fast as you can.
But Bob must have taken the fastest horse.
Get there as soon as you can. I'm going on ahead. Come on, Silver.
They'll kill him. They'll kill him.
Not if I get to Three Pines ahead of time. Get your horse. Come on, Silver. We're heading for Three Pines. Ho, Silver, hooray! Taylor! Sheriff Taylor! Sheriff, open up!
What in thunderation's the racket? Horse galloping, pounding on my door?
Sheriff, I want to talk to you.
A masked man. Now look at here.
I haven't time to explain anything. Sheriff, get your guns and hurry up. Get a move on.
sheriff ain't here.
Close that door, Leif. Yeah. Just like I figured. That addle-pated Taylor's home sewing away the night. All we gotta do is find them keys and grab the engine.
Here are the keys.
Leaves them hanging on the hook in the wall. Come on.
Stacy.
Yeah?
I still figured it might be smarter to round up a lynching party for the Redskins instead of handling our own selves.
Takes too long. Besides, Taylor might get it into his fool head to stop a lynching party. He couldn't help hearing the noise.
He couldn't stop him?
He's fool enough to swing a gun, ain't he?
Maybe so.
And don't forget this. Folks in this town may not have much respect for Taylor, but they like him a heap. They wouldn't want to shoot him.
You mean the lynching party would curl up and call it off?
We gotta do our own hanging. We'll string this redskin to a cottonwood, and Taylor won't find out who done it on account of nobody'll know, savvy? Now, shake a leg. We got work to do.
What the?
Stand where you are, baby.
Custom kid.
You killed my paw and I ain't gonna...
Grab him, Leif.
Let go. Let go. Oh.
That'll learn you. Grab that rifle, Leif.
Yeah, I got it.
I should have shot you first. I should have shot you when I seen you coming in.
Your trailers from the Star Cafe, huh? Sew up your mouth.
What are we going to do with him, Daisy?
We'll take care of him.
We better shut his mouth for good. He knows too much, eh?
Yeah, you're right, Leif.
You piding skunks dry gulch my paw.
Yeah, Sonny, that's right. Sure we done it. We got a lucky break holding up that stagecoach and reading your old man's mail. And now we got that land and gold.
The law will get you for this.
The law won't get us for nothing, savvy. Leif.
Yeah?
The whole town knows what the engine's in jail for.
Sure, for killing Custer.
And that means if Sonny Boy here was to be found dead here in the jailhouse, the whole town might figure he'd come to kill his paw's murder.
Daisy, you mean that...
I mean we let the engine out. We shoot the engine with this here rifle the kid brung. Then we shoot the kid.
It'll look like the kid let the engine out to take him away, and then the engine jumped the kid.
You got it. Both dead in a scrape. A shooting scrape.
Why, you load...
When you tote a gun, Sonny Boy, you like to end up in Boot Hill with your toes turned up. I'll keep the young'un here, Leif. Fetch out that engine.
Yeah, it's right through this door.
What the...
Reach for the sky!
Masked man!
All right, you polecats. I'm taking you in for murder.
Now, wait a minute, Sheriff. We ain't done nothing. This fool kid here came in to try and...
You ain't fooling me, Daisy. No, not no more. Me and the masked man heard every word you two spouted. We got you dead to rights.
That's the only way you'll get me. Draw fast,
Grab your gun, Leif.
Leaping Mavericks, you beat him to the draw.
They're not hurt, Sheriff. The bullets knocked the guns from their hands. I suggest you let Tonto out of jail and put them in.
I sure will, masked man. I sure will.
You know so much, masked man. How come you was here in the first place?
Because of a letter, Daisy.
Eh?
A letter that you opened.
How'd you know I opened it? I never told her.
Daisy!
It doesn't matter, Leif. Daisy practically admitted it, but I think the sheriff can prove it anyhow.
I'd be obliged if you'd tell me how, stranger.
The driver of the stagecoach noticed the men using a heated knife blade to melt the sealing wax, and that's how it could be replaced later. And these men carry knives. Look at them. And I'll wager you find bits of wax sticking to one.
Masked man, that's all I want to know. I'll take them keys, Leif. You and Daisy are going into that cell. Masked man, your engine pod's free.
Bob, I got here in time. I thought I'd lost you.
Gosh, Ma, it's all fixed. The masked man fixed
He
everything.
beat you to town. Thank heavens for that.
Yes, Mrs. Custon. He sure solved things in a hurry. Him and that Injun Tonto was... Gee, Hossafat. Tonto. I knew I'd heard that name somewheres afore. Why didn't somebody tell me? That masked man was the Lone Ranger.
Hello, Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
All right, Patsy, out you go. This is it.
This is what, Nick?
A studio of magnificent pictures, of which Joseph Stone is the owner and director.
Well, there goes another illusion. I thought movie studios were all bright lights and glamour. This place looks like a stage set for the deserted village.
Well, it's been locked up for the past 10 years or so.
Oh.
Oh, that's funny. The gate's locked.
And that's our cue to turn around and go home again. You've got a nice, tasty jewel robbery waiting for you to solve back in town, and you should be working on that. Instead of being way out here at the end of nowhere playing around a forgotten movie studio.
I guess I'll have to pick the lock.
Okay, if you must. Patient Patsy'll bear with your little game.
This is no game, Patsy.
Why, what do you mean?
The house of Lulu Doré, the star of Stone's new picture, was broken into last night while she was at a dance. She was wearing her jewels, including the famous emeralds. Fortunately, though, nothing was stolen. There. There we are. All right, Patsy, go ahead.
Seems funny there isn't a gatekeeper around.
It does, doesn't it? Well, I guess they haven't got a full staff for the studio, considering they moved back from Hollywood just to do this one show.
Why did they do that, Nick?
Oh, Doré had a run-of-the-pay contract for the show she's doing on Broadway and couldn't go west.
Hey there, where do you think you're going?
Oh, so there is a gateman. I'm looking for Mr. Stone's office.
Well, you can't see him.
I'm afraid you don't understand. I'm Nicholas Carter. Mr. Stone's expecting me.
I'm taking my orders from Lieutenant Riley of the Metropolitan Police. He says to admit no one.
Riley? What's he doing here?
Investigating a murder.
Murder? I thought you said robbery, Nick.
What murder?
Come on, get out of here. I got my orders.
Come on, Patsy. Let's find Riley or Joe Stone.
Hey! You can't do that. Come back here.
It's all right. I'll explain to the police. Hurry, Patsy. Hurry.
What is this, Nick?
That's what I plan to find out right now. Then I take it this fellow Boyd, who's been killed, is a fairly unimportant chap, eh, Mr. Stone?
Well, yes. He was just a darn good electrician.
Oh. Doesn't seem to be any connection between his murder and the attempted robbery of Miss Doré.
Well, no, there doesn't.
Is Lieutenant Riley here now?
Yes, he's over on stage 5. It's that building over there. Do you want me to come with you?
Yes, I wish you would, Mr. Stone. There may be points I'd like to ask you about.
Well, I'd be glad to help, of course, if I can help.
There's one thing I don't understand, Mr. Stone. You say Boyd was shot in the back with a poisoned arrow from a blowgun. It's an odd weapon. Should be fairly easy to trace.
You don't have to trace it very far, Mr. Carter. The blowgun and the arrow were mine.
Yours?
Yes,
well,
you see, 11 years ago, I tried to do a picture about a voodoo witch doctor who used the blowgun in it. I don't suppose you remember the picture, Mr. Carter. It was called The Voodoo Curse.
Oh, yes, I do. You had a bit of trouble over it, I believe.
A bit of trouble. It practically drove me into bankruptcy. I'd imported a real voodoo witch doctor from Haiti, and he put a curse on the whole studio.
Oh, come now, Stone. You don't really believe that.
I don't know what I believe anymore. 11 years ago, we had fires, we had explosions, we had mysterious thefts, we had just about everything. It got so that everybody was scared to work here. I had to close the studio, and now we have a murder.
Why should the witch doctor put a hex on you?
Oh, I had an argument with him, for a salary of some sort. He swore he'd break me, and he almost did. Oh, here, this is stage 5 here.
Well, Nicholas Carter.
Hi, Riley.
And Patsy.
Hello.
Well, what might you be doing here?
He's come to help you, Lieutenant.
Well, that's very obliging of him, I'm sure. Say, was that a crack?
Why, of course not.
Well, let's get to work. Riley, where was the body found?
Right over there by that door, Nick, where the chalk marks are.
I wonder what he was doing way over here.
He was setting up the stage, as I told you.
But all his equipment's over there, clear across the set. Riley, how was he facing when he died?
He was lying on his face with his head towards that door, Nick.
Shot in the back, wasn't he?
Yep. We figured from the angle of the arrow that the blowgun fella must have been sitting up there on that catwalk when he killed him.
Mr. Stone, what's behind that door that Boyd was heading for?
Well, special electrical equipment, I believe, for special effects.
Would Boyd have known that?
Well, yes, of course. He worked on this stage years ago. He probably would have remembered.
That's it, then. He was going into that room to see if he could find some special equipment he needed. That accounts for his being way over here.
And you think there was something in there the killer didn't want him to see, Nick?
Right, Riley. Let's go in.
The door's locked, Nick.
Oh, Stone, give me your keys, will you?
Keys? I have no keys for these rooms.
Well, did Boyd have any?
Well, I believe he had borrowed the caretaker set.
Riley, Did you search the corpse?
Of course I did, Nick.
No keys?
No keys.
I can get a locksmith out from the village.
What? You have no duplicates?
The place has been locked up so long. I never expected to come back here. Was trying to sell it, as a matter of fact.
Pick the lock, Nick. This seems to be your day for doing that.
Just what I'm going to do, Patsy.
I'll get you more light.
Oh, he doesn't need light. He can see in the dark, practically.
No, you don't have to see to pick a lock. There. There. And there. That's it.
Now we'll get a look at what your killer didn't want Boyd to see. Here's the light switch.
Oh, wait. Don't crowd in like that. Uh-huh. Look.
Footprints.
Footprints in the dust. Golly, Nick, there goes your theory. Boyd was here before he was killed and took out whatever it was he wanted. Well, it was a cute theory while it lasted.
Maybe it's still a cute theory, as you call it.
All we have to do now, Nick, is to measure the prints and see if they're Boyd's or not.
They're not.
How do you know?
Yeah, you haven't even seen the body.
These prints were made by leather-soled shoes. Right, Riley?
Well, yeah, you're right, but...
And Boyd was wearing rubber soles.
How do you know he was, Nick?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Stone. Don't all technicians on a soundstage wear rubber-soled shoes to kill any noise that the soundtracks might pick up?
Well, you're right, Carter, they do.
Now, those leather-soled prints mean that it wasn't Boyd, but our friend the murderer who used the keys he took from Boyd to get in here.
They lead to that crate. Let's see what's in it.
No, don't walk on the footprints. We need them as evidence. I'll wager you'll find the crate empty. The murderer didn't just walk over to it, look in, and walk out again. Oh, no. He took away everything he didn't want Boyd or anyone else to find.
You're right, Nick. The crate is empty.
Shall we search the room, Nick?
Well, what's the point in that? If there was anything here, it's gone by now. The murderer seen to that. I wonder what was in this crate. I wonder if...
Help! Help! No!
Oh, Nick, the poor kid.
What is it, Carter?
Another murder.
Another... Good Lord.
Can you identify him, Stone?
Why, it's Bill Daly, our camera punk.
Camera punk? What's that?
Oh, it's studio slang for assistant to the cameraman.
Hey, you people all run too fast for me. Hey, what's up here?
See for yourself, Riley.
Well, good gosh, another murder. And it looks from his position as if he was just coming out of that door over there.
Well, that's funny. Both he and Boyd...
Any idea what he was doing around here, Stone?
Yes, I sent him over here myself about an hour ago to look in that warehouse, see if there was any of that old photographic equipment we could remodel and use. Priorities, you know. Daly was very clever at that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's a mean-looking knife he's got sticking in his throat, Nick.
Knife? Good Lord.
Well, what is it, Mr. Stone?
That knife. It's from that same voodoo picture.
There seem to be a few too many of those old props hanging around. Are there any more?
Well, yes, there's a complete stock of weapons. Everything we used in that confounded picture.
The voodoo curse?
Yes.
I rather think I'd like to see that film, Stone. Is there a copy of it around here any place?
Well, as much as we ever shot of it, it was never finished, you know.
Could you run it off for me?
Well, certainly I will. I'll go arrange it now.
Thanks.
Well, Nick, what do you think?
I'm not sure. Any opinions yourself?
Yes. My money's on Stone's doing it.
Stone? Why in the world would he do it?
Well, I don't know. I haven't figured out the reason for it yet. But he acts kind of funny. Nervous, sort of. And he keeps talking about the place maybe being haunted.
Oh, good heavens, Riley. Who wouldn't be nervous with all this murder going around? I know I am.
Well, take the weapons, Nick. They all belong to him.
But other people could have access to them, Riley. After all, Stone hasn't been here for over 10 years. And there's something more important you've overlooked, Riley.
What's that, Nick?
How did Stone manage to throw that knife at Daly while he was with us?
How do I know? We were all so busy looking at that storeroom on the set, he could have sneaked off. By golly, I'll bet that's how he did do it.
Oh, that's Stone beckoning to us. You want to go to see the movies, Riley?
I got better things to do, Nick. I'm going to search this joint.
How about you, Patsy?
Sure thing. But why do you want to see it?
I'm not sure, Patsy. But I've got sort of a hunch that the answer to all our questions lie hidden in that old picture.
Did all movie projectors make this racket 10 years ago?
Most of them, Patsy. Now listen.
You don't believe in our voodoo magic, eh? Well, if you've been here long enough to see some of the things I've seen.
Really, Ross, there's something uncanny about these natives. Call it coincidence if you like.
Who's the woman? Gosh, she's good looking.
That's Lula Dore, the star of the picture Stone's shooting here now.
Don't their voices sound funny and tinny?
Yeah, they certainly do.
It's easy enough to scoff when you've just come down from the States. But it is magic. There's no other way to explain some of the things that happen.
Magic? Mumbo jumbo, you mean? You'll never convince me it's anything else. I suppose this is another of those wild dances.
Now, there's a really good voice. Who is he, Nick?
Now, don't tell me you don't remember him, Patsy. His name was Bart Tyson, great leading man 10 years back.
Oh, I remember his name, of course.
This is rather better than most of the dances I've seen.
Patsy, I've heard that voice very recently.
The picture must be almost over now, Nick. Have you discovered anything?
I'm not sure yet.
Gosh, they had some pretty fancy photography in those days. I thought all that underwater swimming stuff was comparatively new.
Oh, no. Stone was the first person to use it.
Well, how did they do it? Look at that man swimming. It couldn't be faked.
It isn't. It was taken through some sort of a glass tank.
That native has been underwater for 20 minutes. No human can hold his breath that long.
That's what I've been telling you, Ross. They're magic, these natives. Magic.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
That voice. I've heard it somewhere before myself. I never heard Tyson act before. Hey, don't we see the ending?
Nope. That's all they made, Patsy. The picture wasn't finished.
Well, did you find out what you wanted to?
I'm not quite sure.
Well, Mr. Carter, did you like the picture?
Oh, very interesting, Stone.
Oh, that Lula Dore certainly is beautiful, isn't she, Mr. Stone? I've never seen her in pictures before. Has she done anything else?
No, nothing. Until now that she's starring in my new show on Broadway.
That's funny. I think with her looks and her voice, she'd be a sensation.
That's what I've always claimed, but, well, she got scared off after all these things happened during the filming of this one, and, well, she's stuck to Broadway ever since. And when Tyson, her leading man, was hurt, she rather felt...
I was wondering what happened to Tyson. From what I could gather from this show, he should have been a natural for talkies.
Oh, he was. But we had a bad explosion, and his whole face was terribly scarred. That's why we could never finish this picture. He never could act in pictures again.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, Stone, thanks for showing us the film. Mind if we scout around after Riley?
Oh, no, not at all. If you need me, I'll be on stage 3. We're going to start shooting soon.
Good.
It's funny about Dore. She seems to be cropping up in our lives all over the place.
Yes, she does, doesn't she? Patsy, will you find a telephone, get hold of Scubby?
Mm-hmm.
Find out what you can about Bart Tyson and what's happened to him since the accident.
Okay, Nick. Where'll you be?
If I don't see you before, I'll meet you at Stone's office at noon.
Right.
Oh, Nick. Nick Cantor.
Oh, Riley. Just looking for you. You found anything yet?
Yeah, we found all the weapons from that voodoo movie. All except the ones we'd already found, that is.
How'd you know you found them all?
Stone had an inventory. We checked on it.
Well, if your theory about Stone's correct, Riley, he could have falsified that inventory.
Well, why should he?
Well, perhaps he had a couple of weapons hidden somewhere and doesn't want us to know anything about them.
Nick, the more I think about it, the less I like that guy.
Find anything else?
No, not a blessed thing.
Search the whole lot, have you?
All but stage 9 over there. That's locked up tighter than a drum. I can't pick locks the way the great Carter does.
Okay, I'll take care of those. Riley, why don't you go on down to stage 3? They're going to start shooting the picture pretty soon, and I'd feel a lot more comfortable if someone were on guard there. We've had enough murders for one day.
I suppose you think this is a gag, having us get all dressed up like merry villagers or something.
It's not a gag, Patsy. It's insurance.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. When we're dressed up in our regular clothes, everybody in the lot knows who we are. But anyone seeing us dressed up like this will think we're actors and never look at us twice.
I never thought I'd live to see the day when people wouldn't stare at Nick Carter, master detective, all dressed up in knee pants.
Quiet. Did you check with Scubby?
Yep. But just as Stone said, Tyson was hurt in that explosion and then just sort of vanished. Hasn't been heard of since.
That takes care of that. Well, here's stage 9. The only place that hasn't been searched either by Riley or me.
What do you expect to find?
I don't know.
It's funny, this door isn't locked. Everything else on the lot has been.
Yes. Riley distinctly said it was locked when he tried it. Well, keep your eyes open. There may be a reason for it being open now.
Golly, it's dark inside here.
Here, take this flashlight.
Okay.
I've got another.
Hey, Nick, look. There's an old makeup table. I wonder what kind of makeup they used in those days.
Patsy, we haven't time to stop for you
Nick.
to look at make.
Look here. Why, this makeup isn't old at all.
What's that?
No, this is the very latest type of movie makeup, and it's all new stuff.
Well, good for you, Patsy. Yes, there's something funny about this.
Definitely, Nick. Well, this panchromatic makeup wasn't developed until Technicolor came in. They didn't use this type of makeup back in the days when this studio was in use. Somebody must have been here since. And none of the actors are making up way over here.
Right, Patsy. I'll make a detective out of you yet. Now let's see if we can find anything else.
Oh, I'm getting the creeps, Nick. I don't like it here.
Patsy, I think we're getting warm. This is one of the first real clues we... Hey. Recognize that?
Wait. Well, that must be the glass tank they used to take that swimming sequence in the Voodoo movie.
Right you are. I wonder why they left it half full of water this way.
When they finished taking that scene, they probably just walked off and left it here.
Maybe.
Don't forget they closed this place in a hurry. What are you doing?
Patsy, this water is fresh.
What?
It'd be stale if it'd been here 10 years. Stale and smelly.
Say, I'm beginning to think maybe Stone's right and there is a hex on this place.
Too bad that voodoo picture wasn't in Technicolor. Those colored stones at the bottom of the tank would have showed up beautifully.
They are beautiful, aren't they?
Yes, you bet. Hey, Patsy.
What?
Look here. Those aren't just colored stones. They're... Douse your lights, Patsy, quick. We've got callers. Duck back here behind this crate.
Throwing us all in the clink this morning with this snooping.
Why the boss always swipes such important rocks? Why didn't he settle for just a small fry?
Now, the
Boss
men
is
we're
big
after.
time, that's why. He's got enough dough to pay all the bills until that stuff cools off. And when it's safe to handle, he'll smuggle it out of the country and sell it for plenty.
What's he leave it lying around here for? Hidden in the old equipment.
Now we know why
Who would
Boyd
have ever
was
thought that
killed.
anybody'd ever come back here?
Gosh, when that punk went into that storehouse, I bet he saw the works.
He did. The boss spotted him going in and just had time enough to get that knife and come back and nail him. And the kid was dashing back to Stone to spill the beans.
Gee, the boss is sure lucky.
He ain't lucky, he's smart. He had Lippy planted up on that catwalk just in case somebody got an idea to go into that electrician's storeroom. And somebody did.
Dusty
That
in here.
takes brains to know that.
Well, we better get going, huh, Jake?
Yeah, you start draining the tank so we can get the rocks. I'll get the makeup stuff.
Why is he moving everything out now?
He figures it'll have cooled off by now, and with the stuff he's going to lift from that Doré dame this afternoon...
Nick, I'm going to
he figures he'll
sneeze.
have
Hold
enough
it,
to keep
Patsy.
him from having to do any... Oh. Who's that?
Hey, look, over there, Jake. Two guys. Only come here.
Run for it, Patsy.
Come
Run.
here.
Where? Let go of me, you...
Let her go, you lousy rat.
Get away!
Let her go, you hear me? Let her go.
Hey, I'll handle it, baby.
Stop!
You want to get stuck your hand with that guy?
Hey, take your hands off her!
I gotta get rough. There you
Guess that'll hold him. Gosh, it took three of us to knock him cold. He a fighter or something?
Hey, I know him. It's Nick Carter, the Dick.
Nick Carter. Hey, and a good-looking doll.
Well, it's a good thing you called me in time. Now, what are we going to do with them now that we got them, huh? We can't just leave them lying around. Somebody's bound to notice them.
Hey, the fish tank.
Yeah, that's right. We'll throw them in there. Then when they're good and drowned, we'll drain the tank and get them and the other stuff out at the same time.
Good idea, Lippy.
Okay.
Here, Pete, you lift the lid. You shove the girl in, Lippy.
All right.
Jake and I'll dump that Carter guy in.
It'll be a real pleasure to do something like this to a copper.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, go ahead. Put Carter in first.
Okay, here he goes. Happy swimming, Carter! Yeah.
Now dump the dame in, Jake.
In you go, lady.
That's okay. Hey, listen, guys. Suppose they get out.
We'll see that they don't get out. Stokey, put the lid down on the tank.
Okay, Jake.
And I'll put this padlock on, and they're safe as if they was in jail.
That's good work. Hey, look, boys, they're coming too.
So what? Who cares now?
Yeah, who cares? Lippy, turn on the water.
Okay. Here she comes, Jake.
Get those 2 baby spots set up there, will you?
This what you want?
That's better. Now, open number 2 a little more.
Okay.
All right, this is the take. Ready?
Ready.
Lights. Camera. All right, action, Miss Dory.
It was when I first opened your letter that I knew at last. As I opened the
No,
envelope...
no, Lula, darling. Mean what you say. Remember, your lover has returned. Now, this is your big moment. Now, relax. Take it easy. Now, come on. Once more. All right, action. Come on.
It was when I first opened your letter that I knew at last. As I opened the envelope, even before I read the words that you'd written there, I realized that what I'd hoped for so long had at last...
Hey, what's the matter with those lights? Why aren't they...
Turn on those lights. I'm in charge here. There'll be no confusion.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet.
The masked man.
Who are you to tell me I'm the director on this picture? This is a holdup.
Look here, you. You can't pull a hold up.
Quiet, I said. Quiet if you don't want a bullet in your teeth. Quiet. The man's mad. That's better. Now, nobody will get hurt if you just keep quiet and do as you're told. Turn on that spotlight.
Okay, boss.
That's it. Now, all of you, line up against the wall there. Come on, get moving. I don't want to shoot, but I will if you make me. And shut up.
You can't tell me to shut up.
That order
now,
includes
you
you too, Riley. Now, don't forget that although you can't see me with this spotlight shining in your eyes, I can see you very clearly. Now, each one of you in turn will step forward and put your valuables on that table in center stage. And don't try to hold out on me or it'll be bad for you. All right. We'll start with the star performer, Miss Lulu Doré. Please, Miss Doré, if you think I can't see you trying to hide behind the drapes over there, you're wrong. You're in this, too. Your jewels, please.
No, not my emeralds. Surely you won't...
Surely I will. It's those emeralds I'm particularly interested in. You don't think I care for the little wristwatches and pocketbooks I'm going to get from the rest of these people, do you?
But you can't mean to take my
One
emeralds.
more word out of you and I'll come after them myself. And if I do it... Stand where you are, Tyson. I've got you covered. Nick Carter!
Nick, praise be. Is that you?
Come and get me, Carter. Watch him, Riley, if you can. Turn the lights on, Patsy.
Right, Nick. Here they are.
There he goes, Nick. God, I missed him, darn it. Did you see where he went, Nick?
There he goes, Mr. Carter, climbing up the catwalk. Tyson, come down from there or I'll shoot. You haven't got a gun, Nick Carter. Yours is too wet to shoot after your little swim. But I've got my gun. Here.
You missed me, Tyson, but I won't miss you. You may not know it, but my guns are absolutely waterproof.
Oh, nice work, Carter. You shot the gun right out of his hand.
And now your gun's gone, Tyson. Come on down.
Yeah, come up here and get me. You haven't caught me yet. So long.
Oh, look at him run. He should make a misstep or lose his balance up there. He'd fall off and get hurt.
Tyson! Tyson, stop! Stop! Look out, you don't slip there!
Nick, he's lost his balance.
Watch out, Tyson!
You say you want us to drop you at headquarters, Riley?
If you will, Nick.
Okay. Your men got the rest of Tyson's gang all right?
They did. They're coming right behind us.
Was Tyson badly hurt from his fall?
No, not much. Just a broken ankle. He'll be all right. All right, that is, until he gets to the electric chair.
Oh, Nick, when I think of how close we came to drowning, I'm scared all over again.
Hey, how did you say you got out of that tank, Nick?
Believe it or not, Lieutenant, he cut a piece of that heavy glass with a diamond in his ring.
Well, what do you know? But look, if it was as easy as all that, well, what took you so long doing it, Nick?
I had to wait until the thugs got out of the room. Then I just cut a nice little circle out of the glass right beside where the padlock was, reached out, and picked the lock. All very simple.
Simple for you, maybe, not for me. And you say you found the jewels Tyson had stolen in the bottom of the tank, eh?
Yes, Riley. What Patsy and I had thought were pretty colored stones turned out to be all the jewels Tyson had stolen during the last 10 years, all unmounted and dumped in with the pebbles in the tank.
But what made you first suspect Tyson, Nick?
Well, Patsy, it was his voice first. Remember I told you after we saw him in the movie that I knew I'd heard his voice somewhere very recently?
Oh, so that's why that voice sounded so familiar.
Can you imagine that? A movie star turned crook.
Then there was the fact that Tyson had faded so completely out of sight after his accident. That looked fishy to me. No great star would have let his career be ruined without bringing a suit of some kind. Unless he had some plans of his own.
And from what I learned from Scubby, we realized he never had brought soup.
Yes, and a suit like that would have made all the tabloids.
But how did you know Tyson and the watchman were the same?
I didn't, Patsy. Until you found that makeup kit. That panchromatic makeup is often used to cover scars. And then I remembered the scarred gateman. It fitted. So did his voice, and the fact that he had the only remaining set of keys to the lot. And, of course, he had all the opportunity in the world.
But I bet you didn't realize that the murders were tied up with the robberies. Not until we heard those crooks talking, I mean.
Well, the makeup kit told me that, too. Remember, Patsy, how you always claimed that all those robberies were done by individuals, not a gang?
Yes, but I still don't see
Well, Tyson was a consummate actor, and he had complete knowledge of makeup. He disguised himself as a different character, I imagine, for each robbery. Evidently, he played his role expertly, since he succeeded in giving the impression that different people were committing the various thefts.
But say, if that makeup was so good, why couldn't he have gone back to the movies instead of turning thief?
Well, Riley, it was good enough for dim lights, but not for the sharp eyes of the camera.
Oh, I see.
Poor fellow. What an end for a great star.
Yes. The explosion probably injured his mind, too.
One more thing, Nick. How did he get to be caretaker?
Oh, I asked Stone that. He said he felt sorry for the man and had given him the job out of kindness.
Oh?
Well, that's all over now.
Except that from now on I'm allergic to water anywhere, except in drinking glasses.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called The Glass Coffin, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Voodoo Curse. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, will you tell us something about your story for next week?
Well, next week we leave this part of the country and are going out west to the mining districts of Montana.
Did you go too, Patsy?
Yes, I went along. But Nick and Scubby did most of the work and had most of the excitement. I just stayed in the hotel and waited.
Yes, that was the first case that Scubby and I really worked out together.
And before they were through with it, Scubby very nearly went crazy, literally. And Nick just missed being buried alive.
You see, it started out to be a case of robbery, but it ended up with at least 2 murders and more excitement than I've had in a long time.
Well, I hope it's as good as it sounds.
It's better. But more of that next week. So long.
So long, folks. We'll be seeing you.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you've just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Nancy and Gene Webb. Original music was played by Lew White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at this same time, another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Flying Duck Murders, or Nick Carter and the Mysterious Gold Thieves.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated.
My name is Humphrey Davis. I've been playing the part of Lieutenant Riley in tonight's show. Just now, though, I'm speaking as myself. Actors, you know, appear at many war bond rallies. We like to know that what we can do may help in selling more bonds. But after all, selling more war bonds is everyone's business. You can talk to your friends about the Third War Loan Campaign just as any speaker might. You know the reasons why we must buy extra bonds. You know how purchases of extra war bonds back the attack. You know that they're a great investment. And you know that giving up something you were planning to buy for yourself and buying war bonds instead isn't really any sacrifice. And as you think of these things, how about doing more in this Third War Loan yourself? Because you can't do too much for the men who are fighting for us every minute somewhere in the world.
The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Monday evening at 9:30 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters who are up next.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program with authentic police case histories.
Who found that a flask of liquor was more risky to handle than a vial of nitroglycerin.
Gangbusters has asked Detective Lieutenant John Sinclair, Police Department, St. Louis, Missouri, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Lieutenant Sinclair, you've told me tonight's case began in a cheap hotel on Market Street near the Union Station in St. Louis, Missouri, about 2 years ago.
That's right, Don Gardner. Room 18 had been occupied for the last few days by one James Moore, notorious Boston safecracker. But Moore was no longer trusted by his associates in the East. The reason was quite evident from a glance at the empty bottles in his room. Moore was spread across the bed, fully clothed, sleeping it off. As the noonday sun flashed in under the flapping black shade, the door to his room opened. But Mr. Moore didn't move.
Okay, there he is. Come on. Okay, Moore, on your feet. Come on. I said on your feet. Right, straight right. Get up, I said. And none of your sludge from the bottom of the Charles River bartender. You get her right back in the eye. Snap out of it, will you? I've got all day. There's my drink. I'll give you a drink. Here's a drink for you. Water. Sure, it's water. You want more of it? Oh, now I know you. You're a tin badge of a St. Louis copper.
Keep those hands to yourself now.
I'll take more than one of you prairie pups from a policeman to haul Jim Moore in today.
Come on. You grab his other arm.
Huh? Oh, no. Not by no fluttering female policeman will I be taken through the streets like a cow being led by a milkmaid. Not by no female policeman.
Grab him, baby. Come on.
Hold it a minute, Robbie. Come with us, Moore. There's a bottle outside the car with this much in it.
Allure into the trap of doom.
We're not cops. Can't you get it through your head?
Huh?
No.
How much you say was in that bottle?
This much.
And home, we got it by the case.
How's the weather out? Do I need my rubbers?
The weather's fine.
To what fortunate turn of nature do I owe this generosity, my boy? And, my girl?
I figured you'd like to do a little teaching.
Teaching? If I'm to teach, who's the student?
Me.
Huh?
I want to learn all about drills. And punches. And knobs and nitroglycerin.
By the case, huh?
But one bottle at a time.
Yeah, well, one bottle at a time is enough for one man at a time. Well, what are we waiting
Watch
for?
it.
Easy there.
My underpinning needs a little shoring.
Just hold on to us. We'll get you there.
That's right. Now you just slip your arm around me there, sweetheart. We'll all go out together.
I give up. He's a rummy. Let's face it, it's no use.
I taught you plenty in 2 weeks, Robbie. So it'll take a little longer than you figured.
Will you stop that sewing machine? Him with the bottle, you with your sewing. You both drive me nuts. If you need a dress so bad, why don't you go out and buy one?
It's hard to fit in the shoulders.
Why I ever had this crazy idea, I don't know. I'm going back to being a gunman. You walk in, you put a heater on them, you get their dough. That's all there is to it. You don't have to be a mechanic.
Do what you like, Robbie. I still think it's a good idea.
Would you shut that thing off before I throw it out the window?
Oh.
Every time I look at him, I hate him more.
Why? What's he done to you?
I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at myself 30 years from now.
Why don't you try taking the bottle away from him? When he gives, you'll give.
That don't work either. He may be the best safecracker ever to come out of Boston, but he sure needs a lot of lubrication.
All morning he's been trying to explain to me about keeping nitroglycerin at body temperature. I should keep it under my belt next to the skin. Yeah. I'll try it the way he says. Somebody will have to come pick me off the roof. With a shovel.
Robbie.
What?
You think these buttons would be nice on here? Or covered ones?
Oh, who cares?
What happens after you finish learning everything he knows?
He'll go along on a job with me. One job.
That won't make him happy.
Who wants to make him happy? They're going to catch the old rumhead. Right in the act.
Hey. Isn't that kind of dangerous for you?
It's the safest way I can think of. We go over to some small town across the river. We break into a store. I work with them till almost time to set her off, and then I go out after the car. Boom. The cops are there. First thing you know, Moore's in Joliet or someplace where he won't give me any more trouble.
Oh, now, that's not right, and it's not fair.
Who cares what's fair? He's off our hands. Let me get back to the professor. I'll talk to you about it later. That's got it, Peg, right here.
Okay.
Leave the lights on. More. Yeah. Take the stuff and start to jimmy the back door. I'll be there in 2 minutes.
Robbie.
Go on, take the stuff.
Don't forget the bottle, Robbie.
Get out of here. Start on that door.
Hurry along, Robbie.
Just get that door, Jimmy, do you hear? All right, Peg. Now you drive to the tavern and wait there. 11:45 on the dot. Phone the sheriff's office. Tell them you were passing by. Thought you saw somebody inside the clothing store.
Robbie, you're looking for trouble.
Stop worrying. I ought to be at the tavern by the time you get off the phone.
Suppose your watch stops. Suppose Moore doesn't do it.
We'll do it the way I said. Gotta get rid of that bottle, baby. This is the best way I can think of.
When they pick him up, he'll talk.
So they'll be looking for me in Illinois. They're looking for me anyway.
Okay, Robbie.
Look. Pack me in, kid. When we hit Chicago, I line up the best crew of safe crackers ever worked the Midwest. Go on. How's this for timing?
Wonderful.
What's the sheriff's office say?
They're sending somebody to investigate.
Perfect. Well, what are you thinking?
Come on, Robbie, let's get out of here.
What's your hurry?
I just don't like sticking around, that's all.
I thought it'd be kind of fun to keep our distance and watch them haul that old lush in. This will cure him. You won't get a drink for 6 years at least.
Robbie, please, come on, let's go.
All right, baby. Not a bad idea, that. A good start. We ought to make Chicago before daybreak.
So, Don, Robert Lee Robertson, the St. Louis bandit turned safecracker, headed for Chicago to organize a gang of burglars who would lead Midwest authorities, both federal and local, on a wild chase, until a vial of nitroglycerin blew the gang's hopes sky high.
Now back to Gangbusters.
You were telling us, Lieutenant Sinclair, how Robert Lee Robertson turned from banditry to safecracking, employing the technique of an old-time burglar whom he used as a tutor.
That's right, Don. And within a few weeks, the gang was striking so often and so swiftly that law enforcement officers from each of 4 states met in Chicago one day with agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and post office inspectors. As the meeting progressed, Captain George Mantell, safe and loft expert of the Chicago Police Department, was called on for his opinion.
And as it stands, gentlemen, these criminals are running from one jurisdiction to another, hitting small towns, avoiding big cities like Chicago and St. Louis.
Captain Mantell.
Yes?
Is it your opinion that Robertson is working small towns, then running back to Chicago, for instance? To lay out until his next job?
Yes, I was going to ask that.
Yes, I'd say that's probably what they're doing. Now, Special Agent Wright of the FBI has a suggestion. I think it might help us as much as anything. Mr. Wright?
Well, gentlemen, what will help us most is information. Any scrap that's picked up by members of any of your departments should be forwarded here to Chicago, either to me or to Captain Mantell. We'll sift every bit of information we get. We'll piece it together with what we already have. Maybe with a little teamwork among all of us, we'll be able to locate these men and get enough evidence to convict them. Oh, Peg, come in.
Everything okay?
Couldn't be better.
Robbie?
Is it okay?
Yeah, okay, come on.
All right, Peg, get inside.
Hey, Robbie.
Hold on. Where's Cardinal?
Yeah.
Has he got the new guy?
Yep.
Hey, where's that sewing I left here last night?
How should I know?
How does he look to you, Miller?
Left it right there on the table.
Will you stop worrying about your pins and needles?
I've been working a month on that blouse.
I didn't touch it.
Well, somebody
Okay,
did.
who cares?
Don't leave anything around you guys.
Miller,
Yeah?
what do you think of this new guy?
Well, Cargill says he knows his stuff.
I can find that out from Coggle. What do you think of?
He looks okay to me. Good man with the soup, they say.
Coggle, come in here. Want to talk to you.
Robbie,
Yeah, what?
now that we're back in Chicago, can't we stay here a couple of days?
No.
Well, when are you going to spend all this money?
When I retire.
When you retire. What the devil happened to that sewing?
Hello, Robbie.
Coggle?
Come on, meet this guy, Robbie. He knows his business.
Cargill, did you see my sewing?
Will you shut up?
Oh, for...
Where's he from?
The East.
Where in the East?
I don't know. Did he tell you, Miller? Or should he tell me?
What kind of a deal is this? You bring me a knob knocker, you don't know where he's from.
He's okay. I'm telling you, he's okay.
We'll see. Miller.
Yeah, Robbie?
When I'm talking to this guy, take the car around back. Put those new Nebraska plates on it.
Right, boys. Come on, Robbie. I'll introduce you to this guy.
I can introduce myself.
Okay.
Hi, I'm the... Peg. Peg.
What, Robbie?
Come in here.
What is it? I'm looking for Hello, Moore.
So you're the big soup man from the East.
You should have come back for me that night, Robbie, my boy. The safe was loaded with currency of every denomination and 2 quarts of Kentucky bourbon bottled in bond.
Well, if you'll excuse me.
Peg, come here.
What is it, Robbie?
You know this whiskey head was here.
No, I didn't.
You know he was the old fish that were going to spring on me.
Have a drink, Robbie. Help yourself.
I'll give you a drink.
Robbie! Oh.
Get out of here, Peg. Go on, get out.
Robbie,
Go on, get out.
All right.
Wait for me out there.
Ah, she's a sweet one, Robbie. Sweet like the morning dew before the mountain sun comes up.
Okay, never mind the poetry. One thing I want to find out from you and then walk out of here and forget you ever seen the place. I don't want no rum pots under my nose.
I'm afraid you're stuck with me, Robbie.
Now, listen here.
Hands off. Yeah. Here's one bottle you won't be so quick to knock on before. Nitroglycerin. My nitroglycerin.
Put that soup on the table, Moore, and walk out of here.
You're not feeding me whiskey an ounce at a time now, Robbie. I'm doing the feeding, and I'm giving the orders. From now on, I'm a full partner in your noble aggregation.
That's what you say.
You'll say it, too, Robbie. You'll say it with words of welcome or the bottle smashes on the floor like you smashed that bottle of good red whiskey.
Is that so?
I swear it by all the oaths my father taught me. I'm in, huh, Robbie? I'm in, or I blow us both to the house to who knows where.
You're not in.
I've lived a long time, Robbie, and I waited a long time for right now. Say yes, or hold onto your hat.
Get out of here, Moore.
The orders are coming from me. Jim Moore, master of his trade. Say yes. Say you're in, Moore. Say it.
You haven't got the nerve. Go on, blow us up. Well, what are you waiting for? Go on.
Oh, you win, Robbie. I couldn't smash the bottle, not even for a place in heaven insured.
Give me that soup, you.
Give it here. No, Robbie, no.
All right, sit down there. Go on, sit down.
Robbie, no.
Shut up. Thanks for handing me the little idea about another use for the nitro. I'll remember it if I ever get on a spot. Only you and me are different, Moore. When I have to, I'll smash the bottle.
Pity a poor soul who was once king of Moore, Robbie.
Pity you, all right. I'll put you out of your misery.
Oh, Robbie. Robbie, no.
Cargill, Miller.
Miller went out to the car.
Go in there and watch that guy. Don't let him out of your sight.
Ain't he all right?
Get in there and watch him, will you?
Okay, don't get excited.
Peg. I ought to pin your ears back for this.
For what?
You didn't call the cops that night.
I did, Robbie. I did exactly what you told me.
Don't lie to me.
Let go.
What do you think I'm running around here? What do you think I'm running? An old folks' home?
Robbie, stop.
You didn't call the cops, did you? Did you?
I couldn't. Not on the old guy. I couldn't.
When I tell you to do something, you'll do it.
All right, Robbie. All right. From now on, anything you say.
You bet your life you do anything I say.
Anything.
Hey.
Now, Robbie.
No Nebraska plates are on the car. Okay. We'll leave in 20 minutes.
What about the new guy? We're taking him along on a job?
We're taking him along, but not on the job. He gets dumped about halfway.
Robbie.
What's the matter? He seemed okay to me.
Well, you don't count.
You're not going to kill him.
You want to go along?
What do you think you are, Capone or somebody? Just a small-time hoodlum that's had a little luck.
That's enough.
Just a little luck, that's
One
all.
more peep out of you and you'll be the safe ditch as more, you hear? Now find your soul and sit down in that chair and do it. Don't go out, don't call nobody, don't do nothing. You just sit there and sew. When I get back, we'll settle this thing between you and me once and for all.
FBI, Special Agent Wright.
This is Captain Mantell. We just got our hands on a bit of information about Robertson.
Oh, anything good, Captain?
Well, I can't say. But Robertson's supposed to have just gotten a set of Nebraska license plates.
Yes?
The last three numbers are 061. I put it out on the teletype, and all radio points will pick it up for broadcast. Maybe this is the break that we've been waiting for.
Look, Robbie, I don't want to get mixed up in no killing. I got nothing against the guy.
Yeah, Robbie, just tell me why. If you tell me why, it might be okay.
It's okay because I say so. Drive, Cargill, that's all. Just drive. And you, Miller, keep your mouth shut.
Let me kill the bottle before you give me the push, Robbie.
Shut up.
If you think I'm scared, you're thinking right. Gee, I wish I had more of a load on it. If I had more of a load on it, it'd be like dropping off into a feather bed.
Shut up, will you? There's a spot up ahead, Cargo.
Look, Robbie,
Okay, that's enough. Be just like you, more to come back and haunt me.
You could count on it, Robbie.
All right, where'd you rather have it? In the head or in the belly?
Let me go. Let me go, Robbie.
I'm doing you a favor, Rum-Dum. Make up your mind. Where?
Robbie, it's cops.
Gee, get moving. Get moving, Cargo.
Don't worry. State Highway Patrol, Robbie.
They must have made the license plate. Go on faster. I guess you get a reprieve, Moore.
Oh, for once in my life, I wish the cops well.
Go on.
Down to the floor.
We're pulling away from them. Cargo.
Yeah?
Douse the lights.
Hey.
There's a side road over the hill. Duck into it.
We can't run on a side road.
Maybe we'll lose them. If not, it's okay. There's enough of us. We'll fight it out and double back Chicago.
What about him?
He stays with us. For the time being. Go on, hit it, Cargo, hit it.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, right. You heard that the state police jumped up Robertson and his crew.
Yeah, too bad they lost them.
At least we were close. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Captain Mantell. Oh. Was that so? What's the number again? Yeah, I've got it. Okay, we'll be right out there. Patrolman located the car, parked in front of an apartment building on the south side. The motor was still warm.
Well, let's go, Captain.
We'll just stop down at the desk, right, and put in the call for the riot squad. We may need them.
got us in some mess, Robbie. Moore didn't do nothing to nobody.
Okay, so they didn't do nothing to nobody.
Now we're stuck with him here. We can't turn him out. We can't hold him. What are we going to do?
I'll figure that out after you get rid of the license plates in the car. I told you to take it around back an hour ago.
Miller said he'd attend to it.
I told you. Now the car sits out there an hour and nothing's done about it. Peg.
Yeah?
Will you light someplace?
Okay, Robbie.
Miller.
Keep your voice down, will you, Robbie? It's 4 a.m. The neighbors will have the cops down on us.
Miller.
Yeah, Robbie, what is it?
Bring more in here. I want to talk to you all.
Right.
Well, come on, Peg. Don't stand there.
I don't see what you're so hot under the collar about. If anybody's mad, it should be Moore.
You want some of the same treatment you got before?
Honest, Robbie, this whole business is going to your head. We were better off when...
Shut up, will you?
Okay.
Why don't come inside?
Well, Robbie, got yourself in a spot, haven't you? You're stuck with me like a tiger stuck with stripes.
I won't be stuck with you for long.
Hey,
Robbie.
Peg, ask who it is.
Who is it?
Police officers. Open up.
We're cooked.
Open up in there.
Get the machine gun. No, wait. Wait a minute. I got a better idea. Listen here, copper. I got nitroglycerin here, see? I'll blow you and us and everybody in this building straight to Milwaukee.
Robbie, put away that soup.
Put away, I'm going to use it. You hear that, copper? You hear that? I'm going to use it.
Open the door or we'll shoot through it.
Robbie, put that soup away.
Shoot through the door and you'll hit the soup, copper. You want to live, don't you, copper? You want to live? Let me get away or I'll blow you all to pieces.
Robbie, get some sense, will you? They got us.
Robbie, don't do it.
Jump on cargo.
My arm. Let give me that. On your feet. All of you, on your feet. All right, take it easy, will you? Take it easy.
Give me that.
You want to use this stuff. I know him.
Go on. Line up against the wall there.
Okay, go on. Shut.
You too, Grandpa. Come on.
I'm as innocent as a new hatched chick.
We'll see how innocent you all are. All right. Face the wall. Put your hands up high. All of you. Go on. That's it. Fine-looking bunch. Hey, Captain? Yeah. They'll look a lot finer through bars. Okay, men. Start checking them down.
Take it easy.
That dawn was the end of a notorious gang of safe burglars. They are all now serving long terms in various federal penitentiaries and still face trial on at least 150 charges of burglary in 5 states.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant Sinclair, for this extraordinary case history. And congratulations to the hundreds of police officers, federal and state, who participated in the investigation leading to the arrests and convictions.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Someday the city will blow up this devil's inferno we call the waterfront. I hope you live long enough to swallow the flames. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin. May I warm your coffee, my dear?
Yes, thank you. I just love having dinner in your suite, Mr. Paladin.
I'm glad you do, Linda.
Such a cozy arrangement by the fire. I just adore a fireplace. Do all the rooms in the Carlton have a fireplace?
Well,
Mr. Paladin. Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Who's that?
Mr. Paladin.
Hey, boy, I thought he had the night off. Excuse me.
Excited, isn't he?
All right, hey, boy. I'm coming.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, so happy you're here. Afraid you'll be out for evening.
What's the trouble, hey boy?
Please to talk to you alone?
Oh, sure. I'll be out in the hall, Linda. So, what's all the excitement?
Oh, Miss Wong, Missy.
You what?
I cannot find Miss Wong.
Miss Wong's missing?
Yes, would you please to help Mr. Paladin?
Now, just a minute, hey boy. Start from the beginning.
Well, Miss Wong, hey boy, have big plans for evening. Plans to meet her at 7 o'clock at home of Honorable Aunt. She's not there. Honorable Aunt says she does not come home from work. We wait. And 9 o'clock come, Missy Wong not there still.
Well, she was here this afternoon. I saw her down the lobby.
Well, he saw her. Hey boy see her too when she leave Carlton at 5 o'clock.
Well, did she say she was going home?
No, supper she delivers package for lady. Then she go home.
Oh. Did she say where she was going to deliver the package?
No, she not say. But Mr. Wong very happy to deliver package. She get big tip, $2. She not tell hey boy destination of package.
Who gave her the package, hey boy? Was it someone registered here at the hotel?
Oh, no one I ever see before. Strange woman.
What do you mean, strange woman?
All dressed in black. Long black dress. Black overhead like a bonnet.
Hey, boy, did she have a red kerchief around her neck?
Oh, yes, sir. That's the one. You see her, too?
No, I didn't see her, but there's only one strange woman in San Francisco who fits that description. Mammy Kane.
Mammy Kane?
Hey, boy. Pretty young Chinese girls who deliver packages for Mammy Kane can get into a lot of trouble.
Oh, Miss Wong in a lot of trouble?
If it was Mammy Kane, I'm afraid so.
Oh. Mr. Paladin can help?
I'll try.
It's new. It's revolutionary. It's at your Columbia phonograph dealer. Columbia, first with the LP record, first with guaranteed stereo fidelity records, is first again. Stereo One by Columbia, #1 in the wonderful world of sound. A new listening experience in stereophonic high-fidelity sound that makes all your records, stereo or regular, sound better. Just wait till you see the great selection of Columbia Stereo One models at your Columbia dealer. Just wait till you hear the great new sound of pleasure, Stereo One. There's a Columbia Stereo One phonograph for every room, for every budget, for every listening need. Columbia portables are priced as low as $24.95. Consoles with many exclusive new Columbia features start at the amazing low price of $129.95. And you can buy on easy terms at your Columbia phonograph dealer. See them all and hear them all today.
Mammy Kane, mystery woman, who in the few short years since the Civil War had gained enormous power through the boarding houses on the waterfront. She knew the private indiscretions of the boarding house masters, and her fortune was made by supplying them with servant girls, usually Chinese. The mystery woman had bought an old mansion on Bush Street. The gaunt eucalyptus trees moaned against the sea breeze from the bay as I walked up the steps to the massive front door. A few moments later, I was facing Mammy Kane, dressed in the same black dress she always wore. And even in her own parlor, the matching bonnet was tied around her chin.
Would you have a glass of sherry, Paladin?
No, thanks. I don't have time.
So the great Mr. Paladin has come to visit Mammy Kane, and he doesn't have time for a glass of sherry. What brings the mountain to Mohammed?
A Chinese girl, a Miss Wong, who works at the Carlton.
What makes you think I know something about a Chinese girl who works at your hotel?
The $25 you got for delivering her to one of your clients? Was the package addressed to East Street or Finn Alley, or has your business spread to the Barbary Coast?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, I'm Paladin. Remember? Now, don't you pretend with me.
You sure you won't join me in a glass of sherry?
I'd say you average 4 girls a day. That's $600 or $700 a week. It's pretty fair wages for a beggar who came to San Francisco 9 years ago with nothing more than a dress on her back.
I didn't think it was your nature to insult ladies.
Would a $100 gold piece insult you?
What for?
To tell me where you sent Miss Wong.
She must be very important to you to be worth that much.
Did I get a prize this afternoon?
$100, Mammy.
I don't want your money. Your insults. Or the trouble you could cost me. Get out of my house, Paladin.
What does it take, Mammy? Force?
Don't threaten me.
No, don't threaten the matriarch. Queen of the waterfront scum, peddler of flesh.
Shut up!
Oh. It will take force.
Keep away from me.
Should I kill you?
No. Paladin, no.
Tell me, where's Miss Wong?
Please. I'd be ruined if I tell you.
Would you rather be ruined or dead?
All right. Please don't tell him I told you.
Where is she?
Kelly House in Finn Alley.
What will they do with her?
Either keep her there as a servant or sell her as a slave. Sometimes they ship them down the coast.
Where would she be now, Mammy?
Probably still locked in a room upstairs in the sailors' quarters.
All right. Now, if she isn't there, I'm coming back and put a leash on you, Mammy Kane. And if you have to sniff through every water hole from here to Cape Horn, you'll lead me to Miss Wong.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should because...
There's filter blend up front ahead of the filter. And the flavor you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend. Filter blend means fine tobacco, filter blend up front. And the flavor you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend.
Filter blend is a mighty good reason for you to smoke Winston because it means tobacco specially processed for filter smoking. A Winston secret. You get Winston's own pure white modern filter, plus the rich, delightful flavor of fine tobacco.
There's filter blend up front ahead of the filter. And the fun you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend. And makes Winston taste good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
The waterfront was the realm of the devil, savored with pitch and tar. Finn Alley was lined with two-story boarding houses. On the top floor, sleeping quarters. On the bottom floor, the dining rooms and the saloons. The saloon keeper was the boarding house master. He offered the arriving sailors rooms, meals, and lager beer, and when they owed him enough money, he sold them to anxious ship captains for a profitable sum. He was a crimp who spent his spare time shanghaiing and dealing in the business of servant girls. The dim streetlights along Finn Alley cast long shadows on the cobblestones, drenched by the eerie fog. Depraved men from all over the world littered the street. I walked past the German house, Three-Fingered Jack's, the Bucket of Blood, Chicken Jim's Palace, and finally, the Kelly house.
Come on in, Sonny, and breast the bar. Beer is on the house.
No, thanks. No beer.
The Kelly house offers the finest lager on the alley. Ain't that so, Bucko mate? Oh, Kelly.
Say, I want to talk to the boarding house master.
Oh, it's me, the owner, standing right in front of you. Michael Kelly, master of the Kelly house.
I want to discuss some important business with you, Mr. Kelly. Alone.
We're alone, Sonny. Why, there ain't a sober mate among us. What's your important business?
I came to buy a Chinese servant girl.
Aha! A gentleman has come in me midst to buy a servant. Oh, Kelly! And what makes you think old Kelly sells Chinese servant girls?
I've got the money. You name the price.
You have credentials, identification?
No credentials, just money.
You think I run an illegal business of selling girls, eh?
Well, Mr. Kelly, is this enough gold to open the door to your illegal business?
Perhaps Kelly should talk with the gentleman.
I want a special Chinese girl, the one who came in this afternoon around 5:30 with a package from Mammy Kane.
Follow me, lad, to Kelly's back room. Take the door over there and turn to the right. Me office is at the end of the hall. I'll meet you there.
Right.
Oh, Gertie, you take over the bar. Keep tab on all the drinks. Drink hard, you, me boy. Oh, Kelly!
Now,
such a pretty belaying pin. Now, which pocket did you keep the gold in, me bucko?
I don't know how long I was out, but when I woke up, I was lying in the bottom of a skiff. I was alone, except for a pudgy, bearded sailor who was rowing us through the dense fog. My hands were tied behind my back, and my feet were roped together. The rocking movement of the small boat didn't help the dull, throbbing pain in my head. So, after considerable effort, I managed to raise up into a sitting position.
Yeah, so you decided to wake up, huh?
Yeah. Ooh. Hey, where are we going?
To that old deep water packet out there.
Oh, there. Then what happens?
What happens? The captain has a new sailor.
A new sailor. You work for Kelly?
I work for whoever pays me.
How many new sailors have you delivered to the captain tonight?
You'll have plenty of mates on board. Don't worry about that.
Where's it going?
What?
The ship. Where's it going?
Who knows? It's a packet that carries coal. Who knows? Maybe you go to Puget Sound. That's a lovely trip to Puget Sound.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Yeah, it must be. What's your name?
Paladin.
Paladin, did you ever work on ships before?
No, not that I remember.
You would remember.
Yeah, I guess I would. Say, why have you got my hands and my feet tied up like this?
Kelly ties you up. I untie you when we get to the ship.
Yeah. Ropes burning my wrists.
What did you say?
My wrists. Ropes burning them. Couldn't you just loosen it up a bit?
No.
Oh, what difference does it make? Just loosen it up a little, huh?
No. I untie you when we get to the ship.
Burned wrists wouldn't be too good for shoveling coal, would they?
Maybe not.
Look, I'm not asking you to untie me. Just loosen the rope, will you? Come on, please.
Well, maybe so. I think you're a good fellow. And you've got lots of troubles to come. Yeah, I'll loosen it for you, Paladin.
Oh, thanks.
Can you turn around?
Well, No. Not with my feet tied up. There's not enough room. Couldn't you just sort of reach around?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, so. That Kelly ties good knots.
Yeah, he sure does.
Usually I have to cut the ropes, but this one does not seem to be too difficult. Could you move your arm?
Here.
Yeah, so.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. It's coming. There we go. You dirty black-lying dog!
Sorry, old mate. Thanks for untying my hands.
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective,
Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight. Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet? I took the sailor's knife and cut the rope away from my ankles and rowed back to shore. He was still unconscious when I tied the skiff to the wharf, but he was breathing, and I knew he'd be all right. It was a short walk back to Finn Alley. It must have been after midnight, but the Kelly house was still rolling with the same black-hearted drunks.
Oh, come on in, Sonny, and rest it. Oh, hey, you.
Surprise, Mr. Kelly.
You come back, hey, Paladin.
Oh, so you found my credentials in my wallet and remembered my name, huh? Well, I'm flattered, Mr. Kelly.
Now, Paladin, I had to do what I did. When I found out who you were, I was afraid you'd come back and kill me.
Now I'm back.
I'll make everything right with you, and then you go. Huh?
I'll go when you bring the Chinese girl to me.
Forget the Chinese girl. It'd mean nothing but trouble for you.
Where is she, Kelly?
I don't know. Take me advice, my friend, and forget her.
Stop dodging, Kelly. Maybe I should beat it out of you. I owe you a few blows for the one you gave me.
Will you keep away?
Oh, you put that bottle down and come out from behind the bar.
Get out of here!
Hey, your aim was better in the dark. Over that bar, Kelly.
Oh, you want to fight, Kelly, huh?
Why, you... Now, Kelly. The Chinese girl, where is she? Listen, Kelly, where is she?
Upstairs, in the last room on the left. The key is in my office. Get her, get out of here. And stay away from my place, Paladin.
I'll stay away unless you come poking around my part of town. Someday San Francisco will blow up your waterfront, Kelly. I hope you and Mammy Kane live long enough to see the flames. Miss Wong was crouched in the corner of the locked room like a frightened animal. When she realized I was the one who entered the room, tears filled her eyes and ran down her cheeks. It was a quiet trip back to the home of her honorable aunt. Everyone was overjoyed, including, of course, Hey Boy. She did not come to work at the Carlton the next day. The following morning, I was just leaving my hotel room when there was a knock at the door. Oh, well, good morning, Miss Wong.
Well, good morning, Mr. Paladin.
Did you have a restful day off yesterday?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good.
Honorable aunt, so very kind. She served me breakfast in bed, dinner in bed, and supper in bed.
And how do you feel today?
Oh, happy to be back to work after so much food and so much rest.
Oh, well, I hope your appetite returns by this evening.
Yes. Oh, how so?
I've made some special arrangements for you and Hey Boy.
Hey Boy.
I'll be leaving town on a business trip late this afternoon, but you and Hey Boy are invited to be my guests for a private dinner here in my room.
Oh, with a fireplace?
Yes, with fire and everything.
Fire. Does Hey Boy know this?
Nope, not yet.
No. Well, maybe you wait. We surprise him.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Now, the chef has promised to fix you a very special dinner.
Oh, I wonder what he will prepare for us.
Oh.
Oh.
Filet de bœuf, sauce béarnaise. Côtelette d'agneau, sauce soubise. Escalope de veau à la quinoise. Pomme de terre, maître d'hôtel.
Mr. Paladin?
Yes?
If you know what the chef will prepare, do not tell me. Then Mr. Wong has a surprise.
All right. I won't tell you.
Not
It'll be a surprise.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Morning, sir. Help you?
I hope so.
Engine, huh?
Hasn't got the pickup of a kitty car.
Well, it's misfiring some.
Some? Mister, half my plugs are on strike.
Improved K-site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Probably your rings are sticking, maybe your valves. When was that carburetor cleaned?
Not too recently. Improved K-site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Your car's not in such bad shape. All you need's a tune-up.
A tune-up? A $50 tune-up?
Now, relax. We'll add a can of K-site tune-up to your gasoline, another can to your oil. That'll clean your whole firing zone. Valves, rings, plugs, carburetor, everything.
Mister, you're pouring it on.
No, you pour it in. $1.25 a can at most any service station. Results guaranteed or double your money back.
Improved K-site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Mr. Paris. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Joseph Kearns, Waldo Epperson, and Paddy Gallagher. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Hop Along with Hop Along Cassidy, up next.
It's Hop Along Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop Along Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hop Along Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And now, another exciting story of the early West. An old Spanish custom. The late afternoon sun beats down on Hoppy and his grizzled old partner as they ride across Southern California, the golden land of the Dons and Spanish rancheros. Their 1,000-mile cattle buying expedition has left them dusty and weary, and as the afternoon wears on, Hoppy's increasing restlessness begins to get on California's nerves.
What in tarnation's eating you, Hoppy?
It's too quiet. Too doggone quiet.
Well, what do you expect? Senoritas serenading you in the sagebrush?
No, but I did expect to see a cow or two grazing the range hereabouts.
Well, shucks, we'll see plenty of that when we hit old Don Leone Ortega's spread. It won't be long now.
Won't it? How do you know?
Well, doggone it, Hoppy. Wasn't I Don Leone's top horse wrangler 9-10 years ago?
You were?
How'd you reckon I got the name California?
I heard it was because some slicker sold you a deed to a California gold mine that turned out to be in the middle of the San Francisco Bay.
Now, hold on. That ain't the only reason they call me California.
Oh, sure, I forgot. So you were Don Leone's top horse wrangler, eh?
You bet. Of course, being so long ago, maybe he won't even remember me.
I wouldn't be at all surprised. What kind of horses did he raise?
Oh, the fastest doggone critters you ever seen. Why, Hoppy, them horses was so fast that... let me tell you what happened once. I was riding an Ortega stallion about 50 miles from the hacienda one day with my pack burro trailing along behind when all of a sudden a cloudburst come rushing up behind me on top of a 60-mile hurricane.
Heavens to Betsy.
Well, sir, I just turned that pony's head for home, and doggone if he didn't race that storm so close, I didn't feel a drop. While my burro, only 10 yards behind, had to swim all the way.
California, haven't you any respect for the truth?
Oh, now, hold on, Hoppy. I value the truth as much as any man.
You must value it a lot more, the way you economize using it.
Oh, shucks, what makes you think I'm not telling the truth?
Well, for one thing, we're not heading for Don Leone Ortega's rancho.
What?
Because this is his rancho. We've been on his range ever since we came through the pass 12 miles back. And another thing. Why do you suppose he took the trouble to send a messenger all the way to the Bar 20, saying that his prize-blooded stock was for sale?
Well, didn't that messenger say the old man was selling out so he could retire to one of them missions?
But there are a lot of rancheros here who would have been glad to buy him out. It was to me he offered to sell. That's why I'm buying them for the Bar 20, and for just about half what those cows are worth.
Well, why is he selling them to you?
Because 9 years ago, I was Don Leone's foreman.
You was?
Yeah.
Well,
and somehow I don't remember seeing you around.
Well, maybe I got my ranchos mixed up.
Yeah.
But Hoppy, why should he want to sell out? Ain't he got no sons or no family to leave all this to?
No, he used to have, but they all died or were killed. When I finally quit, all he had left was one little granddaughter living with him. I always felt kind of sorry for old Don Leone. His fortune kept dogging his trail wherever he went. He used to say it was a curse put on his family by the victims of an old pirate ancestor of his.
A pirate?
Yeah, one of the buccaneers who used to rob shipping along the Pacific coast in the old days. Oh, Topper.
What's the matter? Well, what are you staring at?
Way off over there, standing against the sky at the top of that ridge. See him? A rider.
Yeah. Hey, you can barely make him out. Just sitting there on his horse like he was a-watching us. Hey, must be one of Don Leone's men. We'll be getting a welcoming committee soon.
He's turned and disappeared down the other side of that ridge. If he was one of Don Leone's wranglers, he'd be heading for us to find out who we are and what we want.
Well, maybe he just ain't the curious type.
I don't know. He's the first living soul we've seen around here. And not a solitary cow in the whole place. I got a feeling there's something mighty funny going on here, California. Something I don't quite get. Well, come on, let's keep going.
The sun's getting mighty low, Hoppy. We ought to be pretty close to the ranch house, don't you think?
We'll see it just as soon as we get atop this ridge. The hacienda, stables, and everything are in the valley below. Oh! There she is, the hacienda. California.
Great jumping blue blazes. It's burned up. Everything's burned up. The stables, the corrals.
Everything except the hacienda itself, and that's made of adobe.
Not a soul anywhere. The place looks deserted.
Look there. Smoke still rising from the ruins. What must have happened just a few hours ago.
I wonder where everybody went. Let's go see.
Down.
That shot. It's come from the hacienda.
Yeah. Whoever survived the fire doesn't like visitors.
back to Hop Along Cassidy and our story, An Old Spanish Custom. After arriving at Don Leone Ortega's California Rancho on a cattle buying expedition, Hoppy and California find that the old Don's stables and corrals are burned and the place apparently deserted. As they survey the desolate scene, a shot rings out from one of the broken windows of the hacienda. They fling themselves off their horses and hug the ground. Night has fallen. Hoppy and California plan their attack in the darkness.
California, you crawl around and take them from the north flank. I'll take them from the south. We converge on that window. When I reach my position, I'll give out an owl hoot. You answer so I'll know you've reached yours. Right. Then chuck a handful of stones against the hacienda. If they're jittery in there, they'll likely fire at the sound. And keep under cover.
Don't worry, Hoppy.
While they're attracted by you, I'll rush them. And you come a-running. Okay, let's go.
Oh, no, you don't. Let go of that rifle. I'll break your... Holy smoke, Wyatt.
Hold him, Hoppy! I got him covered. You got his rifle?
Take it easy, California. Everything's under control. Except that this isn't a him. It's a her.
What?
Déjame, bandito, matare.
Well, what do you know? A gal.
Keep your eye peeled. There may be others back there in the darkness. Now, easy, sweetheart. After that shot you took at us, I'm not in the mood for any friendly wrestling match. No use trying to break away.
Pig, let go of me.
So, you savvy English, do you?
Murderers?
Murderers? It's her who just tried to murder us.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, take it easy, honey. Maybe you ought to light a lamp so you can take a good look at us. I got a hunch you got us mixed up with some other hombres.
You are not with El Lobo?
El Lobo? Who is El Lobo? What's happened? Where's Don Leone?
Your voice. It is the same one I remember so long ago. Senor Cassidy, it is you, no?
Of course. My partner and I just...
I should have known. I should have known. We were expecting you, my grandfather and I.
Your grandfather, but who... You're not the little girl I used to see around when I ramrodded this outfit.
See, I am Isabella.
I reckon she had time to grow, Hoppy.
Honey, what's happened?
El Lobo and Don Carlos, they came with their men. We held them off. We defended the hacienda. But they burned the stables, the barns.
Who is this El Lobo?
He is a bandito.
A bandit? But where are all your grandfather's men? Where is everybody? You didn't fight them off alone.
No. There were the house servants, my duenna, my grandfather.
Yeah, but where are they?
Dead.
Isabella, you mean you're the only...
No, my grandfather, Don Leone, is still alive. He is badly wounded, Senor Cassidy, and cannot move. If we could get help before El Lobo return, and a medico, a doctor for my grandfather.
Where is he? Where is Don Leone?
He lies by a window on the other side of the house, on guard.
Hey, here's a lamp. You got a match?
No, do not light it. El Lobo and his men, they are watching from the hills.
Yeah. We spotted one of his boys on our way over here. You stand guard, California, while I find Don Leone.
Right.
Follow me, senor. Your hand. There are bodies lying here. Do not stumble.
It is a poor welcome that I give you, Senor Cassidy.
Don't try to talk, Don Leone. We're going to get you out of here.
No, it is too late.
No.
Don't they realize only you and Isabella are left to defend the place?
I do not think so. Isabella, she is a good shot. We killed many of his men before he retreated. He and that young swine, Carlos Esteban.
Carlos Esteban?
A renegade who has joined El Lobo. To think that once I thought I loved him.
Is this El Lobo so big he can declare war on you?
He is a gringo outlaw, amigo. He came here and organized this band of human wolves.
What if he's killed all your vaqueros, got all your stock? What more does he want? Why should he attack your hacienda?
It is Carlos Esteban who put him up to it.
But why? For what?
For the treasure.
Treasure? What treasure?
Long years ago, amigo, I buried a fortune in gold dust in a lonely place by the sea. Gold I had gotten in my youth by gambling, by cheating.
Cheating?
I was no angel, amigo, when I was younger.
How did Carlos know about this gold you had buried?
Isabella once told him. The map.
The what?
The map, there on the floor. I took it from its hiding place a little while ago, thinking to burn it.
You mean this?
You see, there is a small piece of candle beside you, lighted.
Right. There.
Look upon the map, amigo. It is all I have left. Gold. 1,000,000 pesos shining in shining dust. Buried in the sand by the roaring sea, like pirate treasure. I was a pirate, too. A pirate of the land, as my ancestor was of the sea. I buried it like a pirate. Sacks of gold dust and rare brandy from Spain.
Brandy?
The custom of the Spanish buccaneers to bury wine with their loot, so that when they should return, there should be drink to quench the thirst from the digging. Salute, Tingo Zente.
Easy now. Don't try to sit up. Lie back.
The custom. An old Spanish custom. Listen, amigo. Listen to me while
I see. It's really quite simple when you know the key to the code. Now, this figure indicates 15 paces from the base of the Santa Monica Cliffs to Don Leone. Don Leone. Dead. California!
Here they come!
Looks like we beat off that first rush.
Yeah, lucky this house is built on a little rise. We can see them as they come.
Keep your head down, California, and don't waste any shots. I'm going to the other side of the house and see how Isabella's making out. From the sound of that shooting,
What's the matter?
Look, somebody's waving something white out there.
Hello, Don Leone! For the sake of your granddaughter, stop fighting! I will make you an offer!
If that shirt you're waving is a flag of truce, throw your guns down and come in, alone.
There are my guns. I come.
Keep him covered, California. I'll let him in.
Right.
Thank you for your hospitality, but it is dark in here, no?
We can accommodate you with a little candlelight inside. Watch your step.
See?
California, keep a sharp lookout for any funny business.
You bet.
These bodies on the floor. I am sorry so many have been killed, senor. Are you two all who guard this side of the hacienda?
I'll write you a detailed report later.
Don Leone Ortega's on the other side, eh?
Senor Cassidy, what has happened? Who is that?
Keep your post, Isabella. We have a hostage.
Hostage?
What is it? Who is Carlos?
Isabella. Are you alone here?
Murderer.
Oh, the old man is dead, eh? If Don Leone would be so foolish as to get himself killed...
All right, what is it? What do you want?
Nothing very important, senor. All we wish, El Lobo and myself, is to look through the hacienda. Is it not a pity? All this bloodshed just to deny us a simple thing like that. You are free to go, senor, you and your friend. We have no quarrel with you. All I wish is to... What is that?
Huh?
On the table.
No, you don't. I'll take that.
The map. It is the map. Give it to me.
Aren't you forgetting yourself, Carlos? You are barely a guest here.
That map, senor, that is what we are looking for. I warn you,
Senor Cassidy, I smell smoke.
Huh?
Happy, the roof's on fire.
Santa Maria.
While we talk, El Lobo shoots burning arrows into the roof on the blind side. Indian trick. The roof, she is dry wood, senor. The smoke, it gets thick, no? Happy. I had to get out of there. The fire.
Carlos, can you hear me?
See, I can hear you, El Lobo. So can they.
Are you coming out, friend? Or do you want the little lady to roast?
Do we all roast together, Senor Cassidy? Or do we surrender?
I would rather die.
All right, you win, Carlos.
No!
Throw down your gun, California. We have no choice.
Before we continue, here is a word from your announcer. And now back to Hopalong Cassidy in An Old Spanish Custom. Besieged by the Yankee outlaw El Lobo, who is seeking a map of Don Leone Ortega's buried gold, Hoppy, California, and Isabella defend the Ortega hacienda through the night. While dickering on surrender terms with El Lobo's renegade Lieutenant Carlos Esteban, they discover that the roof has been set afire and they're forced to surrender. As dawn comes up, the bandit gang rides westward with 3 prisoners, Hoppy, California, and Isabella.
I'm sure glad they didn't tie us up.
They don't have to, not with their riders all about us. Isabella.
See?
Pull yourself together, honey. I know it looks bad, but if we keep our eyes open, there may still be a way out of this.
We're stopping. Wonder what happens now.
We'll soon find out. Here comes Carlos and El Lobo himself.
How would you 2 hombres like a little breakfast?
Morning, ma'am.
You see, El Lobo is not angry that you kill so many of our men. He likes you.
I'm handling this, Carlos.
Well, I only tried to help.
Vamos.
All right, I go.
You go in for robbery in a big way, don't you? Wagons, a remuda of spare horses, a gang of cutthroats.
I'm a big man in these parts, Cassidy. Now, there's a little information I'd like to get. I don't make much sense out of that map of Don Leone's. I can see it's a spot somewhere on the beach, but I don't savvy the writing. I got a hunch the little senorita can explain it for me.
I do not know. And if I knew, I would not tell you.
So? Tell her to think it over, Cassidy. We have a few hours before we reach the Pacific. If she still holds out on me by then, well, do I have to tell you what'll happen? Come on. Think it over.
Truth is, I do not know. I do not know.
Easy, Isabella.
We might make a dash for the Remuda and grab some horses.
We'd be shot down before we got 10 yards.
Oh, the yellow varmint. Look at him sitting there at that campfire with them other polecats. Well, he's not even giving us any grub.
Isabella.
Carlos.
You did not think I had forgotten you, did you, amigos? Here, a bottle of wine to help wash the dust from the senorita's lovely mouth.
Puerco, I would as soon drink poison as a gift from you.
Perhaps I have made many mistakes, Isabella. But one thing I know. I love you, and I do not wish him to kill you.
Well, I'll be...
Carlos!
El Lobo!
What the devil are you palavering about?
It's just a friendly reunion, El Lobo.
Shut up, Cassidy. A bottle of wine, huh? Carlos, I told you
I
that
was
before.
trying to make it easier for you. I thought if
Shut
I...
your face. If there's any thinking to be done around here, I'll do it, you white-livered weasel.
You dare to talk to me like that? I'll show you.
Pull a gun on me, will you?
You killed him.
Yes, sweetheart. He was no good to me anymore. I got the map. Watch it, Cassidy. If you're thinking of jumping me, there's a dozen guns behind me that are covering you. Even if I should miss, which I won't. I reckon we won't wait till we get to the beach. I reckon you're going to tell me right now where that gold dust is, sister. Come here.
No!
Let her alone. I'll take you to the spot where Don Leone buried the stuff, and you can choke on it. But don't touch her, do you understand? Don't touch her.
The wagon driver. If you could snatch his pistol.
I'd be throwing all our lives away for nothing.
Santa Maria, Happy. Do you not understand? If you let them have the gold, we shall be killed anyway.
We'll have to take our chances.
Hey, smell that salt air. We must be... Look, way off there.
See, the ocean. El Pacifico.
Well, it won't be long now. $13, $14, $15. 15 paces. This should be the spot where Don Leone buried his stuff.
It had better be. Miguel. Pablo. Take Cassidy back to those rocks with the other two and stand guard. Hombres, grab those shovels. Dig. Dig for that gold. Dig now.
They found it. Don Leone's treasure.
Look at them. Passing up them bags of gold dust. Oh, how many of them are there?
The way they're handling them, those bags must be pretty rotten. Look, they're pouring the gold on that saddlebag.
Hey, they found something else. Look, they're passing up something that looks like...
bottles of Spanish brandy.
Brandy?
Look, there's El Lobo coming this way. One of them bottles in his hand. If he comes close enough...
Don't try anything, I tell you.
Have a drink, Cassidy. Did you know that old buzzard buried this stuff with his swag?
Burying liquor with his gold is just an old Spanish custom. He's going to hold a fiesta when he returned to get it.
A fiesta. We'll hold it for him. Have a drink, Cassidy.
You said we could go. That gold was there. Call off your dogs and give us back our horses.
Kind of childish, ain't you, Cassidy? After killing nearly half my men. No, amigo. We ain't letting you go. Any of you.
You gave your word.
You're a bigger fool than I thought. So you don't want to drink with me, huh? When my boys get through lighting fires under you, it'll take more than good liquor to cool you off.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
Hoppy, the sun's going down.
Look at them, all lying on the beach, dead drunk.
Not all of them. El Lobo is still sitting there with the gold, singing.
Yeah, the bottle in one hand and a gun in the other. Hey, them waves are coming up almost to where he's sitting.
Yeah, the tide's rising.
What are we waiting for? He is too drunk to shoot.
I want to be sure.
Now look, he's fallen over on top of the gold dust.
This is our chance.
Hey, that big wave, it's going to break over him.
Come on.
It'll sweep the gold into the sea. Hoppy, it's gone. The gold's gone. Every grain of it washed away. I tried to grab a handful.
Gone.
You got a handful, all right. A handful of sand. Come on, help me drag this hombre where the next wave won't wash him out.
Forget him. Let us take the horses and guns and get out of here.
She's right. They won't sleep forever.
That's where you're wrong, California. They will.
What?
What do you mean?
If El Lobo had kept his word and let us go, I'd have told him.
Told him what?
What Don Leone told me just before he died. You see, he'd put that liquor there not for himself, but for anyone who should get there before he did. That's why he poisoned every bottle.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy and California are hitting the trail homeward again, and after this little adventure, the Bar 20 is going to be a restful sight. Hope you enjoyed this friendly visit and that you'll remember to tune in next time these two fighting cowboys get involved in another thrilling escapade. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. An Old Spanish Custom was written by Irvin Ashkenazi. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
Sailor Puffs, missus. What did he say, Paul? That we're here. Oh, well, shall we get out? Yeah. Come on, shoving. We'll get there.
Who's shoving?
Como how much?
10 francs.
Okay. Here you are.
Merci, monsieur. Merci.
Well, I sure got to hand it to you, Paul. You sling that French right around, don't you?
Took 2 years of it in school. Vive la France.
Yeah. Oui, oui. How you doing?
Oh, boy, what a time.
How you gonna keep 'em down on the farm after they've seen Paris? Oh, how
Hey, you wait a
gonna
second.
keep...
Pipe down. It's almost midnight.
Oh, anything goes in Paris. Hope.
Come on, let's go in. It's the right address, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose it is. The card says 505 Rue de la Poupe or something.
Okay, let's climb.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it sure looks like a joint. Don't be naive. I bet you it'll be about as exciting as a junior prom.
Quit singing the blues. I tell you, this will be the real stuff. French artists and their models, and things and stuff.
Hey, you must have got the wrong number. Look at the place, no light.
And it's pretty dark, isn't it?
Listen, fella, if there's an artist shindig going on in there, then I'm a left-handed monkey. Come on, let's get back to the hotel.
No, I'm going to find that artist ball if I have to tear the town apart. Where's the doorbell?
Listen, I tell you, there's nothing going on in there.
That's what you say. Oh, here's the knob. Now, let's see what... Hey, the knob pulls.
Oh, now you did it. Wake up some old Napoleon this time of night and he'll scalp you.
Listen, I paid that bozo 6 bits for this ticket. I'm going to find out what's what.
End up in the Bastille, that's what you'll do.
Yeah, well, if they want to... Paul, it is a party. Listen to him.
Oh, I'll be.
Entree, monsieur.
Say well, entree. Come on, Paul.
Yeah.
Well, Paul, no artist ball, huh? So now you're a left-handed monkey, remember?
You sure had me fooled.
This way, monsieur, s'il vous plaît.
Right with you, lady.
If monsieur would be seated.
Well, can we go right in? We've got tickets.
Yes. Soon you will go in. You will wait.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, it sounded like quite a party.
And you thought it was the baloney.
Our house looked it.
You can't tell a good banana from the skin on the grape.
Not so good, pal.
Well, this party's going to be.
You hope.
Oh, well, this be something to write home about.
If we ever get in the joint. I think I'm beginning to understand all this. Huh? It's a clip joint, that's what it is.
Clip joint?
Yeah, the way I've suspected all along. A sucker joint for tourists.
Keep that up. You're terrific.
Go on, laugh, but I'm telling you that if this was a real artist ball, why, in we'd go without all this stalling. It's all a fake, and I'm getting out.
Hey, Paul, wait.
No, let me go. I'm getting out of here. If you have any sense, you'll get out, too.
Oh, Paul.
Before they slip you a Mickey Finn and clean you out.
Monsieur.
Huh?
Oh, you may go in now, monsieur.
Oh, yeah, sure.
This way, monsieur.
Well, Pickle Puss Paul, my friend, you got any more to say?
I still think there's something screwy.
In here, monsieur.
Okay. Paul, are you or aren't you going to have something to tell your grandchildren when they ask you about Paris?
Oh, I'll stay.
Is this something? Gosh, would you look at the film? Boy, oh, boy.
Everybody's in costume.
So what? I'm in costume, too. I got on a clean shirt. Gosh, will you get a load of the screwy masks they're wearing?
Yeah, I see them.
Sure wearing plenty for French models, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, well, evening's young yet.
That's funny.
What?
They're not dancing.
Oh, well, they're taking time out again.
Yeah, but where is it?
What?
The orchestra. There's no orchestra.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, well, maybe they're hidden behind palms or something. Anyway, what's the diff? They may be masked, but, fella, I know honeys when I see them.
But this is supposed to be a dance, so why don't they dance?
There you are. Boy, are you guessing wrong tonight.
But where's the organ?
You cut it out. Who cares where the organ is? Paris, artists, models, mammy.
Dancing. Well, you look at them.
Come on, let's cut out a couple of fillies and do a big apple.
Yeah, but look at the way they're dancing.
Huh?
I never saw a dance like that.
Yeah.
Me neither. They sort of glide.
Yeah.
Jerry.
What?
It's funny, no one's talking now.
Yeah. They sure take their dancing serious.
And the music.
Well, it sure is funny music for an artist ball.
Did you say this was going to be a wild party?
Well, they look like artists.
Don't act like them.
No. Sure is funny music.
Let's beat it.
No. Huh? I want to find out what this is all about. Men and women dancing so quiet, funny music.
Let's go, Jerry.
No, I want some answers first. I want to know why...
Monsieur,
Uh-huh.
you would like to dance?
No, not me.
And you, monsieur, you would dance?
Well, yeah, but...
It will be as you wish. As you wish.
Well, no, wait. What kind of a ball is this? These people, what kind of music... Hey, old lady, come on back here.
Come on, Jerry, let's get out of here.
What are you talking about? I paid dough for this ticket. I'm going to get one dance out of it.
Jerry, don't be a fool.
And don't you be a lily. What's there to be scared about? This is Paris, fella. Anything goes. Hey, look, there comes the old lady with my dancing partner. Boy, oh boy, will you look at that shaft.
Monsieur, This young lady, she will dance with you.
Swell. Well, Paul, here I go. You're a good dancer, aren't you? Gosh, I suppose you don't speak English, do you?
I understand you, monsieur.
You do?
Oui.
Say, that's swell. Oh, lady, I've got more things to ask you than a psych professor doing an IQ on Einstein.
Oui, monsieur?
Well, I mean, this goofy music. And, why doesn't anybody talk? And when are you going to take off your mask?
Midnight?
Midnight? That's not far off, is it?
Not far off.
Say, how about slipping your mask up a little and letting me have a sort of a preview?
No.
Okay, I was just asking, that's all. Say, you sure couldn't big apple to this music, did you?
There is still time for you to go.
What?
There is still time for you to go.
Go? Well, why should I go? Gosh, I'm just starting to enjoy myself.
I can give you only one warning.
Warning? Warning of what?
You are very young.
Yeah? Well, I'm old enough to know all the answers. And if you don't think so, supposing you and me...
One warning I can give you. And it has been given.
Listen, if you're trying to warn me that this is a clip joint, well, I'm not worried. All my dough's in traveler's checks anyway. So, if somebody wants to steal my pants, okay. It's a two-pants suit anyway. Hey, look! Well, can you tie that? It's my pal. He's dancing, too. Hi, Paul. How you doing?
All right, I think.
What do you mean, you think?
Well, my partner won't talk.
Well, maybe she doesn't like your line.
No one here speaks English, I guess.
Mine does. Don't you, beautiful?
Jerry, after this dance, what do you say we go?
Will you listen to that, beautiful? Me with you in my arms, and he wants to go.
Jerry, listen.
No, you listen to me. Beautiful here tells me she's going to unmask at midnight. And it's only a couple of minutes, too. So, fella, I'm saying. I've got an idea that behind this goofy mask, Beautiful here's got a face that's going to take my heart and turn it inside out and put it together again. Say, come to think of it, Beautiful, what is your name?
I have warned you, and now you will go. Too late.
Too late? What are you talking about? It's 12. Come on now, Beautiful, unmask.
No.
What do you mean, no? Hey, look, everyone stopped dancing. Yeah, everyone's going to unmask. And that includes you, lady.
No.
All right, then, I'll take your mask off myself.
No, monsieur.
Come on,
no,
mustn't be so shy. Take it off. There's a light. They went out. How do you like that? Oh, no, Beautiful. I don't think you're going to get away from me. I learned this arm lock from a professional. Kind of nice standing here in the dark, close like this. Isn't it beautiful? Pretty tricky of this dance committee. Turning the lights off just at the minute when the masks are supposed to come off. Yep, pretty tricky. Well, haven't you got anything to say? I mean, even if it is dark, we could sort of make conversation now, couldn't we? Oh, come on now, Beautiful. Well, haven't you read that book on how to win and influence friends? You gotta give, conversationally. Now, look, you ask me if I'm always this fresh with strangers. I'll ask you where you've been all my life. And before you know it, we'll be pals. Oh, gee, I'll bet you're a honey. I just know you are. A fella kind of knows when the girl he's with is a honey. Gosh, everybody's keeping quiet. Is that part of the entertainment? Standing around in the dark? Well, it's okay by me. But I sure would like to get that mask of yours off and really see what you look like. Hey, how about some lights? Lights!
A candle, monsieur.
Huh? Candle? Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks. Now, listen, Beautiful. You stand right there while I light this thing. Got a match someplace here. Yeah, here. It's pretty nice, whoever it was, handing me a candle. Now, wasn't it beautiful? Must have guessed how anxious I was to see you. There we are. That's a nice place. Now, you stand right like that while I take off this thing you got over your head. She sure is a goofy mask. Snaps them on so tight. Well, now it's loose. Now, stand still, beautiful. In a minute, I'm going to be congratulating myself on what a swell picker I am. There we are. Off it comes. Oh. You haven't got any head. No head. She doesn't have a head. Thing without a head. No. No.
Jerry? Jerry, where are you? Jerry!
What? Who's calling? What?
Jerry.
Paul. Oh, Paul.
Where have you been? What happened? I've been calling.
Oh, wait, don't come any closer. It's just standing there.
Jerry, what's happened? What's the matter with you?
There. Standing right there. I dropped the candle. It's so dark, but she must be standing there, Paul.
Jerry, for Pete's sake. Jerry!
I saw it. I saw it.
So what? For Pete's sake, there's no one here.
But
I tell you, there's no one here. The whole hall's empty. Jerry, open your eyes. You're standing there with your hands over your eyes for. Look, I tell you. See, there's no one here. The lights went on again, and everyone was gone.
What? I thought...
Well, the devil was what you thought. Come on, let's get out of here. We should have gotten out a long time ago.
Yes, we'll go, won't we?
Come on. Don't act like you're sleepwalking. Come on.
Oh, listen, she didn't have...
The devil was what she had or didn't have. We're getting out of here before those maniacs get back.
Maniacs?
Yes, I said maniacs. Some kind of a goofy bunch we walked in on. I knew they were screwy right from the start. Come on, let's get out.
Paul, didn't you see that?
What could I see? The lights went out. Everyone beat it. Here, I think this is the door.
The door. Can't open it.
We've got to get out. We've got to.
Yeah, we've got to get out.
Now, let me at that door. Let me at it.
No, get away, Paul. Quit banging your fists on it. We've got to break it down.
Okay, come on. Okay. It's locked. Gotta get out. Gotta get out.
Hit it. Now we'll get out.
Get out where, monsieur?
That old woman.
Old woman, tell us how to get out of this place.
Yeah, we got to get out. You hear me out?
Out? Yes. There is a way out.
Well, don't stand there talking about it.
Show us. We want to get out of here.
S'il vous plaît, monsieur. There is no need for such excitement. Just listen to me.
Listen, but who wants to listen? We want to get out of here. You hear me? Out.
No, Paul, wait. We're getting out. Let's find out what this is all about.
I don't want to know what it's all about. I just want to get out.
Now, listen. We've got to know what it's all about. Don't you understand? If we don't, we'll always think that maybe... Well, I tell you, I've got to know.
And I will tell you. Yes, I will tell you. Once a year, they meet here.
They? Who? What sort of people are they?
They meet and they dance. A miserable dance. A dance without joy, without meaning. Yet a dance of hope.
Come on, Jerry, let's be
quiet, will you? Go on, old woman.
A dance of such weariness. And yet I say it. A dance of hope.
Hope? Of what?
Hope of deliverance. Hope of freedom from misery without end.
What's she talking about?
Oh, woman, what are you talking about? I saw a woman without a head. Did I see it?
Did you see it?
Push her out of the way, Jerry. Let's get out of here.
No, wait, Paul. Now, I think I understand all this. It's all a gag, an initiation of some kind. Yeah, that's it, old woman, isn't it? It's a club, and these are all kinds of tricks to get in, aren't they? Trick mirrors and lights going out and all the rest of it. It's all a joke, an initiation, isn't it, old woman?
One hope. A hope that one of you will blunder among them and give one of them deliverance.
Oh, woman, stop talking in riddles, will you? This is all some kind of a ceremony, an initiation, isn't it? Answer me, isn't it?
Yes, one like you. To give his head so that one of them can have their rest.
But Jerry, come on, I tell you. I can't stand that woman, Jerry.
Wait, Paul. Oh, woman, you said something about heads. What did you mean by that? What?
Listen. You heard, monsieur. You heard. La guillotine.
Jerry, what's she talking about?
Oh, woman, what do you mean?
La guillotine. It took their heads. Yes. One day, they were alive like you, lived and breathed and had the world. And then La guillotine was gone. They took them in the tumbrels across the stony street. The crowds were shouting. They took them one by one and fed them into her hungry mouth. The knife went up. A moment more of life, and then down it came. It struck, and their heads rolled into the basket.
What's she talking about? What's she talking about?
Oh, woman, that girl I danced with. You mean...
She and all the rest that danced tonight. La guillotine took their heads and lives many weary years ago. Dead. All of them dead.
Oh, you crazy fool, you. The dead don't dance.
But the victims of La guillotine dance. Aye. They dance one night each year as here you saw them. Dance.
No, it can't be true. It can't be. Crazy.
One hope of rest. One hope, I tell you, that one of you shall blunder in to give his head for theirs. One hope that one of you will headless take their place and let one of them...
I won't listen anymore. Jerry, make her stop.
You're crazy, old woman. You're crazy and trying to make us crazy, too. Come on, Paul.
Stop, I tell you. Look behind you.
Behind?
Jerry, there's people there.
Yeah.
It grows lighter. See there?
Mother in heaven. All of them without heads. Without heads.
Oh, they can't keep me here. Things without heads. I'll get out. Out of my way, old woman. The door. Things without heads. You won't get me.
Paul, you've left me here with them. You shouldn't have done that, Paul. You left me here with them.
Ah, monsieur. Your friend, he has not gone far. Listen. What? Listen. So, La guillotine, she has been fed.
Fed? Guillotine? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Paul? Paul? Where are you, Paul?
Listen. See? Your friend is well.
Paul. Oh, Paul, you're all right. You're all right. Paul? Why do you stand there in the shadows? Paul, why do you stand there like that? Paul, come closer.
Yes, he will come closer.
Paul, what's the matter? Why don't you answer me? Paul, what have they done to you? Paul, what... Your head. Paul, you haven't got a hand. Oh, no, stay back, headless things. Headless things, all of you. I'll get through you. I'll get away. You won't do that to me. Not me. Let me through. Let me through. The guillotine won't get me. I'll get through. I'll live. You won't give me to the guillotine. Not me. To the door. I'll get out. I'll live. I'll live. I'm free of you. You things you, I'm free. I got away. I got away. Guillotine won't get me. I'll live. I'll live. And that thing won't get me. Look out. Look out.
Monsieur ran right into the car. Right into it.
Went down the steps and right into the tunnel. Like a madman.
Monsieur, you must stand back. Give him air. Stand back.
Non, c'est pas la peine. Il est mort. Regardez. Oh, c'est horrible.
His head cut off as clean as if it had been done by the guillotine herself.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as The Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? It's very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. You know, I've always believed in saying it with flowers. It's a nice, expensive language. And in my experience, an orchid unlocks more doors than a skeleton key. Besides, you can say and mean so many things with a bunch of flowers. Remember the old saying, orchids for riches, roses for passion, lilies for purity, and so on. Of course, for me, some flowers have a different meaning. Roses, red roses, remind me of an ash blonde with gray-green eyes. That's another story.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in Violet's Sweet Violet.
It is passing strange that a city like Marseille, about as wicked as they come, should be so abloom with churches and cathedrals. Or is it strange? Isn't this merely another example of irony? You know, the double face of life, comedy and tragedy. See what I mean? I was thinking about this as I made my way to the old town directly after landing at the port. I considered the ancient church of Saint-Victor as a case in point. Its spire marked the center of old Marseille. It was founded in the 13th century and once attached to an early 4th century abbey. St. Lazarus once languished in its catacombs, and tourists can still see the black image of the Virgin attributed to St. Luke. But I'm not a tourist. I was about to pass the crumbling fortress-like church when a ruin of another sort animated itself and called toward me.
Violets, sweet violets, kind gentlemen. Spare a few pence for the good of your soul and a breath of English countryside.
Take more than your violets to sweeten my soul, Mother. What do you know of the English countryside?
I was born in England, that's what. And if I choose to warm my old bones in warmer climate, that's my own business, kind sir.
You're a prickly old puss. And just for such courage with a possible customer, I'll purchase a bunch of your dilapidated blossoms.
Oh, thank you, sir. I knew you was a proper gentleman the moment I laid eyes on you.
And perhaps a little information
What kind of information?
Are you acquainted with a certain pirate by the name of Grippo?
Grippo? What would you want with him, gentlemen?
Words, Mother, a few simple words.
You be his friend?
Neither friend nor foe. I've never met him.
It's foe you'll be. Grippo makes no friends.
Then we have something in common.
It's your loss. You can find him at Crow's Nest, Salem Saloon and Lodging, down the next street and one over. If you can't miss it, just pull your nose on the noise.
An unsavory beginning for a sinister character. But with all Grippo's alarming physical peculiarities, the fellow drew me like a magnet. For I'd had word on excellent authority that he was king of the thriving black market trade in Marseille. As I approached the Crow's Nest, I agreed with the old violet woman most heartily, then entered the noisome place, twirling my bunch of violets. It was like walking into a page of Robert Louis Stevenson. Ship's lanterns lighted the place, fishing nets and cobwebs decorated the walls, and I swear that some of the patrons boasted barnacles. But at the bar, with a swearing green parrot on his shoulder, was Grippo, complete with scar and iron hook.
Looky, stranger comes indoor.
Perhaps he comes to slum, eh? Behold, he brings flowers.
Maybe, ma'am.
Hold on, ladies! There'll be no heaving overboard of a man who comes to Crow's Nest with posies. He's either a maniac or a fox. And this one's no madman.
Greetings from Renard, Grippo.
Reynard, is it? I've read the tables, matey. What's the fox's other name?
Harry Lime.
Harry Lime. I know that one, too.
Your fame is also known to me, Grippo, old man.
Judging by them dead violets, beware gentle Annie.
Is that her name?
Well, she's been called other things.
She told me where you dropped anchor. But the most important facts concerning you I had before arriving in port.
Maybe we'd better have a private talk, Mr. Lime.
Your servant, Mr. Grippo.
Follow me. Run in a bucket of grog for me and my friend Costa. At the double, Grippo. State your business, Mr. Lime.
What are those who say you control the black market in Marseille?
Oh, you're a cold one.
Supplying scarce items to the populace for a price. Grippo's price, isn't that it? Well, I want a piece of it.
You don't think much of your life, do you, matey?
Oh, on the contrary, I think rather well of my lives.
Lives?
As of a cat, I have more than one, old man. I realized I wouldn't be the first victim to feel your hook in my throat, Grippo. This I guarantee. I'd be the last.
You've got the gall to threaten Grippo?
Merely stating a fact, old man. I'm not altogether alone in Marseille. I have friends, associates, who could even reach you.
You're a liar.
Try me.
Maybe we can make a deal, matey. My business is expanding. I could use a sharper like you.
Well, you're beginning to sound more intelligent.
You don't like me any more than I like you, Mr. Lime. It's a fine start. We should do ourselves some good.
Ourselves and no one else.
Aye. Meet me tonight over on South Bank of Old Harbor. There's an old warehouse there, last one on the dock. Abandoned, they say.
But you say differently, hmm?
Come and see for yourself, Mr. Lime. 11 o'clock?
6 bells, is it, Grippo?
Maybe we got more in common than I thought. Have another slug of grog, matey, eh?
But I begged off and left Grippo swilling his bucket of grog. As I left Crow's Nest, fog was beginning to drift in, smelling thickly of salt water and things long dead, forgotten. Such atmosphere always depresses me. I left Old Town. My way to one of the better hotels in Marseille, called rather appropriately, I thought, La Flotte d'Or, the Golden Fleece. My quarters were good, the dinner was excellent, the wine superb, the prices outrageous. I was enjoying an after-dinner cigar when something new and uniformed was added.
Am I addressing Herr High Lime?
Why, yes.
I am Colonel von Stuhl, German Occupation Police.
Well, won't you join me, Colonel?
Richtig.
What is your pleasure? Cognac?
Nothing, Dankeschön. You are notorious, Herr Lime.
I prefer the word celebrated.
I am here to warn you to make your stay as brief as possible in Marseille and to cause no incident so long as you are here. We have enough trouble with these peasants.
I can't imagine why my presence should be of any concern to the occupation authorities, Colonel. I assure you I have no intention of starting anything except escapades that might contribute to my pleasure.
What do you mean by that?
I'm here on holiday. That shouldn't worry you.
It's your occupation, boys, about nothing.
Congratulations, old man. You may change your mind.
What?
About the cognac.
9. You will do well to remember my warning, Herr Lime.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
And thanks for dropping by, Colonel Von Gut. You may prove most useful to me. Fog lay in my throat like cold cotton. I came to the abandoned warehouse in the waterfront of Old Harbor. Pack water lapped listlessly against the pilings of the dock, and the damp crept into my bones. The whole atmosphere of the place was one of defeat, despair, and hopelessness. I was anxious to get my business over. Pushed open a sagging door. Hello? Hello? Hello, anybody about?
Any lime?
Oh, yes. I was supposed to meet... No.
He had nothing, Grippo? Not even knife? More fool him. Look, good chink, he's waking up. So, you've come back to us, Mr. Lime.
My, congratulations, Grippo.
Hey?
Congratulations for not dropping me into the sea after your cabin boy slugged me.
What's this about cabin boy? Oh, pay no mind, Chink. But as for chucking you in the harbor, matey, that would have been too easy.
Easy?
I want to see you squirm a bit before sinking you. Didn't think I'd let you walk in nice as you please and take over my hard-earned living, did you?
Oh, certainly. I still intend to, Grippo, man.
Oh, listen to him, please.
But, Colonel Von Gut takes an even more humorous view of the situation.
Did you say Von Gut?
Oh, I did. Do you know him?
That is why he come here so bold. He has got protection from the... I don't think. I'll sign you on, Mr. Lime, but it's going to take more than your fancy talk or Von Gut.
How do you mean?
Everybody's against me, the police, both French and occupation. Now even the French underground's after me skin. I'm afraid to sell. You find a safe way of making customer contact, matey, and you're in.
But can't your corrupt colonel assist you?
How'd you know that?
Of course I knew it. Else why should I mention his name?
Still no likey him, Cripple. You like your money, don't you? Sure. And stay out of this. After all, Mr. Lime asked for this. It's his neck.
And with that reassuring spirit of goodwill, would you care to show me your stockpile of goods, Gripper? After all, before I can sell, I must make sure of my merchandise, since my life depends on it.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with Violet, Sweet Violet.
I gambled and won. The old lime luck had paid off. Probably the one corrupt official in the occupation who had dealings with Grippo had also walked into my way, Colonel Von Gut. I was playing a very dangerous game, but I was determined to play it to the end. After all, such a challenge was the only pleasure I could find in those times. Grippo's warehouse was loaded with black market merchandise, including guns and plane parts. All I had to do was to find a way of, well, distribution. Then I remembered a cracked voice, the odor of faded violets.
Violet! Sweet violet! Who spent a few pence for the good of their soul on a breath? Oh, it's you, young gentleman.
Good morning, Annie.
Did you find Grippo?
Yes. Isn't it a bit raw for you to be out today, Mother?
Me diggings are no better. What with me gas turned off and me landlady wanting to lock me out if I don't pay me past rent.
Supposing I buy out your stock and we go over to that inn for something warm, Annie?
You're going to the inn with the likes of me?
It would be an honor. Come along, Mother.
There's nothing like a spot of tea and brandy to put life in a body again.
Want another cup, Annie?
Oh, Lord love you, sir. I've had 3 already. Well, maybe I'll best have one more.
That's my girl. I'll brew the potion myself.
Oh, I never thought Gentle Annie would see the likes of this again.
Oh, why not?
Oh, if it had been 40 years ago, when I was animal wear. But I was the toast, Mr. Lime. Would you like to repeat? Violet, sweet Violet.
Please, Annie, I want to help you.
Why?
I've already told you. Perhaps I can make up in a measure for all that heartbreak you had before.
You've got a heap of mending to do, Mr. Lime.
Then how's this for a starter? I'll bring you flowers from the wholesale market. The best and freshest blossoms I can find. And they won't cost you a penny.
You'd do this for me?
If you'll do something for me, Mother.
Anything, Mr. Lime, anything.
You're going to have the briskest floral trade in Marseille. And whoever asks you for violets, sweet violets. Now remember.
Violet, sweet violet. Why, sir, that's my own song.
Yes, but they must say those exact words when they make a purchase. When they do, you give them my address. I'm staying at the front door, the Golden Fleece.
Golden Fleece?
There'll be someone who'll give you envelopes. These I will collect every evening. You got that?
You have business with such folk?
Or call it the business of, freedom.
Freedom. The underground. Oh, it was a fine, brave day that brought you to Marseille and Gentle Annie, Mr.
Just
Lime.
follow my instructions, Mother. You make us both happy.
That I will.
And now another spot of tea.
Yes, I agrees with the parrot, Mr. Lime. The old thing's a rum idea.
But you can't disagree with its efficacy, Gripper. Gentle Annie will siphon the context. Either come to me at the Golden Fleece, or leave the money in the envelopes to the larger merchandise. Best of all, nobody will suspect. Annie has sold her wares on the steps of St. Vincent's for years.
How do you know it'll work?
How do you know it'll fail?
Well, I'm not the one to wait to find out. Buying flowers to sow black market. What's this business coming to?
Things are difficult the whole world over, old man.
How about another bucket of grog with me, Mr. Lime?
Not tonight, Grip, old man. Remember, I have to be up with the birds. Buy violets while the dew is still fresh. The noose was tightening, and the gentleman who perched atop a powder keg and lit the fuse had nothing on Harry Lime at the moment. If luck had been with me thus far, why not further? Business was booming. Gentle Annie was the biggest thing in black market circles. She could have known she was more famous now than she'd ever been in the old music hall days. And then suddenly, like a bolt from what they like to call the blue, the envelope trade fell off. 1 day, 2, 3. I questioned Annie.
Well, Mr. Lime, what did Annie have to say for herself?
Nothing helpful, Grippo. I believe she believes in elves. Now, what would you suggest? Should I go twist her arm?
If you don't, I will.
You?
Find out what's happening to them envelope orders, Mr. Lime, or it's her neck and yours.
Grippo's ultimatum didn't leave me much choice. It rained the next day. I passed St. Victor's at high noon. Annie was loyally crying her wares. I visited her again just at dusk, settling down for a sudden night. I didn't announce myself, but moved into the shadow of the fortress-like pillars of the ancient church.
Violet! Sweet violet! They smell the sweeter for the rain.
There were no buyers. I saw several envelopes on a tray. She had few flowers left. In spite of the weather, it had been a bright day for my elderly friend. Annie sighed, pulled her shawl tighter, and was getting ready to close shop when another pedestrian appeared, a taut, thin woman who might have been beautiful once. Her hair was tawny in the fading light, her voice hard and brittle. She darted toward Annie.
I want to buy the flower, Danny.
Eh? Oh, it's you again, girl.
Get 'em out. The violets. One bunch.
Oh, it's coming. I'm ready to leave. You better spend your pennies for bun and milk, girl. From the looks of you could stand some food.
As Annie fumbled with her blossoms, the woman snatched the envelopes and whatever money she could. I had my thief, just ready to move in. And gentle Annie caught her in the very act.
Here. What you doing? Stealing?
Let me go.
No! Go to the girl. Shame! She's an old woman. Help! Please! Murder!
It's all right, Annie. It's all right. I'm here.
I've been wrong. I'm being
I said quiet down. Oh, now the fat's in the fire.
Food I wanted, just money.
Rob an old woman and steal from me friend here, too.
What is the trouble here? Who helps you?
But there's us here, that's all.
Well, there's really no trouble at all, officer.
I
was
didn't do
just...
anything. I was only
She's in the house, not me all
I'm in a
alone.
fight back.
Enough. We shall all go to the station. Where at least it is dry.
Oh, but officer...
Come, vite, monsieur, s'il vous plaît.
Of course, the inevitable happened. Once the authorities learned my identity, prefect was called in with my somewhat oversized official dossier. It appeared that I was to be the whipping boy of this particular petty theft.
I am not at all convinced of your innocence, monsieur. Annette,
Yes, sir.
are you acquainted with this gentleman?
Him, sir? He's a good, kind man, sir. And he's taken me in hand.
Your benefactor has betrayed you, Annette. He has been using you in the black market trade.
No, him? I don't believe it.
And you arrest me for pinching a few pennies.
That may be the least of your crimes, mademoiselle. Evidence may prove that you were cooperating with Monsieur Lyme.
I never saw him before in my life.
May I, say a word in my own behalf?
But of course, monsieur.
It seems that the main bone of contention is the black market ring.
Oui, certainement.
If I deliver the head of the ring to you, will that satisfy the authorities and clear my good name?
You can do this?
I can. The name is Grippo.
Any former, that's what he is.
Shut your mouth!
Ladies,
It's
please.
all right, Annie.
This is most interesting, Monsieur Lyme. Are you prepared to vouch for such a statement?
Oh, yes, I am.
Oui, monsieur le préfet?
Have the kindness to ask Colonel Elfon Good and the second witness to enter, s'il vous plaît.
Immédiatement, monsieur.
And good.
Oh, sir, does this mean more trouble for you?
I'm beginning to wonder, Annie.
You sent for me, Herr Prefect. I understand that the occupation had information on this man, Colonel Forgood.
That is correct. Herr High Lyme is an international confidence man, capable of any major crime.
No!
And you, monsieur, you are called...
Just you call me Chink, mister. That is all I ever answer
But
to.
this man...
Monsieur. And now, Monsieur Chink, I understand that you have charges.
That me too. This Mr. Lyme comes to Crow's Nest, tries to grip him into black market deal.
Well, monsieur?
This man's story is a pack of lies, monsieur. He is Grippo's axeman.
It is Mr. Lyme's word against mine, Prefect.
I order Herr Lyme's arrest.
May I offer a way out of this crisis?
You believe what he says? He's smooth one. Grippo
You
told...
see, gentlemen, his own words have hung the chink.
Well, I must admit...
And if I bring in Grippo, while your men are investigating the abandoned warehouse on Old Harbor...
I want no unnecessary trouble. If Herr Lyme guarantees to eradicate the black market trade here in Marseille, we have no further interest in him.
Thank you, Colonel. And now, Monsieur le Préfect?
We shall wait until you bring Grippo, Monsieur Lyme. Then we shall discuss your future.
I am no advocate of physical conflict, but sometimes nothing to do about it's necessary. After gaining the prefect's promise that the chink would be detained, I sought out Grippo. He wasn't at Crow's Nest, not in the warehouse, but I did find him in a small boat at the end of the dock, just casting off. Come out of that boat, Grippo.
Oh, just sick me, Eli. Well, it's your neck, like I said. It's even better than killing you.
Not quite, my friend.
It's for me, Lime. Like I always knew it would be. And my hope will get you.
No, Grippo. I was most untidy when I delivered Grippo to the authorities. Dampish and somewhat bloody. But the law was satisfied, at least insofar as the occupation was concerned. The black market ring was ended, and I had a clean bill of health. But the French prefect suggested that I take passage on the next ship out. In fact, he was at the dock to see me off.
Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
I call this story Violets, Sweet Violets. Now maybe you know the reason why. Flowers can mean so many things, and if ever you should want to send me a message that reeks of villainy most foul, send me a bunch of violets, and say it with flowers.
Well, it's that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute. And here we go. Santa Fe holds the title of being the oldest continuously inhabited capital city in the United States, dating back to 1610. The city is deeply rooted in Native American culture, with nearby Pueblo communities contributing to the unique ambience and traditions found in Santa Fe. Santa Fe is renowned for its vibrant art scene, attracting artists and artisans from all over the world. The city is home to numerous art galleries, museums, and markets. Opera lovers will delight in the world-class performances at Santa Fe Opera, nestled in the breathtaking mountains surrounding the city. Each year, Santa Fe hosts the International Balloon Fiesta, where hundreds of vibrant hot air balloons take to the sky, creating a mesmerizing spectacle for spectators. Santa Fe is a haven for food lovers, offering a rich culinary scene that blends flavors from Native American, Mexican, Spanish cuisines. The picturesque landscape, adobe architecture, and vibrant sunsets makes Santa Fe a dream destination for photographers seeking to capture stunning images as well. And that was the Trivia Minute. I hope you have a good day, And until I see you again next time, have a blessed day and enjoy.